Yes. Oh, fuck yeah, dog. What is this bullshit?
One thing is clear. When I come to investment in conduct, that is an investment that will last required. It has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely unequivocally last until the end of time. Right? I don't care what is important. If you got into my new program in Arizona, I'm going to be a very sad about this. I don't think is that in Arizona, everyone knows how working that is about square, right? One shot is that's a shot, right? Right? But what I saw, what I saw was like, oh, just be thinking about that. I'm not going to call this is somebody's own. And you were actually was for this for the opposite. So there's a continuity of the where you get consistently that is so many things that in our life we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, our charm and
Win.
what we have is absolutely incredible. So the verse says, oh my gosh, so what's the
Dog, I have to take such a piss. It's like, oh man, it's like coming through me. I got a whiz, dog. My balls are so hot. There's like steam coming out. Motherfuckers, I got a dominant an hour. And it sucks. This is the worst. I fucking hate this shit. This is the worst. Oh, I'm starting to tweet. I have to piss so badly. I could piss out of my butthole at this point. I have to pee so badly. What the fuck, man? I gotta piss so badly. Really? No, I mean, yeah, we're on a road trip right now. I'd be contemplating bottles. Why? Where's the best kind of bottle in which to piss, Rabbi? Well, certainly, Peter. Well, that gives you a little bit capacity. I'm kind of a big guy. I need Gatorade, that wide mouth bottle. Everybody knows that. Oh man, I got a whiz. This is the worst stream ever. I know that says Torah Hayom, which means House of Torah. Does it? No. Good. No. Today's Torah. What's House of Torah? I don't know. Yeah. Torah? Nobody fucking knows. Some fucking made up language. Herzl or some bullshit. I gotta take a piss though. Everybody knows that. Are you serious? No one talked to me all fucking night. This is the worst. West Side. I gotta piss. Dog, this motherfucker's still gibber John. This is the worst. It's got 2,711 bullshit discussions. Well, guess what, motherfucker? I don't have that many days stream, but I do have about half that many. I had to take a shit, dog. That's what I would tell him. Dog, no one gives a shit about your little folios. Everybody's worried about whether I'm going to shit myself. This is the worst. This is the worst stream ever. I have to piss so fucking badly, dog. Come on, you shitbag. This is the worst. This shit sucks. This is the worst. Got assholes here. What's this? My fucking hand smells like poop. I have to piss. Oh, it's the worst. This is the worst stream ever. You know what? You're just blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because it's fucking hilarious. Look at this body, baby. Look at this. Rabbi's going wild. I have to take a shit. There's no doubt about that. Nobody's doubting my shit. I got this fucking Charlie sound in the background. This is the worst. Crazy fucking looking puppets with rosacea. Nobody ever talked to those fucking puppets about their rosacea. When did anybody ever talk to those motherfuckers about rosacea? Rosacea. Motherfucking puppets. Creepy ass puppets with rosacea. Worse puppets. Look at this move. What is this? What is this outfit? You fuck. I have to take a whiz, dog. But now it went away. Now I don't have to. freaking.
All right, we'll say good morning.
Doug, how about you fuck up? I have to piss. This is worst stream ever. Hey, end the stream. How about you fucking when these apps were programming this shit to be like, hey, did you ever work the first time you click it? No, how about the third? Why? Why not? Well, how about the first time I click it? Oh, you want it to work the first time you click it. No, sometimes it's gonna work the third time. Other times it's gonna work 16 fucking clicks into it. Why? Why not? Why not? Motherfucker, I got this Charlie sound in the background. Come on, you little bitch. Got these fucking puppets with rosacea puppets. A fucking tiger in this motherfucker. These bitches live with a giant cat. There's a fucking train coming down the fucking tracks. Tigers and shit. Motherfuckers look like I gotta take a piss. Come on, you little bitch. Is this shit working? No, this shit sucks. I can't even see myself. It's so fucking dark. Does this shit even work? No one knows. I've been doing it for 4 fucking years and it's gonna be, oh yeah, that one doesn't work. Motherfuckers. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. That's what fucking Charlie This is the worst. Every time a website because Bezos is fucking sitting on his own thumb. Motherfuckers, I gotta. Come on, you little bitch. I got this guy Jibber John. Nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about. Hey guys, there's some fucking rabbi out there from like 1,000 years ago who thought if the daughter of a female cat has fucking entrails that you burn off, that should be your smoky eye. No one knows what the fuck that means. This is the worst. What in the fuck is going on, dog? This is the worst stream ever. Worst. The worst. What the fuck is this shit? Sharding, living in a puppet world. I have the shit.
So you know what I'm saying?
Come on, bitch. Do I have to hit end pass? Oh, no, you don't have to hit end pass, Rabbi. You just have to sit here and play with your balls. Come on, you little bitch. What's going on? Why aren't you fucking working, dog? This shit sucks. This is. I got this underwear ring. Nobody knows where this came. Where this from? Whence this came? I don't fucking know. I feel like one of those. I have to take. I know that. That I did know. I know Amazon Web Services. Why? But you cannot purchase from. The Bezos is fucking.
When he sells something that you won't best. For example, look at vegetables. Because if you want to go ahead and make money before box, somebody tells a story. I'm hoping that. Right? You know, the chocolate job, bro. Starting to shit you only go. So there was a.
Everybody said that. Not this time.
Special toy.
This shit is so athletic.
On his young on
Worst
They don't take the
stream ever.
What? That's like a wash, right? If I don't go ahead and accept it, how do you let you in the project of us? So also we're going to talk about this concept about creation of animals
Yeah, this is a dude living for
with the outside world and how we have to be careful with that as well. So you are supposed to look and see the context. So you can feel what is going on with it says, oh, there's like all these levels of above. Throw it into a pit. Like, so that so you don't realize it's all side purpose of our phone. Just go throw it in the straight tiny content is on this attitude. On the way, push it and make it. So it's what you can see as more second is the infatuation and animosity. Any animosity you don't enjoy. Right? That's the thing like you got the machine which is like so no, to the half of that. So I think like
That's cool. Are you fucking serious? What just happened? What the fuck just happened? Welcome recap. What is this bullshit, dog? Every night for you. This song you have. Talking old you. Oh, you good. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. End stream? Are you fucking serious? This shit has done that? This is the worst. Motherfucker, yeah. This shit isn't done yet? Are you fucking me? Is this shit for real? Dog. This motherfucker's just laughing. No one gives a fuck about what you're saying, dog. I gotta piss. Alright? I gotta piss. Can you get your fucking head wrapped around that? I gotta fucking piss, dog. Man, I gotta piss my balls. I'm kind of fiery right now. Hurry the fuck up. Enable audio playback. No one knows what that means. No one. No, what does that mean? Like you can hear it afterwards? No one fucking knows. Worst stream ever. Hey everybody, remember that time I did the worst stream ever? Oh yeah, we all remember it was the worst. Come on, you little bitch. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I got a shit. Scale 1. George said, I ain't shit, baby. This is a clandestine cropper in my butthole, baby. I gotta take a shit. This is the worst. Yo, dude, nobody's paying attention to your bullshit, dog. I gotta take a dump. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? Asshole. Fucking bullshit. Come on, you little bitch. Come on. Gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. No one knows when she buys. You're so fucking stupid. Then you're like, hey, when she buys? I don't fucking know. Well, no one does, dog. I have to take a chicken. Really? No, but I gotta queef like a motherfucker. I can tell you that right now. Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. I'm gonna cough. The worst stream ever. This motherfucker would shut the fuck up. This shit isn't even right. Dude, what in the absolute fuck? I want to emphasize the word fuck. What's going on up here? This shit sucks. God. It says go live. Well then fucking go live. There you go, you little bitch. Everybody just mind their own fucking business.
About a local so partially say the truth is you can sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. A lot of people there has gotten a tremendous income when he sells off something that won't last. For example, again, vegetables, because people tell you to make money before it drops. Somebody tells a story over here. Only the range is right. Only the structurally got up, started out the see a Joey go. So there was a particular name. It's a heretic. It was a heretic who sent Rabbi Yehuda a special point. Dinar, he signed off. He started in sent him a gift. Now, when this heretic sent Rabbi Yehuda this gift on his young on the I wrote he's not a young so Rabbi Yosef and Shlokish coming. So Shlokish was sitting before Yehuda. Amrei the other to listen what should I do with the gift. Ashkelei, if I accepted the gift, puzzle that ultimately again this heretic is me what you think is gift. And that's not good. Well, Ashkelei, if I don't go ahead and accept it, Havila Eva, so cause and a so also we're talking about this concept of Eva, the issue of animosity with the outside world. And we have to be careful with that as well. So we work look at it, see the context. We're going to see what to show, what to do with the coin. So it's like, he says, there's like, close the articles of the bar. Just throw it into a bed. If you want to close the articles of the bar, just go throw it in the pit. Face right in front of this heretic. On the leg, so it's what you're going to see us for 1 second. It's a picture of animosity. Ain't animosity to go right there.
Cat videos on Room.
It's on your own. It's like they look like an accident. In other words, it's not like you trip and like your boss. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it because holding on to a gift and it's actually going to get very kind of case because remember, this case was on the next Mishnah. This case over here, the gift is actually given on the young fruit itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the because of us. So it's like she says, then pretend like you tripped, you lost it, this way again. You don't keep the gift, but you also don't create any additional animosity. So how do we pass those from the other short trace and the over here? What do we do in this scenario? So remember again. So the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an akum on the 3 days before his dealt. What is the halacha? So the Rambam passes in Nochos Avodah Perek Tes halacha. It's like a lot of halachas in this packed into this one halacha over here. The Rambam writes, "Avad v'nosa v'nosa v'osa shlosh yomim arei seh muter b'haydo." The Rambam passes that you violated transacted business on the 3 days before their young you are permitted to check the proceeds. So the Rambam passes like Rish Lakish. However, Rambam is like, I know, Yom Chad Amibayim, Areza Pasovana. If you transact business, right, these transactions with an akum on their yom itself, then the proceeds are pasovana. Right, so 3 days before, if you violated, you can benefit from it. On the yom itself, all right, incredible. Let's go like the Rothschild and the Rothschild. So next, ultimately, again, so what about lending them or borrowing from them? So Krishna will actually when they come out of the I understand why I can't lend something to an in the 3 days before his young because he cannot be benefiting because then he's growing his assets. Right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, why can't I borrow from him? Right at the end, to borrow from him, finishing what he has. So why should that be limited? Rabbi is with concern that they want that if you borrow from them, you become lend to them. That's a main. Rabbi says, no, so Rabbi says, because in general, the Akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deeds. So we're going to see this my focus occur over and over. So what Rabbi is really saying is like this. When an Akum sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him simcha. It's so fascinating, right? That what does the world want? What does the world always want? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So in the race again, and that's why the world is such a difficult to see when Jews stand up for themselves and Jews fight back, and that Jews don't have to rely on others. And anyway, so Rabbi says over here that when the Jew, as much as from an asset perspective, the Akum has less. At the end of the day, he is still defense to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, he can't borrow or lend. Next, the Havos of the Ramos to lend or to borrow from him. So we show the Havos and I understand why I can't lend because by lending it, right, it has more property, it has more assets. And a noble may have, but why can't I borrow from him? Again, the assumption over here is that if you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the Akum. Rabbi consider Ramos and the Havos. Once again, Rabbi says we're concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to lend them. Rabbi Arakulim should also open them. Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the Akum sees that you dependent on him, he will proclaim to his deity. Incredible. One of those like the Rishlam sometime before run. First one, like before the farmhand. Go ahead and again pay back the hand to collect people from him. So you must Rishlam on the farm. So I understand why I can't pay back. It shouldn't become our love with him. Because at the end of the day, I'm increasing his assets. I will throw on him. Maybe we'll give him a map. Ultimately, to exact payment from the Akum. That's diminishing his assets. And not do the third. Rabbi once again, he's going to throw him in, I'll do the foreign. Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, this is the payments, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, all of this because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jewish depend on him. We'll say, so the obvious question is, why need all these cases? Whenever you see cases, and the cases are all having these cases, but principle, the fundamental question comes up. Just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. Even I will apply things after that. Which the rest is tricky. We need all of these cases. Why? Deep, Allah says, mind. So, if we get this kind of position where it's just doing business with anything, for example, you shouldn't come out of it. Also, because yes, if you're purchasing something from the Akum, he's gaining money. It makes sense that we'll go and give gratitude to his deity. How about this? Can you only come out and shop it? But I would have thought that then to borrow money from the Akum, or to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Akum. Therefore, I would have thought that was the mutter. He kind of the showman. And if it would have just said you can't borrow from the Akum, from the Hashiva that you know, so. As you know that, when someone has to borrow something from them, what's that show? Someone has to borrow something from you. What does that show? I have and you don't, right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. Therefore, I can't do that. So you're going to be gratitude to his deity. How about real Muslim? And ultimately, again, to borrow money from them. That's Sarah Ba'alma. Because it's very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender sad. Right? Why does it cause the lender sad? Because ultimately, again, it doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. The Gemara says, Asara ba'alma, peace, like, Amar tuf lo ha'juzuzi. Whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that what you will not get paid back. So therefore, I would have thought that should have been mutter. Akum's not going to have simcha from that. So the Gemara is like, Rabbi, and a little boss going to be about confident to be a hazel. But even when it's from the case that I can't borrow right now because Yaakov said, no, I'm going to get my money back one way or another. I'm going to extract my money from the Jew. And I'll lift from it and the Surah Ajus is even Sarah is stay below us in the model. But let's say to extract even from Akum, I would have thought that's mutter. Because it's not more simple at all. So I can going to thanks to his deity. Thought that would be mutter. Therefore, it's Shuzah. So the most I love reminds me of all these cases. You would not be able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of this is going to be prohibited, either because Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained some traditional quality thanks to his deity, or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he tends to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved in anything that anyway amplifies, increases, or relationship between the outcome and his deity. Okay, incredible. But you go over the front. So let's get the up. Then you will also Allah for the Mesa. You are an extract from an outcome right in front of you. You can't collect. Why? Because the Buddha assumes that Allah for the Mesa. There is no sinful involved in going ahead and paying the debts. So therefore, again, the atom is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to his deity because he paid his debt. Interestingly enough, Tanakama says, the Rabbi say, no, Rabbi say that we can't get to that. Why? Because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run. I think it's instead of being happy later on, and therefore he can extract it. One second. The Gemara says, I don't understand. Rabbi Huda, let's say Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda so apparently, what's at the core of this machlokes over here, Rabbi Huda and Tanakama, is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness or long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an actor? There's really only one thing that fits into that category, which is collecting payments from an actor. Right now, we're causing distress. Later on, if you don't pick it up, that's so Rabbi Huda says that's not a problem. You just look at what the transaction is now. You don't look at what it is in the future. And it comes says, no, we look at what it is now and what in the future. So you must I would say that no, it doesn't hold with this concept of he doesn't hold with this concept that something that causes you temporary distress or long-term happiness is considered in general to be a happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, listen to this. And Yudah says, a woman should not go ahead and put wine on her face. So women used to use wine like a facial. Right? So you cannot apply wine to the what you find is when it was on you, it was distressing. You know the sound of the time. And then you would take it off and it would, I guess, does wonders for the complexion. Right? And anyway, the Gemara says over here that a woman should not go ahead and apply wine on Challah. Right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take you from the simchas young thing because your face is too blind. So because there's really a lot. What are you going to see? You call the couple of words of Hasselboy. You should say, "Actually, sneaky the active removing beads." But if it's, I guess, like a shorter, like a fish for a shorter duration, you should put on and peel it off. Then it's okay, right? Why? Stressing for her now. She'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. So what is even there? When you does alter this concept, then a localized if you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, you look at that as a happiness transaction. If that's the case, then the Buddha Mishnah should say you can't extract payments from an outcome 3 days before, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will cause him long-term happiness. So it's the Machamayim says it. The truth is, don't bring in the halachos of Chalamayim. Because once in general, remember during Chalamayim, you really got a lot of people off. You only want about to do things for Ochel Nefesh, and perhaps to stave off some type of loss. So in general, anything you're allowed to do in Chalamayim is things that cause you temporary distress. In other words, because it's work, temporary distress. But for some more return or for some down the road simcha. So you can't really bring a life in Cholamai because Cholamai is a little different construct. But Rabbi says, so it's interesting. So Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so the Obed is always in a state of stress. Paying back debts is just for an act. In other words, buying and shooting, you can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful and temporarily difficult to the long-term happiness. By platform, they don't have that construct, and therefore it's always just going to be distressful. Or difficult. So also that it happens to be Rabbi just thinks, and if you're on the older makes sense. It could very well be that the difference between, right? What do you think about our people? Right? So if you think about it, what is unique about Am Yisrael? We see what Am Yisrael can really be summarized. Afa Kisha, the nature Aksha, Sameach. The whole soul of Klal Yisrael is that we are able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe it's the way for long-term good. Afa Kisha, nature Aksha, Sameach from the Afa's mind is almost like our mantra. That's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years up literally this present day, because we believe, right, and Imam and Shalinga, that the tsar of the action, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. But that may be something that Hashkafa may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I will say, by the way, it's not just true on a national level, it's true on a personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is filled up, not just on a personal level, I'm talking about us, like just like today in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of being is anti-patient interaction. Life is incredibly difficult, maybe very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart, Sameach Ula Achas Life. I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get it's that this tsar in and of itself makes the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later on. Just one line of ourselves, one line, just anything that is what we are, who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabbi comes along and says, by the way, I don't think they don't have this. They don't have this. They don't have this. They're living here and now, whether that means they lack the ability to have future-oriented perspective to understand that the sorrows of the behavior of the sickness of tomorrow is just simply saying this is so. Of Misha makes an action, Sameach Ula Achas Man. This is the hashkafa of the Yid to our people. Incredible. So, must listen to Misha. The Misha does not follow the Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim. So, Yerushalayim called it. Malva Bishtat, in Nifra in hand. Malva had Nifra and they should create something others. Was a very interesting distinction there. The Shulman Parka says that everything depends on the nature of the law. If I lend 20 for you, if I lend in the document, don't collect for the 3 days before the document. Why? Just wait, because since I have the document, I can collect whenever I want. If however it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea. So you collect that whenever you can, because that's always the loss. So the open is that 3 days before the notice, and ultimately take care of that. So it's clear that our Mishnah does not make that distinction. That's what I know. That's what I know. That's what they call it. Rothschild, and Mishnah they call it. Rothschild, then you go. So ultimately, again, this is what happened. So Yosef is sitting behind Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba was in the front of him. And he said as follows: the halacha follows Mishnah Karcha. And the halacha follows Rabbi Abba. Rothschild said Mishnah Karcha on the others. Moses said the halacha follows Mishnah Karcha. That's what we just said before. That there's so ultimately, making this distinction, and he said it depends on every truck of both. If it's a long run, full recorded document, do not collect it in the 3 days before they don't collect it. That's just still remain collected. But if a local remains again, it is a mobile head, it's a verbal loan, then collect that as soon as you can, within the 3 days. So that's a lot of that. What about what's the first thing what's the discussion? So what's the next thing? So I know since Sarah lets out on the photo of the 12 shaka. fraud. So what's the watch this case? I give my wool to a dyer, D-Y-E-R. Right? I give my wool to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. He goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What do we go with? So let's say Kaplan Zayim with Aleph. Shemer Amir says, no sin both make some wrong. Shemer says essentially the dyer is refunding the value of unprocessed wool. In other words, he refunds what I paid to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? The Rabbi says, no. Now, one second now. These are the things dramatically opposed to. But you set up a scenario where the dyer profits. Because think about this for just a moment, right? I told him I wanted to dye black. He dyed it red. It's still okay. I didn't what I wanted. The value of dyed wool we assume is better than the value of undyed wool. So essentially, what's going to happen over here is that he's going to get dyed wool for the value of, or for the price of undyed wool. So he says, how can you do that? You're allowing the dyer to profit even though again he did something wrong. So he says like this: no sin was you say no sin was So he says like this: there are two costs, right? So I want to say, so on one hand there is inflation, right? How much more now is the wool worth? And on hand is the expenses. So essentially, the owner of the wool is the dyer, the lesser of those two amounts. Right? So whatever is the lesser of the two, either the depreciation of the wool, now that it's dyed wool, or the expenses, he pays the dyer second I take the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. So you must, and therefore again, most of that's what it says that the halacha follows Rabbi in this case. And this is here again, I need the dyer, the lesser of the expense, the lesser of the two amounts being depreciation or expenses. Sajur of Yosef Lake. So Yosef heard this, and Yosef turned away. Yosef, this act of turning away, right, was an act of like not disrespect, an act of displeasure with what was said. Right? So he turned away as like a very displeased with this whole discussion. So Mishnah Allah for Yisrael is fair. So now why was he upset? So first he said like this: I understand why you make the very statement that the halacha follows Yisrael, right? Why? So right side. So Shulchan said that in terms of the selecting of a ket for the husband, it all depends how the ket was recorded. If it's a ket in the document, you are not allowed to collect it on the 3 days before the judgment because it will be collectible afterwards. But if it's a verbal loan, you got to collect it as soon as you can because you're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that statement has to be required. So that's why you should have called this party only the halacha is like this. There's nothing to see control. And the group, the halacha follows who? The group. So I should have like the halacha remains again. Therefore, again, the Muslims tell us, or Muslims tell us that halacha themselves because the right that should have got them done. So that's what's necessary. Halacha, you know, why do you need to make a declarative statement that halacha follows? That also again, bless you. That's the reason why I give the move to the dyer, right? I want to keep guys in there. So you do this as well. I give him the lower of the 12 or dances. Pay him the lesser of those 12 amounts and take my wool back. But why would you say the halacha that the Muda? Is why the machlokas, the after stam. So we'll say this is that's in Gemara. Whenever you two Mishnahs, Mishnah number one reports of machlokas, who is stam. What's a stam Mishnah? Stam Mishnah is a Mishnah that records one opinion without attribution. So whenever you have machlokas, then stam, the machlokas always follows the stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now also there, machlokas, the Baba Kama. That was an ultimate machlokas that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. So that's the point of before, right? Is Baba Kama. Right? I know Sin Semer, but it's all in small. So machlokas are good up and over there. It's in Baba Kama. Stam, the Baba Kama. Then there's a stam Mishnah Baba Kama. What's a stam Mishnah Baba Kama? Stam. Makola Mishane, no. Always establish that in Indonesia, Mishnah said like this: whoever changes, whoever changes the parameters of an agreement, he's put in the transactional disadvantage. Just like the person who is put in the transactional disadvantage. So what does that mean for our purposes over here? So again, remember in this case, I gave the wool to the dyer. I want it back. Dye it red. Because he changed the dyer changed the parameters, changed the details. Therefore, he is put at a disadvantage. That's established. Which would then tell me that what? Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the expenses, either or the lower of the 2.5 feet of the or expenses. So that's established. Now, what do I have? I'm focused on public trouble between, as you just mentioned before, the mayor and the Mughal, and then a scam Mishnah. That's the next halachah like. That's halachah like. So whenever you have machlokes and then a stam, the machlokes always follows the stam. So why do you need to tell me that the halachah follows the stam? That's obvious. That's obvious. That's what I'm doing. So you're trying to look at it. What are you doing? Why do you think that's better just think when it's obvious just based on Talmudic principles? For Afuda, so why do Afuda say that halachah follows the stam? Why do you feel it's also like you shouldn't get in a Seder Mishnah. So it's very interesting. Because Rafuna is not necessarily in order to the Mishnah. We were standing yes. Because I will say, okay, I sort of Rafuna will say like this. I agree with the principle. There's Machlokas and Stam, the Halakha, which I will say makes sense, right? Because what's happening is like Gemara goes and discusses the matter. And then the appearance of Stam says the halacha is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. What was the first problem? So if we have or what was the issue? If we said that it's an assigned order to the Mishnah, because it's not the order therefore what? It could very well be that Stam before the focus. Or if Stam comes before the focus, then you get the first 1 second. Hold on. This Stam, they might say the Mishnah for 1 second. You're going to throw out that idea. Please say the Mishnah. If you just know what is the Mishnah, and what have you done? What have you done? You've effectively really included that entire principle. And you've never learned that principle of focusing on Stam, the halacha Stam. Why? Because who knows which really came first? I said, no. But who knows? No, I need to say the Chagam Sefta. Which person like this? When you rely on an order of choice, that's one Masechta, right? One Masechta is an order. Two Masechtas, there's not necessarily one. So you see, so here because I have one Mishnah. So again, whenever you have two Shayas and one Masechta, so again, we can always say, Machlokas Yachid Stam. But in two separate Masechtas, there's not necessarily one Mishnah. So therefore, in our case over here, because one Mishnah is in Baba Kama, one Mishnah is in Baba Mitzvah, can't rely on the principle of Machlokas Yachid Stam, Halakha Stam. Therefore, the thought to say what? That again, that you pay the lesser of the two of them. It's incredible. Rabbi Yosef will say, hi, if that's the case, then Rabbi Yosef is going to turn away. A little bit like in this question. So Rabbi Yosef, why getting over like this? Rabbi Yosef, Kulim is eating Chagam Yisef. So Rabbi Yosef calls all of this. Interesting. All of this has the status of one Masechta. Status of Masechta, and therefore again, he felt that the statement that Allah was unnecessary. Test from other countries of the sorry, the whole he might say, well, we should be trying to regard the locus of the sector. The news was about the wise because in this kind of case, the Mishnah itself is was the first. The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are put at a disadvantage. They felt that that is such a clarity accepted that there was no need to stay positive. Okay, sure, that was like let's just like let's pick that right. That's all like let's say again, I can roll to the diet, but I pay it the lesser or expenses, and I get that benefit. That's the way it works. And indeed, it seems that the local function of the as well was a collection of debts, 3 days before me, the debt according to the document, just 3 flat connection. However, again, if it's a roll load, the local needs to collect it. Why? Because again, there no fear, no control. And I'm on it. I don't think it's like that. So now, by the way, I mentioned we're just going to do a whole bunch of the show cases, which are really great. It's one of them. All you are other than that, I need work, I need room, I need work, just like come work for me. So I'm now allowed to stand Shabbos related. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catch it, right? But I'm seeing people show up and work together. We'll come stand next to me after Shabbos. We'll say, we'll come do some work for me on Shabbos. That's the time. Omer Adam the Chaver Dirush, the people should come over to the area. The Shema Gabba says it's mutter. Now, why is it mutter? Notice that that statement I made no reference to work. So the Shema Gabba is the only time that's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. But can we meet up on Monday Shabbos so that you can go ahead and do some work for me on Monday Shabbos? That we problematic. But to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, wonderful to see, like what I see you on, let's say Shabbos, let me show you how this is. That is a book statement, makes no reference to work. So I'll say it's a part of the beautiful teeth that in general, when you speak on Shabbos, that's the difference between speak about it and speak on it. Speak about business matters, you should speak about business matters on Shabbos. But Shabbat also says, as long as my speech doesn't reference any specific business matters, it's going to be different. Amar Rabbi Bar Yochel. Those are soft. That again, this statement was at least just looking at the surface, it is not the statement. Right? We want to get together with Shabbos because it makes no specific reference to business. Therefore, it is those are the initial problem today. So if you watch this, I asked the Shaila and the problem ruled that the item is covered. Or you shall ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else or against a or the Chacham to answer, and you shall Chacham. If you ask the Shaila and the answer is answer, don't ask another Shaila in order to get the answer. Why are you trying? So what happens is you have to ask each other. You ask Shaila. One says Tame, one says Dar. One says Mutar, one says Asar. So what's the halacha? Imay after him to a little Javier as a buffalo in Indian. Halach after. So let's say one of them is greater than the other guy. So that's what you're talking about. That's more an expression, right? So again, one of them is greater than the other. Then what's the halacha? Halach after. The follow the greater follow. If it in love, halach after. And if not, follow up. We'll say that watch the short does this hold up there. So those next points such mistake in our topic. The short of Omer, shall Torah, shall Sofer, does this hold up. Hold up. You don't always have to be out there. In the case of biblical law, or is it the Shaila is a biblical one? Okay, if God is not good. If the Shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the I'm not going to say. No person should have come. There was a say the law should have come. There was a as again, right? Again, if you have a suffix in the law, so suffix to a rice cell, suffix to Rabbanon, again, to Rabbanon. So to Rabbanon, the husband go ahead and couple also it's supposed to say, let's say I have someone who is possible. So God should play something. That's not the Amir Alex. Now, if you see that Rashi is over here, Amir Alex, the food Amir Alex. Let's focus on the gospel of thief. A thief is possibilities. Thief is possibilities. So I say, this is, by the way, such an incredible product. Right? So now let's see what the thief. And the thief did show up. He does Shuvah restore his networks? Does it restore ultimately again his believability or reliability? Does person restored his status as being someone who's trustworthy. So now, for example, is he allowed to show up in these and go ahead and give testimony? So that there says no. In the common also applies. Once your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. That's sketchy. And you don't need sets. Oh, because you buy a matrimony, also in the common also. If I has not the common says, also this is very interesting. And you seems to say, we literally translates like this. If it shows up privately, you do not restore his credibility. If he did show up publicly, you restore his credibility. So it's interesting. So it sounds like again everything that guys are in the public versus the private nature of the island. Alternate version of this. Us declaring matrimonios, so on the base. So that has also an alternate version of this is always the nature of the Avera. If you did the Avera wasn't Avera done privately, then ultimately I guess credibility can be restored. If it's a public Avera, credibility can be restored. What's the logic there? They'll say, oh, what's the Avera? At least if I commit an Avera, ultimately what? What is a private Avera show? What is a private Avera highlight? That hello for myself, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something private, and I will say, shame is kind of important. What is shame? What is shame highlight? What is shame highlight? But then I know what I'm doing wrong. They will say, most important is I'm not going to say raise your hand, right? Because when I say false, I'm pretty sure actually there is right? It's only 6 and 1. Right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of awareness. Right? So you might start the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that for myself, you feel a sense of embarrassment. Because the greatest challenge is not when you sin. What's the greatest challenge? When I begin to justify the sins. Right? That's where there's a lot of challenges. And yet we do this all the time. It's incredible how we do this, right? We go ahead and we make excuses. Why this is not a bad thing? Or because I'm not bound by some other things because I've been a stuff or this or that. Why we are around to do things. That's like it's just exhausting. It's so much better instead of saying I'm frail, I make mistakes. And maybe you be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correcting certain things right now. I mean, but as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this, right? Certain things. I know that it's wrong, but I'm supposed to make it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and honest. So don't show us tremendous patience for someone who sees and is honest. If you insist on divine patience, it's like saying that you're dishonest. That's how it comes. It works like this. Everything depends on how you say it. If you say privately, that means there's a sense of busha. If there's busha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sees publicly, public sin is a much bigger deal. Public sin is addressed to a certain degree. The person has lost their moral compass. So if you down over here, it says like this. If you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. The most that's this. The best line today's God. I know I'm sure this. They're all excellent lines of today's God. One of the best lines that a personal level. Shimon, second line. Doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. Privately, you sin publicly. You do Shiva privately, you do Shiva publicly. Whatever you do, you always restore credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, Shiva is always accessible. Shiva, Banim, Shiva. Return, wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? It's me. Who's the wayward son? It's you. We're all the wayward sons. So all of us that says, just come back. Just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all the good mental justify why you do and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just be into it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all doing things that get thrown up in front of us. But if we just get our act together, just any what we've done. It says, I'm waiting for you. The door's open. The door's open. And he said, it's not judgment, there is judgment. And the door's still open, but it's still open. So the Shabbat Dharma says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, you always be still incredible. That's why we open on don't listen to stuff. Don't listen to how also my son has to have struck on that stuff. Follows and shouldn't. Also, I said, anyone can turn their credibility, obviously, and also from a judicial perspective, from an judicial perspective, you have skeptic perspective in order to restore their credibility. That's absolutely down the wrong. But from a traffic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, the Lord that Shabbat is always going to shoot. Running Shabbat, I was never again. We the perfect standard, we heard this, Shabbat Abuyah. Right? Shabbat Abuyah heard this thing. I remember we wanted to hear the Shabbat. Both concepts. Shabbat running Shabbat. Shabbat hears it, and just had to be courageous enough to act. Right? Incredible. Right, that was like, how's it about finishing the first Mishnah in the second Sabbath? Now that's a little Mishnah. Now, we're going to now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So, Rabbi Shlomo was mentioned breakfast against these definitely. Rabbi Shlomo, Omer, Shlosh Lefnei, Shlosh Lacharei, also. Rabbi Shlomo actually told me that in the 3 days before they're Yom Tov, but it's the 3 days after they're Yom Tov that you're not allowed to transact as well. The Chum Lefnei Yom Tov, the Acharei, the Chum on the other hand say it's only the 3 days before they're Yom Tov that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. He says, after the Rabbi Shmuel, the older vessel. So it's never again. So it's yes, Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. We're never allowed to transact with an apples on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. Everyone else will say that number again. Rabbi Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. So effectively, Rabbi Shmuel, you really never allowed to transact business with an apple. But again, that was different. But from the same thing, as well, and the third, no, I didn't tell you. So what's it? So what our Mishnah seems to be seeing the same thing and I come up the first Mishnah. You see that thing. You're not allowed to transact business or you don't mention it. You're allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akum 3 days before his Yom Tov. So again, the Chachamim of our Mishnah seem to be seeing the same exact thing as the Tanakh law of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on there? Commissioner Gemara says maybe, hey, we're only taking to the guy. Maybe the point of the contention that was like, let's go back to yesterday's shot. Do the 3 days include the Yom Tov, or is it 3 days not include the Yom Tov? So like the Gemara says, Tanakh is summer ain't below day. The Tanakh on the previous holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tov, so the whole 4 days. The Rabban Basrai summary ain't whereas the Rabban Basrai might hold that no, the 3 days include the Yom Tov itself. He might say, well, another potential point. So also, I was always trying to figure out the distinction between the Chachamim of our Mishnah and the Tanakh of the previous Mishnahs. It's the same thing. He puts in another possibility is Mossad and Yosef could be that. So what's the other possibility? What happens if you violated and you did transact with the Akum 3 days before the Yom Tov? What is the status of the proceeds? So when I said Tanakh was summoned, no something, but all right, the previous Mishnah Tanakh held that the proceeds, although you can say prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. One of us, why is something no. Whereas the one of our Mishnah hold that no, the proceeds will be prohibited. Okay, but one of the possibilities is the Shmuel. The convention even is Shmuel. Remember, Shmuel said, "Magola ain't us Yom Tov." This is great. This is great. Shmuel said in the diaspora. So also remember again, the old people probably going to install and the phone profiles. So also get ready for this. Shmuel says in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an old people, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? Rashi says, "Concentrate." Ain't old people problem. A duties go back to all those people problem. I mean, like among all people from Shefutz love all people come in the dollars questions for this. Apparently, the old people from Shefutz are not so strong. The not so from, they're not so committed. That's the that's the thing. The Chutzpah on legal fund, they're not as intense. They're not as intense. Like just a collection of something. Whatever it is. Whatever it might be. So the mess is fascinating. So therefore, I will say, and again, we're going to see this. And ultimately, again, in the goal of the diaspora, I'm sorry. Shmuel statement. So the goal line says, so again, Shmuel holds that in the goal of the diaspora, ultimately, again, only transacting again on the day of that trade is problematic. But ultimately, again, the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel. And ultimately, Rabbanim are saying, let's get Shmuel. But later, Rabbanim ultimately again don't get Shmuel. Okay, you might say that the possibility is the whole Kamati right? Ultimately, again, so other possibilities, and this is incredible because it's actually going to be, fuel a lot of our next studies. The statement of Nachum Hamadi, ultimately, again, is the right interpretation. It's telling that Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Aser Eli Echad Echad. So there's another shtickle. Nachum Hamadi holds that there's no 3 days, there's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day, ultimately, again, that is problematic. And a camel, less than enough for Hamad. So ultimately, again, it's a camel, the previous Mishnah is not enough for Hamad. But Rabbanim must strike this is enough for Hamad. Whereas the later Rabbanim ultimately, again, hold enough for Hamad. Okay, so we'll say, the point over here is, although it sounds like the coming of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate entities. So, okay, first wide line, design of the Ufa.
What up, baby? Oh boy, that's a tough thing. I can talk to you about it. What happened? Talk to me. What's it? Who's the blind and deaf guy? I hate that joke, but okay. Okay, that's good. Did you tell the joke about the homicide hotline? Why? Okay, so what did the guy say? It just was not funny. Okay, that's all he said. I mean, I kind of agree with him. I wouldn't have said it, but I agree with him. Okay, so did you even get the story out? Okay. Okay. Dude, do you know what Sora is? SORA? Yeah, it's fucking weird. Everything can change. And it's like good. I've been making stuff for Harry Potter Obama side. Fuck you. I've been making stuff for Harry Potter. It's really good. Okay, so 0 to 10, you're doing stand up. 0 to 10, how did you? Okay, did you? Okay, no, I understand that that's going to happen. Was that was Chelsea there? All right. If you did you record it? You recorded it? Who's Allie? Okay. Did you record it? Sure. Take your time. Yes, sir. For what? I, what? I, what was? For what was it? Oh, that's nice. Okay. What else did you say? Okay. And what did they say? Okay. And do you think Allie wants to go out with you? Why not? All right. Okay. Well, I don't think they're gonna tell you that. All right. Did you talk to him later on? What did you say to him? Oh, is that what he said? Yeah, but Dave Chappelle could read the telephone. Dave Chappelle could read the telephone with the people about because he has credibility. Right. Sounds like a plan. Okay.
also notion. So that's all of these updated. He says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transaction, but rather what? 1 day. So let's do this. Amrulo, so they said to the Harmon, Mishtaka double right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. That's another word saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But that one of us say, well, second, you just said that you just said before that one of us should hold it that. So how can we forget it? The most money should come in so that's how it goes. That's not how it works. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day, and you then have to come say, forget about that shit, we don't talk about it. Kind of dumb. Nothing about the other sources, not as you mentioned that so much, we're going to keep mentioning that from about the other sources. So sort of point out that given this regarding like things are transaction, essentially what you see here is as follows. What we do have 3 different things. It is the discipline of Rabbi, or call it 3 days before the other. Right? There's the thing of Shmuel, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there is this thing of Rabbi that just 1 day before. 1 day before. There are nothing about these things you take out of play of music. Right? That's what I say, no one subscribes to it, you take it. But just understand that he's there. Now they're going to Nachum Hamadi, what's going to quote what Allah put up with it. So you can find Nachum Hamadi, Bochel and Sus Zahar, and Saki Yudachara. So it's very interesting. So we're going to take this details from what he does, I don't know this type of reaction. We're going to talk about this. There's this kind of rabbinic concept that you're allowed to sell certain types of animals to a you're allowed to sell large animals to non-Jews. We'll get into that and why that is. It's actually a Shabbos issue. Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead selling. What about sell? Well, no. So you says how. So if you look at actually there are multiple society, from a machine on the cabo, and most social people who are also look up in Nicolay. I think enough about these preferences like this. You could sell a male horse that is old. Right? So an older horse, ultimately again to an aqua during the war. Now what does this mean? So actually I'll say it's not a day. I must say tomorrow is Chodesh. Tomorrow is Chodesh, the Mir Hashem. We begin at 5:45 Mir Hashem. Shabbos at 7 o'clock. We're also doing an additional bonus. Sorry, 6:30. 6:30 Shabbos. We're also doing tomorrow an additional bonus week. Mir Hashem with some singing, some music, and that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Sorry, tomorrow. I have some information for that. So in there, that'll be tomorrow, 7 o'clock. So you put that out on the email as well. Miracle says something for today. You know, lots of people tomorrow, but in that section, we will get to it. All right, so that's what great to everyone. All right, guys, good morning, good rough. A great source for Hashem to be able to continue and set some of the songs here. I thank you all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for 5785 production day, the Kosher Yishpach Yisrael, we should approach us this year. It is a close from Soros for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Siva, Abba Ben October, Stephen Karizim, the Rabbi Noah Steve's mother, Doris Kasim, the Border Bats from the Soil Yol, on the occasion of a yard site. Our week of learning sponsor, Jeff Schwartz, convention of his father's yard site, Shmuel Ben Shimon Halim, Zichron Lebracha, and an anonymous sponsor, which we lit up yesterday. It's a statement. I mean, I just have to say, if I get recording, but it's a statement with tremendous gratitude and encouragement to start doing that over 2,700 days ago. And again, it's that Zara, the GTHS celebrated his Siyum Shas yesterday at Yatomit. Kiddush and Yatomit Mazel Tov Tzraditz. We're doing on this for the rest of the time. So but today, and then session again. But of course, the scene is very nice. It's even better than the Siyum Shas, starting it the second time. So we should see incredible Mazel Bracha Simcha Hatzlacha as he begins his next journey. He also, of course, is always dedicated on the mitzvahs of precious hostage to from Hashem, bringing them home the shalom and the kalim, and the source of our Holy Spirit to be successful in Hashem on land, on air, and by sea. Hashem, the whole mass, he did the Chushvat, he showered them with Shmiri Sirah Shkocha practice, and be successful in all of their endeavors. They can control from Hashem, watch over our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, keep them out of harm's way, those who have been injured in the Maurice barrage, barrage, and they have a complete and enduring refuah, and they live Hashem be a week of bracha, hatzlacha, and shalom for Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Those with that, let's go. So today's daf is daf. We are picking up on people of these. We left off on Reish Lakish, which is 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up to the bottom. Reish Lakish. Call it beautiful, beautiful Gemara of us today. Call it also the Torah Balayla. Have them Torah Moshe Halav Shel Chesed Vayom. It's beautiful Gemara. Whoever learns Torah at night, have them Torah a little bit extensive on the it's like a string or a thread of Chesed. But I want to say, it's kindness, but chesed sometimes also in work, but also in a thing, like a type of favor. So the Shmuel endows a person who learns Torah, right? And endows them with a certain level of chesed, a certain level of favor. So there's not time why is it that the Shmuel will go ahead and literally again command his chesed to be with someone by day? Because my mission has sun at night. So the sun in the reference to Talmud Torah, if you learn that tonight, that endows ultimately again the day with a certain type of chesed. So you can have the was this before we go on. There's just tremendously something that we see so does. First of all, if you learn Torah at night, there's a quick shal chesed by day, so understand the day begins at night. So really what it's saying is like this: on one level, a person who begins at night is really beginning their calendrical day with Torah. When you begin your day with Torah, there's a special chesed that develops upon you, a special divine favor, a special divine kindness that develops upon you the entire following day. That's number one. Number two is that in general, what's nighttime? Nighttime is a time when you relax. Nighttime is a time when we take ourselves, we work hard during the day. I understand we someone on the right. I want to take it easy. I want to relax a little bit. A person who takes time out of their really allocated relaxation time to be able to learn Torah and gives that to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's a special chesed, there's a special feeling, there's a special reward that comes to a person like that. Incredible. Take it down. Let me explain. Reish Lakish. All right, one more information also is the idea of also by Torah Balayla. Life is a reference to difficult times. Yom is a reference to good times. Laila is a reference to difficult times. So someone is also Torah Balayla means someone who never allows his Torah to waver, even in difficult times. How do you say life is good? It's good according to mind. It's easy to learn the adversity and challenges. So call also Torah Balayla. Whoever that learns Torah when it's difficult, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Halav Shel Chesed Vayom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will make sure that you are able to see the chesed of what? The chesed of Yom. Incredible. And the other interpretation, Reish Lakish. Also, the Torah of the Hadom and Laila. Whoever learns Torah in this world that is often compared, like Torah, like this one's compared because of the challenges. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Halav Shel Chesed Vayom Hadom and Laila. ultimately Hashem will extend upon them the thread of chesed in the world to come that is compared to the dish. And Yom Mitzav Hashem Chasdo. So it says, beautiful idea. If you put in your time in this world, this is going to keep over and over. You put in your time in this world against Hashem, you will reap the benefit in the world to come. Often compared to nighttime difficulty, but if you put in that, but if you keep up the against Hashem, will be so good to Yom Shakula Yom to the Hashem. Olam Shakula Yom, but Yom Shakula Yom. So what is like it? I'm going to read over Shmuel. My DC, first part about it. My DC. Also, other kid Gihayom, Karemes people Mokshabo. Lama Nishmu and other kid Gihayom. So what's the easy to carry out? Why are people compared to fish? So we'll say, so it's possible maybe more scoring. Also from Kabako. Also, other kid Gihayom, Karemes Mokshabo. Why are people compared to fish? Well, not Gadu Shavim Kirim Shakim Shavli Yabasham Yagnesim. So when it comes to the fish of the sea, once they go ahead and they come up on the shore, once they come up on the shore, what's the halacha? They go ahead and die. Yagnesim and die. After the other, Kiban Shep Parshim and Dibre Torah Yagnes. So let's say what water is to fish, Torah and mitzvot is to us. Just like the fish cannot leave out of the water, the end of the day, a yid came out without Torah and mitzvot. Incredible. Another possibility, there was even if you notice it's very much also a portion of the Torah or meaning on mitzvot. So let's say, so again, it's actually interesting in Lagos, it's they are different your son just had the Torah. But it's interesting what groups of people the Torah and mitzvot is a thing called the Kirgin itself. Chazal telling us something very important. What is the goal of Torah? The goal of Torah ultimately is to dynamic activity. Right? We know this. If all I do is learn, but my learning doesn't make everything dynamic, it's time for that, definitely reward for that. But that's stunted Torah. Torah that leads to mitzvahs, Torah that leads to a lifestyle, wants to change and enhance dynamic activity, that's a Torah. So you the only thing without the Torah that leads to mitzvahs is like a fish out of water. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, my dog gives Shani on Kiva Shekajal in Chama, Yadnisan. Kafan Adam Kiva Shekajal in Chama, Yadnisan. This is very interesting. The other possibility was the comparison between people and fish. Just like the fish, if the sun begins to shine down on the fish, so ultimately again the fish die. So to again, people, if the sun begins to beat down on them, they die as well. So what is that talking about? Everybody's in on the older Haba. Some say this refers to the sun, the source of person's death, as a reference to the sun in this world. Others say it's the sun in the world to come. What does this mean? Everybody say all the ones that it's very interesting. Everything is in the hands of heavens except what? Heat and chills. In other words, your health. Now, or I should say, taking certain precautions regarding your health. Obviously, my general health is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But at the end of the day, sometimes I have to make sure that I'm taking care of just myself on a day-to-day basis in order that I cannot become subject to literally again fever and chills. Look at Rashi. HaKadosh Shanai, the Chushos from the Chobos Havarim, the other Kulam I did Zir Shanai. I say in general, illness, sickness, that's all from Hashem. Husband seeing Sarah, Hachim Holy Hadma Ayibechol. Chills and fever. So it's interesting over there that the idea that Chazal felt that at the end of the day, there are certain things you can control about your basic health. So the word calls this chills and fever. So the verse says, so therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead. Show Yichak Mehan. Yichak Mehan, anybody say about some say it doesn't refer to sun or to the heat, the mitzvah rather refers to the heat of the world to come. Most of it just activates the single part, so it directly comes to Mala. Because ultimately, what's highlighting is like this. Whereas in this world, there are things that we cannot control. But there are absolutely many other things that we can control. And the challenge of the human condition is that sometimes we tend to focus so much that we can't control, and we advocate responsibilities that we can. Right? Things happen in our life. We get so emotional and so depressed And meanwhile, again, there's nothing I can do to change this particular reality, change this reality. But there's still other realities that I can shape. So there are so many things in life, but there are some other things I can do about it. Right? Favorites and shows, most nothing's right? Put your effort towards that, and like the stuff that you can control. But you can watch. You know, some say this is sons of reference to come. I'm not sure that. You know, the thing get him lost as well. I also say, listen, this what is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? The reality says, in Gehenna, what is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? Have a child who wants to come on the Antigua. Listen to this. Hashem takes the sun out of its covering. There's a reference to the sun yesterday. Hashem takes the sun out of its covering in Makbir and causes it to beat down. Now what happens? You shine going burnt by it or judged by it. It's tzaddikim, you slap it up. And if the tzaddikim are healed by the rays of the sun. You shine going burnt, look at our judgment, it was a type of diet. They say, Kine hayom Allah goer kasara, Vaya kol Satan, the kol Osir, Shakash, Vepa'at also. היום הבא אמר השם צבאות אשר לא יעזור להם שורש וענף. לא שורש באופן הזה, ולהגיד מישראל, ולא ענף לא מבטלו בלש, ולא תקום. צדיקים מסתרבים בו, וצדיקים are healed by this sun that is breathing down the sea. וזאת לכן יראה שלי, שמש צדקו מרתק בתנפיה. So it says, I'm recording this passage. More is to get from Allah, second is from Allah. The sun will come out for you, those who fear the real right hand. There will be a sun of Stockholm, a sun of righteousness, will kind of this healing sun that will heal people. It's so incredible. But all publishing is happening right now, and the other thing we can heal by this sun, but rather they may actually enjoy it, right? It's actually beneficial to Shemai Mar. Because the sun will push down to every market. So what's it's okay, so first of all, it's incredible to Malak. So let's go on this record was Gehenna. So what's Gehenna? The Torah takes the sun out of its sheep. The birds that are shy, and it heals, and it's enjoyable ultimately again for more than tzaddikim, which of course is quite a dramatic picture of what Gehenna is. Same experience, same exact experience, but how you have it all depends on how you sort of this is the next thing that you have the highlights there, that all of that was the super, and then it's like looking at how it was content. Show it that it's a beautiful scene that happened in front of them, and for each of that's like that is gathered. Right? So it's like, it has 10 times you see this one too, occurring a couple of hours where they describe this experience, and it's the same exact experience, but how you experience the experience by how you live your life in this world. So it's the same sun. If you are birds you, and if you are ecstatic, it heals you. Incredible. All dependent on how I spend my time here on this earth. Incredible. I was like, another person in life, they're going back and make a comparison to people and fish. It's like people and fish. Mount Good and Shebeam. Call out elderly available for last time. What's this? Because men, people are like fish of the sea. Listen to this. It's like fish of the sea. Right? Big fish swallow the little fish. So to after the other, the Molly Rothschild, so to people who were not for the fear of government. Strong follow of belief. Human nature, human nature is survival of the fittest. And it was right, it's not just human nature, it's survival of the fittest. So the big fish swallows the small fish. The strong person would swallow the weak person. So what stops that? What stops that dynamic? Well, so say the government, societal systems behind the cerebral says tomorrow. And the community that's got a common moment. And you smell of the show always guided for the success and for the shuttle of your monarchy. Shall loving God, but not for the fear of monarchy, like for government. Ultimately, again, people will swallow each other alive. I will say this is incredibly important. Right? This is why. Right? This is why. Again, just even ourselves, we got it for the president, we got it for the vice president. And again, that is an apolitical to be. It doesn't make a difference whether you like the person sitting in that office or not. At system of government that we have. And absolutely go ahead and swallow each other up. Rabbi says so. It's such a profound soul that you can't think of the person you like, you don't like. Rabbi said it also is instrumental for us to pause and to express our profound hakaras hatov to the president and to the members of the brave armed forces of the United States of America who carried out that dramatic attack in Iran yesterday. You know, it's incredible. So it's on there. There's a very second, beautiful video today. And also, they're excited color. They're excited color. After God did today, he said, just, you know, we have to know what happened here. What happened here. And again, just important to understand, whatever you think the president, the president's already facing backlash. Just happens, right? You got the superpower in the world. I'm just smaller than everyone else one. Their war. And whatever the spokesman said, every American soldier, every American base is a puppy. They need a bit of war. They need a war. They bombed at these nuclear sites. Only that B-2 bomber with the only fighter jet that can carry the full payload that they're going to. Incredible. And the president promised more if Iran does not back down. What it means to have hakaras hatov. The government is exactly that. You don't have to like the president. You don't have to vote for him if he's running again. He said, you don't have whatever it is. Whatever, but just understand what happened. So whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, hakaras hatov is hakaras hatov. And we all know that not every person sitting in that chair would have done what the president did. Again, it's not a political statement, but please understand the need for hakaras hatov. Government sometimes maintains figure, and sometimes government really steps up and does dramatic things. So we express, of course, our profound hakaras hatov to President Trump for what he has done for our nation, for our homeland. Most of what we express our hakaras hatov to our British policy, because these were not in the hearts of kings and the hands of our British policy. Nothing happens without the Rothschild. So the hakaras hatov for government, for just the basic civility that they maintain, and again, amazing Israel living this valuable assistance to our nation, to our homeland, to our Jewish soldiers, is something dramatically amazing and incredible. Marvelous idea. But what about Papa? Let me see. Let's think about Papa. Question monitor the comments on YouTube. And kind I say something, and every month you never back up, they go with the comments, and that's good. It ups the viewership. It's good. And that's it. So I was like, but we needed to see it for Papa, what I have in contrast with all sleeping. The quote something in the box. The Gemara says, is from Eel. Like you guys know that box. Yeah, I'm still sending the notification. Got it. Good. So talking sense of yesterday. Thank you for the very educated road. Statement says as follows. Shaka the Matagolu. So you call Hushpat Rum Sedaka and Volia. So I say, the contract is a say, no, I don't know, not class, except in the fashion at Doriba. So I say, interestingly, the first concept of the notes seems to indicate that a Kachmako again, so to speak, diminished strength. And then the second, so you can highlight the other Kachmako has enhanced strength. So how do you reconcile those sukkim? So it was the location, kind of Bishas Hadin, kind of Bishas, no, there's not a contradiction. Kind of Bishas Hadin. Bishas Hadin, ultimately, again, means that a Kachmako delivers just incredible. But Hashem delivers it's not just from Israel, it diminished Kalach. But intentionally, tries to do whatever they can, ultimately to promote the beautiful Shas Mechama. This is beautiful, very nice and process. War, he has to go to war for Israel, then it's Kalach. Rabbi Kama had the Rabbi Ksir. In fact, the trade is you contrast Psukim. But one says, Chema, Uksir, Ilukim, Hashem, Utafima. So Hashem says, I have no anger. Then it says, Hashem is Utafima. Look, Hashem, can be so, can go over Father. No anger, that's the problem slow. Where this year, much anger, that's the old people come to us. It's honestly with that one time. Always explain. It's people who does express anger towards God. This or you see that that's not tries to be one of that even a cloud as well, he tries to consider a cloud as well. It's not the same as what's an issue to the one. If you're how any Shimmer ties in there with love. But I don't like this. But it's like I can't get it literally means I have no anger. What it really means in this context is I do not express my anger. Why not? Because I already swore. Because I already swore. So it's just in just a moment. Shafar Mishpati was immediately Shalom Mishpati and had anything that I had not sworn. So he was as Elia Shamir Bishis. I would totally destroy. Now I have only of what sounds in my said, Abatish is called a Goyim. Abatish, Abatish, and we're looking at literally the chronicles, the history books of the nations of the world. And each one, of course, they ultimately have some that I would redeem the nations. They are, but if they have no merits, I will destroy them. The high governor, I will sit after on Yishlach Yai. And the Dover Haya, I'm going to first walk to Israel. To show me someone says about the Nishpati, ultimately, was talking about the idea that a British party went ahead and Yeshua about the church of the Rothschild. He made a shua ultimately for ancestors not to destroy the Israel. If I did not have that shua, we feel the full measure of my opinion. And now ultimately again, British party does not express its full measure of the Israel, but does express that full measure of the anger to the nations of the world. Now, that being said, if the nations of the world have to do this, which will absolutely takes that into account. Remember that the much more for Israel. Actually, that has Israel. When I judge about Israel, and I mean that or something all they go public. I do not judge them like the nations of the world, but the idolaters that sin over us. Hello, I need from the head to keep it shut kind of golden. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, again, when I judge, we all go public. Murray quotes the pasuk from Abba, so Abba like a Russian Abba, like iniquity. But when I judge about Israel, so I judge myself, keep that kind of going. Now, most of what this really means is like the pecking of roosters. What does this mean? It's just like when a chicken or a rooster, when it pecks, like it pecks a little bit at a time. So the Prophet says, when I punish Israel, I punish them only a little bit at a time. And this way, again, I love the full measure as opposed to the person coming like to be limited more to be. I spread it out like the packing of a rooster, that way that diminishes the full effect of it. For the author, I tell this how for the I would say everybody who sees things of a little bit of punishment at a time coming in many times, for example, looks at someone brings down. So if a person reaches into his pocket and meant to take out a quarter, but instead takes out a nickel, he must fall. That's that's divine punishment. That's the right notion. What does that mean? If interesting enough, sometimes the way that I push quality is the truth is, a lot of us aren't deserving of punishments because we cannot bear us, we get back hands, we have a sugar, so what that's why we offer these turns our punishments into a series of sustained inconveniences. And those inconveniences ultimately again they take form of punishment, but it also is very important to so in life. So what that's about this in Ghana, he says this is why like a person has to really take the inconveniences of life stride. You get stuck in traffic, you get a flat tire, like all the things that really annoy us in life. Just understand sometimes you do something good, but sometimes it's a good advantage. Sometimes it is. It's so much better to get the ocean of life in the form of inconveniences than almost straight up. Sometimes again, inconveniences are something really good, like something I would say I have no idea how to know what is what. But it's just that all that mindset about price of it's so much gravity don't show up like that. It's the anything else. The most like never asked her. I think I use also mitzvah to put it in the act to kind of go there. Should I look at the ashbal? It's not the attachment on the most, and this is so beautiful. First of all, what does it mean when it says? And I should compare this to the pecking of the roosters. Hashbal like this here, right? So only does a little bit of a mitzvah. I do a little mitzvah. Just like the pecking of a rooster, I go ahead and buy that attachment yadol. So let's say this is such a amount of the people I should go after. This is what's that. Such a beautiful use. So these is just like when you text a little bit at a time. Sometimes a little bit sweet, a little bit sweet. You might think perhaps like a little bit of this choice answers, right? Or a lot of these choice answers don't be combined to form something substantive. It's not true. Every single thing that we do, every little thing that we do, requires to some greater amount in the eyes of others. So I think this is so important because so often we think that only sustained dynamic activity is important. But like a one-off mitzvah over here and a one-off thing over here, because like average not sustained. It's not true. It's not true. Everything makes a difference. Everything adds up. And one-off unsustained beautiful moment of mitzvah, this means so much. Incredible. It's hard. Furthermore, the other possibility is if it's kind of like a cry out before me, I say Clubby so I have to honor it out of my city. I know the FDA that even they might give you a right to so many. I mean, I'm not the FDA source is incredible. So I am not the FDA that I want to go on myself. And if she's really over top which probably said, I figured that I'm going to redeem them with their money in this world in order that they will go ahead and merit the world to come. And I'm going to say, what is this? So look at that, just a moment. It's almost right across. The right across, we actually got 10 lines up. The 100 bills, so it's not right across. But okay, good, right across 10 lines. And I but I think it's sort of the 100 page up and over holding on, and I'm sure it's stuck up. So let's say this is incredible. So the idea here is, so there's a lot of actually discussion about this Rashi, what exactly this means, which causes us sometimes to lose money in this world so that we have the ability to be so kind to own an album. That there are different forms of receiving, there are different forms of punishment. And sometimes the Rothschild does this, was sometimes one of the most painful forms of punishment, but I say, punishment. One of the most painful forms of loss is financial. Right? We work very hard for our money, and when I lose some of it, at the end we're going to get hurts. So sometimes like a Baruch who does that, everything but the moment, he redeems us with monetary loss. So that we result and answer Hashem to the world to come. Now sometimes that loss is painful and acute. That actually points out that here, or in the act no shit stuck up. So it says, this is actually interesting. So that it's fun and very valid that every year a person is destined to quote unquote lose a certain amount of money. So what's my choice? So the one choice I could quote unquote use it through tzedakah, or I'm going to use it some other way. In other words, the amount of money going out is already set. It's all set. What I have the ability to choose is how it's going, which is a tremendous idea. Because sometimes when we're tempted to kind of withhold it stuck up because we can save it, because it likes that, okay? The money is going to go out in some other fashion. The money is really direct the contribution. This is not a broken fund. It's like, just like what I said, it's just a profound soul. Because again, a lot of us struggle with this, right? We work hard, I want to use it for things that I want. Just understand whatever's supposed to go out is already determined. The word policy isn't going to be important. That when you suffer some kind of financial setback, it's important to understand that sometimes that's not one of the reasons in terms of who redeems us from the baggage of our abilities, setting us up for a beautiful kind of event. Because in order to go out, so if I'm going to go you train it up, might be ואני עשיתי ועושה בעיכה שלא במשפט. אני אמרתי, הייתי לעשות בסרבול הזה, כדי שיחסתי ועושה לעומד רבו. So the 12% of the is incredible. It's not like this. My whole judgment is I give them a little bit of mercy in this world in order that they should be strong in the world to come. That I, you flush from and yet so poorly of me. So I say, this is a tremendous Gemara. This is almost like the emotional when you a little bit this frustration. What's this frustration? Because one is, yes, I visit difficulties upon my children. But do you know why I visit difficulties upon my children? Do you know why? It's to purge them of their negative baggage that they can get. That whatever the baggage is in these worlds, that it's a show will become good and beautiful. And yet, what the reaction to these see? What's the reaction to the difficulties? As Rabbi says, and take right for something. You know, said it. Like a parent is trying to feed their child, right? And yet what the child is resentful because the pain of the parent doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. I was like, the much better we do, like the parent who brings the child to the refugee's office. Right? So the eyes of that that's that the parent is going to reach out, right? The parent is not mullet, right? How can you do this to me? The whole thing again. Meanwhile, again, the parents like, come on, you understand what I'm doing in life. I'm doing this, it's incredible. It's the best. I visit Israel, I'm not sure, visit difficult Israel, I do it. I do it. But to understand why I do it up to eternal bliss. Because Rothschild says, I need you to get with the problem. And I said, by the way, this is why I think this is also one of the big distinctions between Eretz Yisrael Jews and I know this morning about the Hara. It's interesting, to be honest with you, it never dawned on me for a second to say how about this morning. I never thought about it. You know, even when the 18 people injured in the latest barrage, it's like these images that come out, like living with them, they are like, instead of like carrying children, carrying devices for functions, to go for politics, like, that's it. But Eretz gives you an incredible ability to see Avas Hashem in the city. And there's the ability to see that things hurt. But this is the Yad Hashem, and even stuff that hurts is coming from a Father who loves us. Very much like in Dallas, like you see things in a very one-dimensional way. It's like you see everything, you see it. It's not the ability to see it. You see it, you see it. And you see it. It's sometimes lost on us a little bit. And I have to say, I'm like a little bit ashamed. And I didn't think to myself, like, say, I don't know. I mean, I got a lot of suggestions to sleep after this morning. But that's just because it's Sunday. I really don't know. It's sunny outside. I just went out. And so I said, but you understand where the problem goes. This is such theological sophistication that how can we react when it's difficult in life? Like, is there a part of us that just becomes ultimately like immediate suspect and resentful of shit? One of us, like, that's our reflexive reaction. Why do you do this to me? It's not why? It's like, I'm upset. I'm the same shit. I'm gonna, which I understand suffering is very easy. But the person that what we aspire to is something so much more theologically sophisticated. What we aspire to is to be a little bit more like our anti-sort brethren, and that when the difficulties come, to be able to say, yeah, it's difficult, and of course I don't want this, but I understand that these Yisrael are also a gift from a Rothschild. The suffering is also a gift, because some of the difficulties and the challenges and the suffering is kind of bracha. There's bracha in Motorclub, and then there's bracha in this world as well. You just have to have the lens through which you see that stuff. It's incredible. So it's like, great story, great story. Which the Rabbi, Rav Safra, the other dog. Okay, so it's the Rabbi, friend of Safra, to the Nicholas, and meanwhile, like the Adidas heretics. So you put this Rav Safra, that Rav Safra was a great country from the other dog. That was, as a result, shot over the next love the place of shit. As a result, so apparently, again, whenever this story is happening, I don't know the geographic location of the story, but these because they were in charge. They were in charge. So once that's because right now Rabbi Yavo, they respected Rabbi Yavo, and because Rabbi Yavo, ultimately had praise of Safra, they accepted of Safra taxes. Because he was a good man. For 13 years, he didn't have to pay taxes. Okay? And what's Yom HaKad was Yom HaKad actually was also one of the heretics ran into Safra. I'm going to see. ואף איתכם ידעתי לקומש בחופש האדמה, אל כי אין כל המקרס כל הנושא. So the heretics brought up this passage in Amos, for example, and as for example, what the shot in this passage? What does the passage say? Etzchem yadati says, Krishna was on the Israel. I only know you, Klan Israel, from amongst all of the families of the earth. Therefore, I will visit upon you the punishments for all of your sins. Okay, so the heretics say to Savron, I usually see some, but when someone who loves, right? Someone rash someone who loves, does he visit all of his anger upon the one that he loves? The most of the concept is very interesting. He's about to make society powerful. He's going to I love you so much. I love you so much. I know you. Yes, from what's the nations and more than therefore, I will visit the iniquity of all of your sins upon you. So the heretics at the front doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, he's talking about the singular relationship as a promise, right? And then he's saying, oh, I'll go ahead and visit all of my wrath upon you. So my things like Sisei, we're not translating one less anger, or Sisei would actually sound anger, one less anger, the Rakhami message, does he love that anger upon the one who he loves? So they asked this question themselves, and Rav right? What's the shot here? God said, Ishtik, let's have him say anything. He didn't respond. So normally switch up the time, so let's say, so Rav Satra would wear his cloak on his head, as was the Kachami Chachamim, and they put it around his neck, and they began to afflict him. So what exactly is happening? Over here? So you're going to sharpen it down, and it could just be either that they were trying to spray him, or that just disrobed him. So in other words, as a Kacham wore a cloak, his talus over his head, they took his talus off his head to show him he's not such a Kacham. But anyway, they were definitely giving him trouble. Asra Yavo, actually, so the road came along, early I might decide to select that. Don't say, well, that's not the white body. I'm right. I'm not going to utterly couple. I'm not going to do it. You should have suit up. You said about this guy outside that he's such an ugly dog. I'm asking a simple question on a person, and he did not know how to go ahead and answer the person. I mean, that's what I'm shot. The person, Amos, I'm on the moon, the other you should be tied in. They cried on the food, so he doesn't give a great answer. Shakran says, no, he doesn't know Tanakh. You're teaching him. No, you can ask him about the Shnayis, you can ask him about Tanakh statements, that's what he's versed in. He's Psukim and Amos, he's not going to know how to. This is very valid, by the way, very valid, right? He does not know how to answer up those Psukim and Amos. So he wants to, So the heretics were intrigued by this. They said, Maishma Asun, Tinti Asun. So Rav Kahana, why do you know? Well, we always ask you questions on Psukim, and you know it. I'm not the Ashkenazim that they told I hang out with you guys a lot, and you guys are always into biblical criticisms. And therefore, again, I have to know, I have to know how to answer these psukim to you. In general, yeshivas, they're not trained to answer up these type of theological questions on these psukim. They don't know that these psukim. So once they say, first of all, just fascinating that Rav Satra was saying, again, don't know how to about the Torahs. The person who is hanging out with this type of federal does need to know what to answer in order to be able to refute. So the Rav Satra labor one act. So let's say now, they say, okay, so you tell us, what's the shot in the Pasuk, right? So tell us, what's the shot in the Amos, right? Amos says, the Baruch says to God Israel, I love you so much, and therefore I will visit all of the iniquity of mine. So what's the shot? So what's the first one about it? I'm a little. So kind of the answer. I'm trying to call Mashma Adal, but the idea of Mashma, one for Russia. And the idea of Chino Sinchang, and they are going to a man, old with a head, who borrowed movement money to two people. And called so no, one guy he likes, one guy he doesn't like. Or about the from there in the act. It's the one that he likes, and now it's free that can happen, incremental at a time. Lift so the one he dislikes. Lift from the Bass Atlas, ultimately bringing all the points. Folks, if the child is spelled, yes, I'm going to go ahead and recognize the iniquities, but I'm going to do it slowly, episodically, and incrementally. And therefore, we're soften the blow between the nations of the world. Ultimately, get more environment, which Baruch says, I will correct judgment all at once. I'm not going to kind of might have said, Kaliba לעשות הדבר הזה, ואחר כך זה מדרש, שרוצה להסתור. אז אני עושה שהקדוש ברוך הוא ריבונו של עולם הבא. חס ושלום, that you should do something like this to kill the tzaddikim in Rashad. Rabbi said this is what Avon had a happen, that they were tzaddikim in stone. So he says that the Baruch Hu, how can you go ahead and kill the tzaddik together with the Rothschild? I'm opposite. What's that? But is that so crazy opposite? The case you call tzaddik the Rothschild, and also see that some things tzaddikim are swept up together in judgment with Rothschild. It's not true. It does happen. Shimon says, no. That's the type of chicken rubber. Wow. So I'm talking about a tzaddik, not a tzaddik rubber. It's not a complete tzaddik. About tzaddik to go on a book, but it's actually not a complete tzaddik. It's never swept up in judgment with the Shabbat here. All the boys, all the couple, all the Dashai. Dashai Adam, the Dashai. Every Adam, Shekaimus, Kolator, the Adam, the Atom. So you see, we're going to get something more to help the entire Torah. So sometimes swept up in judgment with the wicked. Hasanani, Kiva Shahana Biyadam. Because how many tzaddikim share the word? Wow, listen to this. Even at Sunday, he fulfills the entire Torah. If he ultimately sees the ability to object to negative behavior and doesn't do so, he's not a tzaddik. He's not a tzaddik. I will say he's getting up wild. So I was going to point out the things that very beautiful Torah was speaking about yesterday also in Shabbos morning by Shlach, Kodesh Ben Shemibos. So at the end of the day, the Torah of Shuvah is not enough. The highest degree of community ultimately again is an absolute necessary part of the real as well. If you're not invested in the success of the community, if you're not the Balthasar, if you're not looking out for the other, you could impose a power until top. At the end of the day, that's not a tzaddik brother. So what you want to just over here is a tzaddik gomer is spared from judgment together with the Rasha. But tzaddik she'ein gomer, no she'ein gomer. So ultimately, again, can be swept up even together with the Rasha. So the Gemara says, Papa Rabbi said, also incredible moments you've actually seen before. One was in Yefton, it's one of the best parts of that Roman is when you come across the Gemara that you've seen before. It's the best. We've seen this Gemara a couple of times already. The Gemara says like this. So I about how it's known to the house as follows. Contrast to the outside of the house, you see the faithful Miyamo. So one in the Pasuk says that Hashem gets angry every day, but then it says who can stand up in front of our Kodesh Baruch Hu's anger. So it says how does that stand? In other words, well, the second Pasuk says there's no anyone who would stand the right wrath. First Pasuk says God gets angry every day. So what's going on? Listen to this. Kan biyahu, kan etziva. And we say, as individuals, we cannot stand up to divine wrath. But as a tzibur, we have the ability to withstand everything, including divine wrath. And we say, absolutely incredible. The power of being part of a tzibur, the power of being part of a collective, the power of being part of something bigger than yourself, and not retreating into a corner. The tzibur can withstand anything, and Yahid cannot withstand the divine wrath. That's the right thing. So turn about outside the whole it's angry every day. The camel. How long does the anger? The camel is how long does his anger last for? Rega. Just a moment. The camel rega. How much is it rega? Athos michamesh ribo shlosh meos avota mishmona meos v'arba mishmona. 153,848 of a second. Of an hour. The Gemara says that's the rega. The aim called the Lakadis of the Lakadis of Serena puts me better on that shot. Wow, listen to this. And I was in general, no one can figure out what that rega is, what that moment that divine wrath is. There's one person who's able to do it. You're not going to sit there. You'll say, I'm a gaze. That's how you are. I will say, just pause for a second. Is this not the best thing in the world? Is this not? No, not yet. Okay, let's continue. All right, here's the results. I'm not going to lie. So the person says that you're there, that's how you're hearing you, that that's about Kodesh Baruch. So this is why, by the way, now you understand why Baruch was so dependent on all that it stops. Because Bilam knew something that none of the other Gentile prophets knew, which was that it's not to Radar, then it could be part of the guy. He was able to first call this whole thing back to Radar, and ultimately the incredible devastation of what I did. Hold on. After that's the head on Radar. That's how you have Radar. So Bilam didn't know his donkey. I was literally there and see who could control his donkey. So somebody could control his lifestyle. He was able to go ahead and order which one we got upset. I was what does that mean? So I said, my best friend called me. What does that mean? He didn't know he couldn't know that that's something that he doesn't take this. So Gemara says, so Bilam met up with Balak. Like they met up with the selling Balak. He was running out of donkey. Like I'm a Lord that's this young. So he said, Bilam, you're a pushing the guy. You should be riding a horse, riding a donkey. I'm going to roll the T-Rex shot dog. He said, no, then the book of the dog, it's in the shop, right? In other words, he was going ahead, he's going good. Right? He said, I put my horses out in the marsh, right, to water them. So that's all right. So the guy, that's over how awesome the donkey began to speak. I know the Asel car. He says, come on, don't do that on your donkey. Right? You always ride on me. Don't tell me about the horse. I'm going to let him to you about it. So God says, you're right, I use you all the time, but only for carrying stuff. Otherwise, that's not true. You use me for transportation. You ride on me instead of a horse. I'm going to be like, no, okay, so friends I ride on you, but that's only at the side. That's not all the time. Otherwise, not true. Not true. You've always used me up until this thing. Not only that, that's all good. Right? She said, not only that, but if you're having used me for transportation by day and into the sea at night, Psihako. It says over here, Haskei is Kanti, Psihaso, but he loves so fast. So once they say, obviously, it says over here that Bilam, but obviously, so Bilam, some guy who can't control the donkey, right? The guy his donkey to now be brought with him, right? Can't control his donkey. Ultimately, again, he even knows the exact motivation what he gets upset. I remind you, that's how you. So what does it mean when I said that Bilam was your that's how I say that. That's how it's selling. Which part of you know? What do you know? She was very much having all the Shepherd's part of coins. No, when it says that's how it means is like this. Bilam didn't want a specific piece of information. He did not know I confirm because what's that really was probably guy. What's that? That's how it's selling. He knew God. So was about that. He didn't know it's donkey, but if you got no human or a specific piece of information about God, maybe the moment that Kadosh Baruch Hu gets it, I need to come and you know me. I need the car not my yard. And my father also built the car. And a sheep about that. You don't know the gas. So that was a shed. I don't know what the possibility. I don't know what Kadosh Baruch Hu is trouble. I mean, look. It's a dark house. See how many acts of kindness I performed with you. Shirokasi are written called also Hagabah. That's why it says I perform miracle. All the days that Bilam was trying to consume, I did not get angry on those days. Shirokasi are written and Yishtayer the old little Habib. We saw them so sweet upon it. Because Bilam hadn't got angry during those days, and Bilam crushed him during that time frame. He was manipulated as well as stuff. The Murray Club sells which books. So I don't come and leave Bilam the Balak. Says I really Balak. My goal will come back down and not as will solve Hashem. You see exactly what Bilam says to Balak. What says to Balak? Don't get upset at me. I told you. I know specific piece of information. I can't do anything if God is not getting angry at this prescribed time. Right? So he's like, you're getting angry at this prescribed time. So therefore, because now he's the chesed. Hashem did this all those days. He didn't get much of it. So which one? So get angry, but what? Getting angry at different time. In other words, Hashem don't have to stop getting angry. If you want to get angry for a red eye every single day, get angry. Just don't do it at the prescribed time. Can't do that. Why? Just sit it down. What does he respond for that? What does Hashem have? Hashem has a schedule. So it's a schedule, right? And which reminds for us that scheduling is the key to successful living. So for Kadosh Baruch Hu says there's a time to get angry. The miracle of the beloved Baruch is that ultimately again Hashem did not get angry over those days. that Philip was trying to crucify Israel. The Kabbal how long back before? How long does Hashem get it before? Rega. I come on, Rega. How much is Rega? I'm not name Rega to make Rega is exactly the amount of time it takes to say Rega. That's it. That moment. You must no longer the Rega have a stop. So how do you know all the things I've said for Rega? To Rega Lahol, time in somewhere. Ultimately, I guess that's what I'm saying. It's only the Rega, only the Rega can say it. You must say, Hako, Kabi, Kimat Rega, Aya Boizan. So consider yourself for a Rega, but for the divine passes. So so by the place Rega, when does the complaint get upset? When they want to buy it, it was Shem Kamaisa in the first 3 hours of the day. So he says, keep the the time of go on. The time ultimately again that like the feather on top of the rooster becomes white. It was honestly I'll shake the shaker. The first 2 months ago, it was white to get the whole place. The shaker is slightly soupy, he shakes slightly soupy. So how can that rest of the day? There are eggs in the feather on the head of the rooster, but at this point time of the morning, ultimately again, it was only white. Okay. Well, tells me the whole story. Probably the 7-year-old boy. So also what happened, I'm sure maybe was having some really difficult time with politics. But we were just like harassing him. So what did he do? He decided to cry, nothing kind of political thing. He carried our son. Anyway, son, he might have shaped a lot. The children already has a plan. What's his plan? Got a rooster, he tied it to his bed. What is he going to do? He's going to curse the heretics. Right now you understand what to look for. When the feather on the top of the rooster is completely white, that's the moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is in the nostril flaring back, and to curse someone at that time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will do it. So I'm sure he says, okay, I'm going to curse heretics at that moment that he has the rooster by his bed. I'm going to curse them at the moment that the feather turns white. So what happened? Shemati Shaitan Yimbe. So you can imagine, I'm sure he'd be like sitting there the entire time. And then he's staring at the rooster, Right? The moment that the roosters, the feather turned white, he dozed off. All night, Shnani about all the power in the other coffee. So I'm sure this is another very important lesson. And Baruch Hu does not want us to curse each other. Right? Even at the end of the day, even when something's bad, even when someone thinks something bad, that's why he never wants us to curse one another. And he wants us to go and argue with each other, and he wants us to go and make fun of each other. But our lives certainly actually different. There may be times when we are upset with one another. There may be times that we really disagree with one another. The one thing I'm sure never wants is for us to curse each other. That choose never to us each other. That's why you see this even in these sort of contemporary issues that come up. I think the moment that people start to utilize terrible names for one another is the moment that any legitimate argument evaporates. You want to argue on theological grounds, you want to argue on philosophical grounds, on political grounds. Okay, that's fine. That's not your problem. So that they call each other terrible names, curse one another, then again, that's the legitimate argument. And it's incredible. Why? We're not going up on myself. Save not good for the tzaddik to be the beautiful to find punishment. Right? Not good. I'm sure we learned a very important lesson. It's probably they don't want this person. Tell them to be there. The church will not let anything to change at the time that the Gentile kings put on their crowns and they fell down to the sun because they were worshiping the sun. Yad always had control. Emotional gets very upset. I can understand some of the part they're choosing to worship one of Hashem's creations more than Hashem himself. Incredible. Rabbi says as follows: who needs the image of the sweet, the class Shai Kamaisa, Yomakama, Yomakama Duresh Shasabiyah. This was a very profound dilemma. A person should not have Musaf on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours of the day by himself. Should not, so the person has to daven the Yechidus on Rosh Hashanah. The myself should not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours of the day. What's the reason? Because what happens when a person is davening, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and look into their deeds, and ultimately again they will be found unworthy, and therefore the tefillah will be cast aside. Look at that, actually just look at that. The thought shaped for myself, the shots hung out. I will say, what is that moving? What did you mark this twice before? When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu go ahead and get upset? When he's get upset? First 3 hours of the day, which is interesting enough, by the way. And that's really remember again what the first guy is doing. Think about it, the first guy is doing. Right? So anyways, my focus on that is total judgment. It's interesting. There's 18 biomarkers tell that, right? Which is interesting. But yet, divine wrath occurs during that time as well. The Gemara says, now that I know that divine wrath occurs during the first 3 hours of the day, especially on Shana judgment, do not daven Musa. Also, do not daven Musa on your own during the first 3 hours. In other words, if you daven Musa on your own when you daven, actually remember Musa you daven the whole day. So just daven after the first 3 hours. You can see we're not. Well, if that's the case, it should be daven all during the first 3 hours of the day, even by a minute. We're very lucky on that, right? That's right. So nice to say. Maybe we should have been like Seaboard, which was in the purposes. Or your patience of stuff. No. When you dive in as part of Seaboard, you have nothing to do with that. You have nothing to do with that. Why? Because the Seaboard draws the collective supremacy of Seaboard. So you gotta go to Seaboard, diving on your own, diving most of during the day, because that is a kind of divine wrath, divine anger, and you may not be able to overcome that. The Yaki gets sacked right now, so that could be just what's up. Why not Shabbos? Shabbos, you shouldn't have a Shabbos either during the first 3 hours. Maybe it wasn't this back on the Shana. Like this Shana, the church is that the Shana, that the Rosh Hashanah for the first 3 hours in Shabbos. No, it would be the command through low command. So it's different. Why? Because when I saw since presumably these at Seaboard somewhere, gathering Shabbos during the first 3 hours of the day. If I'm not myself, it's not worried about because again, even if I'm dabbling as a yucky, even I'm down as a yucky, ultimately again I can still attach myself to the Seaboard. So listen, this probably happens as an aside, actually interesting halacha, which is ideally continental style of living, whatever they call it. If I can't dabble to read, it is a mind of dabbling the same time that the mood is dabbling, even if I myself am not physically part of the mood. So this idea of say that if you dabbling by yourself on Rosh Hashanah morning, you don't have way to dabble Shabbos past 3 hours. You dabble Shabbos even 3 hours. Why? Because the pastures on Rosh Hashanah, in the first 3 hours of the day, there is a meaning somewhere who is dabbling Shabbos, and therefore I'm not going to myself to do it. Musaf is different. Because Musaf, there may or may not be someone dabbling during the first 3 hours, therefore if you're dabbling by yourself, you have to make during the first 3 hours to encounter divine wrath. Shalosh Rishos Chishmar and Yoshi Vaisi Patola. Always make it understand. First 3 hours are divine wrath. First 3 hours, what are they? Shishmar Torah. April. Switch it around. First 3 hours, God is judging. Second 3 hours, God is learning Torah. Yes, and no. Anybody say another possibility? Yes. The Lord gave up those switch around. Torah to see about MS. To see MS, coming back to the God. And after this book will also be finished as I do. The Lord seek the MS. HaKadosh Baruch Hu also finished as a big difference. Torah, it says Torah says MS. MS, ultimately, Hashem cannot go up the law. Again, by judgment, Hashem has flexibility. Because he has flexibility, ultimately, again, he does not accept justice, which is only enough. But in the time that Hashem learns Torah, that's the time of strict justice. When the time that Hashem judges, that's where there is the opportunity, ultimately, again, for divine flexibility. That's counterintuitive, but that's it. Therefore, I'm not going to mention what it says. We're going to Rosh Hashanah and gathering this up during the first 3 hours, counting divine judgment. Shabbos is always a secret, but I will say the Hebrew message, when we stand alone, he takes a whole variety of divine judgment and divine wrath. When we stand together, there is nothing that we can't overcome. Whether that's divine justice, divine wrath, or the external enemy. When we are together as a secret, Klal Yisrael is strong and Klal Yisrael always emerges victorious. And thus I shkoya. All right, Rabbi, I can take everybody. It's a soft level that's going to actually sit. That's a church in this again. I'm trying to show it. At Sloko, ridiculous percentage for this football. Please, sir. It's a sir. I don't think everybody. Shkoya. All right, I will say good morning. For the tremendous personal, beautiful sounds of Hadar from Fluence, I mean, it's tremendous, beautiful festival. The second of the in there session here together this morning. Let's begin by taking our sponsors today. Our annual Comic-Con sponsor, Coach Mishmak, our self dedicated all the Shimon Joshua this year, as it's plus. From Soros to host for our Soros sponsors for the month of Stephen Abba, we were told our and loving memory of Steve's mother, Florence, is Israel, on the occasion of her 50th yard set. Our week of learning sponsors. It's also actually very beautiful. Anonymous gratitude to the for starting to do that movie over 2,600 days ago as a result and celebrating it starting round 2. Alright, so whoever this anonymous sponsor is, I don't know if it's here or somewhere, please, I would love to know the update from this sponsor. It's so beautiful, it's so incredible. But I was saying, of course, we always need to keep our refugees, all of our precious hostages, as well, for the bring them home. The shalom and the color of this, what's about the soldiers, as well, being successful by land and by sea and by air. And there's Hashem had tremendous effort for accomplishing all of their pledges to belong to their families. The shalom and the color, and that we spoke from here, Hashem, give us decisive victory over all of our enemies, and there's Hashem usher in an era of peace and of shalom and spoken for all of God Israel, the color. Let's say with that, let us begin. So I'm just to share this something really beautiful. It's sometimes when you walk in, or sometimes you wake up in the morning, you just feel like a different kind of energy. So I don't know whether all of you felt it. I felt this morning. I couldn't sleep last night, and Baruch Hashem, just this morning, this powerful energy like in the universe. The cloud Israel was starting. The seconds have all this out. It was just something so beautiful. And something amazing happened. There was actually traffic on 7 Mile Lane this morning at 5:33 a.m. I was locked to the intersection of Gedalia, deciding right who's going to go first. But Matt is pulling out of his driveway. Tommy Strong is already ahead of the tackle. We were at 5:35 in the parking lot. Baruch Hashem. It's actually people talking. It's too early to hear people talking at this hour. It's those people who have enough energy. Beautiful and incredible. Just to see the energy, just to see this Jesus, just to see and feel the palpable excitement. So I will say it was a tremendous, as opposed to be able to be finished. The second Lewis, like buckle your seatbelts. Just buckle your seatbelts, because what I hope Zora is going to be, I just see that out of the gate. Out of the gate, what it is something absolutely amazing, beautiful, and dramatic. And the excitement that we feel, and it's always that we feel. We have all the reason to feel it every day. Because the truth is, it's the same excitement every day. It's the same excitement every single day. It's the same when you wake up in the morning and you say, I can't believe this is my life. Yeah. Some people wake up in the morning and go like, I can't believe this is my life. No, I'm talking about like waking up in the morning and like, I can't believe that this is my life. I can't believe that I get to get out of bed in the morning, Baruch Hashem. I'm really the most beautiful Torah in the world. Just not to know that Baruch Hashem, I literally, I can immeasurably incrementally closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to myself, to cloud myself, because I am in the wholeness which exists in the universe. That's not the ocean. I'm feeling the privilege, I'm feeling the purpose that we have. What's that? I'm going to be so up, not days up and out. Let me be here. So, okay, no butter. Here we go. So again, before we even told it on the Opico cover, So remember again, this is now we're going to see that Idehen ultimately, we'll discuss the etymology of the word, but for our purposes today, what it means is, you know, before the Yom Tovim of Open Kochavim, Shlosh Level, for 3 days prior to Yom Open Kochavim, Asr lost 6 for lost 6 in life. You can't engage in any business dealings with them. No business dealings. Gemara says, for example, Rashi, you can't lend them something, you can't borrow something. The house, to lend them, and ultimately to borrow from them. That's what I remember. Rashi, actually, that's what it is. That was talking about a show out. But that's a point like lending and borrowing stuff. Lending almost man means to lend money. To lend money and to borrow money from them. You withdraw the hand. You pay it back, like an outstanding debt, to collect the debt or an outstanding debt. I'm going to say, what's going on? Look at Rashi. First Rashi in a step. First Rashi. Rashi says, well, the other day, there's only a couple of Oscar the last 16 more, right? Rashi says, you should go also, if you move them out, come and be your people. The idea is that because these events are happening in close proximity, that's a new being for the holiday. So because the event is happening in close proximity to the holiday, they will give thanks to their deity on the day of their Yom Tov. So therefore, again, if I go ahead and I do business of it, I'll pick up, so I buy that still a different still with it. That's on his Yom Tov. Or I lend him money, or I borrow money, or I lend some, right? So halakha l'maisa, what it just is that it's going to spark a sense of gratitude within the Naraku, and he's going to give thanks to his deity on the note. So what's going on here? Essentially, I kind of enabling, right? Enabling or facilitating this inherent sense of gratitude that the Open Kochavim is going to have. So this particular deity. And halakha l'maisa, Mishnah says, one should not do such a thing. Okay, incredible. You want to say there is a one point of contention on this last piece. So you want to say it says, the front of the head, the nation makes of the most. This is incredible. So the Bible says, I eat everything. The one thing you are allowed to do is think 3 days before the other. Ultimately is what you're allowed to go to collect payment from an alcohol. Why are you allowed to collect payment from an alcohol? Because having to pay something back ultimately again is painful. Like nobody wants to pay back his debt, right? Nobody wants to have to go ahead and part with money. So you're allowed to collect payment. It's supposed to be incredible. You might say, well, they said that it's going to be good. You see, I want to kind of help it. I thought we should need to show her even though it is distressed now, right? Because anytime I have to part with money, I'm going to be distressed. But down the road, ultimately, again, I'll be happy. So because again, I pay off the debt, I'll be happy later on. So therefore, I'm not going to so don't ask me even for payment of the debt within 3 days. There is payment on all the parts of this mission. How about myself 3 days before so I have also. What are the differences between the Jew and the Apple is where in what area of life caught up in preparation. How long does it Jew prepare before you have right? Should be on the 30 days before the Yom Tov. We already into Hamot of the Yom Tov. For a Jew understands Hachana is key. If you want to be successful in anything, everything requires Hachana. You want to meet folks in the text was right? You always said it's not to say, has to be what it's showing. How you showing it shot out custody. The original pious ones who literally again concentrate, meditate for an hour before God. How easy, how letting what does it mean? They weren't late. Because if you look for something, already by definition you're not involved. You're wherever you are, you catch up, you're this, that. If you want something to be meaningful, you want that to be meaningful, you have to be early. And it requires Hachana. You want the young to be early, or you want the young people ultimately to be meaningful, it requires Hachana. So let's let's an observation in the last discussion. And there's really traditional background. It's just so much good stuff here. The Rambam says incredible halacha by menorah. The Rambam says that hadlokas hamenorah, kindling the menorah, is kshuva bizarre. Even if a non-Kohen does that halacha, ultimately the halacha is kosher. But it makes it enough. The halacha is that the hakabash hamenorah, the preparation of this and oil, has to be done by a Kohen. If it's done by the Yisrael, it's possible. Because yes, the Haggadah itself is done by a Kohen kosher. But the Haggadah, the preparation of the menorah, has to be done by the President of Hashem, the power of Hachana, the power of preparation. Preparation creates the result. Preparation creates kedusha. Whatever you roll to in life is not going to be all. That's why again, it's like a very over. People think it's just using their time, but that's how I know. It's so important also. A beautiful energy that seeks to build a marriage that are something to me. You bring it as a marriage, a gathering, a shit wasn't even a shitter. The difference between coming 5 minutes early, it's all the difference in the world. Again, I'm settled, I'm there, I'm here, I'm just really different stuff, different people that I like. Okay, let me stop. The concept of hachana is everything. And the fundamental distinction between the apple and ultimately the meat, an apple 3 days, and meat begins. As hachana makes or breaks what you put into the preparation, makes or breaks the effectiveness and the impact of that spiritual endeavor. Incredible. So kind of you know how these people regarding everything in the Mishnah. So these are the activities you can't even do for 3 days before the end of the Avodah. Because for fear that you're going to enable a community of God's of gratitude that the apple has towards his. Notice that what he's on, and we don't want that to happen. That you can speak, and he says you can collect payment. That's the one thing you can do. And the comment says, right, you can collect payment. Why? Because as much as you can collect, there's no one likes paying debt. And the comment says, by the end of the day, as much as it is uncomfortable now, right, at the end of the day, listen, we don't all have this, you have to pay. It's uncomfortable at first, there's a pinch in the short term, but there's a tremendous feeling of relief later on. Like when that debt is no longer there, you feel lighter, you feel better. So there's a tremendous also hospital in this as well. It's not sure even though something is distressing now, it'll cause you sync on later on. Is a tremendous metaphor for life. There are many things that we want to accomplish and many things we want to do in life. The problem is, they will result in some present discomfort. So because of that, we often refrain. Because you don't want to be uncomfortable, you don't want to be in a difficult situation. So if something is going to cause you present discomfort, often I shy away from it. The happy life is that a person has to contemplate a little bit of present discomfort for long-term simcha. Sometimes those things that cause me a little bit of discomfort right now cause me such tremendous growth in the future. Don't shy away from life opportunities because they create present discomfort. If you have the ability to create long-term happiness, deal with the present discomfort because you know at the end of the day you're setting yourself up for tremendous life. Incredible. And I was like, that's just in the shit. Just in the shit. Says the Gemara, here we go. Rothschild, Egypt. Then the company of his was a Rothschild. Now what's the platform? It's not interesting enough. It's high skull. So remember, translate that without you exactly what you translate. It's going to shoot. Like so, yeah, jump to the celebration. But what happens in getting exactly is you have to have a lot of once again with an eye. So here we go. First one. Here's the good news. Whichever spelling you like, you're good. But you can't with an eye. So good. So I'm going to say, so what's the etymological root? Here we go. First one line. To color the only love. So what's the interesting enough? So the person that I'm going to about it. Right? So just to understand, the positive is entirely Mira Karma, the Shinoga, the study of love. He colored Yom and Yom, the crush, and he goes level. It's talking about both the Arizona, those who worship idolatry. He Kara Yogi Yogi means the day of their destruction is near. So therefore, again, the Gemara calls Yom Tovim of Avodah Zarah Yom. So it's interesting. These are Yom Tovim, and I really say it's in Yom Tovim, but usually the days of their destruction. Because the more the old Avodah Zarah celebrate and worship Avodah Zarah, the more that creates their own personalistic undoing. Okay, so that's the Aleph. Command the time to get a Rothschild. The one who says he gave it an also is not mistaken. What is it? Say, you quotes up here the concept from the Shire, which literally means let them bring their testimony and righteousize them. I just read that word, right? Righteousize them. What is that mean? So here, he's giving us the problem. So actually, listen, if you want to be able to open the whole Torah, just make sure that when you put the trial before God, that you have a Torah is going to come and stick up for you. Right? So again, but both of them are using the context of Avodah Zarah. So you can begin with an Aleph representing destruction, so you're talking about all kinds of destruction, or ultimately begin with an Aleph representing something that Avodah Zarah is called the witnesses, because whatever destruction is, as you're going to see, whether it's this divine judgment, we hope that the Avodah shows up and testifies on behalf of those who are worshiping it, which of course won't happen. So it's a metaphor for that the embarrassment that all the Avodah Zarah are ultimately going to face. Incredible. So the last follows. Remind the time today, nighttime of the time today. So as the Aleph Chadra not agree with the I Chadra, we must have Chadra. Because again, a little bit covering it like the talk about to curse. Because again, if we in general, whenever we refer to Avodah Zarah, we like to refer to it in disparaging terms. So therefore, God begins Aleph because Aleph means destruction. Aleph means destruction. You don't get with an Aleph. And not the time you might have a long time to get it. And when you go by one doesn't the I Chadra side with the Aleph Chadra, Man Kagaru with Chadra, Eidos, Shekidu the Atzlon, Eidos Adi. And so like this, we agree that everything is there with an Aleph. But what ultimately causes the destruction? What causes such an object on Zarah? Literally, again, their own self-incriminating testimony. The idea that the testimony of their actions, I mean, they also, the greatest testimony is the way you live your life, right? The greatest testimony is the video of your life. That's my testimony. So ultimately, for now, you have all these testimony that damages them, that deconstructs them. Therefore, they gotta go with the idol. So it's the high, you think you get and beats the good. Okay, okay, so I say, this is a problem. Now, we wouldn't know this problem for one simple reason. We don't know nothing. So because we don't know nothing, it's about 30 seconds ago. Right? So when I said, you might doesn't know nothing. Right? So the Gemara says, but one second, the high dignity then needs the group. They should bring the witnesses and exonerate them. The Gemara says, that's not talking about Avodah Zarah. That's actually talking about Jews. That's talking about Jews. So let's get ready for this. Now, and by the way, not only that, it's actually a positive statement. What's the positive statement? Let's get ready for this. Third Mishnah lady. Komisot she's all of us out. Just take this in. All mitzvahs that God shall come this world, God's egos will come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. Shene'emad yitnu yitnu yitztiku. Because what does the Pasuk say? Let them bring their witnesses, exonerate them, or justicize them. Right? So who is that referring to? Eli Yisrael. That refers ultimately to Klal Yisrael. So therefore, the Gemara says, let's make the problem. The Pasuk that you're quoting, the irony of the Chevra is actually not a Pasuk about the condemnation of Olah, but in fact, it's about the exoneration. And ultimately, again, the solidifying of the secret status of Klal Yisrael. And at the end of the day, the Yitztiku, but you shouldn't leave it, every single mitzvah that you do in this world, ultimately, again, comes before you in the world to come. But again, I'm sorry, So the ego's done all about all. We'll say, we'll come back to that in just a second. Whereas if Yishma will be only at us, then the Apostle says, they will hear, and they will say truth. In other words, there's two things happening. There's Klappi's throne, having their mitzvahs testify on their behalf. And then ultimately, again, there's other people hearing and saying, MS. When the other people hearing and saying MS, they will all take a problem. That ultimately again refers to the idolater. So I'll say, so you see what's happening over here in Olam Haba? In Olam Haba, so again, if the Jews Baruch Hashem HaZochar have all of their mitzvahs come before them and ultimately testify on their behalf. On the other hand, there's the Opiam HaMizarah, recognizing the folly of the world, realizing again the theological emptiness of everything that we do. So what do the Opiam HaMizarah do? They say that Yishma Yidomu Anas. They will hear and they will say, that's us. That's us. For our purposes, ultimately, what you see here, that that ultimately the Ani is Halok Lamaisa, again, talking about, sorry, about the Pasuk of the it's talking about Jews. It's not talking about non-Jews. So what's going on? It's not going on and Apple. The device says, Hello, I'm going to be sure, man, the other, they have that. So ultimately, again, Rafael, very Yeshua says, what he says, and he brings it from a different Pasuk. What Pasuk? Don't straight Pasuk, Kulam Tov, the Chamudeyam, Abal Yaviru, Deyam, He's going over here to Pasuk, once again from Yeshaya. Now, literally translated again, those who fashion idols, Kulam Tov, ultimately, again, they're going to be his enemies. That which they desire will never come to fruition. They again gave up. And ultimately, again, their weaknesses, their very weaknesses are these very idols that they create. So that's where the idol, that's where the day ultimately comes from. Also, just before I go back into some ridiculous amazing Gemara, I just want to spend a moment on this Rabbi because it's very, very beautiful Gemara. The whole mitzvahs, she is so that symbol of us that any mitzvah we do in this world, ultimately, again, most people have Olam Haba. Come and testify on our behalf. In it comes, there is a beautiful Marshal. The Marshal says, like this, if you want the first line of the Marshal, he says, after this, it's basically, I don't know if the Marshal organized that motion. So he says, like the Kubanim, right? So the whole, you might see the Adam, Mikra, Nava, Luchni, Lefi HaMaisa. Mitzvah we do. Ultimately, says the Marshal, creates another Luchni. Creates a new spiritual reality. Moshe Kassav, Sha'ol Samit, and Sikon, Anaya Shamala, the Hidata. The Osa Akira, Nakishko, Panaya Shamala, the Yosiko, outside that Torah. So it's a story again, when a person does not enough. I create a negative spiritual reality. Yeah, even not even right. I'm going to share this with you. Sometimes little children, that's what you do. A mitzvah, create a good malach. Now you do another, create a bad malach. That's very fair. So that's really nice. That's really good. That means where the way this whole open at it. But the makes up, it's true. It's true. When I do a mitzvah, I create a brand new spiritual energy in this world. When I do an avera, I create a negative spiritual energy in this world. I create realities through the mitzvahs and averos. And it is those realities ultimately that not only shape my life in this world, but are also there to greet me after 120. That was like our actions matter, and our actions enable them create realities in this world and next. So often, the reason why we commit averos, it's not because of typo, it's not because of it. Okay, we all have typos, right? But there's a lot of typos that I have that I don't act on. Like, so how is it that sometimes I do act on, sometimes I don't act on? I think it's a very simple matter. Because at the end of it, I think that my actions don't really matter. But I think I could do whatever I wanted to. I have to make sure I am saying that it is this, it is this kind of stuff. But when I saw, it doesn't matter in the world. It doesn't have an implication in the world. But as you says, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Every single thing I before. And that energy shapes my life in this world. And those energies, so to speak, those results are really for me. Well, there is no such insignificant action. Everything you say is much later to be called the call. Neutral, proper, complete, the feed, every single thing that I do. I create a government. I create spiritual energy. What is that? I don't know. Is that something else? I have no idea. All I know is that my actions matter. My actions have results in this world every time. These should teach us to live life with a heightened sense of awareness. Once I don't understand, I only want this. What is the first section of the Shari? The first section of the Shari, first section. You know the first together, right? Zechirus. What's Zechirus? What's this? Alacrity. So you have to tell us, okay, fine, I'm going to catch that, right? So you know what I'm saying? Alacrity, awareness, right? Just a huge ultimately again. Those Jesus goes afterwards. This is the first thing. If, it is ultimately again, right? Watchfulness, alacrity, right? Ultimately again, it's like remember that house in front of Marshall? It's Marshall is that like life is like walking on the side of a cliff. And if you close your eyes for a second, you fall off the sun. So why? Why do I have to be so watchful of life? It's because we're going to shit on it. Because at the end of the day, my actions matter. So because my actions matter, I can't be a guard. I can't be plugged in. I have to be aware. Because otherwise, I'm doing things that are going to create results. And those results may have intended or unintended consequences. Incredible. Comiso, Shinso, Oxida, Olamazia, Rose, and Guido, Circle, Olamabo. One side. Incredible. All right, here we go. Don't show me thinking about Papa. Get ready for this because this is going to be the most incredible Imani you've ever seen in your life. Why is this morning? Imani. Show me thinking about Papa. Don't say. Just give me a second, bro. Just like, do you understand what it is that I'm doing? What it is that we have this supposed to do is that I hope these other can be doing a sector. Like, so, to be honest, like, I'm not going to ask how much Chazara this sector is happening when it goes to Shabbos. Because sometimes at the end, they get to a lot within a sector. Like, all right, man, don't know most of it, so whatever. It's a random sector. It's a random sector. It's right up, right? Sorry? That's it. It's a random sector. Just like that. Make this yours. Make this yours. Make it that when someone asks you to be the best friend in this, you say, I'm going to solve that. It might sound a little bit strange at first. Now listen, but just understand, like anything and everything that to be successful, I'm going to get to the next page. Let's turn it over the next page. Like, listen, this is so the moment I have a fucking else. Let's go. She says, don't you think about poverty? Here we go. Last level. Maybe I see if I don't know if I can go try to listen to also then last level. Also, if you remember again, amongst other things, I can like things, but us level a lot of different things. That's just what he was talking about. Asianigara. In the Asianigara, I can describe the walls of St. Victoria in my head going over against his chest. Go on there. You need to also call. You're not going to sorrow. Wow. He blows upstairs and St. Victoria by his chest, and he cries out and he says, whoever has engaged in this, you shall also call. Right? I must say, Iskos. Iskos means the act of the involved. Whoever learned this Torah, whoever lived this Torah, and give your God. That must say, it's interesting to note. Why is that Mishmarku? First, obviously, the whole thing is anthropomorphic. Right? Obviously, Mishmarku doesn't have arms, Mishmarku doesn't have a chest. Right? So, nice, but what does it mean? It's interesting. You would have thought that a chest is a Mishmarku goes ahead and holds the sacred Torah. And he goes ahead and it says, whoever learned this Torah, come and read your book. What does it say? It says, well, us, Mishmarku, sacred Torah, make a code. He holds it against his chest. There's two ways to learn Torah. Two ways to learn Torah. You can learn Torah like this, or you can learn Torah like this. You can go ahead and learn Torah as an intellectual pursuit and go ahead and absorb all the different pieces of information and learn different things, but your relation with Torah is always at an arm's length. Or you can allow the words of Torah to seep into your heart. You can allow Torah to fundamentally change you and uplift you. Do you learn Torah by holding it in your hands, or do you learn Torah into your heart? HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Messiah doesn't hold the sacred Torah up like this. He holds the sacred Torah against his heart, against his chest, and he says, whoever learns how to seek Torah, how to seek Torah, learn Torah with heart, like whoever inculcates himself and Torah in, that's a person who reaps the maximum benefit of Torah. Don't learn Torah held, learn Torah held close. Listen to what happens. Listen to this scene. We have to write off the prayer book. So as I saw it happens, all the nations of the world go ahead and come out. I say, young. What is your book mean? They're all mixed up. What's this out? Obviously, it's happening over here in this time. Like, there's a cool mechanic. That's at the end of the day, that runs the Torah. And by the way, that's if they're obligated to Torah. We'll get to exactly what this means. But the point is, all the nations of the world rush in to try to get the fire Kodesh down. That's the I'm going to Kodesh Baruch I'll cancel the fire book up. That's what I'm calls that to the nation of the world, not us. Don't come for me, bear book. Don't come upon me all mixed up. Ever, Zikai's called Uma for Uma. I'm a base. Rather, every nation with its scholars has to come on its own. Now, yes, the nations will gather of the old. That means monarchy, Shemar, with the old, with the old of the Almas. Monarchy, so Yaakov and Esau. So there's some. I just point out over there. Okay, first of all, let's talk about the nation of first. Like this was our young shoe when it finished earlier. Hashem says, now incredible. What does this mean, by the way? Just this line. So where it says, I thought, like you said, don't come before me via Bubia. Don't come before me all guilty and then all mixed up. Some people say, I think that there's a tremendous mistake in this thing. I don't know if it's powerful. I can't say by there, Bubia. It's not so I'm telling you, you cannot get close to me if you're all mixed up. Closest to a control requires center, requires order. If you want a relationship with God, there has to be a center in your life. There has to be order in your life. That order means a schedule, like Chef always speaks about this idea of being a scheduled person, knowing how I'm spending my time, knowing how I'm spending my day. That secret means ultimately, again, I have goals, I have a boundary in which I live my life. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you're just all over the place, all over the time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll constantly fun at. I'm just telling you, you're not going to make it before. Because in order to go ahead and come before me, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, that looks like it is not right on the holiest thing. I said, there's one thing that you could find on the Seder, the keeper it is, right? On the older than keeper it is, so everything is highly choreographed. Right? From where you go, from what you wear, from what's done. There is no time, there is no unstructured time in this. I am keeper. Why? Because Kedusha requires strict schedule. Should you want the schedule to work out and thought out you need to be. Right? Or as they say, it's funny. Right? I will go through it. And they accomplish some things, like episodically, but they don't really move the needle. And the old person was the accomplishment with your voice. Pretty much you get nowhere. Trump says, if you can't come close to you. If you have secret, if you have order, if you have schedule, if you have planning, then ultimately you come for a country. Incredible. And what's it to say? Other days. Sounds scary, okay? You get like what's the five from spot, right? Watch out for this and that. You guys, of course, this is not compression. We're talking against a common for the nations. How's this very interesting? You know, we hear it, and you know how you got it. The mission night on the ultimately, again, the says, as well as the benefit for the nations of the world. Rashi points out there something. Rashi says, if all the nations understand it, he wanted to see this guy at the back of the year, tries to really be the case. before I go to Shema. So ultimately, the manager was concerned that everybody is mixed up. People are going to get their claims mixed up as well. Like they're not going to be able to properly forge the national defenses. So if who says each nation should come on its own, actually says, the Lord probably insisting on saying, but his probably it really doesn't matter. Right? But the basically for nations of the world, it could be great for the nations, it's good for each country so that they can organize their defense together and not get mixed up on the other nations just saying, all right, once again for this, who comes in first? This is for judgment during the Messianic era. So the Sharp was held to save a throne by his chest. Says, whoever has come and observed what is written here, go ahead and come collect your reward. The nations will realize, oh, we're in trouble. They come to body their kids for Parker. Who comes in first? That's not what not because Rome comes in first. Rome comes in first. My time, you should be Shiva because Rome is important. Rome is important. So the Gemara says, you should be Shiva. I know that Lord said the Pasuk says, by Daniel, that when referring to Lord, because it seems that the entire land, they plowed and they destroyed. All of the sense that again, this refers to Rome, the rival Rome, is typically the impact has spread on the entire world. And I won't say that it's true to this very day, right? It's true to the impact has spread to the entire world. But we know that the man is caution. So, how do we know that he with his caution goes first? Let's start here. So, I'm going to right? Rome, nation, is coming in for judgment the Messianic era. And it was like, just in the same message of another, it's Rome and it's all of its derivatives. It's all of its derivatives. Like, for example, Gemara says, in the second Mikila, there are many nations that were derivatives of Rome. Germania, right? Imam said, so there was a the Pasuk says in Germany, Germania is like Rome. So it's Rome coming before, whereas Rome coming before, judgment for the Messianic era, it's Rome higher up all the derivatives. So Gemara says, by the way, so now, Rome is the most important, therefore Rome comes in first for judgment. So by the way, how do we know that the more important, that the more cautious entity goes first? Gemara says, this stability starts to this. So it's very interesting. There's two, the Sanhedrin have two cases, right? The king and the Tzibor, the king and the Tzibor. Ultimately, the king is first for judgment. Right now, we'll say that, by the way, although it sounds like Sanhedrin over here, it's not even Sanhedrin, right? Because remember, we saw, by the way, we saw this in Shmuel also, that the king is usually not judged by the court. But again, we're just for the metaphor. So none of this here, not that's clear with him. So ultimately, again, the king is the judgment, and ultimately, again, the three words related to judgment, the king goes in first. That's what it actually puts out. Okay, so the king goes in first for judgment. So what's very interesting? So the more it comes to Pasuk from Malachi, and the Pasuk says, "Lasos mishpat avdo mishpat hamor." Hashem performs the judgment of his servant and the judgment of his nation. Servant meaning the king, and then his nation. What do you see from here? The king is judged first, and then the nation. So the time of night, the Most High, so what is that? So again, so now we show from the Pasuk that Allah reminds again, the king is judged before the nation. Which again, for our purposes, means the more cautious person is judged first. But ultimately, why is the king judged before the nation? So the Gemara says, the time of night, he finds him like, oh, how the nation not going to have right. So the possibility is, not the reading. So it's going to incorporate that the king in the way. So it's not talking to make the king wait. So it's not appropriate to behavior to leave the king on the outside. So therefore, we take the king's first, adjudicate and then adjudicate the nation. We might say, well, the language called the other possibility is that we want because of the king, hopefully, king's judge close to get a store by a Kurdish particle. The king's judge first, and then bonus of all of his path. He became over the nation, and therefore he may come down harder on the king. Therefore, again, in order that the king kind of gets a little bit of a lighter side, so to speak, of the emotional that's happening, we let him go first in judgment. Now, if you can actually believe the Shkar after like Kurdish particle, they make the shit seaport. Okay, so it's like two reasons as to why we go first. Because again, it's not appropriate to keep the king waiting on the outside. Or second possibility is we don't want the king to have to deal with divine judgment in the aftermath of his wrath with Claudius. He's provoked with Claudius. We're not to see that. But simple as I said, so if I want just to follow all the other way, right? Until that Messianic era, at the 12 who's judging the nations of the world. Right? The nations line up here. Will be at the top. This federal separate out into nations. Who comes first? The goal. Why does Rome come first? Because the most cautious. Who cares? Because that key is important always goes first. Where do we see that? Another Tzibor, another goes first for Jesus. You know, I'll just tell you this line. Lad over Hara, the Mason of Malcolm the Avray. It's such a beautiful line. I'll say it is not normal that the king should be on the outside. So that was such a beautiful use so far. All the relationship with that Kaddish. Sometimes, even knowingly or unknowingly, they keep that Kaddish for a distance. Whatever your connected issues, you feel maybe we're not confident enough that Kaddish is going to love us, going to accept us for who and what we are. So we create a little bit of an arm's length relationship with the people of Shabbat. He says, God says, Love Ara and Ara, you may see more of the Avra. It's not nice to keep the king, to keep that Kaddish on the outside. Let a Kaddish Baruch go off. Let a Kaddish Baruch do something right. Like those are not right. Because that I'm doing what I want. Don't attack arms like sometimes we're so afraid because of our own inconsistencies, or because of our own ideas, which we all have. We all think things, we don't have these things, we don't think about this. So I think that because of those things, I'm not fit for a close and meaningful relationship. But it's simply not true. The end of the day, all he wants is to let him in. All he wants is to let him in. All he wants is not seated at the table. All he wants is to put the champions to the man's heart. So don't keep Hakadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let him in. It's the same as Torah. It's a simple Torah. And the heart is this is what I want. Don't keep the Torah out here. Bring it inside the heart of Torah. Don't keep it on the outside. You bring it in. Incredible. So what happens? Here you go. Other than the Maya stopped there, checks us to Rome. Zebra. Rome is Zebra. Rome is Zebra. Tell me, what did you spend your life in this world? I'm going to go to Rothschild. I want to tell you, we're very proud of it. How do you show me? We establish marketplaces, there's consensus in bathhouses, and the Kesset is other people all proliferating wealth in this world. The Kulak, get ready for this one. The Kulak, Senior Arab Israel Israel. God, you know why we did it? I want to tell you, not to brag, but we did it for chosen people. We took about this stuff, right? Everything is like, so why? We figured we did nationalists here. Columbus will have an easier time learning Torah. So we built these beautiful marketplaces and bathhouses and created wealth and some well-running stores accessible. All this stuff. So Columbus shouldn't have to worry about the nationalists. This way, again, Hashem made the focus on this. I'm not going to follow. Show me Sheba over. Rothschild says, I can deal with a lot of stuff. Can't deal is with letters. Don't lie, God. You want to say anything is okay. I mean, not exactly, but you want to say, go ahead, right? All this and that. Don't be dishonest. For the one simple reason, I could have followed who sees really before you finish this. So here, this is to know, and I'm going to say this was a hospital, right? So it says the new force. Come back, that is not true. Whatever you did for you. I can't get sure you know what you set up marketplaces, Rothschild and Sonos, and not going to create a place for the harlots, right? Not going to a place of prostitution. So the argument by that how can it is the people? Yes, that is on. You create wealth, I create wealth. Share, not, we have that, the we have No Hashem Tzedakos. So ultimately, gives it to Rome. Gives it to Rome. This is what happened. Yeah, he was a player. Really, trying to ask you, what you going to have done? What you have done? What you have done? Just own it. This is we messed up. We messed up bad. We messed up bad. We messed up really bad. But instead, they doubled down on their issues. Now they doubled down. Let's say the chutzpah, to say that what they did for us, for us, how much Jewish blood Roman and its descendants have on their hands, how much persecution Roman and descendants have on their hands, and the chutzpah to stand before the Imam Shalom, and the Yisrael Mashiach and say, everything we did for Klal Yisrael. The Rav was an insight that I know. You want to tell me messed up, we can work together. But you want to lie to me? You want to lie to me and say that what you did to the Jewish people? Sorry, nothing to do with it. Me, the Lord says, each part of Magitos. Is there anyone amongst all of you that Magitos who could go ahead and has a guy involved in Zos, in this one's the Shneimar, people coming out of those who are in Zos Torah. What's Zos? Zos is telling us, the Torah asks, no, is there anyone in your nation who has learned Torah? I said, what's going to ask? Ellen said, Rome doesn't have enough leadership for Torah. Why is the Torah going to ask? That's tomorrow's stuff. Shneimar. He's always had Torah, says something like that. Yad, that's what happened. Rome means dejected. Right? Why? Why is Rome rejected? And rightfully so, because they have been indicted in divine messianic judgments. They came down guilty in divine messianic. Incredible. Who's next? Let's run down to this. Niknos Malchus Paras. Oh, so he's number two. Get ready for this. Persia. Persia comes in number two after all. Get ready for this. This is my title. Persia number two. The Rothschild Rome was the second most influential empire. We know what they say. This is the practice of the so the practice which is afterwards there was a second animal, but also very animal, and the second animal when yells in the Lord's vision, right? The first one resembled what towards his role, the second one resembled the bear. He's the bear, the tiny little close, he looked Habasi. This is the first set of punishments. Like what's unique about the punishments, it shows him to don't drink and they eat. So like bears, which means they eat and drink all that. When you see modern thoughts like those, and you're covered with hair, there are people might are like the bear. And the God will say, they're people, literally covered with flesh, like the bear. And the God will say, and ultimately again, they're covered with hair, like a bear. And ultimately, again, like the bear, which is a generally restless animal, right? Because you hibernate. Well, it's not hibernating, it's generally restless. So ultimately, again, you're restless like the bear as well. Thanks for that purchase and adjustment. I don't know how to talk about that second. The chocolate just tell me what did you do? Let's say, I feel like I missed the canvas. You see yourself, why is the trouble asking the question? Hashem knows exactly what they've done. It's no different than when a trouble confronts Cain, and he says to Cain, right, hey, have a people, who is heaven? Right? Or he asks other one to get up to see if he's who knows everything. But when we messed up in life, he gives us the opportunity to own it and each of us. The problem is 9 out of 10 times we just double down. Searching Persia, what shape of that? Tell me, what have you been up to? Like, what have you done? Persia, I told you. I'm pretty sure they're shining. Riches, how they caught them, Tabashko kind of cities, how did the Hamas assimilate many wars? The Kuranu, she's asking about, and Persia says, I just want you to know, everything that we have done, we only did for Klal Yisrael. All these things, all the company and all the riches and everything we did was to enhance our financial, material. This would begin more indulgence was available to Klal Yisrael, and therefore they can learn Torah and in a more comfortable way. Incredible. Stop it. That is not true. You know anything and everything is done. You've only done ultimately again in some sort of way. Takatan Bisharim, Lito Mehmethas. You know what bridges? So you could collect tolls, right? conquered cities, vassals and area. Conquered cities in order to create vassals. Right? So again, actually, once every area, avodas haras hayoshik kraken, vassals will come. You conquered cities in order to go and create vassal cities. So you can seize people for money, seize animals for the tax for the king. That's why you did it. And the Hamas wars, you think you created the war? I mean, yes, because if the Bible tells the Romans, you think you created the world? Yeah, I can't say. But that's very belongs to me. Sister Persia, you think Persia was the understand the fucking this word? You think Persia, Iran, you think Persia, you make the wars? You think you're the one who does the wars? Man does the wars, that's why it's just I choreograph wars. And you and I, Hashem is Yochama. It's the man of war. Right? And you think Persia, you think you're in charge of winning missiles, no? You think you're in charge of what happens? I am the Ishmael. I am the Ishmael. So you want to say, what can I results? Ultimately, again, if anyone amongst you, now he wants to swipe to ask his manager. He says, if anyone amongst you learn Torah, now again, I want to say, the question is still strange. Because why should Persia anyone amongst them is learning? We'll have to see what that means. Shneimar, if you both have the results, they also tell Shneimar, it's also Chef Samo Shanat, there's no one in their midst to for Torah. Therefore, God, let's see the one of the apocalypse. Persia goes out to check. So Rome's done, Persia's done all the check. If he happened to cross this part from Apple's Roman, go behind it, but maybe right down the island, so that's an interesting question. Persia, as someone happened to Rome, you would think, you know what? Look at the past on this, you know, and you think of God, you know, it's not really worth it. Why did Persia choose to go to that? I wasn't saying they might get not only that, but they met with the same type of arguments, right? In other words, they saw what happened to Rome, they heard that the argument fell flat, yet they went in for judgment and pretty much advanced the same argument. So this is a good time now. Persia said, look, here's the Egyptian us in Rome. Rome destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. We did it. Right? We built it. I won't say so again, because remember, Esther's son, Koresh, right? Esther's son was Ahasuerus, who was Persia, part of the Persian Empire, they didn't rebuild the second temple. So Persia felt like, look, we had been ready. We did do something for the Jewish people. We helped them rebuild the second temple. We thought that would help them in the so ultimately, this repeats itself with every single nation. So nation comes with her, who's powerful. And Rothschild says, what did you do? They advanced their accomplishments, they claim everything they did. They did for cloud, they started for 12. He says, not true. What you've done is self-serving. So the rest of the puzzle of the money will be night kind of hiding. So all the other nations saw that it didn't work for Rome to Persia. Why do these other nations keep coming in before divine judgment? Rome and Persia were the primary persecutors of Israel. So again, I thought we was not going to find any type of damage. But a lot of other nations in the world didn't per se participate in the active persecution of God Islam. So they were hoping to find some type of positive judgment. So once again, it is my shlach. So there's a simple reason that makes Rome and Persia so important more than other nations of the world. But what is it that makes them more and more important? So the ones here is that the Hana, Mashki the life cycle at the Assyrian. Because Rome and Persia, like those empires, will last all the way until the Messianic era. So let's say, obviously, what it also means is in the form of influence. Obviously, empires are not constituted as they once were, but at the end of the day, the influence of these empires will be felt until the Messianic era. In other words, many other nations come and go, and the influence is gone. So what's unique about Rome and Persia is that the influence in the world is felt up until the Messianic era. So I just want to kind of just understand what this means. Like, so Persia, which again, is right? So we might say, yeah, their influence is felt in the world until the Shia, which means that if we see their influence in the so and so in kind of the world, he emerged day after day. That tells us that the most of Mashiach is closer than ever. Because the Gemara says, Archa Paras will be here up until the most of Mashiach. And if we are really doing things, day after day, strike after strike, on Israel is diminishing the influence of Paras actively. If we can Mashiach is not right around the corner, but it probably means that Mashiach is right at the front door. It's not giving it's out of the Torah. That is other things. One is that we enter this new stage of the world. Exactly a little more than what we played last week tonight. And here the US telling us great things are about to happen. Incredible things are about to happen. All us will be here until the Mashiach comes. But as you begin to see the influence in the image, just know that great things are waiting. You just toiled forever of love to uphold, to learn and to live in this beautiful scroll. Come and receive the reward. That reward for our people, that reward for our nation, that reward for all the humanity. That's Hashem. I was like, Shkoyach, or Desire, absolute amazing Haskara. Incredible. I like that. Have a good day, everyone. So, Shabbos should be Shabbos, and that's our Shabbos. See, it's community of the soul, it's all the soul, you should see the downfall upon us, and we'll be other. You oversee the question of what's the answer for the question. cool. And he finds it in a Torah. So as well says, yes, I don't I that's over the Rothschild that you know that but is absolutely out of us. The possibility was the Rothschild study, the possibility the father had been justified as a sin and the Holy Spirit. So because it's not there, all that no that is what that the possibility is a problem. There is a you want to not just the try. Because it's possible that it's so hard. That's fine. That some bars the voice of the testify that has certain character. The voice of Shemai is rather than those things. Testify to why they also show that. No more like those Shemai is the stuff. I can see the actual qualities like having still on the right of the Shemai is the stuff. Doesn't turn the church like that. What is survive as long as what? As long as God's will accept it. So therefore, that the cross of the seems like a part of himself. But you haven't they testify to God's will. Why? Because they're also no good at this. Why are they right? They're also evidence. Because the God's will doesn't survive the what? What? They don't survive. But it says, however, the final can't be opposed to the human social kind of start or creative. Rothschild is fine. Rothschild is again. I'm puzzling. I'm not a puzzle. So I'm just trying to puzzle. It's fine. You know what? Let's have better double neutral. You're the bad dog. So I'll be able to smoke on it. That's neutral that was in that's my laptop. So I'm going to that my head and push on it. Neutral. Neutral. I'm going to find for this. Double buffer. You're not protection and a lesson. Let bubble to the ball. Let's not go back. Remember, there's a relax from that. Let bubble to flap and that back. Sun was protection around the let like a part bubble to the ball. The cruise is the next position that was around. Level to that side. So by that, so it's not one of sellers. That's a couple of this. Double that rubbish. Let that rubbish come over. That's the part. They don't that never stop that. That rubbish. That find that amongst the Alifas and they know that Rabbi of source of friends and so where I can find their own rights, the life of the like rights. Now, the Rabbi, though that's strong of they are literally so sometimes for a person, they are not was the most without financial funds. I think I just and there's enough members for those who also testify about the legislation of how will the public focus all of them? Now, the entrepreneurs can have it's the life of themselves. Open to something. It wants to live I can find you on the I can try to I can tap in so it's like when you go so what's that? What's that? Reflection. Well, it wasn't or well, first was denial, then the front. Robbie told you that so now that he's trying to correct you're right. It's not about the ocean and now I said because it's all right. Just going out and looking. It's like okay. This is we'll do it. I will let them talk and show them some of what you're talking about. Was a good this. You should come up the Erev Shabbos, no Chol Shabbos. It was like, only those who point up on Erev Shabbos, who have patience. Erev Shabbos, Erev Shabbos, was there was something, what is this conversation? This is happening on Shabbos. It's not the real Shabbos. It's the metaphorical Shabbos. It's also such a one face on Shabbos. There's one and that is you have to cook, you have to work, you have to leave for other stuff. You don't do it for on Shabbos. So you should know Tarach by Shabbos. Someone who does not work hard in Shabbos, they live on no Shabbos. What is one little message is our whole lives we're working for Shabbos. The argument Shabbos saying, "Who says Shabbos Hashem Rachecha?" You want a Shabbos? You want a Shabbos? You want a beautiful life, a beautiful level. What you work for every single day, 6 days a week. I have to work. I'm using my life direction. Because if I think that I would show up on Shabbos and make the kick out things, right wherever I get to a Shabbos, just put it that way. It's not that tomorrow. One Shabbos, one Shabbat, one it's like since she started this emotional festival, you have to someone back to the and it's not just up to the other Shabbos, it's just a Kasaya. If you want to know Shabbos, the Shabbos that you see is right, you know Sunday. You know Sunday, it's not Sunday all day. She just don't got something like that, but you just work in Shabbos, and you have to stop. It's Shabbos, and now you want to go to Shabbos, and now you wake up doesn't work that in your life. Now the Abba did it. There was a declaration of okay, but nevertheless, it's the country, it's the people. I have something and it's called Sukkah. People are seeing so go with yourself Sukkah. And let's use this. Let's such a good girl. I'm just like, I got my get you on the thing. She's like, I'm going to your son. So, yeah, but what happened? What's going on? So, the kids drunk, the kids took it out. You can see so much like, it's not that you get your shit. It's disgusting. It's like, to make this took off. It's about spiritual health. Such a but it's about every step that every step you should know that you do something you know with the class but every for public that's not that's because it's what I need is what I just for the science was it was of that the science that really is last so yeah my notion of science from it's not so compared to 12 and the ocean there's no shell. And that actually sound like that was a film spoke to us constantly. And the whole sound of the it's just that they also stuff. But in general, we also stuff and we not go it's cold. It's cold. It's not. It was a set of this thing. So the bottom is to see Ross level, everybody loves us. That starts that's the big sector. You want to enjoy this thing? Fantastic. But I think at any other time, don't accept what how to accept it. Even though so much stuff. Whatever, she has to be as I said, she's not good about the earth. She's good about her own. They have this then the word about it was word of God stuff. Overlap, my boss was the word book. The answer, right there, woman
Yo, how are you? What's up, there? Hey, you guys, tasty eaters, guys. Syrian, like,
All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us keep thinking all of our responses for this morning should debate our annual proposal to Constance Proverb Israel. The great publishing instructions this year, as is a list from Soros Colors for Adam Israel. And Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Abel and Stephen 13, loving of Steve's mother, Doris, Zin, Devoted Lecture, the Soul Jones, for Broken. That's three sponsors for today. Matt and Diane Marks, the memory of Diane's mother, Pasha Bas, the Zichron Broker, the National Tamtar, all of the Shabbos Agnavi, the families in it, and all those leaders who are, she had a little cold home in Israel, Temshma, Shriat Hashem, the home and our hostages, the Shalom and the car that allow our holy soldiers in the land to see in the to be successful against our enemies, and we should be so close Hashem to a decisive victory. Israel and Yetz Hashem, Bracha, Hatzlacha, and Shalom for our people and for our lands. Also, with that, let us begin to our last daf in the Sefer's Shuvas. So today's daf is very fast. We are got a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is very fast. 49, we are picking up on the Testament, which is 48b. And let's actually pick up the line before the line we get wide. Actually, two lines before the line. We actually read this yesterday. I think that's quickly. So let's just go back and revisit it again. So let's remember again, just very quick, very quick. We are embroiled, enmeshed, literally up to our necks in Machovis, in Rabbi Shmuel, in Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Lazar. What's the case? Very simple. Yaakov went to school. And what occurs? So remember, the Mishnah said that if they die and their husbands want to collect from each other, and Yaakov saw if he wants to collect from his women. So the halach is in Shmuel. What's the shul that the Mishnah is referring to? So it's called Shmuel's Midrash. Shmuel's Midrash essentially says, we swear, the children of Yaakov say, we swear that as far as we know, our father never indicated to us that this is going to be. And as a result, Allah and so we are here to collect the debt of our father. So that's good. So that in order to split it, so we have interesting focus on here. And the following here, what occurs if that Rabbi Shmuel say that is true, right? That is true, right? The Malva ceases the Loga. But if the borrower did deceased the lender, it has the issue. Already went Yaakov the lender was allowed to Zivugel his heirs, because remember that you can't cut from someone without a shua. When Yaakov subsequently dies, Rabbi Shmuel say that loan is uncollectible. Why? Because Yaakov was already tied to shua. And the shua cannot be passed down from a father to his children. Therefore, the loan remains uncollectible. The law just disagree. Although the children can't take the shua of the father, that's true. But halacha relates that if you take a shua, say Yashim. Let me take a shua, say Yashim. Shalom Ayin, corrected that. So we said that's on my focus. So here we go. It could have not been surah. So not only is it full of the Christian Rabbi. So Rabbi Christian Rabbi came to visit me. Amunai, they said to Rabbi Nachman, listen, man, the Akra of Rabbi Shmuel. Can you finally uproot this moving of Rabbi Shmuel? So I'm going to look so Rabbi Nachman said, Hebra. If only the Asai called Hani Parsai and the Akra of Rabbi Shmuel, you think I traveled all of this way to uproot the movements of Rabbi Shmuel? So Elon, so Rabbi Nachman said, well, we're not going to go to uproot the halachos, this sack of Rabbi Shmuel, right? Because it's already in bed. And what we can do is create a non-proliferation of this particular halacha. So what we could say is, whatever the cases you've already applied it to, will apply it to. We're not going to extrapolate and apply it to any other cases. Okay, we want to keep going by. What's an example of an additional case that we wouldn't apply it to? So this is keep going by. The Amra Papa, Apogi Mishtara. So it's this movie, Apogi Mishtara, we've seen this case before. This is a person who claims partial payment of their debt, right? She's like, everybody's been running. I clearly that guy didn't receive like $1,000. I received $100 for it. The problem is once you do that limits the effectiveness of the shtar, because I'm already admitting that what's said in the shtar ultimately everything is not fully accurate. So all you which are units, and then in the sunset, so again, let's just go with Yaakov. Let's go with Yaakov is again. So what happens? Yaakov admits that $100 with the purpose, and then Yaakov died. Yoshim Eshbon Shvas Yoshim and Oakley. All three agree again. The children are able to go ahead and steer Shvas Yoshim and able to collect the rest of the words. You can apply that sort of study. That seems to me in the previous Shmuel that I don't know if Yoshim can collect. Yoshim Swear or Shvas Yoshim can collect. Correct? Hold the Shakin about Shabbat Arba. This is the case of the Those very guys. In the time, the guarantor. Some Rabbi Marina, Hanam, so before they say, oh, here everyone is doing that, you don't want to grab this small, because this is like annual of students. The one says, oh, it's the most, I'm sorry. So Rabbi Marina, Hanam, the most, so much is the honor and make a blue of the Arba Lab Pastor, yes, that's not true. Because again, if the guarantor, who's the guarantor for that? Who is the guarantor for reasons for that? Who's he going to afterwards? Right? Halacha is he's going to go ahead and says, sitting where it says, not true, okay? I think you're very knowledge is real. Why does it matter if I'm dealing with kids or dealing with someone? So what's I say, therefore, it's not a lie. Hashtag Lord, if you are someone correct to Shmuel, look at the letter. So what's I say, what is the halacha? It's not remember again. This is a very specific case of where the father clearly ceases the lender, right? And then the lender dies. So now the children of the lender want to collect from the children of the borrower. And that happens. So Rabbi Rothschild says absolutely yes, it's not a problem. If you just take a regular shua selection, just take a regular shua by the time or orphans, saying that as far as we know, children of Yaakov say our father never received anything, so we can collect. Rabbi Shmuel they can't collect. Why not? Because again, since Father Yaakov was already obligated to go ahead and take the shua, and that shua cannot be passed down from father to son, therefore the debt remains uncollectible. So who does the halacha follow? So listen to this. So the Gemara says, so I'm going to have to go with you. So look at the shmuel. So look at the Lazar. So the Gemara says, so honestly, what? The truth is, the Gemara doesn't agree to this sense of confusion. Therefore, Haggai the Ovid Kirabi Shmuel Ovid, the Ovid Kirabi Lazar Ovid. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, the Gemara says, the halacha is, however, the Pastor all legitimate approaches. Hashtag last week, no micro economic, but I'm really so was it's very easy to obviously for this type of study that would again start being so right to start walking again. Remember, it's just this case, you also remember again everyone is agreeing and all the previous pieces right? So remember the previous that's fine. That's fine because then again the children of the lender could collect from the borrower with what we call a typical Shulas Hayosh. That's not a problem. So that became used to is where the Malbat sees the Malbat. So therefore again Rabbi says each type of style, the Malbat should be seized at the Malbat. So you must know make her cut, you don't tear it up. But I agree my dinner day because I'm teaching their why. I agree with my dinner day. There must be a way to that Yeshua. Maybe not like Rabbi Shmuel. So therefore, again, you can't go and collect something. You have Shmuel that says uncollectible. And you can look at it day, but also don't tear it up. Why? The Haitayim and the other Kabbalah, because at the end of the day, if the diamond has like Kabbalah, it works. And I will say, so I point out, this guy actually that's in Gemara. I will diamond the other Kabbalah. So there was a particular reason, and a diamond. So that's like Kabbalah, and therefore, again, allow this type of style. When the Malbat previously the Malbat, and then the Malbat died, allowed the notion of the Malbat of the lender to collect from the notion of the borrower, which we call it typical Shvas Hayosh. Where the kids say, we swear that as far as we are funding the day, that this name is repaid. So that's how you did it. On the Tzur of the Nasir, so there was young couple who was in the city. On the way, I see that the Japanese Arab, the less of the Lazar. So he said to his daddy, how can you bring 11 married to Israel and come up with this not follow the Rabbi, which will read it correctly? I'm a lady, which is fancy. So I gave it to the daddy and said, all right, go for it. Go for it. Obviously, if you bring me the letter, I'll change my reading. I'll bring you the letter. So the Gemara says, awesome, I'm going to go I'm going to go the quote after the so you go to the family, look, you might not hold it up about is the ideal approach, but it's sort of as a of looking at the such a lot is binding. Because what's the say that that is the comes out of the self aspects. Now it's indicated that ideally you pass the God to and therefore in this kind of case where the just where the loader, the borrower, free to ceases and all that, and therefore again Yaakov, the lender, was already coming to the children of the Bible of Zvul and Shua. When Yaakov subsequently dies and his children want to collect the debt, I really perfect Rabbi Shmuel, this is a very collectible debt. Why? Because the revenue was already had the Shua. The Shua cannot be bequeathed to children, and therefore the debt remains uncollected debt. Yet, however, the priest ended up passing the Marazah, and therefore had the children of the lender take a typical what we call Shua Sandarsha, a regular inheritance oath, which is, I swear that our father never told us that the debt was collected. In Hamath the debt is collectible. So I believe that Rabbi Shmuel, with the Evan, like the Rabbi, and that's I'm not asking quite amazing. But to be clear, with the Christians, like you will again, the Malva dies first, right? Yaakov, the lender dies first, and then ultimately again, borrower dies. I think one of these guys are collectible debt. Right? Because then, now again, remember that the notion of the Nova had to take an oath to the notion of the Nova, and that's a typical Shlosh and notion in every one of these that piece will look. That's our mission. Beautiful. Let's go back to the English part. Let's just remember that these are very worth into a discussion of a list of people. You have to take a Shlosh, ultimately, again, you have to take a Shlosh without even that clue. Right, so for example, sharecroppers, like they are mentally homeless. I'm sorry. Was it? Good. I used to, shoots for the partners, I used to trope and executives, Isha, so come on, it's good. She said to me, I don't understand, what does this mean? I'll take a shift, are you doing the fools? Who's going to swear? Who's going to swear without a claim? What is that? These people can be made to swear without a claim. To which the Gemara means, in Shmai, the Rothschild, Shema B'Tayas Bari, Elu B'Tayas Shema. That one means as follows. In general, in order to go under the kind of Shia regularly, a Tayas Bari, what's the definition of a Tayas Bari? This Tayas Bari? Tayas Bari means a definitive claim. So what I said, again, I'm claiming you owe me $1,000. You're claiming you owe me $500. Definitive claim. In this case, remember, let's say the claim's my partner. I say, hey, I want to make sure let's keep this above board. You take a shoe off that you're not taking anything of that you're entitled to. I don't have a specific claim against you, babe. But I'm not going to trigger your shoe off. Incredible. So the Gemara says, fast time out, then binds Sham. They will say, we'll see why that isn't just a book. Why can you impose such a shoe like this on your partner or on your share like why am I allowed to do this? So you see, Tana, then binds Sham, this goes and says, like, then binds. And so again, remember in the Mishnah, in Mishnah's case, it was Ben Habayis. So literally again, this is a son who is in my home, a son who runs my home. This is in this in the Ben Habayis. Moshe Nicholas was a graduate. It's not just simply a son who comes in and out of my house and refuses ever. Nothing's not holy, it won't look holy. Nothing's not bearers, it won't look bearers. This is really someone who's running the affairs of my household. Right? So he's in charge of the produce, he's in charge of the employees. So why should I ask him to do the shul on my shul? What's different about all of these people? Because in the shul, the moral criteria, they justify taking more than they are entitled to. Now, why do they justify taking more than they're entitled to? Actually says in the moral criteria, the maximum fee should start to be the custom. So now what's an able to call this? Coming out here amongst all of these people, the shook for your partners, then you see the share trappers, the better virus, the because all of these people who are working in the household, in general, the type of people feel that they're working and they're benefiting someone else. 9 out of 10 times people feel that they're giving more than they're getting. And therefore, again, people justify taking a little extra. I'm not stealing Pastor Shalom. I'm not stealing. I'm really entitled to this. And it's not just solve for more. It's solve for more of it. So because of that, the universe says in this time, the partner against this, like that partner, and you know what? I'm giving more. I'm investing more in it. I spend more time in the office. I'm not getting new clients. I'm doing more. My salary's doing that. I'm doing entitled to a little bit more. So it's bad. Again, listen, it's fascinating because it seems to me that there's always a human nature to feel that we're always getting the short end of the stick. Right? It's human nature to feel that I'm always entitled to more. People don't appreciate the efforts that I'm putting in. And therefore, if I'm not going to be recognized by the people around me, I'm going to recognize myself, so to speak. And therefore, the shul is there in order to keep everyone honest. I'm not going to read. So the rest of me says, but again, all of these presuppositions actually we've actually seen this before, that I love for myself, and I love for myself, I got these شتكاسات كده شتسوي شتكاسات شزاي تون شنا كاتم شوني شتكاسات زي موضوع ميكساس بكل بشوي داركسا هذا شكل ناس الشمال. So this is actually, he says it's very useful because there has to be some general ballpark of a financial framework here. And he says it has to be a kind of at least shtikasat. Who is this like? Kishmor, I'm here. I also had this much before. In general, again, we face some most of the trust. So again, that didn't have to be shtikasat because the fever, the negation, but denial has to be shtikasat. So the Gemara says, so I got a few of these happens is a point to that. It but firas ayah to that. Right? That the Gemara says, say to put the denial, like that. Okay, so music comes along and says, the music is for and modifies its law, but it says there does have to be some on the belief with the code. It can't just be out of nowhere. No, there does have to be some basic framework, some basic homework for a claim that I feel using these people a little bit too much for the partnership, the share company, so on and so forth. But Calcott should be right. She's very well said. The takeaway from that is any case where people are working together in some level of partnership, that both parties have ease of access to money, to merchandise, has now instituted that either party could trigger a shura. Now, you're not saying the party, that's in the case of shit's fate. Like, that's the case of partners, that's in the case of a share copper. The share copper can force you to take a shura. And shit's fate in partners, so the partner could trigger a shura on the part of the other. By all the other cases, I could cause my employee to have to take the shura. So we'll say it's interesting because it's a fascinating book there. Because when I had an initial start, on one hand by saying that an employee has tremendous power. How? And if you claim to be the employee, you can swear and get paid. You have to end the Mishnah highlights this idea of power of the employer. That the employer could go ahead and say, again, in specific cases, it's not any case of an employer. Like in other words, they wouldn't work with an employer with a fixed wage. Right? He's talking about employers who employ people who have percentage income, like share coppers, things like that. I can trigger a shura. Ultimately, again, in order to go and make the person swear that they're not taking any more than they are entitled to. Incredible. Okay, so the says, however, this idea of that the employer prefers the share copper or the executive of the estate to go ahead and take the shura, it's only when the employment is intact. Let's say the employment is being dissolved, and after the fact, the employer cannot make the employee take the shura. So the Gemara says, so I even is my share copper. So now the Mishnah told me that I don't have say any point during your share copy agreement, I can say, hey, I want you to take the shura that you are not taking more than you are entitled to. Okay, fine. So fine. But once Reuben is no longer my share copper, I can't ask him to take the shura on when he was my share copper. However, if Reuben requires a shura to me from another, so for example, let's say Reuben was my share copper arrangement ended in Nisan, And then you know what happened in Sivan, I lent you $1,000. The debt is dressed, you owe me $1,000. Ruben says, I only owe you 500. Oh, more than mitzvahs. Ruben's chai shua. Once Ruben's chai shua there, then what can I do? We can do Gilgal shua. Right? We can go ahead, remember again, what's Gilgal shua? Gilgal shua says, once you have to swear in one scenario, you can keep on other shuas that, have been untriggerable. So that has an interesting question. So where it says, not without talking about it. It looks like this Gilgal shua apply only when the shua is done. Like so, right? When let's say the person that you were thinking shua that I saw, or does it apply even with the shua drabano? Right? So for example, I was on let's say again, Ruben was my employee, separate from the shua drabano. I owed him $1,000, or he claimed I owed him $1,000. I said I paid him. He said, I didn't. What's the halacha? He takes a shua. What type of shua is that? That's a shua's chesed, a drabbanan shua. So you can say once is when I'm taking drabbanan shua, I can add on other shuas like from when he was with Shekako. Or do we say Gilgal shua only works by the Olaisa shuas and not by drabbanan shuas? Fascinating. So Toshma, here we go. So long and then Erev Shvias, you know what say Shvias? Not something shut off. Oh, artist. So listen to this. Let's say you didn't borrow money from me, Erev Shvita. Okay, and then after Shmita, he became my partner, he became my sharecropper. In the calculus now, okay, we cannot go ahead and now let's say again, he's going to go ahead and take a shul, or he's my shukah, or he's my sharecropper. I can't go ahead and make him swear on the debt before Shmita as well. That is the reason for that. I know the mother in the Arab Shi is the Asishi is Hafkasek. There's a good reason for that. Why? Because when I rent the money, Arab Shmita. What happens to that over Shmita? Ultimately, again, so the price tag is nothing to swear about. However, again, what you can see from here is if he was taking, let's say, a Shuas Shutzvin, like or Shuas Sarkisin, and it wasn't a Shuas that canceled for quote, I would be able to make this swear about the whole. And once you swear something there, then even though someone is taking the Shua that I'm on, you can still take the Shua. Which ones are going to go Hashash and Shua without it. So the Gemara says, unless you're like, okay, Hashash and Shua without it. However, not as rather words that you think the case as follows. Not as several Shuka or Aris Ereshus. Well, the Matzi is in love anyway. Let's reverse the case. Ruben became my partner, we became a sharecropper, Eresh Shmita, and then Matzi Shmita, he borrowed money from me without the so ultimately, we don't go Shua. Somebody says that's how he's called the Ejek at 20 love. Nasa Shuka or Aris Ereshus, but the Matzi Shmita is love anyway. We don't go Shmanina. So I said, what do you see from here? You see from here that I want to say it works. Whether it's a short Raisa or is it short Rabbanon. Either way it works. I want to get a two different states because over here, Ruben is going to swear because he's my partner, because he's my sharecropper. And once he swears on that, I can make him swear with like other outstanding rules. That oath of a partner or a sharecropper is a short Rabbanon. Someone said it's a very important thing about the therefore, we see because of the global shua applies whether the shua you are currently keeping is the Raisa or Rabbanon. Incredible. I'm going to refer this as follows. Not of them best. Last, that all the Misaches, Shua Sarose. Wow, shit. You don't know if you came out of the yellow last man, I said incredible. So I'm going to come with that go with food source. So I said, it's very interesting. You can do global shua for anyone other than a hired worker. Rashi says over here, when we talk about Shem Nekes, I'll be called Shmuel to Rabbanon, Migalgo. So as we just mentioned before, you can go ahead and take Gilgal Shmuel for any type of Shmuel to Rabbanon. So it's without that Shmuel secret. Shemay Galgo and Abba Maya Gal Shmuel Cheres. You think she affects you in the making of the Hatis Gag of Shabbat Rabbi. So it's already a month. This is the first one on the stuff. I like two big ones, so I all write them as $1,000. So it comes to speed. So you can, I think, it says, you will be given. So what's the halacha? He swears that he was not paid, and ultimately, again, I have to pay. So where's this going to be? If you do shua, and any type of shua, like you don't have on the shua, set for that shua. novelty, right? At the airport, to start adding additional things onto that shul. The Krista says like in the human, kurz here do not do it. So you see there was a Krista is not is not a solution. Yet it's the same thing ultimately again. For all of the shulas you can't do it, or it's like all the shulas you have to do the shul, except for steer or ultimately the middle and you don't do good. Some person I don't know, what's this things but we've talked about. So also this is very interesting. I'm not going to say again, when someone comes to this very interesting again, I want to point out, I want to talk about the ways of doing it. What are our nuggets of education? Number one, you do the shua, whether the shua is all right stuff or to Rabbanon. That's number one. Number two, I was also agree that there is one thing where you can't do a real shua. And that's the Shua's singer. That is the Shua of an employee who claims that he did not get paid. So how long is he swears that he gets paid? Once he swears, the employer cannot keep other Shuas on that. Why? Because he thinks that since that Shua itself is such a novelty, you can't start adding additional stuff onto it. Alright. So they will say, so both before I look this out, I looked at like this. So let's very interesting. When someone comes to take the Shua, encourage Dodo Shua or not. That seems to be the focus. Ultimately, again, between Rafuna and the history of Rafuna, who says, like, come with the algorithm, point of Rafuna, writing this party shop and pasting, they think encourages Dodo Shua. They say to the kindness. It's like, seems like the fourth party should and according to the custom, we don't encourage it. It's only if the person asks for it, they don't do it. We do it incredible. So you realize that she's that's Shmita goes ahead and was it? And now what the Mishnah said, which Shmita goes ahead and negates a Shua, or cancels a Shua. So you know, it's really like that. It's fascinating. That Shmita cancels any outstanding Shuas. We're in this one, the set declared a Shmita, I think people in Shmita is even speech. Outside, Hajna Rabbi Kohaneshbar. Let's go. We're going to zoom ultimately again to the last parak of the Sefes Shulas. Arba Shomer Pei. There are 4 custodians. Here we go. Shomer unpaid custodian. Shah Bala. No subscribed custodian. Silka Yanzer. Good people say that those are for Shomer Kino, Mishah, what we call Shomer Sapa, and Silka. Incredible. Shomer Kino. That was it. By the way. Why we just here? We'll see what it's ultimately. It's not to this part, it's the second part. We have to talk about the small liabilities of these people. So what it says here, Shomakina, Yushfa Alakol. So Shomakina, remember again, what is Shomakina in type 4? I think this one is type 4. Negligence, which means that Kalokya himself, he essentially swears that he was not negligent, and with that oath, he exempts himself from all liability. Good. Show me which part I call show how much time is a borrower, right? So under the spectrum is a borrower, right? A borrower is liable for everything. But remember that the only exemption that Yeshua has is liability, right? Ultimately, again, the owner is with you. Right? But otherwise, for our purposes today, Yeshua has complete liability. No sense about so, right? So again, let's go to the struggle stock and so on. Yishvon ala shvuya ba'al nesel, and Yishayin asad the second level. So Soka is from Soka, they're kind of the value, like they're kind of getting the outfit is more stolen. But they're ultimately going to get focus. Let's see maybe circumstances. So that's beautiful. That's all the introduction. Here's the about Soka. Here we go. So the word says as follows. I'm going to show it here. Okay, so let's just give one little piece of introduction. You see Rashi, says Soka, says the word Rashi in Mishnah. So Rashi says over here, just keep that over Rashi says, now Mishnah is also Rashi, that's all that's supported. Rashi says over here, no one learned this Mishnah. Why this year? So if you see that Rashi, says Soka, going to 2, 4, 6, 8 lines of periods briefly. Shekhaven Hashmar, if you read between Talmud and Kach, שנשמע על דבר שמחויב, שמחויב עליו במחוקה, שהוא עשו פרטה עצמו משלם, פרטה עצמו משלם, יצא שכופן ממון, וחייב קרבן שבוע ספיקדון, בחומש ואשם. So there you go. When it comes to these children, here's the way this works. If a person has to show my swears in order to exempt himself from liability, and when he swears, he's exempting himself from significantly. Had he admitted liability, he would have been chayiv. If he attempts to take a shvua to go ahead and exempt himself from liability, he's chayiv following things. Number one, on a false shvua. Number two, chomesh, right? And number three, asham, right? So shvua said it's time for a false shvua. Ultimately, again, a chomesh and asham. That's if you swear falsely. And say it's swearing falsely in a way where the oath would save you from paying. The difference of the Mishnah is if a shomer swears falsely, the oath doesn't do anything to save the money, then it just doing nothing. No liability. There's liability for a false oath. But there's no asham, there's no chomesh. Rashi goes on and says, but if he swears falsely for no reason, for example, let's say had he admitted his liability, he would not have been kind. He goes, she hold the shore, so anytime come and shua, she'll cut the mama. So let's see examples of this. So keep in mind, right, if you swear falsely, but even if you admitted that you would not have been liable, you would not have been liable, there's no carbonic liability in that case. So as a shoulder, you have carbonic liability when your false oath saved you from paying your money. Then you type shras habikadon, asham, and chomesh. However, if you swore falsely, but had you admitted you would have given a financial liability anyway, ultimately again you have no carbonic liability. You got also once again, now let's see this leadership. For example, I want to show you I deposited my share with Ruben. Ruben is not a custodian. So let's say, what is an unpaid custodian chayiv for? What is he chayiv for? Only negligence, which is in any other case he's not liable. And what happens? I'm alone makes. So Ruben lies, and he says, the animal died, and the value didn't die. But we should reach we need the animal again, like the ropes, the source of the rope, right? Or it's been rejected, or it was stolen, or it was lost, right? Or, for example, he swears he swears that it broke, right? But in reality, we should miss the mishpah of the other office. He's lying. Or mishpah, animal is really stolen, let's say rejected. We should, he doesn't swear to. We should miss of mishpah of the other. Or, animal is really stolen, right? I'm sorry, he swore that it was stolen. We should miss of mishpah of or he swears that it was stolen. We should miss of mishpah of love. So again, listen, so it's actually all these cases, something happened to the animal, we're really fine. I said this simple case, it's a little animal, he thinks that he's so sorry because it was stolen. But in reality, he died. That's like, this is what happens. I say, look, you swear that the animal was stolen. And Ruben says, yes. And then it turns out, guess what? Ruben is lying. The animal wasn't stolen, it died. What's that? They will say, why is it liability? There's no asham, there's no chomesh, why not? Because in this case, Ruben's oath has been consequential. Even had Ruben told the truth, he still would have been potter. So therefore, I saw ultimately again he's potter. Again, we'll say, he still gets false oath, right? Shua Shabbat, but again, what it means is in terms of Shua Sabikadon, there's no asham and there's no chomesh. So you save yourself. Why would someone lie in such a situation? This makes absolutely no sense. So let's say it's a China, and I think it's one of those things that a lot of times in life we don't understand why people do the things that they do. Where I see this is that some are so desperate to just facility or to escape responsibility that will do whatever we can and recruit and escape ourselves. It's kind of like it's kind of like, It's human nature to reflexively act to accept one's self from responsibility. Whatever occurred, it was someone else. It was someone else. So again, which is really the antithesis of what it means to be. Because often it means to be a sort of a same shadows as well. It means to be using all your feelings to take responsibility. It's to be about our crimes. And human beings to escape our crimes. Okay? I just want to show you, besides there wasn't a second. I said, look, where's my axe? Where's my axe? I'm a brother there. I said, he says, I don't know. So it was not. So I think the amount of something. He says, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So there was a little excluding the excluding saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. We check this on this part, you know. Oh. So there is this, so yeah, we don't know right to be having the much beyond value as a really swear, no other places on it, Potter. There was an interesting enough Potter. The wise Potter is a better leader. Because it's better. Because at the end of the day, leaving as long as they don't have involved, so they never be family. It's really fascinating. It's only 25 years trust at the couple. And we hope would have saved you from a financial obligation. But then we would have helped you anyway. If they showed you where's my axe, I'm not going to have that. You may say it was lost. But we are value. That's a really you swear that it was lost. And he says, oh, hey, that is the so shock. Now the lady says, come along, and they say, oh no, well it is lost. It's lost in his stomach, right? It's lost in his stomach because he made a good barbecue, right? He made a barbecue right now in his friends here. Oh, so let's say, so now that's a shield. Now that's the difference, right? So that was his never stop a horse. So that was never turns out that moving has small falsely in a way that seems different than money. Okay, so therefore again, the shot this I got it. Ultimately, will go ahead and took a picture of ultimately and slow. That was it now. If we then even went ahead and admitted liability on it. So in that case, we shall carry gosh. Since it's now, so I don't want to say if you need any witnesses, then you can do it. If you need on your own, if that triggers then the full force of the stress of the own, and all to be feasible because that's gosh. And you can show you probably maybe ways that he was stolen. But we are finding as we even swear to the people on many sense as well as stolen. Even also check on home. I don't again. When this is putting the movement stolen, right? So the shine person will get help. The cable is got no responsibility. All the long spoke. What happens if he admitted his own liability after adding? He admitted his own liability. And can the homeless Rothschild, the senior that the homeless back of the Schwarz of the fourth Schwarzkado is ultimately unleashed after a piece of abuse. So that swears falsely that to swear falsely, he right after he admits that he really is supposed to be this again. Liability to sense of the Gagarin homeless Rothschild. I'm going to ask the short paper and show you second after. So I go over to the documents. Where is my act that you stole from me? Who will not have the information? Never stole it. But even on social level, it's his claim that he stole it. Which I usually give up. This is a guy. So what's that? A classic piece of guy. And therefore, he pays to take off. How about the shine that you have the financial? If it turns out that it's stolen it and sold it, then it's 4 5 times. Then you get it. Raw even. Much richer or it's not even interesting. What happens if after the first 2 minutes, and where is my act that you stole? Right? Everybody says, I didn't steal anything. They don't have the evidences, you can see it's coming close. So what does he very quickly admits it? I'm a ganappi. I'm a lot about people, and he says, stole it. But I did not go and slaughter it and sell it. So what's the about? If you show me how to carry it, ultimately, I will say, that's because we were getting more yes, Potter, as mother as Potter, that we're not sure if you thought that since this is not really good, or wisely here, because it seems that this is rapidly approaching. So perhaps we should not take such an admission into account. I want to say again, the only thing is carrot, which I will say, by the way, is a tremendous root that actually, well, it should actually show why that is such a is an opportunity. Yapacak must be susceptible only the few of the carry, you should get a PRP, having a dog, you lift them in a keep up. So let's say the idea is as follows. Now, I want to point out that let's say the witnesses come on and say he did slaughter and sell it. Let's say that, right, that's what he said. Remember, he's admitting already that he stole it. He's just saying I didn't slaughter I didn't slaughter and sell it. Let's say the witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. You still have to come out of Halisha. Why? Because since he admitted that he stole it, therefore what? He's exempt from the K-Fel. What? Remember we spoke before? Once there's no K-Fel, there's no out of the Halisha in that. Because out of the Halisha is built on the back of K-Fel. So therefore, you know, I say, Halot for the Mesa, Halot for the Mesa, his liability, he's liable to get it, exempts himself from K-Fel, and even though we just put on to say, he's starting it, this whole he's still potter. If he gets revealed that even if the mission comes because he sees the witnesses coming, that's not a condition. Nevertheless, Halakha Mesa, so what's the witness even good? What is even good? Secret maybe Halakha Mesa, even imperfect Shabbat is Shabbat. Right? And even not curious, when we stick Shabbat. Right? Whatever we need to do to get a person over like that, do it. Even though again, it's Shabbat less than sincere. It's a mission that's only motivated because you realize it's not, that's up to because even if you did that just stole and eliminated yourself a good part, exempt yourself from out of the Halisha, which stand you down and you're innocent, you have to be out of the Halisha just because he chooses the better financial choice. If you can't stole, someone kind of going to have to that Kevin, but now Potter can take off because all of the next Potter girls can walk over the Halisha. Perfect Shabbat, still Shabbat. I'm going to show up. Hey, that show me. Go right where they bought my axe. I'm like, where is my axe? I'm like, so we'll say, last other than this second, she was. Wow. So we'll say, so again, that very hard to believe the journey is coming to an end. Very hard to believe. It feels like just 4 years ago it began, the shores. So we'll say, so you know, it says this follows. What? So I'm going to say, I go to Ruben. Right where they bought my axe. I see Ruben. Where is my axe? So I'm going to go and mix. What? That was like, everybody says a God. And everybody was like, what's the liability for Shoah? What's the liability for Shoah? Everything. I have the verse says, Father, this trucks have everything. Everything claims he died. But he didn't die. He lied. Nishpa and Azad. Or he claims Nishpa. He claims that they didn't look at that. And that usually, Nisha makes a Nishpa, maybe not for all, but something else that was with or Nishpa. He claims right Nishpa was saying that to do. Shalays of Nishpa or maybe of all, or things that is stolen, but that's not true either. Shalays of Nishpa or Allah, you think that it was stolen and it was lost. No, Shalays of Nishpa or maybe of. So the point over here is we're looking at claim, and he's lying. He's lying. I see, okay, so I say, so let's just go to something, right? So again, we're going to do it lost, it wasn't lost, but he died. And I say, Mashbiach, so you swear that the animal was lost. So and ultimately again, he says, what's that lost project? And let's say, now, again, what's that this project? This project was something called Chomesh and Asham. Why? Because the Shua didn't change the law. Remember, the only thing that stress had to cover liability is when you swear in a way that is going to accept you from payment. It didn't change the liability. But then on the piece of the shore, he's on the hook. He's on the hook regardless. So again, we'll say, why is he throwing falsely? I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he feels bad about saying maybe happened, but when I say it doesn't matter. For our purposes, how many songs? Maybe about the why? Because the shore actually change his level of liability. So on the other hand, they can show me. I said, where is my shard? I'm going to go, yeah, I'm not a sock. I just think so. I said, what charge? Thank you. I don't come in. You haven't deposited anything. Pollution, it's only but you I do deposit with it. There's something happened to the animal. Must be out on you. And ultimately, again, I see to the day. And I want to make you swear that I want to make so again, that I want to raise up. You never have the animal. But I'm going to he says, yes, that is ultimately again, with liability. Really liability, that is to be really on the website. I swear that we never had possession of the animal. We need to observe himself for the different liability. That's almost in every he's empty to save the money. Now, let's again, then he's carried for a false trust. Homer outside, carried thoughts. I'm like mostly sky by soccer, open shows. What you spoke to is I go over to the add to a show soccer, just though you can say that. Where is my axe? I'm going to mix all choices that was in the film gives you again. So that was again, what is show soccer? And so the what the type what the type what? The type of the main path that it got. Right, so the type of the element is lost or stolen. The pocket for opponents. Right, thing is then what the animal that dominant. So I see him shoot us. What was that? The other was taken captive. In those cases, how else am I going to get you pocket? So most of the stuff. I know this is got some different show me. With my axe, I will release. So you have to clean and dry. Who changed by all this stuff? But now the animal, so the leg or again, it was getting captive. Which I said, by the way, doesn't change that. Even if you cut it for that form. Nishbag, which means on Nishbag, or Nishbag, which means on Nishbag. I said, first one, right? You need to know what is stolen. Which or it was lost. About which that or it was like the claim was lost, but it's really stolen. Much not always gets I think you can swear. Ruben says swears, that looks like he's swearing past it. But what? The oath doesn't change the law, right? In these cases, he would have been Potter anyway, had he said the truth. So before again, Potter, you must say, again, you say Potter, it's for the truth of the Potter. So it's right on the truth of the Potter, and for Chomesh, and for Asham, of course, he's still swearing falsely. So there would be liability for Shmuas Shav, or for Shmuas Shav that Mace, Mace, only Mishpar, but we should be says ultimately again, if for example it died, or right, or right, for who should reality was stolen on us. Much the outside, I think we serve the very ultimately again in that case, about only not for Mishpar. So again, let's again, if it was lost for something, but in reality again it died, Mishpar, much the on the other part of it. Exactly. Once it used the rule, calling the Shana, following the Hoda, or the Hoda, Potter. So once it here's the rule. Anytime the trust have become and either again, you're going from a state of where you were exempt, or from liability to liability, or from to liability, or it's with the last page. If you go ahead and you swear in a way that had you made your real claim, you would have been Potter. And now as a result of your actual claim, right, of your stated claim, you're going to be tired. So if you're taking on a higher level of liability, okay, there's no clear for sure that you cover in that case because you have a higher your own liability. So in any case, again, you would have been Potter anyway, you would have been higher anyway, but you're upping your own level of liability. From toward Chava, ultimately again, Potter. Right? Potter. Ultimately again, you're going to be Potter. Right? Why? Because again, you're kind of Yeshua Sapikago when Yeshua saves you from payment. But if the Yeshua doesn't change the math, or the Yeshua enhances liability, then ultimately again there's no liability for the Yeshua. On the other hand, they call him a Torah, tired. But I'm not going to say again, I will say if you swear in a way that exempts you from liability, that's when there is liability for the Shua. And we'll say, so a very simple cloud. The only time you fight for Shua Sabikadon is when by taking Shua, you are seeking to exempt yourself ultimately again from liability. So the word says, Zakar, for the Rishma, the Hakel, Alatzimo Tayyip, the Hakel, Alatzimo Potter. So the time they say is anytime you're taking the Shua, ultimately again to exempt yourself or to lessen the liability, you're going to be tired. But ultimately, again, if for sure you can maintain the same level of liability or increasing liability, you will be much incredible. Right? So let's go. Not our showman, who holds upon the story, you don't have to right there, he's right there. Let's take our showman constant. What does it mean? He's kind of holds it for custodians. Everyone holds it that. Right? That's a concept in Allah. It's like we hold it, Kamisha Kosha. What is this for showman? We have to get not kind of done so that you would say soccer. Or music, let's say, if you notice by the way in the category before, two of them are linked together. Like shoulder soccer, custodian, and soccer, and renter are put together. These that, he holds of that. So, that's Rabbi belongs to the Rabbi. When you have Rabbi Yeshua Kosher, Rabbi Yeshua, it's not. It's on the show. How does it run? What's the nature of the Bible? They're over to Shabbatina. Rabbi is a Shabbat. Like a Shabbatina. Like, don't make you say something. Like, this video. And all of the so a renter is like a Shabbat. Rabbi, who are the Kratani. So Rabbi, who are ultimately hand in reverse. Where it says, if that's the case, so what I was saying, interesting enough, so what we're saying is that I'm so that a sofa, a renter, has the same thing as a Shabbat. And that's the case, how you have a Shabbat. It's not really one custodian, it's really three custodians. You really what you have is but it's like Shabbat, a custodian, Shabbat, a borrower, and then Shabbat and sofa are really the same. I'm not going to use that. I've always shown you the DP and Shlosh. What it means is there's four categories of custodians, but they usually have three different categories of life. So show the category, show that has his category, and then the Sukkah and Shlomo Sukkah, which has a similar halakha category. How would that have a show? Sorry. They can show. Sorry. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show it to you. They can show me. I'm going to show you the Sukkah. They can show me. I'm going to show you. I'm going to ask. If you want to do Schwarz, show me. If you want to do Schwarz, between. It was interesting enough in all of these cases to look at actually turning Schwarz between. So actually, Schwarz have become all of these cases in each now. Say that the individual is Potter. Potter means that you look at everyone. Potter means you look Potter from Schwarz and show. Right, Schwarz have a couple. But ultimately, again, they're kind of Schwarz Rashi. So the hand Schwarz will give the Shabbat probably older than already in Shabbat, but nobody can do Shabbat. Only yeah, you should show the source and stuff like that. What Schwarz is quite nice. You just take it out. The next piece of the tour, you can be Potter ultimately again from Schwarz and Shogun, which was what we call Schwarz and because there's no Asham, there's no Chodesh, there's no Jared. But it can be carried ultimately again in Schwarz between. So you guys in the school of Schwarz and then the actor who Schwarz between. You can even part of Schwarz between. There was a break of the Schwarz summer, let's say the Hava. But I'm sorry, this is about so what's I would argue about this before, which is what can means in order to be happy Schwarz between. And once I saw it again, what Schwarz holds. That in order to be held for Schwarz between must be able to be phrased both in future tense and past tense. This case of the short will be phrased in this tense, not the future tense, we are phrased in Schwarz between. Rather than future past, rather than be positive and negative. And since the short can be phrased both in positive and negative, therefore I get the driver. I would mercy about all, and actually, alright, we've already had some important words before. Schwarz is also so young, Schwarz is also so again, I love him, so again, I take the Schwarz, right? I take the Schwarz went so young, Schwarz also, I swear, I threw the stone into the sea for the stone trees. Rabbi, I'm a kite. So Rabbi says, you're kite. Which Schwarz I'm about her, and which Schwarz I'm about her. So I was like, what's the issue in the phone? Yeah, I'm not kite, and you can see the bad thing. Rabbi says, you're kite, why? Because I believe the Schwarz details always one. He phrased as positive and negative. This can be phrased in positive and negative, right? Sure, I threw the stone. I didn't throw the stone. Sure, Schwarz says the butter. Why? The rest of that. Because you can't phrase this in the future. I swear I never saw the stone. You can think that doesn't work. So why do you have to go ahead and mention this? Like, so let's do that. It's not like this. Why? Yes, we have a heart. If we're interested in this case, but we're at the street, now shit comes that off. This case on the side. I am choosing to swear on my own volition. About the heart, they can't wish to do that. But again, I think so good. This is a journey. Think about motivated one. Maybe not a piece of sure that many kids. You think it's not another side. Think about motivated sure that now you call Schwarz. I got another machine also. Any kind of an album should Schwarz into it. Because again, the value is that any kind of church by his face. Ultimately, again, there's no Schwarz between. The value holds. It's only by aiming for a Schwarz between when again, it's a self-proclaimed oath. And we just in this case, the hard common Schwarz, as the case of Schwarz ultimately again, both cases are going to be in the one side. So how about trying to point out the way we have mentioned before, in these cases in Mishnah, although you are covered from Shvas and covered from Shvas Shomer, you are hiding from Shvas Mitzvah. You have made a false oath of utterance. Like you have made a false declarative oath. Right? Or perhaps, depending on the circumstances, maybe she was sheker, or maybe she was shot, depending on the circumstances. So again, it's going to point out, even in all the Mishnah's cases, when the Mishnah says, Kata, you're Kata from Shvas Sabikata, right? The left Kippah from Sinat and Chayiv, Reperen, Chomesh, and Asham. Kata is other shore liability for making a false oath. Incredible. I'm not going to be close to the Mishnah, also in the Mishnah, there was a much picks up on this last detail. Interestingly enough, if you are a juror in a court, ultimately again, you can't be liable for Shvas to declare both. Why not? Shneimar, or Nefesh, Kisi Shava, Revatik, Isvasan. The Pasuk says a person will articulate an oath with his lips. What do you see from here? There's only liability for Shvas if what? If you say on your own, keep your church. Shorish Hakish, the Shtanish, the Abel Sholos. Ultimately, again, has four different definitions. Four different definitions. Okay, so they put here, what's that? So they put the Rothschild. All Nefesh. It means, and it's actually very interesting, it's only liability for a Shvas. Literally, if Allah writes you utter it of your own volition. If you're a juror, there's no liability in that. I'm asking that, right? And again, all these things are happening. You can make a choice, if you're juror, you're not, doesn't matter if it's fault, you're liable. I'm not sure this ties into this, but that's why in this case, if you're not high for Shvas, you won't be high for Shvas. Incredible. The Rothschild also says, from Shvas Shomer, like a loving tree, it's the end of the Pasach Shoel, in the name of the Adega Gnosis, so it says, interestingly enough, so remember, in all these mergers and before, in all these cases, even if you're part from Shvas Shomer, you will be chayav for Shvas between, except for words. If they are not Pasach Shoel, except in the case of, I don't know what you're talking about in the case of the Shoel, right? And ultimately, again, in the case of the Adega, like no says, and so why she should come from the public. Also, in those cases, all those cases will be kind ultimately again for Shvas HaKadosh. Now, what we must point out over here is if you're kind of Shvas HaKadosh, you're not kind of the Shvas B'Twin. Right? So, again, you're not really kind from both of those things. So, in those cases, you're going to be kind for Shvas HaKadosh. Why? Shahari Kafram Mother. Because at the end of the day, in those cases, you didn't deny a monetary claim. And as you pointed out, when you deny a monetary claim, ultimately, again, you're kind of forced. So what's the takeaway over here? So all this comes down to one simple principle. This last Mishnah on the second, this last paragraph, this paragraph, right? This last paragraph over here, and the second teaches us a simple principle. We introduced over here to what we call Shvas HaKadosh, Shvas HaShomer, where I can consider the item with one of the four Shomer. Who are the four Shomer? Shomer Filo, Shomer Sachar, Sofer, Shoel. It's four, it's really collapsing the three categories. We're asking, Sofer and Shomer Sachar really have the same type of liability. There are distinctions, but that's not a sector right now. I come over to here and come up on this, on my object. Means something happens. Like obviously, I trust him, there's no shvua. We're talking about cases where what? I would like some verification of this claim. He swears something happened to it, and it turns out that what? He's lying. Is there liability? What does it depend on? It all comes down to one simple thing. Do his false oath save him from financial responsibility or not? If it do, then again, he is chayiv. Chayiv for Shomer, right? For Shvas HaKadosh. What is he chayiv for? Again, Keren, principle, Chomesh, additional fifth, and ultimately covered Ashur. Because that's his liability. If he made a false oath, but it turns out that the false oath didn't save him any money, didn't do anything from financial eventually, then what? He's Potter. But it turns out that when he's Potter, Shua Shomer. But what is he calling for? Ultimately, again, Shua speech. The Lord said that's the Sunni as we diagnose it, as we come to the end. As opposed to the section, as opposed to all, a tremendous shayach for us. You know, saying so, I don't know. I hope no one ever asks me a question on this set that's yours. Like, you know, let's just finish the second. I'm like, I'm just shy my back up, please. No, it's like, okay, you're right, we're not from the selfishness, right? And perhaps I don't even feel like I know, so that sometimes it's not about mastery. Having the courage to resolve and commit to make it through the journey. And it was like that is what we have done. We have navigated through very complex sugya, a very complex sugya. To be honest, at times, like today, not giving it a proper amount of time. That's like just giving it a who's doing that, that was that and a half. I don't know, yeah, I know, we're not going to have, right? I'm not going to have, just like, so a night is required 2 hours. So that's okay, we're going to get time, I guess, at 4:30 in the morning. Let's say, but yeah, I did it. But we didn't. We did something that for many of us probably never thought we would do, and even for those who thought it would be possible. And it was so easy to give up at so many different points in this journey. But we did it. Check the other, the Kimon, the Yellow, as well. We got to the end of this particular receptor, a tremendous and overwhelming and beautiful and magnificent accomplishment. There was almost so how many times we struggled, but we had to keep going through it. That's the old of the week, and that's the old of the dark, and a tremendous and beautiful accomplishment for us. Tremendous actually see the struggle, the effort that we put in, and that's should be a source. The cloud we slow should be a source for ourselves, should be a source for our mishpachas, for the next say tomorrow morning. We shall talk about the Mustachas to begin. We set us as our desire, the journey continues, the adventure continues, and have a guide for many more years to get your hands in Allah, Father Showman, we'll stick on the second show. So what's that? All right, Kazan, I'm going to do a mazel tov, everyone, and that's our show. She's okay today, accomplishments together. She's okay as a cover, it's a song. You know, so nice to see you. She's okay next Hashem. She's okay next Hashem. Be sure to be so with us and holiday to go to rock all the all right, let's say good morning, let us begin. Again, I thank all of our sponsors for this morning. We thank our annual Talmud sponsor. He took so much fun. Right, so we're dedicating all the Shemon Joshua this year in this chus of the Surah Somos for Israel. Our Talmud sponsors are Stephen Amari and the Stephen Terry Zimmer, the Steve's mother, Doris, the senior, the Ora Basu, the Soil, Doris, for the Rabbi, on the teaching for 5th yard cycle of the American Talmud Torah, all the Shemon's Lava, and the families that come all those here who force them together with Kol Israel, and Hashem, bring our hostages home to Shalom and the call of Shalom, our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole of massive payment, and she shall surely see the protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters there to serve, and they will be so kind as Hashem to lead the Sarah Storms and decisive victories. But with that, we must be made a lot to do today. So today's God is sorry, it's not. So that's 48. We're going to be that Hashem on these not even on the days. We're going to move today 47 and we're going to take it on. We're picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. So once I said that again, we had yesterday with beautiful illusion, beautiful heartbreaking, incredible illusion to come around it. This is by Shaw. Then again, the Lord puts another piece of Agati protection by the shooting and down from I cannot have that goal, now I trust. So the large river, the Euphrates. So let's say, so if you're just thinking of what's popular is regarding the stadium things. The Euphrates is the agricultural. Let's see Rashi actually for just a moment. So before we get to Rashi, so Shimon, the entire folk over, cross the God of the Hero, the blood. When you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you yourself will become oily. So what is that? Rashi says, "And I cry, but with God, I will guard. If I got them, I'm not to share it. And if that was going to be awesome. If you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you also become oily. As a result of contact, you're not us who claim Shalosh Naros should be humanly at slot. So let's say this thing is enough. Remember again, the Torah outlines over here three different rivers, right? And ultimately, again, the trust is the smallest of the three. It's four rivers, and Pras is the fourth one. Pras is considered to be the smallest one. So you might say, but I know how to do Pras. Because of course, also Nahar Plato. It's interesting that as much as Pras is one of the small rivers, but yet here it's called the Nahar Plato. It's called a large river. So what's the shot with that? This guy Hashem Eretz Yisrael, Shukashuba, this guy Rekashikos. So that's what we just sharing out. But he wants to suggest over here as follows. Let's see at the end of the day, the Euphrates is connected to some of the other bodies of water, which ultimately bind up the Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, what? Euphrates is called the Big River. Euphrates is called the Big River. So again, why is it called the river? Since it's connected with bodies of water that get connected up to the Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see from here? So again, the same way, if you touch someone that's oily, you become oily. If you touch something that's great, you also become great. So Euphrates itself is not one of these things. Euphrates actually a very large water source. Right, but the less stuff, to the other one is not. But since it touches water sources with the touch Eretz Yisrael, therefore it's called not a Gadol. It's called a large river. Shmuel Torah and the Noah, it's like what people say, the servant of the king is like the king. And what does that mean? And then this is the servant of the king. He's also viewed as a point of the king. He's part of the royal court, and it downside the Hashivos as well. There's a tremendous possibility that sometimes the good way is to connect yourself to other great things. Because when you embed yourself in that kedusha of greatness, that looks like art. So whether that's making sure that you keep the right friends who are going to go ahead and have an impact on you, making sure that you actually spend in spiritually enriching environments, attaching yourself to kedusha, by definition, runs spark on you. It's an incredible idea. And it's also beautiful you saw in that Israel, especially there's an Indian, certainly the doctor pushes stuff to speak about the beauty and goodness of Eretz Yisrael as much as possible. And since the paper of the Rabbi is that they penetrated the Rabbi, so the tikkun for the food is only the back of the Rabbi Shlach. Talk about the greatness of Eretz Yisrael. So just to point out a little bit from what you want to say, it's great attachment to the land makes you great. And here about the Euphrates, it's if you're attached to a water source that's attached to Eretz Yisrael, and it's great. And it's great. Although the Euphrates happens to bump against the actual physical borders of itself. Now when we look at the map, so the Euphrates doesn't really connect to Eretz Yisrael. But when we go to Eretz Yisrael, the Euphrates comes next to Eretz Yisrael, not to Eretz Yisrael, but next to Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, what you see from here, the kedusha of the land is such that just by touching the land, and this is what the verse says, Avino Ya'arid Yisrael Machki. The air of Eretz Yisrael makes you smart. Makes you smart. I said, by the way, I can't really smart by the rock, but it's still different. You look at what the Mossad and the army hold on around that. As a meeting said, smuggling is a basic fact. It doesn't like that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a country that is less than a century old. How does it have an apparatus like this? How does it have lines that look like this? Don't go because of this happens. So, by the way, I understand. The Ara Yisrael, the air of Eretz Yisrael gives you wisdom. See, our whole lives we thought that just meant Torah. It is definitely Torah, but it's not just Torah. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's the ability to think out of the box. It's the ability to think differently than the rest of the world thinks, because you have to think differently than the rest of humanity thinks, because your survival changes on it. The land of Eretz Yisrael changes you. The air of Eretz Yisrael changes, and that's why we don't know it, because we've all hopefully we've all experienced it. A step foot in the soul of Eretz Yisrael, and how do you feel? How do you feel? Just feel different. Is it so different? What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is, but it's the Kedusha of the land. And when you're attached to Kedusha, by definition, you become more Kaddish. When you're attached to the smartness of the earth, you become so. Again, listen, this is what it means. And again, this is a beautiful example, but that's how not anything else. Attach yourself to great people because you will become greater. And get yourself in the atmospheres of Kedusha because you will become holy. Incredible. Let's go back there. Now, family now comes up. So the Mishnah spoke about the case. We'll say the shopkeepers. What we're going to give the shopkeeper was the following scenario. This was, I go over to Ruben, the shopkeeper, and I say, Ruben, I want you to go ahead and I want to pay my workers. So all my workers come in and take $100 of work, so that's huge. So the workers come in, right? Or what happens? So Ruben says, okay, I paid your workers. So Ruben says, give me my money. Ultimately, again, the workers say they haven't gotten paid. So I'm going to handle this. So that's the halacha. So how the Mishnah said is that both of the shores and ultimately connect. Sorry. Now, remember again, so black on that little color. When the Nana said, kids are able to even borrow these shorts shot. Ultimately, again, so the Nana said, it doesn't make any sense. Someone's lying. Someone's lying on the Nana says, collect without the shorts. Essentially, Hanga, Amr, Torah Shua Zubaba. Rebbe says, why are you making it into Yeshua? Right? So Rebbe's arguing on Tanakama, and Rebbe says, why is Yeshua necessary? I'm going to hear about that. So again, the Mishnah said that both the workers and the shopkeeper both swear to me, right? So the shopkeepers get paid. They don't get paid, and everyone collects from them. So he says, keep them in there. So I says, interesting, but so Rabbi said, I was telling Yeshua, and he responded with, well, that's the Yeshua. So the Rabbi accepted the gift statement, and all the Yeshua, somebody, right? So then Rabbi says that the workers swear to the shopkeeper. It's very interesting. So this is how a second idea that the workers swear to the shopkeeper that I'm not going to say they didn't get it. The sort of Alabayis requirement. Why they swear to the shopkeeper, which should be swearing to the employer. On the level, Holman and Spoiler of Alabayis, the minor defendants, to the Hasu, so those are this. In reality, the workers and the shopkeeper are both going to swear. I'm going to make the workers swear in the presence of the shopkeeper. Why? Because the workers are claiming that they didn't get paid. We want to kind of put that thing to the test. I say, Habakkuk always assumes two things. Number one, people lie, right? Okay, it's a pretty safe assumption, right? And the assumption number two is that people are so lazy to lie in the face of the person who they're hiding something to. So workers will lie about not getting paid. But they're a little bit more reticent to lie about as well. Is that they didn't get paid in front of the person who really paid them. So then we make them swear to the Balabayas in the presence of the company. This way, hopefully, that if they come up with us and we get paid, look at that for sure. If not, just to point out the leader, just fascinating out. Just fascinating out the universities to indicate that we hear that Halak will actually translate the Torah, and both of them will take a shoe off. So the workers will swear to the Balabayas in the presence of the family of the and the family will swear to the Balabayas that he did pay them. How incredible. If not, those are very true cases. There are two sets of witnesses that contradict each other. So let's say something was coming up, Zuba, the answer only for the Zuba, the answer only. So this is a very interesting case. So we look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, second of the interview with one of our shows you Schneider harag, Ishrain Omid Lo harag. You just say a typical case. Two witnesses say, we saw Ruben. Two witnesses say, we saw Ruben and he didn't kill Shimon. Okay, so what's like, what happens in a testimony in a scenario like this? What happens? You can't tell. That's all. So what's like, but here's what we do now. What do we know? Someone's like, so as I said, it's an interesting shot. Can both of those sets of witnesses go and testify on it? So obviously they both think that again, it's nothing for us to do because they canceled each other out. So okay, so everybody goes home. What about if they try to testify in another case? What do we do with the testimony then? So the Gemara says, I'm going to Zupar if they ask me, so if he says each of them come on their own they cancel each other out. And I know that someone's lying, but the right subject absolutely fit for testimony. So each one can come on their own and testify. The Chisda says, the Chisda says, what do I need with such liars? The Chisda says, this is interesting. The Chisda disqualifies them from all future testimony. Why? Because someone's lying, and I don't know who's lying. So in the absence of the who's lying, I'm just going to go and disqualify everyone. Everyone's incredibly slow. It's good. I'm highly judging my mother. So I say that everyone goes ahead now, but interesting cases. So say, for example, another example of this would be, let's say two different transactions, right? Two different lenders, two different borrowers, and two different status. And then all these, they both have made up each of these sets of witness in one of these transactions. So everyone says, okay, that's exactly the case we're talking about. What do you do now with these transactions, knowing that one of these sets of witnesses is a liar? Or if you have one lender, one borrower, two different transactions, in that case, let's say one is for one of a living amount, one is for one of a lesser amount. In that case, the one who has the start, the lender, will only be able to collect the lesser of the two debts. Two lenders and one borrower, but yet ultimately two different documents, which highly less than the same. That's again the case of our initiative. These local not the effort, two borrowers and one lender, which obviously again and two different documents. When we're doing that case, ultimately and so we're just given four cases in which you see how that mathematics manifests itself. But bottom line, I will say, and this is really very interesting. I have two witnesses contradicting each other. Again, capital case. Moving function, one group says this, one group says different. They cancel each other out. So therefore, again, in a capital case, what happens to Ruben? He goes home. Now, again, I'm faced with reality that someone here is lying. So what do? So my point is, Rafuna says, there's still conflict that they cancel each other out. And what is as if it never happened? And if I recognize it won't fit. If just knows someone's alive over here, and therefore it won't be disqualified. So that's what Rafuna by you though. So for my verification, was a couple of members at the program that one of the things like those get put over shovels. So this we've actually seen this before. In our Rosh Hashanah days, like you Shachodesh. Right now, one thing remember again, it used to be before the calendar was organized by Hillel Hashem. And it's Chodesh would be the third base and testimony of two witnesses. They would have to come to the base and they would have to describe how to sort it. One of the things that they would have to testify was how high, so to speak, the moon was off. It would often be measured would be like ox curve. So here's the ox curve, because that's helpful if you actually know what an ox curve is. So let's say again, one of them comes, obviously, I don't know ox curve. This is something you go, right, to an ox. Good, so it's one says, so let's say one way shows I saw the moon and it was two ox goes up from the horizon. The other says three. So I was kayak. So let's remember to show these because it's understandable that it's not going to be exact, right? You two people are going to see, especially remember again, this is all like ocular measurement, right? So in other words, so your eternity is based on what you're able to see. So obviously again, it's not going to be exact. So therefore again, one says two, one says three. The testimony is good. And I don't give back over, hey, and do so the table. And it's start in the Avis Acheres. Well, here's cases. Right? But let's say one witness says it was 3 ox gold, one witness says it was 5 ox gold. All that would be let's say that's not misguided. Then that doesn't work. If you simply go wrong, why? Because the discrepancy is too much. Yet you just ended up with the guys are saying, and it's start with the Avis Acharas. It can become part of another testimony. That you must say, what is that? My love will be this moment. Now, what that sounds like is, okay, so for this testimony, we're not going to accept that. But they can go on to give testimony in another case. Right? This moment, no, I'm going to clarify case. Here's the reason that's not even some Rabbi. After this testimony was a Harris Sholosh Chodesh. Remember, it means it's he or one of those witnesses and another can also be identified in its time for another instance. For example, let's say again, first witnesses 1 or 2 come and say that the room was 3 ox above the horizon. Witnesses 3 and 4 come along and say that it was 5. So obviously, let's say in that case, you'll be there. I'm sorry, one says it was 3. Witness 1 says it was 3 ox. Witness 2 says it was 5 ox. So obviously, they're not going to start it. But either one of those witnesses, let's say that witness number 3 comes along. And witness number 3 says, I saw that it was 3 ox above the horizon. So that was, I follow this. Witness 1 and witness 3 have combined to form a testimonial unit for Kiddush HaKodesh. That's means why. Because now effectively 1 and 3 combined, and that's 2 against 1. Right? Because witness number 2 was 1 and 7 is 5. Who back comes out later? It's like, how do you treat the kind? And therefore, again, it turns out that there are 2 witnesses that say 3 ox goats, 1 witness that say 5 ox goats, and therefore they can combine. I will say the novelty over there, by the way, is that interestingly enough, witnesses 1 and 3 are able to combine. Even though what? They didn't see it together. And again, this is unique how it is. I hope it's probably by testimony. In order to form a testimonial unit, usually you have to be able to see it. That's what Marcus days. That's what Marcus days. Right? But it's sort of Kiddush HaKodesh, and without this, you can buy. Good. So once I say, I'm not going to have asking, so that I'm not asking for my microphone. But when you have testimonial units which cancel each other as a contradictory testimony, that does not go ahead and take away the ability to testify in future cases. Essentially, once they cancel each other out, we're done. Even though I know, what do I know? Someone is lying. Now, again, there's a possibility that someone is not lying, that someone's mistaken. There's always that possibility. But for myself, there's a bigger probability that someone's actually lying. Right? But when they cancel each other out, ultimately that does not render them unfit to give testimony in other areas. So again, group 1 says we didn't know Shimon, group 2 says we didn't know Shimon. Right? So I love when I said they cancel each other out, but both in asking like Ruthina, both are still kosher to give testimony in other areas. It's incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. So once this one again, this was the next case. I go over to the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, give me a dinar, ultimately a net of euros, of produce. I will have this. He gives it to me. I say that he says to me, okay, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money and you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I gave you the money. I have to swear that I gave you the money. So send me the money. When do I have to swear? When do I have to pay? Well, let's say the produce is piled right in front of us, right? So again, shopkeeper piled the produce. I say I'm about to take it. I haven't taken it yet. Shopkeeper says, hold up, give me my money. I say, I gave you the money, pay you the bank out. He says, you didn't pay me. Then I swear that I paid him the money and I can take the produce. However, I was not over if I was in a better but if I look to the right side, I already had the produce. Right? I put it in my shopping bag, right? I put it in my that cart, which you push, right? And right? I put it in my little cart, right? So when I sell, so then in that case, it's almost in the kind of right? But in that case, since I already have possession of the fruit, again, the reality is possession is 9 days, right? And the shopkeeper wants that I can pay both of the obligations are. So also it's very important to see halacha. So when we say that I, the purchaser, in the store that I swore, did not take possession of the produce, but I already took possession of the produce, then the obligation of the burden shifts to the made to the shopkeep, and if he wants to claim that I did not pay it, the burden of proof is upon the right. Excellent. Next, I'm going to show 22. So as I said, remember we have virtually the same exact case with the money changer. Right? What was the money changer? The money changer was money changer. I said in exchange for a dinar. He gives it to me. He says to me, okay, now give me the dinar. I say I gave it to you and you put it in your couch. And then what's how about I have to swear that I paid it. She says to me, I don't understand this. I was it's the same case. It's the same case. That pretty much again the money changer case and the family case is the same as right here. But she calls I do right. Eventually, you talk to myself. If you look at the first case, the numbers, come up on a mission if they have to be. If you the market, no question. This is very interesting. If you want to the first case on the produce, I would have said like this. I can hear that there could be a case of produce where the shopkeeper would be willing to physically give it over before receiving it. Why? This is fascinating. Because produce rots. When you're having a shopkeeper, what do you want to do faster than anything? Cement the sale. How do you cement the sale? Right? Again, if you give over the produce, ultimately again to the purchaser, he does not fall. Ultimately again, it's given. So what's that? So you can see that. So I can see the case of produce. How you can have a case of where produce was given over even if payment wasn't yet tendered. I can see that. I can see that. However, again, I have most momentarily in a motivated Rabbi. That you know, say that these are of money. What I'm teaching you, chances are the shofar is not really the wrong way to run it so hard. But he receives the giver, right? He's not giving over the change now. They're all right. He can get my behalf, and if he kind of comes on from you, he's my behalf, and just said the second gets my part of you, I'm on behalf of the first case, he won't be able to that, or if I'm saying you do to that, but the difference you on the website. So because the cases really are dissimilar, therefore both are necessary. Next, you shouldn't tell about them as so if you need someone to talk, you're going to say, now, come to a solution with this list of 11 minutes. Okay, let's say, so again, that's all right, that's okay. So remember again, so the halacha is an English like I said here, that if someone will give you out of the shura, that if someone don't pay, accept that shura. We learned this on this reference in yesterday's daf over there. He said that if someone often that don't pay the shura, so he says, what are you talking about? Yeah, again, that Russian is not like in other words, the concept that we see over and over is what? If you want to extract from your soulmate, you have to require a shvira. But the Russian way you soul it only pay what does this mean? What does it mean not? When they collect, when you soul it collecting from that they need to take a shvira, so you can really know that. If you want to see that, let's say maybe the cases like this, that right, Father Yaakov died. He left behind sons redemption that Yaakov had lent money to Zebulun. So now that when Yaakov dies, so we mentioned the son wanted to collect money from Zebulun. That we're talking about the beginning of Shmuel. I didn't check about Shmuel, but Shmuel was there. If Yaakov was alive, Yaakov could collect from Zebulun without a shvira. Why? Because what does Yaakov have? What does Yaakov have? A shtar. So if Yaakov could collect without a shvira, so why should we even shimon the kids? Why should we even fire a shvira? What's the article is going to say? If you're so many, you could have shvira. So it seems like yesterday's that. Versus, what are you talking about over here? We're talking about over here, you're so many below the spectrum of soul. So this is one thing is collected from guardians. So the halacha is you can only collect with a shvira. So what are we talking about here? So let's say, now this is a little bit of a repeat from what we saw yesterday's guys. So Rabbi it's very important. Rothschild, what did he say? That Rothschild required a shvira. Correct, Rabbi Rothschild. That's only when Rothschild makes know that the Chayim will back. That's talking about the head where was that case of the way he deceased the borrower. Right? So Father Yaakov is the lender, right? Yaakov lent money to Zebulun. Yaakov died. Yaakov's kids now go ahead and Yaakov's kids now have the obligation and go to collect the debt. After Yaakov died, Zebulun died. So now Yaakov's kids are coming to collect from Zebulun's kids. Okay, so what's that? The idiots that Yaakov's kids can only collect the shura from Zebulun's kids. Now again, the album to look at even though again, what do Yaakov's kids have? What do they have? They have the shtar. But then they're going to say, it's only better in the idea or in the concern that your sons aren't necessarily looking for the affairs of their father. So therefore, which is like the fail-safe to ensure that the phone wasn't collected beforehand. Okay, so it's like that halacha. So again, so the concept of essentially the assuming of the lender, what we're talking about, the assuming of the loan is very important. When the borrower is when the lender predeceased the borrower. So, watch this. How about this loan of hiding money? Oh, okay. However, if the borrower predeceased the lender, then it looks like finance hiding money the main loan is short. So let's say, now watch this. Let's say it's movement. We're going to tomorrow. It's moving guy first. Okay, so let's say, now what happens? Yaakov's like a lot of kids. Yaakov's good. Now, if Yaakov wants to collect that debt from his ruler to say, what does Yaakov need? What does Yaakov need? A shua. Because remember, you can only collect on his money is stolen with a shua. So ultimately, if Yaakov has to collect things a shua, now watch this. And if Yaakov subsequently dies, get ready for this. Ein adam morish shua lebadav. A person can't bequeath, a father can't bequeath a shua to his son. Now let's say what this means, and this is fascinating. Right? So since already, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from his woman's kid, shua, when Yaakov dies, shua is not inherently right. And therefore, interestingly enough, because there's only the pre-existing obligation of shua, or the collection of his debt, when Yaakov dies, ultimately, again, he can't pass down that obligation of shua. In other words, his kids can't take that shua. They can't take the shua of their father, and therefore, effectively, the debt is uncollectible, which is quite fascinating. So we'll say, so again, just to highlight this idea as well. So this is Rabbi shua, right? So again, the Mishnah is teaching me, let's just get this straight. The Mishnah is teaching me that in general, when the sovereign wants to collect from the sovereign, you can only collect with the shua of the sovereign. Rabbi shua says, what's that case? That's a case of when the lender predeceases the borrower. So now again, Reuben, Shimon, Yaakov, the lender's kids are coming to collect. So Yaakov dies, the debt is inherited by itself, they have a child. Then Zvulun, the borrower, dies. So now ultimately again, Yaakov's kids want to collect some of Zvulun's kids. They can't, they have a child that goes in with the shua. But Rabbi Shmuel will say, if they have a case of where the borrower, Zvulun, died before Yaakov, so that Yaakov is alive, for Yaakov to go to the shua. When Yaakov dies, that shua, that Yaakov would have is not transferable to his kids. So therefore, again, Ein Adam Lavash over here, Ein Adam Morish Shua Levadav. A father cannot bequeath a shua to his son, and therefore, Allah the kids of Yaakov, of the land you can collect. Also, take a quick look at Rashi. This high al shua. Rashi says, "Shlo iskabel klum, shani kamei yisol kili b'shtar tzarach shua." So remember again, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kids, Yaakov would have to show up. Yaakov would have to swear. Or he'd have to swear. I swear that I never received payment from your father. Now again, what's the novelty in that shua? Because what is Yaakov holding on to? He has to shout. Now, if you remember, in a normal case of a loan, I go over to you, I let you down, no, they're going to say, give me back. You say, I made you ready. All they need to do is what? All they need to do is what? Without that shot, and we're done. The conversation is done. Because again, whoever I touch, but you so many dollars is our legislature. If you want to catch a mortgage, you have to take the shua. So therefore, again, go back to that sheet. So therefore, when Yaakov showed up, I used to have to the shua. Such one that any other Moorish loan should be free of Allah shua. A father does not bequeath money that is bound by a shua to his sons. The fish in the money that you are holding the shua is high up here. It's very simple. It's like, what was the shua that Yaakov would have taken to the sons of Zvulun? What was the shua? I swear that I never received any payment from your father. Okay? Now, when Yaakov died, when the sons inherit that debt, the sons can't take that shua. Why can't they take the shua? Why not? They don't know. So because they can't take that shua that their father was already obligated, therefore effectively the debt becomes uncollectible. Incredible. Let's say, we'll just point that's something very beautiful. A person cannot bequeath a shua to his son. That is true, I would say, except for one that needs a shua. The shua that they took at Har Sinai, ultimately again to be bound to HaKadosh this in the separate shuas. Right? Remember again, why is it that when you take a shua, right, to go ahead and uphold the mitzvah, I say I'm going to put on tefillin today. Why is that shua not important? Why doesn't it work? Why? I'm mushba the old. Ultimately, again, already a jerk. And I'm not saying I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I was there. But when I said that I inherited that shua from my father, who inherited that shua from his father, who inherited that shua from going all the way back to Hasinai. So as much as in other motor shua of Abba, that's true except for the greatest shua of all, and that's the shua of Hasinai. Which we got from our fathers, and that's the shua is open to pass down to our church. Shakur can we do about it? Shua Zu, not even what's the nature of this shua? Right? What is the nature of this shua? So you want to show up with Yarshin, Yarshin, okay, so what's that for? You see, that gets really excited here, right? So essentially, Rabbi will say like this: in any case where the follower predeceased the lender, right, and then the lender dies, the debt is uncollectible. Why? Because that debt was through shua. Right? Yaakov put that shua, and that shua, therefore the debt is uncollectible. But it also comes along and says, what are you guys talking about? I understand it's a shua. What's called shuas yarshin. What's shuas yarshin? Yarshin, what's in a psalm? It's a shua where yarshin, that's devouring knowledge. Our father told us that, right, that was not correct. So I said, that's a shua now in general, by the way. We have yarshin going ahead and collecting. From our yarshin, that's all we have to do. Let's flip this so we can just establish, right? Remember again, let's say that Mama died first. Let's say ultimately again let's say that Rabbi died first, Yaakov died first, right? And then Rova died. So what's the halacha? What's the math? The now? What's the halacha? The Yaakov's kids are don't collect from Zevulun's kids. They're still bringing the shua. That's the Mishnah. What's the shua they make? What's the shua? We swear that to the best of our knowledge, this loan was never repaid. And then they did. So the Lord says, I was there. So just because Yaakov became congregated in the shua, I understand these kids can't take their shua. Let them take a typical shuas yarshin and let them collect the debt. So what's like another one understanding Rabbi Shmuel and the answer? Rabbi Shmuel ultimately saying that in any case where the borrower predeceases the lender, since the lender was already tied to shua when he was alive, then he died, he can't pass down that shua to his kids, therefore the debt is uncollectible. But the Lord says, what are you talking about? Just let the kids take, let Yaakov's kids take them. Yaakov's kids can't take his shua. But what? If they don't share, they'll have to collect the debt. Besides, Rabbi. So once I saw ultimately again, so they said this, Rabbi, so I say, so ultimately again, it's this very interesting. So they sent this question to Rabbi Ami, right? So they're trying to get Rabbi Ami ultimately again to decide, and I must say, I understand this is a big stuff because this is going to render some major portion of loans uncollectible in these cases where both lender and borrower die. So they say to Rabbi Ami, right? Because Rabbi Ami, the new developments. Rabbi Ami essentially says, if I had something to share, I would share. And you keep asking the same question, but I don't have any new information to share with you. Rabbi Ami, owner of the Asalati, name of others, but honestly, even I don't necessarily have the halachic decision in this my focus. Rather, first of all, let me share something with you. Amar Bidin is ultimately again, each thing look at Rashi, Amar Bidin Rashi said, look at Shahitzi Shtarza Ayas Milora, but I'm going to brief in the Shem in the Palace. Well, say, I watch this. So that the case is as follows. Let's say Yaakov was still alive, right? Yaakov was alive, and Yaakov came and died, right? And Yaakov came to go ahead and Amar Bidin, excuse me, I shouldn't say again. Amar Bidin. Right, so again, it started with the Torah. Says, "Shalotzis shtar se'ayas milora." But only the basic is shava the Torah. So right, so again, we took out the shtar, and basically already told the lender, go ahead and spread the mix, and then the lender dies. Then the lender dies. So the lender died before the oath was ever taken. By the side of the name of the shua, the eight other more shua. So essentially, what was asking, so here, Yaakov came to David to collect the debt from the sons of Sfur. Right? He was basically saying, okay, Yaakov, swear. Yaakov died before he had a chance to take it out. So Allah said again, Yaakov's kids can't collect the money. Why? Because they can't take the oath of their father, like Rabbi Shmuel. Law of the case. What happens, however, if Yaakov didn't try to collect the debt, and then he died? Very interesting. So what's this? Whatever wants the cousin that the only kind of destroyed is passed down from Yaakov to his son. Rashi said, the only time that the son of Yaakov or other to collect the debt is when the obligation for Yaakov's shmuel was already triggered. But if Yaakov did not trigger that shmuel, then ultimately again Yaakov's kids can collect the debt with a typical shmuas yash. Fascinating. So Maskeva right now. So Nachman is the cash up to date. You don't have any shmuel, maybe not the outside. But I do the dinner to the shmuel. Is it the base in the obligates Yaakov and the shmuel? No. The people of the shop of Logan hiring Rabbi and the shmuel. No, the shmuel obligation is triggered right. Immediately when it's moving on. I'm not going to say first one, right? I'm not going to see the Kadam and Shmuel and stuff. Ilasa. Choose a team, right? Either you're on the Shmuel or either you're with us or you're against us. Right? There's two options up there. You have a Shmuel on one side and you have a Shmuel on the other side. You got to choose a side. Allah, the side coming. So you see the way that I'm nothing, I wasn't sure. Either have a performance. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to withdraw. Yachloki, you know. And you're trying not to himself. Sebastian Halacha, and then Nachman said, Yachloki, Rashi said, Yachloki, God is shooting for sheep, you Daniel Rosh, Nachman Yaakov Shala, Alma Lesla Shmuel. So what's it called? Interestingly enough, this is one of the different kind of cases where both parties were cautious, both parties ultimately against the suspect, no one didn't take Shmuel, but Nachman said Yachloki, that wasn't what he did. The case where the party could swear that he said Yachloki, that's not right about the Shmuel. So Nachman says, yes, we're out of Shmuel. Who's worse than no public years ago, they was coming to a person who should have made. They're not going to self design. Master Moshe is a kasha. Mesa, I just want to say that this is a different case, right? So this is a case of a widow who did not collect her ksuba. Right? So she died, now she died. What's that about? She must do as ksuba said, has to become shine. Ultimately, again, her children, right? Her children, her inheritors, could claim her ksuba up to 25 years. So let's say Gemara set as ksuvis. Right? You know this story. You know what I'm saying? You know what's been like that film? That film is like you ever meet someone who you have such a warm feeling towards them, but you can't remember their name. Right? Like when I see it, it puts such a smile, like it's so happy to see. I can't ask you your name because I know that we know each other, and I know each other. I know each other. You're not supposed to see this. I don't remember any of the stores, right? But when I just say, it's so I know you well. I don't know you very well, but we know each other well. So what happens? If your mother dies, her kids do not collect the ksuba. So they have up to 25 years to go ahead and do that. So ultimately, what's the case of that? Ultimately, Rashi points out that here, I guess the commission, and the Shemis, and I don't commission, and the Morexi, the Ksubis, the guys, I think, said, yeah, she'll not get there a little bit. The long time the school of that idea, it's a good idea. You're actually going to Subasa. I'll come to Shmas, you're actually coming to Summit. I won't say that ever again. What are you collecting it from? So the Pashas, they also collecting it from the soul of the husband. So what is he here? This is his soul collecting it from his soul. Now, how are we collecting it? So the kind of husband, this is a debt. So there's a debt. So the Pashas, remember again. So the woman is like the lender, and she's the one who's paid the money. And the mission of the husband ultimately again are the borrowers, so to speak. And if our local events and you're collecting, which sound from, you can collect it just with a typical shvus hayarship. Like the Belazar, Papa Askinon, Shemishpa Mesa. No, the case is where it's very interesting. She's what the function that is really good. So that's really the whole of this, right? So she swore before that sheep, she's what before she died. Now, Allah reminds us she had collected anything. Then Allah reminds that she was the Kashma. Nasr Shalom is another Shia Mesa. Man was married to a Greg Knight, his first wife, and she died. Married his wife, and then Sue, and then he died. Right? So again, wife one predeceased him, and then he predeceased wife number two. She never be a Shah, Homer, and Shah Rishon. Ultimately, again, the second wife and her inheritors, therefore becomes before the first wife and her inheritors. So you know what I'm saying? But once you get this, what he's collecting for the essence, so no, this case over here is where she swore that she did not receive anything from her receiver before she died, that she was not even Tashma. About Yoshin Mashpin also, that's your shout, that's our button of shoe song. Open was in the case. The husband's heirs, like the husband's Yoshin, have the ability to adjourn her and her heirs, and anyone who comes in her stead. Or Shmaya would start in Katari. Or there are two different cases. Saw the Almana, Yosha Medusha, Yosha case is talking about the case, and Yosha case and Medusha case. Kasir was Marshia. Yes, also so again, always pointing out over here is that Allah these are not typical cases ultimately of Yosha collecting from Yosha. So they're over fast. Pastor Nasrashia, you have a clock up in the clock out. So sometimes again, a son and Korach ultimately again and the father other things. Wow. Shabbat, Robert, David, Shua, Ubin Shua, Shua, ultimately has the ability correct with the Shua and without a Shua. You know, it says, even though they have the Shua, but the father ultimately has the ability to the Shua, talking about the Rashi, Takashi, has what it is, go to Shabbat, go back, Shtani is so the Shua's Yoshin. Son has the ability to collect on the Yoshin with a Shua's Yoshin, or the Shua's Yoshin. But a father, on the other hand, doesn't have the ability to do it. It makes over the Chayim over. The case is talking about a case where the father will be deceased from a death. Rabbi said, again, that's the case of part of the Katani, Shalem, Robert, David, Shua, Shua, and it says that it's going to collect both the Shua and the other. The Shua, Shua's Yoshin. Shalom, Shua, Yoshin, and the ultimately, again, from the Shua, the side, that's a Shua's Yoshin. That's a Shua's Yoshin. So what I was her. The local man saw a son has the ability to collect. Ultimately, yes, just with the typical Shua that says, I swear, my father that is dead. What's it for money? What's it for business? It's showing you the offering. China over the Davos, keep up with them. It's a different group. That's the China. And China said, that I want to remain son. And you get to be collected is as if it is collected already. And if I offer the very side where a simple Shua slash Ayoshin, no, do. Okay, you know, I'm not going to suppose it's normal by the higher one that. But just keep in mind, all of this is fundamental according to talking about. If you're not going to see that, all of the I'm not going to see that. And also, you know, this again can rely on it. Okay, let's see now. You have to argue that issue. Supposed to be very easy. So it is time for you to uproot the root of the garbage. What's that? So get just remember, all of this I talk very quickly, but all of this is centered on one simple focus. The shaman is as follows. When the lender dies, right? When the lender dies, and the lender, in order to collect, only himself would have been obligated to take the floor. Now, when would that have happened? That would have happened when the borrower predeceased the lender. In that kind of case, and now again, Yaakov, the lender is alive. The borrower is from the died. Yaakov wants to collect the debt, he would require Shua. Yaakov now dies, and therefore, again, that debt is inherited by his kids. Are his kids able to collect that debt? Rabbi will say no. Why? Because since that debt was already collectible already by a Shua, therefore, a father can't bequeath debt to his sons, and therefore, the debt itself is totally collectible. Totally collectible. But it also disregards since it's not true. Although the sons can't go on their father, the sons can't take another Shua. What's it called? That's called the Shua's Ayashim. That's called the Shua of inheritance. So what does that Shua say? To the best of our knowledge, our father never received anything from his debt, and therefore our reclamation can extend. That's our focus. That's what we have not been able to show the resolution. And our focus not to show us the rest of the shot on this office tomorrow. All right. of the area. Você era oficial de escrever sempre isso aqui, então tivemos a tua capital de ser. What should we start? Yeah, we go. Hi, thank you. Amen. Hi, Joe. Say good morning. Good morning. Again, because I thank all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Christmas book of Israel. The dedicated book publishing and Rothschild this year as it's a list of the sales dollars for Israel. Our California country Stephen Kevin these mother brothers and see the water of fast of the soil world to go to Brooklyn on the occasion of her 50th birthday. Welcome to the event of our Tamataro, all of the show us like now, the families in the cover. All those who will share with them, come already so. As well, the sugar section of the home out as the shalom and the color, shall our holy soldiers in the air and land and sea, years I shall be successful. The whole Amasi of the name, she showered my protection and guidance of our brothers and sisters in Israel, and how that I wish result to a leap of decisive victory and shalom all across. So, let's say let us move a lot to do today. So we need 3 people ahead of us today, even a sprinkling, a smidge of our downtown in the sunshine. So let's begin. So today's topic is Zion 47. We are picking up on Rabbi on the base 46b, and we left off with Amar Rabbi. Shomer and Mishpa, Afilu Mishpa. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that Halakha was finished. I spoke about a case of where 2 people see the vendor walk into it, and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his, and ultimately again the borrower claiming that it was mine and unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take the short assets and be able to go ahead and retain that loss. But Rabbi just needs a little more of a qualification. So Rabbi, by the way, who else has the ability to swear or even show, even if it's still cheap, even show it. But so Nicholas is so big, is so much, shows even shomer have findings that have shown that it doesn't have to be swears, but even let's say for example, there's a butler, someone watches the house. So if I say that even that person could swear that the lender walked in and out with something belonging to the borrower. So you have to point that up. I think the shomer is hard. I think the shomer is hard. I think the shomer is hard. Even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this incredible word about skill to keep alive. So Rabbi has read it down. Let's say again, the hired worker, I just want to keep it really good. The hired worker or the leader who works for the coronavirus is such a relief to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off of a Rothschild, to which the Gemara says, take it. And that's true, since he's a hired employee, this was some type of conflict with the priest over there. What is this? Only the beginning of the Rashi. Turnover cast of the cast for mine. Also, the Shvik so here. So this is what the second is interesting. So you remember, let's say I'm carrying a into my home and took something of mine. I can able to say, oh, we have a circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that we saw Ruben walk into my house, and then walked out with something. What he walked out, we had no idea. And the circumstances as to why he walked out, that we had no idea. Remember, Ruben's claiming that he's a seasoned item. Say yes, he thinks he walked out with something, but it's unclear. He stole something from me. So much like this, what happens if I claim a very expensive item? So, for example, I say you came out of my house, and he stole my bar of gold. Right in the middle of him, there's his Costco, like a silver goblet. He stole very expensive silver goblet. So I'm making, so not only like stole something, but I'm making a very significant financial claim against them as well. So that's nice. So do we believe about such an explain? So not so simple. Because you know, image the unto, all image in the heaven, giftige Chicago, 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 the evil, yes, was in the circumstances. First of all, am I wealthy? Am I wealthy enough to be in possession of such an item? Or conversely, am I trustworthy enough that someone would deposit such an item like this with me? So it's very interesting. So essentially, we really examine is it really feasible that such an item, as I said, example, like, so if I claim that you walked out of my house and you took my Rolex. So if this is okay, so first of all, get silver affordable Rolex, that's number one. And if not, is it the kind of person who would be trustworthy enough that a Rolex owner would get that watch with him to watch? So again, that in based on that would then I'm allowed to know that. That's what says, the next case commissioner of the following situation. I'm having a conversation with Rabbi. And then what's happening? So I say, so I went through this home. I want to walk through this home. Watch out, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good. But I walk out of Ruben's home, and what happens? I'm really better, all these different kinds of things. So I claim Ruben, but ultimately, when Ruben says, I can touch it, slip, fell, whatever it was. So what's the halacha? I swear that you assaulted me, and I'm allowed to collect damages. To say to them, I'm not even sure. So he says, when do we say that I'm obligated to make a share? Because the injuries could have been self-inflicted. So in other words, there's a concern over here that you injured, self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to kind of land the pay bill over here. So in that case, that's where a shmur is required. But technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted, then I could collect from moving even without a shmur. Fascinating. Suppose maybe it's still like a call from Scotland. 1 second, maybe I just bumped into a wall, or maybe I fell down a flight of stairs. In other words, that's like, I understand that I got injured, and obviously they weren't self-inflicted, but how does that mean that you did it? So we're talking about, shawl someone on a sheet like we got both. We're going to say that, so I'm not going to say that you have an injury that could not have been self-inflicted. For example, I have a bite on my back. Okay, no matter how talented you are, right? You can't have that off yourself, right? Or on the back of his torso. But so again, these are injuries that could not have been self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, for this sake, there's still another possible story. There's a possible story. But someone other than Ruben, right? And do this thing at Ruben's house. Okay, but remember, when we have a circumstantial evidence, I went to Ruben's house and I was fine. I came out of Ruben's house and I'm injured. I'm claiming Ruben did it to me. Ruben's claiming that I did. So then I swear that Ruben injured me and I'm able to collect. But again, I must say, the cop over here is the cop over on the side, the Dilma of it after, maybe someone else who's in the house and did this to me, then that guy, there's no one else around. So obviously, I will say that this would not, even all of this together, would not be enough to make Ruben's value straight out. Right? Why? Because at and no one saw you can do it. No one saw what they did. So these circumstantial evidence and the Shua that it creates ultimately again the liability. Liability. So I say, yeah, again, the interesting caveat to this Shua is that this is only true if it's injuries that could have been self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that could not have been self-inflicted, the Shmuel says, I can collect even without a Shmuel. Incredible. All right, the Kishiminei go Rothschild, I think the Shmuel shot. So I say, so we're going to the next case, the Shmuel says follows. The next case, the Mishnah was, you know, Rothschild, Allah Shmuel. So this is a situation where let's say again, two parties are not to a conflict. I mean, one was supposed to swear. Everyone was supposed to swear. But let's say the person was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding a different shua. In other words, his credibility is going to be compromised because it's been proven that he's only violated a different shua. So that means we flip the shua onto the other party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave was Echad Shua Sa'idus, the Echad Shua Sa'ikadam, the Afidu Shua's shot. So let's say, for example, I'm going to dispute between them, and the normal mechanism of resolution for that legal dispute between them, everything would have taken a Shua. But everything can't take a Shua. Why not? Because he's already crushed it, he's already lied under oath for something different. And the Mishnah gives all different examples. So I'm not always the Shua reverts back to me. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, why did it be a Shuras Shab? So the Gemara says, Loki by Kama, Loki by Hana, did this big Firas Lovin. So it says, in all of the cases, perhaps like when you think with the Shura, we can talk, is something like negated or that denied the financial harm. Allah feel hard not in the Firas Lovin, the alcohol, no the heaven. The people should be able to say is, even if you don't only, quote unquote, only in a Shuras Shab. That's only let's say, back a little bit on the Mashua Shab, Mishma Ishanos Es Hayadua. A person swears that they swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the cup. Swear. So that's a Shuras Shab. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I might have thought that a swear like that, even though if you took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear financial fees. How much more that it does. But once you've done something which indicates that you are not trustworthy, even if you're sure that you lied about it, there's nothing to do with your money. At the end of the day, your lost his ability to swear. The man says, in this thing, magnitude, so I gotta do Shuras B'Torah as well. He can tell you Shur if he can do Mishnah Shur. I don't know, here's the difference. So when it comes ultimately again to the Shua, so then we're talking about the middle lie about the Shua. However, again, because I was sure as it is to you, the eagle remember push to come stable. Look, cut one. I was saying, sure as it is maybe what the back is going to like. So the outside, the case of sure as it is what? Is a future tense sure, right? So, shalom. When he makes the sure, it's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. To which the Gemara says, think it up, oh, come on, tomorrow. Help me, help me, what about past tense Shuras B'Torah, which also was a time shade out first Mishnah Sato? What is the other say? The Gemara say, at the time that he was sure he was prepared to be blind or not. Which was Zira Tana Shuras Shad Takum Zayin, they called it. He got correct. Any Shuras Shad and anything resembling a Shuras Shad. Well, the Gemara said, Sahabok Lamaisa, that the Gemara essentially says is like this: any time Reuben has lied in a shua, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications or implications, or it's just stop lying on shua. He made a false oath, or he made a false shua to be clear. Like he said, I swear I ate the loaf of bread yesterday, and he did. Either way, once you demonstrate a willingness and the ability to lie under oath, then what does that imply with a shua? What does that do? And compromising your ability to meet any future or subsequent triggers. Okay, incredible. Next, so also the next piece of the Mishnah was, for example, if one of them has compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the litigants wasn't exactly the cook at Yapa. the gambler. So the Gemara says, then he can't go ahead and swear. So it's Hasuma, and why in this case also as well says, not the actual Mishnah, and Mishnah so like this. If one of the parties is the lie, like with a shvar, his integrity is compromised and he can't subsequently swear. Then it's saying, and the piece of gambler. So the Gemara says, why do you come to this whole list? Like we have to realize if somebody's credibility has been compromised, we don't let him keep the shvar. Why do you have to give all of these examples? Which the Gemara says, kind of, based on I can't turn super to that bottom. Which the Gemara answers, you're like, we're giving super, right? So, for example, if Ruben had sworn that he swore falsely, that's an example of a psal, right? So, supposed to be second, it could be a gambler, that's the psal diabon. Interesting. If I do it, what's the psal diabon? And Rashi the second, it could be a gambler diabon. The gambler is a gazem diabon. Targina asma lo kanda around the dollars around Gaza. We'll say, what is the problem with gambling? What's wrong with gambling? Now, truth is good. Money says about right? That's what the Zohar discusses. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. The Zohar said the whole point of life is whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society. In some way, every profession contributes to society. And he goes ahead and literally again, his entire parnosa, his entire livelihood makes the gambler is absolutely no contribution to the society involved in that. But the Gemara also says that other part of it is including the issue where people gamble, I will say, people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, although you give away your money, you give away your money begrudgingly. So let's say, therefore, the winner is a shtickle gospel. There's a little bit of theft involved in that. Well, it's not usually in someone's pocket, but it's still wants money against their will. That is why a gambler is hustled. That's why he can't take the shoe off, because he is a thief in the Rabbi. It's a rabbinic thief, although it doesn't sound like a rabbinic thief. It might be a rabbinic thief as well, right? But Melissa, he is a thief in the Rabbi. Okay, incredible. So it's the same right here. Mark says Mishnah wants to give examples of people who are disqualified to the right, so and disqualified to the Rabbi. Next, how you Shnayim Kashrut. So I'll say this is the way to do it, and we'll spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm lucky to this particular thing, and in reality, and these guys, some of these people, and now let's say both Ruben and I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or Ruben is this small false about something else. So what did he do in that case? So this is an interesting enough thing that's in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra Hashmur and Kamad Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says, the Shmur goes back to its original place. We're going to see what that means. Rabbi Meir says, we split it. Rabbi Meir says, no, there's no Shmur, and we just split the trade. So secondly, Gemara says, I'm going to be able to have nothing. Anything tonight. So Rabbi says, nothing. What is the proper attribution of your Mishnah? Did Rabbi Yossi say split it, or did Rabbi Meir say split it? So I'm going to go down it. So I'm not going to say, I don't know, I'm going to say, I'm not going to what's the how about the piece of this? I'm going to say, go down. I don't know. Yes, we also in the clothing. Basically, the opinion that said it, that we go ahead and split. We split. So the rest of the things right now is the power share the piece of the Yakhluki. And this will be the opinion that said that in this case, when neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shua, you split the clothing. Even that time of saying, I'm not sure of this, I'm not going to the Yakhluki. So I'll say, sorry, so first of all, interesting, the Gemara says to settle all, the refers to the attribution as it is brought down in Mishnah. The Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi Yossi says the Shmur goes back to its original place, which we don't really understand what that is just yet. And Rabbi Meir says Yachloku, Rabbi Meir says split it. That Gemara is only saying what it is, right? Rabbi Yossi who says Yachloku, and then Gemara says, by the way, that's how you pass it. That's how you pass it. these things where both parties are suspect, right? And neither could take a shvua. We're not going to let anyone swear because it doesn't make any sense. It's rather what we do, we'll split the claim. This means just essentially just have but we've got noise. I just want to say, let me not finish it. Chazal Shalom Kava. So I say, so I'm not going to get the answer. Rabbi Meir says, or Rabbi Meir says that in this case, where both parties are suspect, ultimately, again, if the shvur goes back, when we put the shvur back, it goes to original place. So it says, the Hebrew custom, what does that mean? That the shvur goes back to its original place. What's very interesting. Now, we're seeing the shvur Kava Chazal Shalom Sinai. So rabbis and Baba, they said the shvur goes back to Har Sinai. What is that? This is actually very beautiful. Rashi says the Sinai, 3 lines down from the top of Rashi, the shvur is Har Sinai, Shishvi HaKadosh Baruch Hu Al Yisrael, As Yisrael, of Sisal. When you from that Hofer Mamon Kadero, about things in Mishakim, well, the shvur over the go. So what's the essentially of this? It's the shvur goes back to Har Sinai, which essentially means that this thing is decided by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Goes back to Har Sinai. Hashem is going to say, don't steal. Hashem is going to say, don't be dishonest. And if you're dishonest, who's going to ultimately get what belongs? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So rabbis and Bagal, the Babylonian rabbis and Bagal essentially said, look, in this case, where the case really demands a shvur, and neither has the ability to swear, essentially, Nathan says, we're keeping us up with that. To HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You'll show you'll like this shit. Like you'll decide, well, we don't really have a mechanism to be able to do something over here because neither party has the ability to go out and take a shvur. Incredible. That was one side. So therefore, Bezdin is not going to have someone pay us with anything because again, we don't have the ability to avail ourselves of the mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, I was in Shabbat, I'll say, we keep it back to Har Sinai, we keep it back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hashman, Yehovcha al Hashem, we the Kaftareka, sometimes I like to reject this tactic, cast your burden on the Rebbe Shalom, and let him take care of it. Now, the Tim Shalom is Shalom, the Son Rabbi said, Chazal Shvur L'Mechuli B'Bah. No, the Shvur over the Agel goes back to the one who is Chayiv. The one who is Chayiv. If you look at Rashi, L'Mechuli B'Bah, על זה שעוד במקצוס, החליט שלמחו בשבת, על חשב הוא ישבת. It was this thing, it's the anti-Sarah, but it's like this now. Shmuel goes back to the Lord, who's obligated to take it, but what? He can't take it. And let's say, what do you do in a case where you're obligated to take a Shmuel to resolve the situation, but you can't? You know what that is? You can. If you can't take a Shmuel because your integrity is compromised, then you can. Shvur is the mechanism that you have either biblically or rabbinically in order to extricate yourself from liabilities. If you make small life decisions and therefore can't avail yourself of that decision, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. That's the way that it is. The general said it's absolutely incredible to serve like personal responsibilities. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some lesson in session to how lesson is strong about personal responsibility more than this as well. But it's interesting to get involved on writing full stuff. It's like these so close, okay? You can't do a short, keep it up to that comes back, but it's strong. No. If you can make a short, because you make more life decisions, that's not the other party's problem. That's your problem. That's your problem. So you can't take a short, so what's this? Just to illustrate this in a way like in a case, right? I think that it owes me $1,000. Right? They said that if we owe you $500. Classic case to make the mitzvahs partial admission. What happens with partial admission? What's that about? Sure. So Ruben should swear. Now what's the problem? Ruben is a gambler. Ruben is a gambler. He can't swear. Okay, so no problem. So we have to know about what is in that case. But we would flip it to another party. Only way it shows is I can't swear either. I can't swear either. Ultimately, again, I swear falsely in a different scenario. So, okay, the Kabbalah, the Atzim Shiva Kabbalah, the Rabbi Kabbalah say, okay, when you need how to swear, the Shpara will take care of it. But basically, essentially, can't really do anything about this. So I said, no. The shul goes back to Ruben because he's going to limit us. Ruben can't swear, so because he can't swear, therefore, what? He's got to pay. He's got to pay. That, at the end of the day, what I want to learn is is all about personal responsibility. If I made a poor life decision, and as a result, inside, we all know this because we all live this. The greatest fallout and ramification of bad decisions is I have more limited options. Before I make poor decisions, or Hashem, there's a whole smorgasbord of life options in front of me. As I make more bad decisions, my options become less and less narrow and narrow and narrow. So I think Chazal, one of the sources, okay, so I'm okay, you can see bad decisions, you can't swear. That's not so much hard. That's your power, whenever you have to go ahead. That's incredible. I'm not helping, see, I'm saying shit about all the nerves that you got to do shit. The Rabbi says, who are the Rabbi of Rabbi? That's Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi says, it's Yisrael, Rabbi Abba. Okay, so now let's try it. So I'm saying shit about Rabbi Shmuel. It's not that he was so mean, but you for Rabbi Shmuel. So what's the interesting is, he's so mean, all things can only collect with the Shmuel. He says, what are you talking about? What is that he's talking about? No. So I never say that. What's the treatment about that statement? Generally, the Halacha policy is what? If you want to collect from the soul, you can only collect from the state from your soul. So for all things, with the shua, this is the reverse. The soul in themselves can only collect with the shua. Somebody says, okay, no, what do we collect from? What are you talking about here? You may want me to know that. If you want to see that now, go say, so what happened, right? Father died, and father was a lender. Right? So father lender died, left his loan to his kids. He's so many now want to collect for the borrower. So what he's saying there, that he's so many Yeshua and want to collect for the borrower, I don't understand. I want to shop over Yeshua, but Yeshua, if the father was alive, right? The father lender was alive, would he need Yeshua to collect the debt? No, look at that. Get a document. Everything have the same document. Get a document. You show the borrower's blood. Say, hey, you're going to collect my debt, and that'll be it. So why would you keep about the servant in Yeshua? I have all the answers. You serve no need for ever Yeshua. Interesting. If this is orphan on orphan collection, or is that in other words, then here, you sold an orphan and then collecting from the soul. I will comment again, if let's say the children of the lender come to the children of the borrower, ultimately again, the son of the lender need a short to collect. And the Gemara says, Rabbi told them that when is this true? It's very true. Shemitz, now that the Chayi Loka, that's true when the lender died before the borrower. Rashi says over here, Shua means if we that's the Loka, so it's Shta and that's the Loka. And it's Chayi Mama with me, Loka Shua. And Shua ain't no Mama with me, sorry. So what is this true? First, Shemitz, Mama, the Chayi Loka. About makes the Loka, the Chayi Malda. But again, if the borrower died during the lifetime of the lender, minus Chayi Malda would be Loka Shua. Ultimately, in that case, only the lender, but also says if the borrower be deceased, the lender, right? That would mean again that already the lender wouldn't be hiring a shua in order to collect, because the lender would be collecting from his soul, and you can't collect from the soul without a shua. In that case, again, the lender would ordinarily enter the shua. Or the other Polish shua, ultimately, the person cannot bequeath a shua to his sons. And therefore, in that particular case, they would have been unable to collect. Interesting. I was here, according to the Rashi, actually, the other Polish, the other level, right? This is very interesting. And I don't know, I actually saw this concept before. That if father lent me dimes, and at the time that he died, the only way for him to have collected the debt was through a shvua. That shvua is not transferable. His kid now can't collect that debt with the shvua of the father. Oh well, horrible Chayiv shvua she'etz kavah. He holds that. V'yisokol yokol shah ke'el she'ever shelo bakayu ava ve'inti hashvua megamas araviyot. וגם יעשו לא זה יכול לישון שכל הדברים כמה רבי שמואל shlo do all of the was a soft that over here. Rabbi Shmuel is saying that because either party could take the shvua there for what, the debt is not collectible. So therefore, again, you see here the Rabbi Shmuel or the Rabbi Sinu Shabbat, I'll take that among the rabbis who hold that when neither party can swear what's the halacha, essentially take it up to Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, Rabbi Sinu Shabbat Yisrael, Rabbi Yaakov was a very famous case. Rabbi is very strong in the day. Rabbi Yaakov, here we go, their case. There was a guy who stole a block of silver, who grabbed a block of silver from his friend. Also, so what happened? He bought it for Rabbi Yaakov. Let's see Rabbi Yaakov come in. Rabbi Yaakov was sitting there as well. I see had Sahado. The name of Pratamina. So let's see what happened. So I go into it. I take a block. I take a block of wood. So what happened? You can do it. I see the was that said silver. My block of silver. I'm gonna I put it in. Cut me. The Indian cut me out. I took it. You know why I took it? No, I took it because it's mine. I drank so again was this just something I have with you. I mean like the day that I took the block of silver from you. I am admitting that I took it, but my claim is I took it because of what was to me. I'm not going to say anything with that. So what do you do with this? So I say anything I'll show you judges if you do. In this case, anyone that is still shlim, let her chance to hide. So to order me to pay that rebate, what's the problem? You can't do that. Why? There aren't two witnesses, so you can pay that. But with today, to say, okay, well, if there's no testimony, then I have no liability. You can't do that either. Why not? There's still one witness. Anyone that is serious, okay. So in general, what does one witness do? What does one witness do? Generates an obligation for a shua. Okay, but I can't swear. I can't swear. Given that when you come proxy, how do you get that one? You know what? I can't swear. I can't swear because I admitted that I took it. Right? I admitted that I took it. So it's because I admitted that I took it, I was taking God's one. Because there's something there. And I was like, I'm not actually calling you a thief because remember again, I'm claiming that I took my own, but it's possible that I'm not telling the truth. So because of that, I made the announcement. Because I made the announcement, I can't swear. So it's a fascinating case. So here, we don't know what to do with it, right? Because the Mexican can't order me to pay because there's not two witnesses. Can't let me off scot-free because there is one witness. Can't really take a shoe off because again, I'm admitting that I took it. So what do we do in this case? I want the Ava, Hamilchayim Shua, then Yaakov Shabbat. So what's it? So maybe again, what should have been the mechanism for resolution of it? What should be the mechanism for resolution? What should have happened? I, the person who took it, should have been obligated to swear. That would happen in a case like this. Right? Then again, let's take a more classic, because we're in a classic case. Well, let's say there was an after that says, I took it, and I'm claiming, no, I didn't. Right? So in this case, I'm going to take my silver from my bar of silver. And I was saying, keep using silver, right? Sorry. Right? So again, like, claims that silver my silver. I claim, no, I didn't. After says, I saw you do it. Beautiful place. Sure. What's the company? Okay, in fact, right here, I'm claiming I took it. Now, by my admission that I took it, I didn't say I took it because it belonged to me. But we don't know if that's a true claim or not. So therefore, I wouldn't care about this too. Okay, so in this case, really, I should have been the one who took an oath. I can't take an oath because of my statement. That the average says, what do? The column of Shabbat, the Shabbat. Very simple. Well, you were supposed to take a shoe off, but you can't take a shoe off because of what you've done. You have So Rabbi will say, what will be the resolution? Is concerned, what will be the resolution over here? Okay, and to give that to silver, ultimately again to prove it. So we'll say, so we see that this is in this case that's known as Naska to Rabbi Abba. And that's going to be Rabbi Abba. So if you look, like, you really start to see it, because you know that that's going to be Rabbi Abba, right? I mean, because you could drop that one. You could drop that one. I mean, you know, whenever you have some kind of relatives, you want some street cred, you know, with that, you could drop that one. That was a hopefully yeshiva. But it's always like, so bottom line over here, what do you say? Rabbi Abba, over here, there is Rabbi Sino Sheba Eretz Yisrael. As he represents the view of the rabbis of Eretz Yisrael, who say that halacha l'maisa, when there is a shul to be taken, but the party who's obligated can't take it, you're obligated to take it. So just before we go on, so just to concretize this fascinating focus is Rabbanim of Bodel, Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. So ultimately, again, if according to Rabbanim of Bodel, when there is a necessary shul, but neither party can take it, the center of things is basically upsets themselves and kind of kicks up to Rabbanim of Bodel. You take care of this. Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, again, it's what do they say? When the party can take a shul, or the obligated party can't take a shul. So let's say, what's the halacha? You have to pay. You have to, let's say, so you just see the Gemara is so great. This is so ultimately, again, of responsibility. There's a problem, it needs to be taken care of. Listen, we're speaking about this, that's the little bit. It's fascinating. That problem, the core conflict resolution. Like one of the most overwhelming things that we see here, right, regardless in America, regardless, is rising in anti-Semitism. You know, let's say, what's the most frustrating thing about anti-Semitism? The most frustrating thing about it? You can't really do it. Right? In other words, we like to think education, this, that. It's people. All this hatred in the world. If it hasn't been solved, chances are it's not going to be solved. And sometimes it doesn't just go to like a self-proclaimed status. Yes, education, you have to figure out what you can do. You can't do it like, cycle. Yeah, it wasn't really incredible. It's where there's so what's done, what's the take care of business. And you look at like what's happening here with that. And you see what's inside it. You know, the loss of life, every life is a little bit to itself. And because the disruption that's happening, it continues to move down. And once I feel the other side of this equation, you also have to see what's happening here. And what's happening over here is the Jewish people are taking care of business. The Jewish people are bringing their image to their needs. The Jewish people are taking care of this global sponsor of terror. It's not the United States, it's not France, it's not Britain. Yes, we have a lot of wonderful allies. It is the Jewish people. It is the Jewish state. It is Eretz Yisrael that is doing this. And I was like, that's incredible. That is the most incredible thing that I think we have seen in our entire lifetime. See, this is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes regardless, there are certain realities that we have to live with and have to contend with, and we need to be powerless to change. And sometimes regardless, you just have to say, I'm kicking you up to our Kaddish Baruch. I'm kicking you up to our Kaddish Baruch. Let's drop this into Shalom Baba. In Eretz Yisrael, that's that peace. In Eretz Yisrael, we together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we are masters of our destiny. We are masters of our fate. Regardless how people sometimes have a say what goes on around us. Not in Eretz Yisrael. Now, the thing in Eretz Yisrael said, you know what, someone's got to pay. Someone's going to pay. Someone's going to pay. There is responsibility, there is liability, and only at the end justice will always be served. It's fascinating to see how sometimes the dynamic that comes out in the back of Shavuos is the very dynamic that we see playing out right in front of our eyes. Diaspora were powerless against certain dynamics. And that it's Yisrael, the Jew, the partner that has the ability to shape the future of Jewish destiny. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Second, Rabbi, Kabasi, but yeah, I understand it. So Rabbi says, ultimately, again, I think that Rabbi Abba is, I was saying, Shabbat right? I think he's correct. I think he's correct. The time of Yami, Shua, Hashem, Tevin, Shneim, from over that direction. So the concept says, that the Shua between them, which represents the parties, but not between the what is that? What's the case? Even with the it was cases like this. The ones that are sold, your father $1,000, those $2,000. By the way, it's shit. The country last night, all the ones, right? The children of the borrowers say, no, our father only bought 500. Right, so 500, we have 500, no knowledge about it. You know, so in the mitzvah's case, so I said, so ultimately, again, look, if the children of the borrower, so they're making a highness body, they're making a definitive claim, then why shouldn't that be a classic case among the mitzvahs? In which case, there should be an application for shit, which was case. The children are the going to the children of the borrower and say like this, your father owed both fathers are deceased. But your father owed our father $1,000, and what happens? The children of the borrower say, and the children of the borrower says, you know about 500, but 500 we don't know about. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, just saying I don't know about it. On the days, where it says, what's that look like? It's your lifter. So if you would say that the father is good for life, that the father would be like the father borrower wouldn't be kind of a shul in that case, then it makes sense. Ultimately, again, if there's nourishing, and I require ultimately again, I would require a concept to observe the kids. And only but if you look at even the father, in other words, even the father himself wouldn't really descend from a case like this from Shua, nourishing it, ultimately again, why are the concept ultimately again by the nourishing? Okay, so it says, so again, remember, so this is just Rabbi coming along and trying to see that I love for myself. Yeah, it's just a phenomenal for myself. Right, so before we go on, how do we prosecute in this case? Right? So what do we do in this kind of case? Well, so right? I need a shura to resolve the case, but neither party can see that. So how do we prosecute? But I've done prosecutions like that's how we prosecute halakha myself. It means that when neither party can swear, Chazur Shua and Komal, the Shua goes back to its original case. The Shua goes back to the party that is obligated to take the Shua. And therefore what? Since that party can't take the Shua, therefore what? He pays. So both halakha myself and that's Hashem hashkafa myself. You prosecute like that saying Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. All right. So it says, let's finish. It was a little speech about that over here. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, I Shmuel, Hashem, Nike, what do you have in Shmuel? So the Hashem to be here. I give you sign up. That's a beautiful Gemara. Shimon Tarfon Omer. Shimon Tarfon says, Shmuel Hashem to be here. What does he mean? When it says that Shmuel shall go in the course of the again, this is talking about the parties, right? The litigants over here. So what is it? The Shmuel would be between them. Balanim, Shmuel Cholashne. It means ultimately again that the Shmuel involves upon both of them. So what's the difference? When you show comments, it says like this. When there is a false oath that is taken, My ability for that both rests upon both parties, which I would say is a tremendous idea. It's almost as if the rabbis want to say like this, there's a lot that goes into someone taking a false oath. And there's a lot of negativity and a lot of broken height, broken dynamic in that whole thing. So just understand when that type of behavior happens that people are swearing falsely, there's usually enough blame to go around for both parties over here. So I'm saying, this through like fight again, I'm in a business man, but hard enough to know that you have to be careful about who you go into business with, right? And you have to be careful about just in general, it's really good habit. Because if you do it with the wrong kind of people, then you get pulled into the wrong kind of things. And then you're responsible for if I need to find out that this person won't do this or is not the right kind of person, and then I get pulled into these dynamics, I can't claim that and pick them afterwards. Because again, I allow myself to get pulled into this thing. Therefore, Rabbi will say that when it's a false oath that is taken, both parties have liability for that. And this makes a tremendous hospital. Because what it says is, I am responsible for the type of people I keep company with, and I am responsible again for the circumstances that I allow myself to be a part of. Sometimes things happen, and we're like, oh, I'm not a victim. Sometimes I'm a victim, and sometimes I'm not. Because I allowed myself to be part of certain dynamics. Okay, I thought that we know a certain area, they kind of in some ways, but I'm responsible for embedding myself in certain life realities. And once I get into this, sometimes I go, Shema says, Asar Lohoki, Aka Nosh Renayim. So I said, this is very interesting. How do we know? Obviously, all of us know that it's prohibited to commit adultery. Right? Right. Yeah, like a lot of blanks there over there. I'm a little bit nervous. This is 1 of the 10. 1 of the 10. All right, so now I'm going to commit adultery. You want to listen to this. How do I know that I'm not allowed to be a facilitator of someone else's adultery? Now, let's say, literally, Rashi says over here, the only Achayanai, Nasala Akachanis, the Hakimo Rothschild. So, literally, again, I arranged for someone else to have partners for adultery. So, I'm the facilitator. I'm like the shop thing. So it's like, so how do I know this is wrong? This wrong? Here, I'm not committing the idea of myself, but I'm enabling someone else to commit it on their own. Sit up. The Pasuk says, "You don't do adultery." So we both otherwise as some people facilitate adultery. One second, cities of Palestine cannot use. What I'm saying is that this you can also apply this in case of I know that someone's doing it wrong. I keep a secret. Right? I go ahead or I cover for them. The idea of it is not only can I not commit other, but I can't be the facilitator or enabler of other people's ugliness as well. And if I do so, there's liability for that. There's a grievance. Let's say that involvement. So in the possibility says over here, Rothschild giving Mr. Takal Israel, and you say that involvement. So you went ahead and literally again, you gossiped, you denigrated in your head. Here's what it says. What does this mean? Shulman Habar Omer, Hartem, Ugimisem, Omer Shamakel. You spy out the land, and then you denigrated, ultimately again, literally means you denigrated in the tent of a Parashah. I always say this means Parashah in the light. Rabbi also, no shadow, it's going to the Calvi saw about this today. That's like, just how incredible is this? I would say, it's not such a happy have these types of reform comes to point out. Just understand, Shavuos, I've got a little bit of feedback about Shavuos, right? And Shavuot, right? Shavuos is fantastic. Shavuos is fantastic. Okay, it's not an easy sector. It's not an easy sector. It's certainly not an easy sector to learn that learning. It's not an easy sector to learn at the pace in which we learn it. But it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful translucent circular work. Because it's full of restore our soul, incredible beauty and vitality in this every single day. As long as like I struggle to like all the stuff that goes on. Everyone's looking at which part he does, right? As we come to this is the last few days of the sector. That's it, right? The finish line over here. And what does that control comes right here, pumped, like that when Zion plays on Tuesday of Parshas. The Tuesday of so what what's the Hidra mean? It is don't speak negatively about holy things, right? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you may not realize what holy things do for you. But holy things always lift you up and how you higher, even if you don't understand them. It's like the Mishpacha tells us, first of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem. That on the right derech, or on the right path, the being said, Mishpacha wants us to do. For Haraga, at 7.5 year cycle, what are the chances of getting a lesion to the feet from Haraga on the Tuesday of Rosh Hashanah? And also reminding us how careful we have to be about how we speak about Don Shepardisha. How careful we have to be about speaking about Eretz Yisrael, always about Eretz Yisrael. How careful we have to be about speaking about separate students. How careful we have to be about everyone else. Like, this is the case. This is what we're telling us. I understand that the last 47 days have not been easy. They have not. But look what you've done. Look what you've accomplished. You've stayed. You've been careful. And don't fall into the trap of ultimately focusing on the miraculous. Instead of ultimately again, stay on the high road. See the beautiful search that we have for our home. I was about to say home before. Again, we still hold on to it, so I got to come in tomorrow. Sure, everyone. Clever. Actually, it's a song. It's a clever. We love it. We want to that. I mean, we look. I mean, it's a song. I like to look, and it's a song that we decisive. That's not all of well. This round. All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Beautiful Baruch Hashem to see up. Such a happy day for early Monday morning. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning. We share today our annual Holocaust sponsor. It's also a spot by Eretz Yisrael. We dedicated it to learn their judgments this year as it's a host for the service of the Rothschild. Our Holocaust sponsor for the morning from Stephen Abba, the tour by Stephen Karizim, the Lady of Steve's mother, Doris, Zin, Timora, Bass, the story Noah, and the teaching of the 50 yard side. Look at the method I come to the Shams like Rabbi. The family thing is the Shmarvon Session of bring our hostages home, allow our own soldiers of the land, in the air, and the sea, and the Hashem to be successful. The whole Nazi there, and shower incredible clarity and protection of our brothers and sisters and Israel. The Zilch and Hashem to see the week of continued receive the flows, safety and security for our brothers and sisters in Israel, a decisive victory for Israel, and the Hashem Shalom for Israel and Israel. As with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Obviously, a beautiful God as we head into these last few chapters of the Sechas Shulas. Hard to believe that the Shulas journey is at this point. Today's gap is meant about 46. Let's actually pick up first the wide line on the head of base 45. The Omer Rabbi said, "How about now second wide line? How about Aliyah Hush my son? How wonderful is this teaching story?" So what's the training referring to? So remember that yesterday's daf, I've not said in the English but very interesting insight. That these cases that we're discussing over here, these cases of the halacha that we have a dispute, I finished introduced us to the Satya, that the Kavli before it was always the employer and said, "What do you think?" And yet when he says, "Yes, I think," and what's the halacha? The halacha is that we have paid to take a shua and collect it. It really was our drama of that, the reality of that teaching will actually be a little bit more apparent. Look at that. But this is what even whereas when we don't have what's in the idea of a Mariah, one of the attacks from someone here, that's a 101. The burden is always on the extractor. Here, a simple not simple, not as simple like a shul as we've seen, but a simple shul will allow everybody to go ahead and collect his key. Now again, so Rabbi comes along and says in Shmuel, by the way, that's only for his testimony that in fact the employer hired the employee. Because if there's no independent legal verification that the employee was the employer can simply say, well, yes, legal. Or can say, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. It's because of the late second in the thing. So then we're right back on this kind of thing. What on good state? I don't know who you are about my value. So ultimately again, Rabbi said, what's so weird about it? He came, show me the higher that one of his this one. Because without this making the whole idea of Shema was already but this beyond the detail just as if we could have been here. What's Shema? I deposit an object with a showman. I have my showman. And then what happens? I go ahead and I want it back. The showman says, well, whatever it is, let's see to show it people that you stole it. The things you stole it, which is a thing that we normally go ahead and exempt it. So the Gemara says, how could there ever be liability? We talk and soon, right? Because you remember that halacha myself, which is the Shema should always be believed. Why should not be believed? Because he has an ego. What's an ego? He could have always claimed, I don't know what you're talking about. He never deposited anything with me. The fact that he can't make such a ego like that indicates that what? There must be something independent verification of his shomer status. Therefore, the Gemara says the activate the agent. It must be the halacha rights of the object is the concept with the shomer with the agent. You talk shia halacha, exactly halacha, yachava was on the answer. And still nevertheless, there's some level of ego. Because since the shomer could have said, I return the object to you, therefore, they completely say it's the owner's. Which must be the case, the activate the shara. But if it has even the shara, that was interesting. I don't know what the evidence was this, but the activate the shara means that, let's say, I deposit an object with you, and I recorded that deposit in the shara. So it's a document that highlights this relationship. So you know, somebody this is inside. Nechad v'tarvayo smiruhu hamakir itzah chaveri be'edin eitzah v'hachzer be'edin. This is very interesting over here. And if you deposit something with someone with witnesses, the object doesn't necessarily have to be returned with witnesses. Conversely, the shtar tzarich v'hachzer be'edin. But interesting enough, if you go ahead and you deposit the object with a shtar, then you are obligated to go ahead and return it with a. Interesting. So Kari Ramu Bakama Chess. So Rai Rakama said about Chess. So by that saying Dalaras had Kari Ma'iya Domingo. So again Kari took these things to heart. So he was coming with the Rosh Chess, the Rosh Chess took his ruling and again applied it and found collaboration for it. The Ashkehei, the Rosh Chess Lava Shmuel. Because ultimately again Rosh Chess ran into a Lava Shmuel. Otherwise, Tani is not leading the spirit. Have you been learning? Have you talked? Have you learned anything when it comes to employee relationships? I'm like, yeah, I think it's something. Something that we learn. Here is not a nishpa kuyotel. So you must say again, to go back a little bit to our original discussion. Here, a hiring worker, this guy know in this kind of let's remember again. This is one of the other qualifications that we saw in yesterday's daf. What's Bismano? Bismano is remember that in order for the sphere, in order for the employee to be able to collect his wages with a shmua, has to become in the what I call window of payment. Right? We saw that in yesterday's daf. Every labor, depending on the nature of your of employment, has a window in which halachically he is supposed to get paid. What we saw in yesterday's daf is this shmua has this rabbinic derivation that an employee could come, swear that he has not been paid, and collect payment only applies if he's coming in that window in which he's supposed to get paid. So here is not out. So the employee is showing up during his window of payment. You should probably note that. Long as you swear, then he's able to collect payment. What's the case? So what's the example of this? So what's the case? Is Mishamalo, Sechartoni, Satani Schari. What's the case? So what's the case? Right? I got you and I said, you hired me. I worked for you, and you did not pay me yet. Well, that's not Mischari. Va'ala Omer, and the other one says, Sechaticha v'nasati b'chaschacha. You know what I'm talking about? Right? Reuben says, yes, I did hire you. I agreed to the employment is a fact. But the way so, I paid you. So what's up about? So again, in that case, that's Mishnah. So therefore, again, I as the employee, assuming I'm coming within the window of proper employee payment, swear that I did not receive payment, and my money go. Amar lo shtayim katzachto ba'alo omer lo katzachti lecha ela achos halot tzidlecha beira amar halai. So it's very interesting. What happens if I come to collect my money? I say, okay, Ruben, you hire me, and I say, Ruben, you owe me $20 for the food you paid for the day. And then he says, hold on, I only give you $100. So this is Peter. Interesting of what's happening here is two things. Number one, complete agreement about the employment, okay, and complete agreement that Ruben didn't pay me. What's the point of contention? How much money he owes me? I claim 200, he claims 100. And what the case? The Gemara says, I don't see if I know about that's not the case. So again, we'll say, so interestingly enough, this is the price. So according to this price, in this case, if you didn't connect to Shua plus the point, these people are next to having out of Haraya type of situation. That the Gemara says, how do you see the Raya? How do you show the Raya? Then interestingly enough, when the first thing is as follows. When the Mishnah says, this phrase for this second piece is called Ketzitza. This is not called Ketzitza. Ketzitza is again to fix. Yeah, to fix. Right, fix. So you want to get a really good distinction between whether it's a dispute about payment versus whether it's about the rate. So the device is two sorts. Whether it's a dispute about payment, in other words, I said I'm the employee. I haven't gotten paid. Ruben, the employer, says I haven't gotten paid. That's the Mishnah. They are assuming that I am coming in the window in which I'm supposed to receive my payment. I take the Shua, get paid. But if the focus is about rate, it's about rate. In other words, I said 200. Ruben says I only owe you 100. That's enough to get Haber of a liar. So obviously in that case, the dispute revolves around the extra 100. Okay. So the words are how you can see the Malayla, how you should realize. Now, the first thing is the fact that the Gemara says the device is said by the Seifa, I'm going to get that out of Malaya. It first was in the first case I blocked it. But there's no right. I don't know, I just take a Shua, and I take my payment. That's it. Or I'm not the Yitzchak. The not the Yitzchak says, top of my bar was at 46A. The Risha is Seifa Malaya. No, in fact, both the Risha and the Seifa require a whole together and have to be a liar. She says, we are Risha and Seifa Liar. The Risha, you keep the train, Mishpa Belotel. Let's say, you don't need to keep that 8 inches soft up. So I'm saying, no, it's not true. Even in the first case, there's a liar, but a different liar. But let's say, what proof do you need in case number one? What proof do you need? Proof of employment. Employment, as we saw before, without furnishing proof of employment. So, again, in that case, the employer is always going to be believed. Why? Because he has an ego. What's his ego? His ego is, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. So therefore, listen, interesting what's coming out of the ego is you're always going to need some level of ride. The shy is what kind of ride you're doing. So case number one, where I'm claiming that you got the hey, Ruben claims he paid me. Okay, so the ride, when you ride, put on employment. In case number two, we can have whole case is about the rate of payment. I'm claiming I'm owed 200. Ruben is claiming I only owe 100. Then we require proof. That's also a kind of level out. Then again, the burden of proof is upon me to show that I am owed that extra $100. The Gemara says, then you should say, Raya to Shalim Katas, Raya to Shmuel Lokat. Ultimately, again, this is safe what we're talking about again for proof of payment. Not ultimately distinct. Otherwise, when it comes to proof regarding Shua, which is, again, we got to put up the one. Can't get Shua, the right side of connection. So also, so again, both things say that was really fast in the name of Shmuel. That again, whereas the Mishnah maybe sounds so simple. I have an employment dispute, right? Ruben's my employer. I say, Ruben, you haven't paid me. Ruben says, you have paid. I have paid you. So the Mishnah makes it sound like everybody needs to take a Shmuel. Shmuel comes along and says to you, a critical piece of information that is not clear in the Mishnah. but it's an indispensable information. In order for you to take as an employee to take issue in the baby, there has to be no verification that I am for Ruben. Because without that, Ruben is always going to be believed he has an ego that he could claim, I don't know who you are, you have no ego. So, Rabbi was a third right now from the top of 46 and then Rabbi Shelter with a Rabbi Shmuel. He sent from the house of Rabbi Shmuel. Let me teach us. Who are the other strengths as study? But not all the concept to the Ella Athos to watch this. So I claim I'm the Rabbi employee. I claim you agree to a rate of $20 a day work. And Ruben says I only agree to $100. So yes, that's the most English book. Who swears in this case on the land, so Shmuel is funded, and soon the Shabbat by the highest, we have 60 months. So what says in this case over here, so this gets much elaborate. We employ the paradise. He should swear and ultimately again, we want to make sure that we use out pros. We have some pros that come up to us in the paradise. The employer swears and ultimately again, pays me what he says he owes me. So the Gemara says, why? Because Kitzitza, God I think of the kingdoms for you just like because Kitzitza, a rate, how much an employer is going to pay an employee, every employer remembers that. Kitzitza and God I live carrying the kingdom. So again, this goes back to this one is that while the public acknowledges that an employer may at times get confused about who is paid when, especially given the fact that almost seems to happen with an idea of an employer, listen, you're used to the idea that you employ people, everybody's kind of getting paid in a similar way, whatever it is you're going to get, there's a payday business. You must just understand from the perspective that the reason a person who is employing multiple people to pay those people different things. So that we can understand why there can be some confusion about. But the rate of payment, that the employer certainly knows. But that is particularly issue. Is that so? God told Rabbi Shmuel, when Rabbi Shmuel said, Chatzatz, I'm going to make a Rabbi. I was saying, before, I love for myself. The hope is about Kitzitza, right? The reason my hope is about how much was paid. Which is simple for that's the reason I want to make a Rabbi. Right now, just said, look for myself, like Shmuel just said, in case there is a dispute about the rate of payment, the Balabitis, which for our purposes, the employer swears and done. Just before that, he said that there's a focus about the rate of it. I'm going to make a which sounds like what? The burden is upon employee, and let him prove it if he can prove it. Not talking about. So it's not here, which makes me like Sudaya Paka. And which means, by the way, that if the employee is not able to prove his point, then what? The entire case evaporates. So the answer is, I'm not able. Why is that? We just look at that. Show all of us, yes, let the Balabai swear. Whereas people down to the Balabai, so let this go away. Or we're not, we're studying that time. Because if you're not contradicting two statements, you're actually two sides of the same coin. Oh, it may be right that you do. All you show Balabai is absolutely correct. There are actually two mechanisms which can be used to resolve the focus about Kitzitza. So maybe there isn't a focus about the rate of payment, one or two possibilities can be employed. Either the Balabai is the employer can swear and put this to bed, or the one or the worker could bring a proof. So let's say we fast it, so just a header, just a puzzle, or just a second. So we have two cases, right? Case number one is where employee shows up to employer says, employer says, I thank you. Employee says, no, you're kidding. What's the law from that case? That's on the show. Shua says, the employee swears, I can't get paid. Yes, is my employee halacha caveat. There must be independent verification of the employment before the order for that show to work. Okay. Case number two. Employee shows up, employee only $40 for their work, employer says they're only 100. That is what the focus about Kitzitza. That's not Kitzitza about the rate, about the set rate. What do you do over here? So with yours, he just needs 2 or 3 out this case. I'm going to see if I got a streets up on the employee to show that he's really ultra products, or the Balabais, the employer could take a shvur and put this entire case to bed. So it's his mace, no, it's a cash out, and it's a police of the world. So do this. I give my house. I give my quote. Cuban. Cuban is that's what thank you. So that's what I have a birthday. I feel like the first one. That's the worst thing possible. Sorry, the next thing comes on the board. So someone goes ahead and he's going to tell us, he's going to give the quote to a craftsman. So I'm giving it to him again. So someone's over and that's from the shop. So this is a thing of $20. Like, I don't know, that's the dollar. That's what I'm talking about. I only agreed to 100. That's all I agreed to. So let's talk about it. And also, this is interesting. Why? What's the legal law? The legal effect is an object involved. So watch this. So if you is in possession of the powers, I used to have these items. Again, so it's agreed. So this is also like the strict on making because essentially I want my powers back. The burden of focus on me to show that I only own this place. Less than alone, however, if you then give back my powers, this is not no. Take all of this clean, these wages, maybe a good way. You should probably not tell. You can swear that he's holding 200 against the money. I'll write my note, but again, it's after for wage collection. So you have your other in the right says, wait, see there. He's my no. Each probably of diagnosis. So again, just like highlight here, wherever there's a focus about, it's so. It's not focused about what is the set wage level. What is the set wage level? Right? And yet, again, what's happening over there is my no. There's probably not tell. You see that I'm again with the target. For me, is able to swear and check. I might, but I was saying this what you just said before. We just said before that whether there's an appointment about the seats off, what could happen if all of us is the employer to go and take a shoe off and you go ahead and put this one out today. I'm not going to need stock. How money that you do? So you can be able to go, love a close match and short one to all of us. See a spot we will talk that because of the movie that wherever has out, that we have a shoe that technically less with the Balabais. The employer has afflicted and allowed the employee to take it and put the matter to bed. We're going to be Rashi. Rashi says over here that you would be Bahakana Shua in Sabalabais in the Torah, Shemot in the Mitzas. So it's basically the same as the Shabbat in the number. This is a model in Mitzas. Why is the model in this case? Because we have even this case in my phone. It says, I owe $20. I say, $20 to take the risk in this way. That's what the issue are. So I think what's just one of the decisions that we know. And we use the whole that it says out here is when you get the climate case, the Shua by Florida, ultimately has asked to the employee. So once I say, three years ago, each week said you got your free signature. So you already did the rest of the same. If you say that you did the other power of the show, Saddle stand hands that were a clean commercial, and you know, it was not more. Like the reason of the show was the work was not private and you can come to the for you to go and swear and collect the wages. It's only a piece of what it is us to stay. And see all the actually shove it, that's what's wrong. Like less Hazal allows the employee to swear even when the employer develops that we even said we had only as a partial English or part of the employer. So I mean, I would really price up. That's what's the device. What's the device? The sign of sphere calls much of our lives. Not all how it is a fish brother no time, but as when it comes to employee, as long as he is official wages in the appropriate window of wage, swears and corrects. But after his window, anyone is probably not up. ultimately being correct, correct. Is Masai, is Manchana alone, he makes Khalifa Shulgina Shulgina. But he says, what is this? What is this? That the Skhir has the ability to swear and correct. What is that? When then the employee comes along and says, give me a image of a 50 dinar. The rule there, meanwhile, the employer says, it's about my hand dinars of, but the employer says, I've already paid you part of that wage. Oh, Shabalo, Stein Kazakhstan, Tabo, Ono Kazakhstan, or the employer or the employee says, you owe $200, and the employer says, I only owe you $100. I don't, I don't know, let's see if I can, but if the employer says, I never hired you at all, or Charlotte's Atifa, or he says, ultimately, again, I think the entire wage, and I'm going to say, in that case of here, that is a you says, I love for myself, that's what I want to get out of the fine. So let's get her to the ready. So she should be ready to go up to the floor, and cash out. And the cuts, it's the cuts that we didn't know about. Then, according to this, that the sexual case reflects the view that you can exact Labaron. How does that make sense? I saw it is not clear that we will appeal Labaron. But the normal case, where I would just not here, Labaron is not wrong. That's the also an issue. Because the issue of the sense of each member is clear, to take right place, everyone is a partial issue on the part of the employer. Whereas, as the kind of comes in Labaron said, even if we told it denial, so the kids might bring up on the legal, they could have been given a clear out. And kids are really mental, like this kids in Tita, Rabbi and Ahmed, Rabbi, the kids of the Tita, they have $100 threshold. Contact about alliance when you said there was a podcast about the setting of the wage. Right? It was a statistic of the whereas I read 20 people, 10, 20, maybe $20 for employers has an also dial to 100. So the says, among the consumption of money, money that there was an advice that said, that I won't go away some, and it keeps us focused back to seats. So that employee says you owe 200, employer says, oh, that's a case of I'm going to see the car, whose opinion is that? What's the first part of the water? Was eventually ready. Here's the source of the focus. You do this summer, with our right song, all the dog, giving that canto is here. And with the abandon, hobby, of the abandon, hobby that canto, with that plenty of that canto water. Okay, I'll say, I'll watch this. Would you mind follows? But we do the whole like this. So the kids are going to show up. That's where the rabbi stepped in and made it more advantageous with employees. So what is this mean? So they say what those in the case of more limits us. Remember, the case of more limits us, technically speaking, that is not technically. More limits us triggers the Shua Doraisa. So what comes out in that case, in an employment situation, is they flip the Shua and allow the employee to go and take extra. So for example, let's say, like when we present our partner, say $200 employer says I only agree to 100. So let's say what is that? That's more limits us. Limits us. What should happen? What limits us? What should happen? What should happen? What should happen? Please, who do you think is sure? Usually the additional updates the employer, right? Because he's the one who's making the whole, he's admitting part of the claim. Whenever you contemplate that should be the shua. The concept of Chazal is made a takana, more than takana, they flipped the shua, allowing the employee to take the shua. What that does is it gives the teacher the for him to be able to collect his wages. But the only target we very time ultimately again Chazal made this takana is it because of shua. So if the shua was in the house, they said, I want for myself, we're going to flip the shua and allow the employee shua. If we do our banan, but ultimately again, right? In case let's say short level. Was there a specific short level? and where the employee shows up and says, the employer no longer does this. And the employer says, hey, I do it. Literally. So they have kind of things, they have kind of things. And that kind of goes to the grab. So you might see the grab on the hot with that kind of water and moves that we already see in Schwartz assets. And to make them Schwartz assets and open salad. Who should think that Schwartz has to grab on this figure? They're an employer also. Therefore, I did not say that. So now to say that we should make a takana and take that shmua balabayis and flip it on to the employee, that we don't. And it's a very interesting book. So again, in this model, the rabbi speculated took a privilege and switched it over to description of employee. And it says, the employer says, I only owe you 100. Employees pay 200. That's a biblical shmua. And there's a point of how the employer rabbi switched that over to me and said, you swear your money. But I'm going to repeat it. For example, again, employer says, I paid you already. Employee says, no, you didn't. So the employer is, employer and exempts himself. So now to go ahead and say that they're fake, they're fake, and I do another time that I 100 times that I go in, so switch that over to the employee, and gather it to it. Let me know, let's have you go. Rabbi said, Rabbi, you have been attacked this year with the tzitz we come to kill. So ultimately, I get Rabbi said that a lot of Mesa, we will go ahead and start calling you here. Rabbi said, she was has this. Where again, the employer says, I think you. The employer says, no, you didn't. We're still going to flip that shmua over to the employee. The commissioner says, allow them to swear, and thereby going to collect the wages. And again, from the perspective that halakha l'meisa, an employer always remembers the rate, and therefore again, when there is a dispute about the rate, that is going to be hamotzi mechavei or hamad harag. So as I said, if you summarize this a little bit, summarize this. So halakha l'meisa is as follows: we have two basic cases. Case number one, which is the classic case of Mishnah. The employee goes over to employer and says, I work for you today, you owe me $100. The employer says, I paid you. The employee says, what do you pay? What's the halacha? Everyone's saying, the mechanics or the other important. What's the halacha? So this issue has that's how we can speak to this issue as how should we work? So the really the way it should work is there was so again, we're going to talk about that. So what was the evolution? Before we got to the secret, if someone to ask you this China, I said, please pay before you pay $1 million. The employer saying I paid too much. $2 how about $2,500? Right? So employees come to extract money from supporters. Who's never again the employer has the chazaka. We'll say, remember, what's the chazaka? What's the chazaka? Money in your pocket belongs to, right? So therefore, again, the money in his pocket, and the employee wants to check from the policy. Chazaka, the Schwartz hashes. Schwartz hashes says just to protect employees, right? So by the guys, you should have to swear that I walk on my myself. You didn't work for it. So Chazal that is to flip that shmua, and for you to take that shmua, to extract his wages. That's case number one. Very important halachic caveat, which is that the verification of the employment to then the employer himself as a self. I don't know who you are. Fine. Case number two. There's an focus about the right. So here that the money is owed. Employee shows up to employer. He comes $20 for the day. Employer says, I will promise you $100 for the day. So they'll say, so what do we do in this case? Remember, this case is much more complicated. This is the question of the deal. And it really comes down to one basic idea, which is that, and I think this is the bottom line. I want to myself, we assume that an employer always remembers its income. He always knows the amount that he agreed to pay his employee. Therefore, again, in this case, when there is a dispute about the need to be paid, there are two mechanisms for us. Either right, so let the employee prove that he is received over 200, or the Rabbi has a right to take the shua and ultimately put this entire matter to them. So let's say that it's all about this. Two mechanisms for resolution. Either let's say that Rabbi for you as a right to legally participate, or on a bias that for you as a right to take the shua, put it to bed. Incredible. I say that's so good. Next, mix out. Inside the umbrella also should consider so much versus again, this was a very interesting installation. What was the case of here? The case of here was like it's maybe 2 weeks out. It's like, how you need to also sleep less than this, so much the actual vicious. Right? So this is what happened. So I brought it there. Then what happened? The witnesses so they entered into my home without my request. And what happens? And he walked out with something. He walked out with an object. Not sure if you know. Who over can I not talk to you? This is I walked out with an object. Who over? I'm sorry. Who over can I talk to you? I claim you really walked out with something and what? It's mine. So then it says, go not to I didn't take anything. I don't take anything. So it's not I was the freedom. Right? I detect the not being able to swear and to extract from you what I took from you. Okay, says the door of Ashkelon. So I was saying, maybe I did with a little bit of paper. So that it's a something. So I said, I'm not going to hide nothing in that copy that goes first. So again, what's interesting about this remember, who is claiming, all the witnesses, what do the witnesses see? The witnesses in this case see that Halacha Lamaisa, who they came in with the intention to take something. Like that's not good, right? I brought my TV, I really wanted to collaborate, even collateral. He then came into my house, right, claiming that he was going to take it. He comes out, right, sees him, right, but I claim he took my watch. He didn't took my watch. He says, he said it was my child, it was my watch. And how about he knows I can take a sure that Ruben took my watch, and he's paying for that object. So let's hold up. How do you know that Ruben took anything? As much as Ruben maybe were paying to the end to get the collateral, how do you know he actually took something? He's very interesting. Listen, I'm not listening to these. I thought I'm not listening to problems. Listen to this. I'm not, you know, this is nothing like that. The guy took an axe in his hands. Rama, takes over, Allah, change the people behind him. Listen to this. And he's like, so he has an axe. Even if he's too bad at sugar, so what I'm going to chop down sugar's palm tree. Or to chop down palm tree. Like, so he wants his best shot on the Shaggy. It turns out, you know, it's like there's like different episodes happening. But there's also like, I'm going to be saying, I'm angry at shit. I want to check that as well. Okay, the next thing I know, what do I find? Shimon's function has been shot down. So you have to see, you know what, moving on. You can't wait. You cannot necessarily assume that it's related to it, right? Why? You must assume it's more. All I have over here is sort of exception to it, right? What do I have? I have Ruben with an axe and a general calculation, right? But I do it with an axe and a leaf to recommend to do something, and then again, Shimon's palm trees lying on the ground. Okay, so you want to sort of like, what am I lacking? What don't I have? I don't have any interest that we can actually cut down a tree. So what the problem is, you can't assume that you're going to cut down a tree. What do you see from here? It's kind of Allah. All this English is for the office. What do you see from here? People exaggerate and don't carry through. So let's say, by the way, what a line. What a line. All this English doesn't below us. People spend a lifetime talking about what they're going to do, but it doesn't mean they do it. Or let's say, what a sticks a little bit, what is a little bit. If you're just talking about other people, that's when you're just talking about you. Right? You know what it is. Speak about that. Why do you speak about what they're doing? Dream about what they're doing. Plans for what they're doing. With clarity, with vision for what they're doing. Only one word for it. Choose to it. And when I say this is free workshop, all the image doesn't follow up with. People speak about it. It's not even the most beautiful and colorful flower that they get. Commercial accomplished. Sometimes it's just a very text. heat. I go, okay, now, Nick, it wasn't hard. See, you also, right, when you can walk into my house, right, you get $3,000, most of the house that I ever did, then you go to the house call, then he walks out, and you can wait. And so, in other words, we see people talk about what they're going to do, but they don't do it. And which reminds us, ain't all much, and it must be the case of where the witness actions are moving what they have with the object. They actually scout something. I would say my gosh, okay. So let's see when you work that way. My 5%, I'm gonna have a power milk line. Tone of Cuban on the phone podcast. Oh, what happened? Look, sir, he walked out so skinny as an object. It was under his cloak. So what's that seems? So there's a lot happening over there. So number one, right? But my son, yeah, he's clearly going to do something. He actually did. He walked out from the object. But the object was underneath his cloak. I'm going to do that. No, shit, if you so the price was there, what's that the case? Can you find out what I saw? Now the case makes a little more sense. Right, so moving with me $1,000. He says, I want a mushroom. I say, I'm not giving you a mushroom. Come into my house, please make me a mushroom. What's the scene walking? He comes out of the house holding something. We don't know what he's holding. It's under his cloak. He claims he has his own rights. It was an object owned by him. I claim he took my object. What's the record? I swear I didn't correct you. I'm not even going to roll shit. If you're not so I say that all these words. You think that in my house, it is hiding the pencil. I'm trying to object underneath his cloak. We are some on the base. But I'm going to click the object. And you think claims, yes, I purchased it. I purchased it from silver. Right? I'm walking out of that house. I'm like, oh, I purchased it from him. So I want to know, they don't have purchased something from him. Hello, I'm an LR, Rabbi, share a cyber. I would say that this is assuming what is really assuming that my son, I am the type of person who does not sell my stuff. That's right. Conscious, right? You go to my house and not selling stuff. About our bodies, we will all otherwise share as we could do. About our bodies, us and you first came up from and then if another will say, hey, I have a little shop in my house, or I'm the kind of person that sells my stuff, then the money said this could be $8 too. So if he's working out with a few taxes, he's going to guess the person sold, but I bought it for a sleeper, and I'm the person who buys stuff. He's believing the shop, so he first came up with I'm looking more, even in the case don't sell their stuff. So the only time when there's not shit back from the hunt, sometimes that belief is by items. Open up your head, what do you do? Height. And they say, look at actually. I would not see that a lot of shit. I don't bunch, you cannot not go to short and find yourself. So what's the first one? When you see that belief, even though they sell stuff, we're talking about for sometimes items. The first thing I'm going to do is that so I had an engineer consultant. Right, ultimately, I'm a run shit that I have to never. But ultimately, it's not kind of action. But it's really bad. So let's say that it's supposed to be like an idleness, right? Like, so for example, a person that's one of those is a very I show you, right? The shit ain't got to that to you. Furthermore, they're using the object that you didn't really find. Not even all. Everything you should really see that. Person's not very nice. About image can see up for a very nice person, even with a non-flashy object, hiding out there, with the clothing fit to put the object underneath his cloak. Furthermore, on the Amazon over shooting celebration. Furthermore, again, it goes to work with these quite convention. Right, the unclean object is power, but ultimately, I got it from him about the beauty, but ultimately, again, if I think it's stolen. Not talking not tricky English with that you want to test it out. And not necessarily believe or not say, but I've got for most of it about it. Furthermore, I'm not going to do every one else with the pressure on the skin. We're talking about items that are going to be then to go follow. About the body, should as a natural skin there. But once when it comes to objects, ultimately, they're not even away, followed or already. Ultimately, that's what I have. Okay, so you're using an example. It's just interesting because the shut up doesn't know about happening, but the eyes not telling you that you are not sweet, not sugar, not sweet. But you know we have objects like items. And I'm not going to follow or relate to items. But I'm not keeping in with stuff. And what happens? So it's a cycle of area. Right? So even as an object, it's a type of object that is normally directed to the object or whatever that is. Everything has it, even has it. Right? Everything needs that, yes, it's really hard. Well, you can explain as what? I bought it for silver. And I didn't sell it to you, I didn't put it to you. What's the hard? So the Lord says, hey, whatever. You think it's not believed to say that he bought it. There exists as so kind of things that kind of objects ultimately again. There are nobody rental or follow. Therefore, the assumption is that this is a rental or follow because not a subject is what it is the words to have. The Rabbi, ad subit is cyber, Sagara to Nasi. So it's all things that just that what's come before, like the following case, that once Mary died, the cover of Yaakov died. Yaakov died, he sold it, he sold it, he very skilled, he very skilled in heaven. Scissors, but scissors, right? Taking scissors and a simple I got it up. You understand what I got it up? So someone can read to Rabbi, and I look into Rabbi, and they said, Rabbi, that's mine. That's mine. I entered to Yaakov before he died, and then Yaakov got his knees to chain before he died. So Rabbi went ahead and held that claim with wall. And Rabbi see the Hashem asked him, he's carrying the head, so he looks scissors, and I got to talk, I'm coming, I am from my cat. Right? So therefore, they verified as this they have to be the just that mistake. But verified this claim is actually the type of objects that are normally left out to others. Rashi just made it. Rashi says already, yes, Shemidi Akavia hated. Sure, was the obviously a piece of Jewish bread. Right? The person what they think that these scissors, and these Pokemon purposes, they're both saying that just because you're free, just because you're something belongs to you, doesn't importantly that put it back in your possession. But especially since it's also that you pick it up to you, but someone else bought it. Essentially, come to you require a shoe law. This case is what? That rubber didn't require a shoe law. Why didn't it require a shoe law? Because since the person making the claim had data that these objects belong to him, and these are the type of objects that are normally lent out. Therefore, what? Rubber we established that in the possession of the claim, he would move out a shoe law. That's the cover that actually yes, Shady Akaveri, Shay Shalom, Monish Shkin saying, Clinton said, and he said, these are just belong to me. He has witnesses that he belong to him. And the question that he lent it out to the father of Yusuf was in Das King Rabbi Hansen, Shlomi of the Silver, come on, and with the cooking in the garden, Eno in the Emma Yishma. So it's like see that he had Yaakov still been alive. That these objects would not be applied because objects that are normally rented out or lent out, you don't have a chazak to say that they're mine, that I bought them. Seriously, was it that Rashi goes away? It's interesting that not as if you have a book of Idatta. So Rashi points out that's very interesting. People will not believe in that right and wrong. Because since it's far more commonly used, if you lay it out and on the risk of it, Rashi points out, was less commonly studied in this passage, less commonly studied. That it only be used like episodically. Therefore, I want to let the person go ahead and be more willing to lay it out. So it's like, instead of highlighting this principle, it's very interesting principle, that I want to let objects that are normally laid out, a person doesn't have the ability to claim as software that since it's in my position, ultimately I'm going to do the fascinating because normally in our law, remember their possession normally establishes ownership. And once you have that, in order for someone to claim it for how to make that, since it's been rent out, ultimately you're going to do it as rights provides us with a tremendous piece of hustle as well. Once even there, so I could say any rent or borrow really remain as possession ultimately of the owner, which tells us something amazing. And okay, the Shama shall sack the new to holy. That neshama, and it's very important to understand that neshama is not given to us. That neshama is right. That neshama is a borrowed item. And neshama shall not to holy. Rabbi said that it's borrowed. The neshama that you grant me, the neshama that you give me. So that's something absolutely amazing. I am in possession of a borrowed item. Which then means what's called a possession of a borrowed item. It's never yours. The Chazak believes that always remains in the possession of the true owner. What is wrong with saying? I have borrowed neshama. And now, what is the owner of something that is borrowed? Allah demands a heightened level of vigilance in order to ensure that there's a full practice to that. And that is the sacred responsibility that we have day in, day out, to make sure that that borrowed neshama, that beautiful borrowed mitzvahs as taught, that beautiful borrowed sparkling devotional always remains pure and pristine. Our lives should be and that's also successful in that unique privilege and in that reality. So let's start to look at today. Just go ahead and work on that tomorrow. Good job. All right, just go ahead and safety, security, the service players. All right, good morning, I'll go to Rob. Let us begin with our sponsors for this year of shipping. Our annual Talmud sponsors, the Council of Shpach America Israel, the Meretz Hashem dedicated all of the shipment shows this year as a students to us for all of that Israel. Our Talmud sponsors should hope that Stephen Abba, Stephen Taizi, the memory of Steve's mother, Doris, is in the roller class that we saw Noel on the Rabbi, and the occasion for the 4th, 5th grade site. And they are learning, sponsored Paul's colleague in memory of Rabbi Aaron Wong, and Aaron with everybody talking out the day about Kriya and working every Shabbos afternoon during my high school. Beautiful. That's our chef. We have also another man right on the door. All the Shabbos on the Solar Counties, the Hamas, and the should have like the cold Israel. So we should Hashem bring home all the hostages, should allow our soldiers to Hashem be successful Hamas in the day. So of course, follow the Israel's so many countries, still like the direct country that come and hold you back down. But so far, the number of lives, still people being recovered in the rubble. Again, overwhelming is good, overwhelming thanks for people, and overwhelming is that's what went last yesterday, just on Shabbos. Our obligation to recognize that we are all part of the army of Ami's service, which will begin to show us the between God and the between resolve each of us to do our part to make our contribution. And how about you? It's just beginning. It's just beginning. And let's hope that as it progresses, so problem solves victory will be quick and decisive. And as Hashem will usher in a kind of shaman, simple, not just for Am Yisrael, not just from B'nai Yisrael, but Hashem for all humanity. Once again, let us be this. In fact, thank you for the lecture for the PhD yesterday. So I got this one over picking up on the bottom of the menu down on the page 44b, just really the last one. So again, we're picking up a mid Mishnah. It's actually interesting enough, most of today is a Mishnah. The entire Amud is a Mishnah. So that's actually picking up again last line on 10,000 Once again, this is our last week also on the Sefer Shavuos. Now, don't smile, don't worry. This is great. Remember, if there's a problem, always remember, the problem is with you, you never make the Masech up. Right? Just know that the Masech is perfect. You know it's perfect, so it's perfect. Something doesn't understand. And you can put it on your own here. But never put it on your itself. So you have to explain it, but feel something inside you. So let's go. Remember again, this was something by a variety of different cases. What we call kind of colloquially Ashura, which refers to rabbinic shulas. I think right now we focus on different types of biblical shulas. So now we're talking about rabbinic shulas. So rabbinic shulas happen in a little bit of a different way. So specifically, when we want to talk about this idea of shekenegdo, chashida ashura. But I have a legal dealing with someone, and the person who I'm contending with, he can't be the one who really is supposed to swear, but disqualified from taking it off for whatever reason. What we do is we flip the shua. So that it's not a shekenegdo, but like, hey, I'm not shua seconds, not a shua second level, a shua shot. So that's an example. Let's say, hey, I have a court, I have a legal dispute with you. And so you're supposed to deal with this matter through a shua. It should be legal to a shua. But we can't get the shua. Why? Because he has been in a violation of a shua set. He knows the shua set. Because they're in a shua shot. Or for example, so in those cases, when you're talking about over here, let's say, for example, reading his note, replacing a false oath of testimony, or a false oath of the recovery, or he's making a shua shot, he's taking an oath in days, or has a second protubia. One of us was a gambler, in this case, we'll call reading was a gambler, right? A lot of ribs, or even lands of interest, or thinking on it, or racist pigeons, which is also one of the gambling. He suffers shoes, or he goes ahead and he does business with Shneka Focus. So as I said, all of these cases, the point of the initial thinking over here is, I'm in this thing with Ruben. So Ruben should really want to take the issue on. What's the issue over here? What's the issue? Ruben can't. Why can't he? Because his integrity has been compromised, either because he has previously sworn falsely, right? Or because he's engaged in other activities which would generally compromise one's integrity and preclude them from taking the shua. So anything all these cases, shekenegdo mishpah metal. Ultimately, what Chazal said is we flip the shua. So I'll swear, even though again I didn't show you what I swear, I'll swear, and therefore I'm going to be able to extract my money in that way. Okay, we'll see. We'll see more about these cases as well. I'm sure Hashudim. I was able to reach them. Let's say both Rabbi and I are both Hashemah Shua. Both of us are givers, right? Both of us are Sachik Kaviyah, right? So it's hard to pass up on the decay. We can look Kaviyah, right? So amazing. Both of us are disqualified. So even in that case, so you might say, you should have had that from a cover. Put the Shua back on the wall. So in other words, essentially, if they're both compromised, so pretty much like we cancel each other out, they have a purchase applied as if we were going to be applied. Do it, yes, yes. The mirror says no. The mirror says absolutely. The mirror says no. It's split the claim. The mirror says also, even though they still want the same blood, the mirror says no. We can't go out because us to swear. Just because we're both compromised doesn't mean we just go to show back to where it was. One of us should swear because we're both compromised. So this right here, the mirror says that both of you split. Now, how exactly that plays out, the nice scenario about that 50 out there consequence. So those are very interesting things. What's the case of the out there process? Remember, again, a little bit coming up in the process of the shopkeepers with his ledger. What's that case? So let's show you my own sub up to shop that higher than the side. So it's not a case. Well, let's say I'm the high. Like I'm the shower, I went to the shop. It's not the shop that I say, you need to the right kind of resume or you chose what's the case. I'm not very stay. I'm not, oh my God, here it means for some people. Taylor quality, some of those. I go to the shopkeeper. I see the shopkeeper. I need to do workers. To the fever. And my workers in merchandise. And people are cutting up to a several of those. I'm sending my employees for their pay. They're going to come to your store. Essentially, give them credit or extend them credit of $100. Right? I offer you for that. Okay. That was it. Who will run us out? So you just know what occurs. The same thing claims I pay workers, so I pay workers the merchandise attracted to. They need to hold up no account. There's the problem. The worker said, we need to labor. Briefly, this was a series of double claim against me. Right? What's a double claim? The family wants me to pay him because he says, because of things I still need the credit while I give the merchandise to the workers. The workers are claiming this because the workers are saying, you need to pay. So there's a double claim against the worker. So what's the other fight? There's this British brother, the family swears that, and therefore he's able to extract money from me. They immediately swear, and the workers are also able to swear, not to do the shit, and a lot of others are able to collect again from me. So the US says, which is a fascinating solution to this. Comes in, the guy says, what are you talking about? Kids are 80 whatever the issue was shot. So the guy says, how can you structure a halachic resolution like that? But they say, there's one guarantee in that solution, which is what? Someone's lying. Right? Someone's lying. So the guy says, how can you realize this? Right on the station, what you're saying is, we're going to write someone to be clear that we think this was shot. Someone's lying. Someone says, hello, who knows what some of this was? Either the guy is proposing the following idea. The guy says, the family is entitled to collect from me without a shua. The family is able to collect from me without a shua. The hate that we work with should have a shua. And ultimately, again, they're able to collect without a shua. So this is fascinating stuff. So essentially, the man says, everyone collects, and everyone without a shua. Oh, fascinating. Again, what's it about? Remember, it's just the Mishnah. It's a very detailed Mishnah, but the Rabbi is going to put the Mishnah on the bottom next. I'm going to present. Who needs to defend us? I'd like to purchase a dinar's worth of produce from you. Did not sell it so that everyone is going to produce. Oh no, he knows to do that. So what happens? So the family says, okay, I'm not going to do it. We need I'm going to sack it. It's not your own part. So I'm listening to the family. I get you. I gave you, I'm going to put it in the house. Right. So let's say, let's have a home good. You shove about our finance, share us so let's fix over here. I swear that I defend him with the okay, I can answer that in an example myself with the Shiva. I don't know if he knows. So what's the happens in the just that they get some keys out of the home. I said, for the next purchase, I just know how to produce. So the next piece of here, I give you the and I say, produce. I'm like, yes, I come apart. Well, I'm thinking so this at home. So the family says, I give you the produce. I give you the produce already. What's to talk about? You know, we took it all. So it's not like, oh, the Shabbat family. The family is scared that he gave the produce. What's the same enough? Did you know something like that? And the camera has to say, it's not the word. We're all looking again at this claiming the word. So ultimately, again, the Malachi is supposed to have swears that he takes himself. It keeps liberty. Again, if things that go to eat the produce, so that he swears that ultimately again he eats the produce. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says, call it shakiros. Rabbi says, whoever is in possession of the produce has the upper hand. Now, what is that? It's rational. So actually, in the short lines, about 5 lines here. Call shakiros biyada ala Aisha, over the Shava Malabayis, Shenasi or Saturday. So, and we track the action is in the is in the argument of the first case, right? What was the first case? The first case over here was where the defendant claims that I did not pay. So, again, so Talikana said that the Balabais should swear that ultimately again we pay. So in this case over here, the Buddha says, not true. But the Buddha says, but Halakha also, again, the only way that the family would even the produce is how, it's if you would have gotten paid. In general, people don't give merchandise unless they first receive payment. So therefore, in this case over here, if the Balabais has the produce already, chances are paid, and therefore Halakha makes again, he does not have to swear to the fact that he paid. And actually points out over here, this is all presupposing that we're talking about a family who does not extend credit. Obviously, if you extend credit, that changes the value of this. Again, we'll see all of this thing, we'll see all of this thing as well. Yes, funny. I go into a money change yesterday. maybe if you are a mouse, I see the money changer, it's a very big change. And I'm asking for change, right? Even though I would more smaller denominations of coins. And also, like, ultimately, again, so the Shulchan gives it to me. I'm about to give this idea. So the Shulchan says, okay, I gave you your change, you got to give me your dinar. So what's the halacha? Where it says, I think it's a dinar, halacha, that's not the halacha. But that's not the halacha. Honestly, the money to you, I give it to you. I give it to you, but I gave you a so you put it, you write down, what's the halacha? You show it all the life. The life swears that you it wasn't he's the same thing as the family case. It's just using way to same idea. So about I is so good that they can give it. That's so nice, you know. So what's the scenario? That's also I want to just so I think you know, and I said to Ishmael, the money can okay, give me my change. I'm not alone. That's not the report. I give you the change. You start for myself. That's what I'm thinking about. What's the level? You start by ultimately, I get the show has to swear, and in fact, he was with you. He says, can you show money meeting actually told you that? So it's like, the leadership is the same. The leader says, everyone has money changers, do not give change unless, of course, what? But get the money first. So once you begin to see what you begin to shoot house, which is what the leader says, the same with that, the same that a shopkeeper doesn't dice unless you get paid first, which will fund the ultimate, and then it does not change unless of course it gets paid first. Therefore, you just see the whenever it's in possession, or the item is the change ultimately of the adoption. Incredible. I suppose to go back to the shield shop. Not too far out of the shore. So as I say, I remember again, if you think this is Subasa, what controversy even is set as Sunis, the most senior stark Suba, what they should keep on the Sasa, the Mitzashinismo of stark Subasa. The point back in the start of Puro, with the others first, the problem is Subasa. A woman gets, right, you make not to have and so they have this Asian funnel now, right? And so I say, so what happens? So it's really nice to know. I love that the things, but what she sees how to do the super. Now that's a case of what's super soft, which means like causing means that you diminish, or you, I know, I sometimes almost like punch for the very you drink from it, but you can't get different definition there. So ultimately, again, you undermine it. So the idea was, as soon as a document, right? And in that document, it says that everything else is right, showing source, or whatever you know, the 2 days, which is effectively done as she shows that document is undermined because of that document. Now again, that sheet to that, let's look at that because again, if you think that she's on partial payment of that, the Lord says as follows. It says how forgiveness of Subas, and I was like, I meant it a little different, I was sure. Now, what this means is, if she wants to, now remember, at that point, she's that it's void, it's not that it's, but that can't really collection purposes. So, how does Rahel collect the rest of her Suba? Super Shua. With a Shua, she's got to swear, that's how she collects. The Ace of Mars said, I'm Shua, but I got from Ida, Shua, or take up the Shua for anymore. If a single witness comes along, and then Echad says, Rachel received her Suba. Right? So single witness says, Rachel received her Suba. What's your family Shua? Same thing. I'm going to say, what's the Echad? What's your every day? What's the Echad? How about the nice thing again? It's only valid to require a Shua. So they have to look and say, Rachel got paid for Suba. But it's not Rachel. What's anything else? She's going to have to take a Shua. And the Mikhasim Shubadim, or Mikhasim Yisrael, generally again. And the person else saying this is true for Ksuba because this is true for anything else as well. If you want to collect from your covered property, or if you want to collect from the possessions of the stolen, but for Elder Shua, you only collect with the Shua. By the Fras, Shema, the Farah, but for Elder Shua, saying that the woman is going to collect her Shua. Not in the presence of her husband, she was not as a Shua. There was a now she comes out to her website, please. Let's say the husband is at least squeeze. He sends his wife a Shua. He sends his wife a death. So now she wants to go to the Shua. Like her two minutes overseas, we should only collect it in Shua. The thing is so beautiful out of Shua, so to so many right boyfriends. You only collect the ones that are boyfriends saying Gemara, what is really referred to is if you have boyfriends, or again, we have this, we don't even have pictures, if you have no children, in this case, we don't just need the father side. They collect with the death of their father, or they collect with some go to their father, so they only collect with the Shua. And what's the Shua? Shua has its own, this is expensive many times before. Remember, is this tension? What's the tension? Father can call Yaakov. Yaakov means behind the sons, leaving Shimon a news. Never been Shimon, they want to collect the debts of their father. So what happens? What's the issue? What's the tension? The tension is that the sort of children are often not versed in the affairs of the estate of their father. And so therefore, again, there's this little bit of concern that you don't really know what's going on. So if I love the lifestyle, any time that the soul wants to collect the debt of their father, they have to do so with the Shua. The interesting thing that's the Shua. See, the Mishnah, we've seen this before. But that Mishnah has out some very interesting details. Just as over there, Shua, Shema Pakadu Abba. We swear that our father never told us that his debt was paid. But Amavana Abba, right? The father never told us that the debt was paid. So everyone's going to come out and he's a father never charged us. And it's he has to keep us instruction that his debt is paid. He never told us that our debt is paid. And we never found in our father's paperwork any indication his outstanding debt was paid. So it's very interesting. So what they're swearing essentially is, to the best of our knowledge, Father never told us that his debt that is due to our estate was paid, and therefore we are coming to collect on this. The Yoga says, I think Yoga Kaden Akamis Asahab, Haris and Ishmael. You know, you say, you might have thought, you might have heard of this opiate prize. The science was alive at the time that the father was alive. But maybe let's say his son was born after the death of his father. Maybe he just should not be able to collect the debt of his estate. Much more though, he takes the shua, and to the rest of his knowledge of them, these debts had never been paid. And then Father nice and he has the ability to go ahead and collect it. How you should be real. If you shamra at the chance to say so, Star said in your alone, no cycle of the shua. What's very interesting says, if they witnesses, she said that the father said on his deathbed, this debt has never been paid. So the father's saying, Yaakov saying, Yitzchak owes me money, and the debt has not been paid. And ultimately, Samuel says, the children could collect on that even without the shua. In other words, the shua, it's interesting what's that is as follows. What's the name of the shua when it comes to the children collecting on the debts owed to their father? The shua is the mechanism that ensures that the children do their due diligence. Because since this was concerned, the children don't know the affairs of their father's estate, but they never know have clarity. The shua ensures that we will endeavor to have clarity. But Allah relates that the father makes it especially clear as debt. Right? That when it's owes his money, and this debt has never been paid, the children can collect on that debt even without a shua. Incredible. So I said, the English function of having I said that this is limited. So I said, now there's another category. So when we get it, so this whole Mishnah has its even as much to us as this right forbidden to us. Now in this last section of the Mishnah, there's another detail over there. Let's say up at the now. We want to be focused on one piece of it, which is that a shua requires, I should say a shua triggered by a claim. Like you have to be claiming something. Like we claim something, and sometimes again, one of the mechanisms that we can go ahead and resolve disputed claim is a shua. Now you might have a shua. This type of shua doesn't require a claim, but because we order at the existence of one of the parties who watch this case. These are people who can swear or only to swear without a without a prayer to Jesus. I should say. There was a see over this case inside it is actually fascinating. So let's see the partnership with someone. User partner could always order the other partner to swear about matters of the business. They wanted to find way. I research sharecroppers, patrolling executives of the state. Nagisha and Osas and Osas Rabbi is for a woman who runs the household, like she does business within the household. If then Habayis and his son, then also helps run the household. So since all of these kids, and what's the fact that all of these people have access to assets, and often unlimited access to assets. As a result, what's that? There's the top level of is other than we all need something to keep us honest. Right? We all need something to keep us honest. Right? I need it. So it's nice to think that the mission of it says, no worries about it. I know, see, also sugar, so listen here. The whole process of a secret of everything I do is written down. What's the point of this going to say? What's the point of it? The point of it is keeps me honest. So I'm going to try to keep me honest. Right? That reminds me, everything I say, everything I do is heard, is seen, is managed, written down. That's really work. Right? That's what I call it accountability. It's not great. And I think we did that. And we have to find ourselves as a really, really work all of the time. All of us get some level of accountability. All of these cases, these people have access to all of the assets. Right? So again, partners, sharecroppers, executors, everybody who's running the household, the son who's running the household, all of these people have unlimited access to all the assets. So that could be a recipe of disaster. What's supposed to be stuff around it, supposed to be things we're not supposed to be doing. So what's going to happen? I'm not telling you. So again, so let's say for example a partnership. So I found it on Twitter. I want you to swear. Now again, what exactly has been given to swear or have to see tomorrow? Sounds like we're not asking to swear the check that he's hoping for anything. So really, it's what do you think? So then I check your shoving. So I said, I just want you to swear to me. So tell you what ultimately you get tired. So it sounds like, honestly, right? Swear to me that you have not misappropriated any assets. And if ultimately, again, I say that to women, that triggers a sure that women has to take points. Incredible. I will say, by the way, yeah, that's so we could see that whole, what do you think I did wrong? That's like nothing. Nothing. It's just a partnership sure. It's a partnership sure. So once you sound up to it, and she says, this is what you do again, this case is is only so far as the partnership or the share capital or any of these relationships are kind of intact. Once the relationships have been dissolved, so neither party has the ability to go back track. So let's say we dissolve our partnership, and then again 6 months later, what should I say? I want you to swear to me that when you work partners, you do not misappropriate anyone. I can't trust any of the ability to trigger this sure is when you are actively engaged in the shofars. However, it is no exception. Misgalgin or shua mitlokom haker, megalgin alona sakol. So let's say this is very interesting. However, let's say you dissolve the partnership. So once you dissolve the partnership, I cannot ask you to swear about our partnership. So let's say if you didn't organize it to another issue, I deposit something that you don't claim that the object was stolen. I told you to take the shorts out of the cuddle. Once he's taking the shorts out of the cuddle, everybody says, who's one because of your short? What does your short say? Your says, once I'm already swearing about something, essentially, we can pile on as many other claims as we want to during that shore as well. So let's say again now, I'm going to even take a shore because again, he's claiming that the cuddle was stolen. I want him to swear that he really did not misappropriate. Once he does that, then I can also add on to that a shura about the timing of your partners. Incredible. Also, the Mishnah is off. Vashish, Mishametas, and Sashua. Shmitas, cancels oaths. Now, what exactly that means, we'll have to say the Gemara of Torah. Okay, let's say, that's the Mishnah says the Gemara. College rush for George Shami was never again how do you finish the stuff? The dish to is the lead that anything that will always so read what says you swear, and by swearing you state yourself containers. This is how do you know that? So you must know and the Amakra was a person of life is knowledge. The Amakra is the basic sense. The rock out the follows, the one is shallow. The one said the person really get the rock out follows, the person will swear, the one is shallow. They won't pay. So when you see you shallow, the shallow much more. He who would have created the shua, and by taking the shua, he exempts himself from the obligation to pay. Incredible. Meaning which was no good. These people ultimately can swear and take. So once it's never again. One of the most interesting things over here is the local employment protections. They say, look, it's really incredible to see, that Chazal even have these fantastic and incredible sensitivities to really go ahead and protect those most vulnerable. It's fascinating. So again, for example, there's a general Suba, this study again, the whole soul of Suba was to protect the interests of women who would have been exceptionally vulnerable in the case of divorce or in the case of being widowed, and also this employment protection rights. What does the Mishnah say? Right? If the Mishnah says, kids that are only given study should be not for a woman, and a second, I'm not going to tell you, what was the case for the party? What's the matter again? I work for Ruben. Ruben, I see you there, wait a minute. Ruben says, I hate you. So I say, you know, you did it. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, and I get paid. Now, I understand, before this Mishnah, how would you have asked me? You need the best, right? I go to the best, you need my money. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Simple, right? When we're talking about, you go to someone, you say they owe you money, okay, sure, perfect. So listen, this is incredible. So Chazal said in this case, we go down in the Chazal. In this case, Chazal said to the employee, if you're willing to swear, all you need to do is swear you did not get paid, and you will get paid. That's tremendous. So the course is this. So my trust here is that he will have learned in Shabbat. So what's unique about the employees? You say, why did Chazal do this? Like this really is a tremendous change. Just the basic of the Rothschild should unfold. Why did Chazal do this? And then the Shmuel, halachos follows Shanakai. So Shmuel said these are big halachos. That's what has to be over there. So 1 second. Halachos, halachos Shanakai. Halachos, I know for some reason. So this is halachos because in general, halachos is this a biblical law? It's an Ela Takenos Diplomas Shadok. This is not a halacha. This is again, terminology is very important. Halacha is biblical. This is a takana. What does a takana mean? What does takana mean? Kirabana. So the Gemara says, Diplomas, Nefati, Takanos. So I understand what these big takanos, the small takanos, the takanos I like, the takanos I don't like, the takanos I do, the takanos I don't do. And what is it? What is our choices? Now, we're dealing with new choice. It's not a halacha. It's a takana. But what do you mean when you see that it's a big takana? Takanos, kafuros, shanakon. No, matter what the takana, we need to see over here what's called takanos, kivuros. Chazal are creating the last piece of legislation. So we're going to listen to this. Akrua Rabbanan Shmushur Rabbi, the Shajua Asir Shmushur Shebekaya. So what happened over here? Ultimately, again, really Chazal took the Shmuel from the Balabayas, right? Really, the Balabayas should have been the one that's who swore that we already paid, right? And if you might swear to the seer, to the employee. Why? You shouldn't be higher. Ultimately, they're for the life. See what's happening more? The whole concept, which is the one thing we need to know, that he always has a way to ensure that he gets paid. Right? The power is in his hands. If he's going to get that shua, ultimately, again, he will get paid. So you must understand. There's no sense of class. So you shouldn't be high. You shouldn't be high to see that. Can't see about a bias box. Is that fair? I got it. We want to secure employees' rights. But because we want to secure employees' rights, we should put the employee on a bias and this is the bias from the status, right? It's actually a message to somebody important also that if the employer, that if the employee wants to swear, then you get a reason why do it for his young employer. So let's say, remember again, our new employer, what does that mean employer? Employees, so now again, for the employer, it also works well that the employee is able to get paid, why? Because that means people are more willing to hire themselves out. So let's say, again, everyone knows that there is a shortage of good people. There's a shortage of good people. Not that there's a shortage of people. There's just a shortage of people who want to work, right? So nice again. So therefore, again, this whole thing, right? The labor market, everyone is tied together. So just call it production. As I said, we want to legislate in favor of the employee. These are the employee representatives of a salary dispute. Like the employee has the control. He swears and he gets hurt. There's no second. So that's putting in the advantage. Isn't that a disadvantage to the employer? No. Because since the employee knows that he gets paid, therefore what? He'll be more willing to work. Because he's more willing to work, that's good news for the employer. So therefore, everyone is happy. Adrabah is the opposite. Here they show you first time about bias. Do not go to the guy about bias. So you might say, one second. If you keep it short about a bias, that might look better for the employee. Why? Because then if the employer has the ability to swear and therefore control payroll, he'll be more willing to hire employees, which means we're going to be more available, he'll be more available, to which the Gemara says, no. While a bias is bad, cafe audio. And I will say, the employer is always at a disadvantage. Why? Because he's going to be a workforce regardless. He needs people. So you must say, now you are caught in this guy. Okay, well, say, but when he also is at a disadvantage, why? Because he also needs a job. I don't know, someone said, I don't want to go over the bias. How do you perform it? So what's a real condition? Deep down, deep left, you can't believe it. What you feel is actually happening over here is sometimes there are confusions. Why this confusion about I'll go here? There's nothing actually, there's nothing illicit here. But what happens? The bachelor's, the employer employs a bunch of people. And remember what happens? So again, I employ June, and just in the course of many of the paychecks, I thought that I could leave it, but it's really just an honest mistake because I'm concerned about this. So because we were concerned about this, it gave the power to the employee to swear about whether or not he got paid. So again, we could attribute some of the confusion to just an honest mistake, and therefore we give the power to the employee to swear. So you guys just believe the Rothschild. So if that's the case, why not pay the employee even cash? Right? In other words, if we're single here, there's nothing, I don't know how it's going to affect the correlation. There's no shit here. But rather again, just the employee gets a little bit, it's just a little bit overwhelmed with running his business. And if I can do this one, I did it this one, so he comes over and says, so that's how people should if that's the case, they're using everybody. In this case, why not also get paid to use that? Sure. No, I'm not going to. If the hot take fish on the bias, that's not fair to the employer, right? Because he can get funds to be paid with it. Now, again, that's looking to swear that he did not get paid, then fine, and the dollar bias will take him at his word. But I just told you that is sure. So the relates to the behavior. Tell that idea. Why not say that part of hook is that when you pay your employees, you should have to pay them in weaknesses. Right? You save a lot of time. That's it on the effort. So that's the first thing their employees pay them on the businesses. There's things as trade company or stuff. That's a tip. That's a tip. I will say, can you imagine that a person is running a large business and every single time he pays his employees, people may be on different pay schedules. Every time he pays his employees, you gotta get them to pay businesses. That's too much. I was interested. The latest simulator caught up. So I said, this is fascinating. Why not pay your employees? Right? Just pay them in the beginning of the day. That way there's no problems. And let's say, by the way, I said I placed on my What's fascinating about this statement is there must have been such a dramatically different work ethic in the times of the Gemara. And you get us today, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? You're going to pre-pay employees? Oh, you know what? Yeah, good fish, right? Yeah, you know, here's today's pay, here's today's wages, right? So, what's your job, right? Listen, it's just doesn't go for the fact that the ones living in this like, gee, you need that, like, someone thought that this is actually viable. It's actually viable. So it's incredible enough. It would be beautiful to think that people be so committed to their job and so committed to their task. And I forget to point out the fact that it's a habit of means that again, the times when you want to eventually get your business possibility. So I want to say essentially, remember, the idea is that why this confusion occurs. Confusion occurs because when you're getting the internet, you never know what's happening, there's a lot of stuff happening. So not just, why don't you remove confusion that when every employee goes in and shows up at the end of the day, the bottom pays them, leadership, here's the wages, right, here's the wages, that's not going to go out, make it a good day. Right? So now why don't we just do that? So the man says, no, he's interesting. Stay and notes in back offer. No one wants to be there. No one wants to be there. Now let's say a little bit confidence credit. Now why do no work? So actually points out to them that it's the bottom line, it's the employer doesn't want to be there. Why? Because someone doesn't have the money. Right? Someone says doesn't have that money, you work for them, okay? And interestingly enough, the employee doesn't want that money either, right? Why? Because that means the whole day now, he's got to keep his pay, he's right, his wages in his pocket. He doesn't want to have to do that, right? So he wants to come at the end of the day, he'll be able to go ahead and get this was incredible. Everybody's speed up. And that's the case. The cuts out scenario. So let's say, so at the end of the day, so let's say, now I'm going to find out because here's what's happening. The Mishnah told us how I go to the city bank. I work for you for the day, you owe me $100. Women says, I can't go ready. So what's the halacha? I swear I the employees that do not pay it, and Ruben is obligated to pay. Or Ruben is halacha. Why did Chazal institute this? Why? Because the assumption was that Ruben is very busy running his business. He thought he could meet, he could meet, and therefore Chazal gave the power to the employee to go ahead and extract his interest from the shore. So if that's what this is about, that the employer is just, he's tolerant, right? He's not tolerant. He's got a lot going on running his business. And therefore, he's not trying to cheat. He's just making them keeping track of everything. And as I think the shore to clarify that, then that's the halacha should be the same thing if there's a dispute about the amount of wages owed. So let's say in Mishnah's case, I said to the Ruben, you owe me money for today's work. Ruben said, I paid you, right? That was certain parts. But if actually just the spouse is correct, then even if the dispute is not about whether or not you got paid, but the dispute is how much you owes you, you should also say that if you take the shore, it's unlikely that I would be able to extract my wages. Yet, I'm not telling you why I did hear enough. I don't have it's 45 second line. That's awesome. So what happens now? I see you there. So at the end of the day Sunday, I work through the day. I said, they pay me. You pay me $200 for today's work. But if I hold up there, I only agree to give you $100. What's the halacha? So you guys just hamotzi mechadra laharaya. Why? So that piece of the order is that what's another halacha? So again, that guy now again, the reason you're in the country because that's what we both agree to. But if I feel that you can always me another $100, then I won't come and I say, yeah, you're bringing it up because I need the employee to extract the money. But 1 second, what do we say? That an employer is often preoccupied with the details of running his business, and he messed up. I should be able to swear. I should be able to swear. Even if I didn't put $200, and that's it. Yeah, we have to look at very interesting. It sits on that I cannot be after that. Let me say, you know, an employer may get confused about whether I'm paid. The one thing he always knows is what? How much he agreed to pay to every single person. So unless I knows this, in other words, the assumption always is that an employer knows that I agree to the amount that I agree to pay. But it may get confused if I pay you right now. Right? That's the issue. The case of my side is, like, nobody is not disputing that I'm a contracted employee for $100 a day. That's not what he's disputing. He's disputing is, he says, I paid you already. I said, I didn't pay you already, because I also have to take the sure that I didn't get paid and I can extract the business. When it comes to the amount that I receive for this business, and if I want to claim it, it's me more money every 3 times, and I'm not going to ultimately that's unbelievably important to extract. So you must be happy. I give you a nice amount of United States, but even the legal of it's going to give you some of that. What's the alcohol? That will actually wages in a timely fashion. Now, again, definition depends on what. The nature of the employee, of the employment, excuse me. The feeling relationship, so all that kind of, so how do we learn how it's not of the how it is the English about New York Times. So let's say it's very interesting. So let's say this whole idea of English about the New York Times, if I'm raising my wages within the window that I'm supposed to pay. So for example, let's say I'm a criminal. So I'm a criminal. What's the sort of window of criminal? The next period of time. Right? So let's say I work my day, he's not that right. So when you say which part of the note out, that's it. Let's say so Sunday I work for the day, Sunday night I go to the dance in New York. You can pay me. You can say, yes, I can. I can swear that I did not get ready. And ultimately, I didn't go up and just right point. If, however, interestingly enough, the Bryce says over here that if I wait till Monday, ultimately, again, I lost on my side, can't swear and extract money. That then reverts back to what's in the habit of Rabbi. Why? Hazaka ein paradise over the Baal. Wow. So let's say there's a physical, but it employee, I assume the employer pays its workers. So she just came up to put this together. So it's like this. There's a general concern that an employer can use it because of running his business, and therefore he's because they put his worker when he pay his worker. That is possible. So therefore, Chazal said that if you're the employer, you pay your wages. Right? Now again, you're not only coming to pay your wages run in the window when they are collectible. And I say I didn't get paid. Even says I get paid. I can swear that I didn't get paid, and I can get paid. But interestingly enough, that takana is only in the window of payment. Let's say I need to for some more, and I come to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. The halacha sides with Ruben, the employer. Why? Chazaka, the employer, Chazaka, that an employer pays his employees on that's Chazaka. And employer, I the employee want to pay otherwise for having to use up. Can I? Sure, I can make the claim. It's in the Bible, I love her. So he says, this is a stronger Rabbi is terrible. What did I say before? Rabbi. It's like the employer is often easy because employer is with this. So why would you here? Because you just miss the lead. And you can make the opposite as you. So say this is before his mind, the right to time when he's out of the event comes about. He might be going to move up, money and not sugar part. But ultimately, again, when the time for payment actually comes, you see that the Rabbi is on top of this, and ultimately, again, this employee is going to be full time. So that's a fascinating concept we have over here, right? So during this time when the actual employees owe his money, as long as the takana, he can swear and get paid. After the window for proper payment, how after payment passes, the chazak believes that the employer paid his workers, and if a worker wants to put it to the contrary, then it's going to be able to say, incredible. So one second. So it comes to me now. So let's just put it up here. Right? So I work for you on Sunday. Right? So they owe me $100. So then what happens? I show up. So if I show up Sunday night, I can swear and get paid. If I show up Monday morning, what's in the career? Why? Because Hazakar, that we pay my employer doesn't delay paying you, doesn't delay paying somebody. What's that? But when I come on Monday morning and pay my wages, it's not over the shit about people. Don't, like, what do you think I'm doing? Like, don't you have a Hazakar that I'm honest? Like, is it not Hazakar that I don't try to steal stuff from people? You know what it says? If you start the öffentlichen Bausektor, ganz weiß, sind wir die Welt weiß, die Geschichte ist, so wie wir sind, das ist alles noch das Wetter. Hast du gesagt, was man kann sagen, was man kann sagen, they're honest. They're honest. You're saying that comes up with violence, doesn't violate conventional law. How's that comes up? But I don't steal stuff. Everybody has got to be self-conscious, right? I don't steal stuff. If that's the case, I shut up because I'm the best sleep. You don't need to make people remember you see Monday morning. Watch this. Balaban's has two Kazakhs. Right, number one, Salvador without Thomas. That's what's the ultimate get in the Kazakh. Kazakh reward is that the Balaban is not delay. Paying his wages. It's something not just what's the second Kazakh? The second Kazakh is that people generally don't wait to collect their wages. And but the ones that generally keep up saying, you know what, I know that I'm supposed to get paid. I'll get around to collecting that when I have it. So these two Kazakh is number one, about buyers is not delay wages, and Kazakh number two is employees do not delay collecting their wages. So there's a perfect there's two Kazakhs. It's true that here, like the worker has one Kazakh, what's his Kazakh, but he doesn't steal. But the two Kazakhs of the Malabai is up with one Kazakh all the drugs. Incredible. I'm not sure, I'm sure. So it's a more complicated is here. Russia, Russia, South Korea. There was a furthermore, this whole thing over here, right? This whole thing. That we're going back to this almost says, now let's go back to the original Taekwondo. So original Taekwondo is I would come here on Sunday, right? I finish my day at work, I come now, I just like, I'm coming to Sunday, right? I say, when you do exams, I'm sorry I say you that. That's how I swear I'm correct at the So he comes up and says, by the way, that's only true when you hire me in front of witnesses. So there are witnesses that I was in the employ of Rabbi. I will suffer Shalom Rabbi, those are this. Let's say you should hire me without witnesses. Right? So it's really showing us who's what. So this is not any verification of my employment. Like, there's no legal proof that it's ever employed by me. In that case, we talk Shiyachomoma most Satifa, Yachomoma most Satifa, and Asati lacrosse parade. So let's say this guy, I'm seeing kind of a listen to this in India. What's the books? Listen to this. All of it is right. So watch this. So I work from day on Sunday, and I come Sunday night to go ahead and play my wages. So I'm just saying this. I come up. He then says, I paid you. I said, I didn't get it. I swear that I didn't get it. I collect my money. What is that? When you think any legal verification of my employment, right? Because then he then knows, who then has to know that at least in some way he owns their money. Things I didn't pay. But if there is no independent verification of my employment, then we're going to have some meetings to go. When I show up Sunday night and I say, look, you owe me $100 for working with you today, they can say to me, well, I actually have the next meeting. Right? To be work for me, I want to be mad any type of employment relationship. So because he has that ego, therefore what? He's saying that that's incredible. So what's this? Okay. Next thing is this by Rabbi. Right? I'm going to read Scott. Yes, sure. This is the Shkoya. Right? Shkoya. That is an excellent point. Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea as well. Right? So I'm not going to say this name is Shmuel. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea. So yes, as well, they covered that in the Shakish. There was an interesting nuance. Rabbi Yochanan said this as well. So now, in general, Rabbi Yochanan and Shakish were disputants, right? So I'm going to assume that because ultimately his point is saying Rabbi Yochanan, that when Shakish disagreed, so he has with the also you gave it. He did the only Mishka Havashasi and the Shasika. Some said that, when this conversation was happening in his marriage, so what happened? He tried to show it, right? But he was drinking, right? So he was silent not because he agreed or disagreed. He was just silent ultimately because he was having a drink, he was reached drinking soda, so he can't drink and speak at the same time. So that is just so incredible, right? How you realize how often we read into people's reactions or things that people do. We create narratives all the time about people's behaviors that may or may not be correct. But it says we wrote entire narratives over what perceive people to be in that view. So now, Rish Lakish doesn't say anything, easy. You can glass of water, right? The guy with the glass of water, just put it at the time because people that like said, you shall have a chance, you shall have a chance, right? The chance of like, others say, no, that when you're on the same piece, then chance is that differential as he is speaking, and allow him to finish up his thought before he went ahead and read in. Okay, all right, it's my name, I'm a nation, I see, I'm a lab, you're showing us just not the agent. I'm a sucker for Chanel agent. Então, tinha alguma nossa como roupa, e a coloma was a column and a socky side. So let's say some kind of so let's say again, just another point that we said, that this whole soul, like this whole soul all over again, of the ability of the employee to take a shua and collect payment is only when it's independent legal verification of his employee status. But if there is no independent verification of his employee status, that moving you could easily say, I don't know who you are. I don't owe you anything because I never employed you. CEO therefore needs to say that I paid you as well. I paid you already as well. I'm right, come on, no. So the man says, come out, hush my spirit, come on, brother, I'll tell you something. Altogether, so I said, what's the name over here? So the man says, okay, she was showing the highly black because now it's ultimately highly eradicated as she was a showman. So let's remember that she was showing means I deposit something, I need someone to watch over it. And now, let's say, for example, it's a showman here, there's a type of showman at these different levels of liability. Now I come to collect my object. Let's take a visual showman here. Right? The showman here claims that it was stolen. That's technically speaking, 100% of showman is part of an annual income. So the most listen to this. So how do you ever so show this left on the Shabalama or high from Yola? Yabalama yes. So listen to this. Salafana again, it must be very general. In order to be able to make a lot of these claims against people, the relationships must have been able to be ethos. Right? There was a typical case of a shower. The shower again, I deposit something with you as a human. Watch my lawn mower, right? So I know you need to show it to them. It's not going to story. So now I come back to get my lawn mower. You guys says, I'm so sorry. There was a break-in. All they took was the lawn mower. Okay? I say, fine. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. And therefore, I'm going to show it. You should swear that the lawn mower was stolen and you didn't support me. So those guys said, what's that's really the same thing? But I don't know. Must be that what all of these cases where the operation of freedom must be where these relationships were solid or created and concretized in the presence of anything. Because without independent legal verification of their leadership ever existed, all of these people have a legal. What's the legal? Well, how do you find out? You have to be more. So most people in people can piece of a shoulder. The whole that is happening is only by depositing the object legally in front of witnesses. Guys, we've thought about this before, and now this kind of shed light on all these things. You don't share a number alone, well, how you put your own, you're going to overload minutes. Right? So ultimately, again, because since you think that you're not helping, I gotta take a one lower. Therefore, it should be looking to say that ultimately what? There was an experience of the object that you touchy up a numero, exactly you touchy up a numero, exactly look audience. The audience out there, what's not going for today? Because we'll pick up with this piece of short and tomorrow, because it goes on for a week. But again, as fast as you can, just to make clear on the construct, right? So the Mishnah introduces the Shmuel's Hasis, or the Shmuel, specifically created for the employee. Yes, the Shmuel, I went for me on Sunday, we know it's going to be out. I got to Sunday night. Correct my roommate says, I paid you. Now I don't call a student that is busy running a business, so maybe he forgot that he paid me. Therefore, what the Chazal saying, I'm allowed to swear that I did pay, and I'm allowed to collect my payment. But now, how much will I say two caveats? Caveat number one, when am I showing up? Sunday night. If I his employees, and number two, employees do not really collect their wages. Furthermore, the only time Shmuel works is when this employment was solidified in the presence of the witnesses. But if it was not solidified in the presence of the witnesses, then he does not have to pay. There is no shubur. Why? Because he has an ego. After we go, he declared, I never saw you before in my life. And because he has an ego, so people wouldn't have to pay his outside. And now the same apply this concept to these general cases of shubur as well. I would have said, especially again, February 16th. She didn't get the cells to us, she made a safe over the 3 families. Otherwise, it could be quickly, the alcohol plan is well. Yes, all right, so also, good morning, let us begin. We can type in here all of our responses for this morning shoot. Thanks. Our annual comic book is also about the night as well. We dedicate all the shooting and Russians this year as a seclusion from the solid comments for Am Yisrael. I thought the comic conscious for the mother of Steve and Steve and Zim. I remember his mother drugs, the same with Ebola, Bass, and the Israel is also called about the teacher of the yard site. And as your learning sponsors for today, Alan Shem Steinmetz, for the yard site of Alan's mother, that's the name. She called about what they had like on her own. The families that are from all these years, unfortunately, they have a shame of this. She was called for the Israel. She has a shame before all of our hostage to show in the color. Of course, the effects and nurture that it is so we have to believe our woman intention soldiers and double second Ishmael as they execute on the mission. Yes, Hashem should shower his Shura, his sisters, and Eretz Yisrael, and how that we should be so generous, Hashem, with his current feast of reward, should bring incredible bracha, hatzlacha, simcha, shalom, and safety for Achim B'nai Yisrael and for all of Israel. God let us begin. So today, God is letting you know 43 years at the Mishnah on many days on the days 42 Mishnah. So there, as you can see a little bit, it says follows. Shini Ishma and Ale. First, as you we're still focusing on the topic of multiple results. So these are the areas for which there is no Shua. Right? So these are the particular areas where if you dispute a lot of things, so Shua is not used as a mechanism of resolution. What are these areas? Ha'avadi, and there's a dispute regarding Avadi and Hashtaris, documents, calls, and what happened in the state, Hagdishos. Hagdish. What's that one? Furthermore, so again, if you want to eat any type of conflict regarding particular areas, so the review of this option. Furthermore, the coming with all of these particular areas is also in Bahel Tashmi Kikal, or Tashmi Abel. There's no need of Kikal in any of these situations. No one can put the person steals something, and they deny that they stole it, they're caught with a stolen item, they have to pay double. However, from the shed 4 or 5 time penalty period, it's however makes again in the case of stealing and slaughtering sheep or cattle is the additional penalty in death today. Next, Shomakino. So therefore, this first line over here, Avodi Mishtalas Taikolas Appreciations, ultimately no Shua, no Kikal, no Aveda Kamisha in all of those scenarios. Okay, next. Shomakino, Beno Mishma. So the other things, Shomakino, can swear in my Shua's model in themselves. Not say Sahar, a Shoma Sahar, Edu Shahar. Ultimately, again, it doesn't care. And we're going to find a lot of these cases in the Iman possession. And Shomshi says, Kachim Shahai Usually, Ishmael. They should even hide back to the sort of people Ishmael. So, it's very interesting. The Shimon comes along and says as follows. When it comes to kachim, because kachim works good, when it comes to haggish, there's no good shua by haggish. And Shimon says it depends on the nature of ultimately of the haggish. If it's kachim, for example, if it's kavaros, for which you are responsible for, then how about I say you can do the shua? If you're not responsible for it, you don't have to do the shua. What if it makes kavaros responsible for it? It's very interesting to know that actually, it's Rashi on the left-hand side, about 10 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. Kachim shechai dafyu say, to go, Amr Harei Arai Ola. So you get to stay more of it, right? You have Kida, he said, Yishpa Alta, you have Kida, that Yishpa Alta also shall help the Yadam to the end. Career distinction. The difference between saying, how did I lie? Like, let's say I work off animal as a different. If I say our life, then what's happening anyway? I'm giving myself responsibility for opportunities. Let's say I say I lied, and I'm getting example, right? This is where I want. The animal dies. So because I said I lie, responsibility is upon me, therefore even if I don't have reached to a place. As opposed to identifying an animal and saying what? Hooray, is this is a cargo. Once the animal dies, you can no longer have any obligation to go and mission. That's how I something that definition was on get involved with cargo. This animal, and this animal versus Hooray versus was a tremendous mission as you know, that in general, when you take an obligation by yourself, Hooray, alive. What's the extent of your obligation? Let's say your obligation, get it done. Get it done. When you commit yourself to something, I think sometimes again, a person can be has-oriented or a person personal growth oriented. But if you do this open, it's things that want to see what's good. It's the same thing between being committed to personal growth versus being committed to a task. So if you're committed to a task, if the task gets done, it doesn't get done. Okay, sometimes it's very well. If it's about getting personal growth, that's how you arrive. If it's how you arrive, there are no excuses. If it's how you arrive, the job has to get done. If it's how I line of what I have to do in order to go and meet this goal, I will to do it. Incredible. So therefore again, you should make this goal he says touching. You can't me up there. So anything you do. It's a sure. You're not trying to apply something, you're sure. Very, very rare says. So you know the interesting words. Again, I think so it's going on this in part. Each volume is showing Picardo, Picardo. So it says, I should say instruction, Picardo, you know, Picardo. And there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not treated like that. And I remember there was a Mishnah that's reacted. One of the had Mishnah start out. Mishnah start out by saying, amongst the things for which there is no shua, real estate is one of those. Right? Just if I was to give an example of this, right? I say to pay a social acre of land, which I think also got $10,000, and the bank says, you only sold me half an acre of land, and only $5,000. That's what I think it makes us. Right? I don't know if you doing that. Normally we would have thought, Rothschild mission, there's a shua, there's no deed of shua by karka. No deed of shua by real estate. So now, when the American Authority says, there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not considered karka. What's the example? Well, it's very interesting. So you might say, they the whole street is killed. And then what keeps you up? Very interesting. As I become to sides of students, I say, I give you 10 oranges that are cooked with grapes. And meanwhile, we said, no, you only sold me 5. But you're buying. So they'll say, so now the Chayyim Shua. The Rebbe says, more delicious. More delicious partial mission, and therefore I didn't really get a Shua. The Chum of the Nancy no. So the Chum of the Cargo, Hari Cargo. The Chum what he talks about. This is a character case. It's a character case. And because it's a character case, therefore what? Therefore no more delicious. Shua, what the exact point of contention? It's your event the Chacham means, and let's actually see in Gemara and just in the next. English word, and I've never shown you the Shema Mishko, the Shema Mishko. Maybe it was a swear about something. mean to swear about something that you get can be measured, right? Can be measured, can be weighed, or can be counted. In other words, what it means usually saying like this. I love when I say what's the trigger emotion of results. There has to be a defined claim. What's the definition of defined? Something you can't weigh, count, or measure. Alright, for example, the Gemara says, Ketzad is very useful. Guys, mommy מצאתי לך, וכיס mommy מצאתי לך. והגו אומר, הנה יודע, הרמה שנפתעת נוטל. So I said, for example, I said, I give you a house full with produce, okay? Or I give you a purse filled with coins, right? And now Reuben says, listen, whatever you gave me, I'm giving back to you. So the Lord says, in that case, what's our fault? Ultimately, Reuben's partner, Reuben's partner makes less money than us. Why? Because the man said, this is not a defined claim. Saying, I give you a house full of produce, I gave you a bag full of money, that is not a defined claim. Remember, the definition of defined is mido, mishko, mean, weight, measure, number. Say a pouch full, like a purse full, a house full, that's not enough. On the other hand, this is this. On the other hand, if I say to Ruben, okay, I'm sorry. Which I got that. Zell I got Z's. Zell I got Holland. But in other words, I give you the house for the produce. And the house I give you the produce so that's up until the beam of the ceiling. And Ruben says, no, the room went up to the window sill. Oh, that's not the us. Why? Because that couldn't have definition. Right? That has a measure associated with it. Okay, let's go ahead. Send it out. Now, let's look at the Mishnah again by saying that the item is mentioned again, Avodim, Shtaras, Hakos, Hakishos. So slaves, Yakin, Hakishos, Hakish, these items are not subject to override halakhas. But once then, Kinko, double payment for food. So the Gemara says, Actually, Kinko, we know that. Higher these objects are not subject to Kinko. So the Gemara says, I'll call Dava Hashem. So it's a US when I'll say just Ashar. I'll short Amor, I'll set, I'll Salmo, I'll call Abida Shayumai, he said, I'll the other king of all Hashem, I should have shield king Shalim Shreiner. So it's the best one to talk about the food of heart. They said, I'm still an object, and ultimately again, I bought the object. I'm not going to say, I have other things. I think I don't think it is. So because it goes through a list of examples of items that you steal, right? So it gives you just shard, axe, kamar, dagi, set, sheep, selling books, a garbage. But I'll call Abida Shalama or every house out. So I watch it, but that's the person. There you go. So I'll call Dava Hashem, like for anything which you say, cloud. That's a cloud. I'll show the outcome on the outside, the outside, and it specifies again an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a goat, prat. That's a specific statement. I'll call Africa, and this is the color right there, because of the color. So say what do we have over here? Clown, clown. So every other cloud, right? A general statement, a specific statement, and another general statement. Yeah, Tasson, and so in that case, the cloud is expensive, the prat is limited. How does this work? The prat defines the scope of the cloud. Also, we have prat in the field of Dabar. She will count on for these other men. So let's say in this case, we make a prat. Right? What's the combination about the prat? Shard, kamar, sel, salmo. What's the combination? Meter, double on the file. These are all movable objects, the goof of bubbles, and are inherently valuable. Talcum, goof of bubbles. Therefore, again, the prat shut right from the cloud, and therefore again we'll say what you do in a unit takeout, anything which satisfies these two criteria. Labor to be solid on yourself. Have to activate takeout if you involve in an object that number one is movable and number two is valuable. Therefore, the Gemara says, Yotsu Avodim Shukshu Kakos. So first sorry, Yotsu Kakos, Shini Kakos. Number one, straight out, this is Kaka. Why is this Kaka? Why? Is not movable. Next, Yotsu Avodim sexual records and excuse that body is in general defined that an effect is always compared to character. Next, yet to Steros, Shamanich and Kalkin and Governor, and excludes Steros. Why? Because even though Steros are legal, Steros a star is not inherently infallible. And lastly, it excludes Hectish. Why? They don't see. It's just because of uses lotion of the end is fellow. Therefore, Allah so we exclude the ultimate negative Hectish because Hectish doesn't apply to the so it's like, so that's the first thing of information over here. Why did the people does not apply to all of you? You really have to cloud with cloud. The only thing, so let's say what for today, the only thing that people applies to is for today. Number one, that on the PowerPoint, number two, who for women and having the like the says I'm not really actually having a second. Furthermore, again, there's 0, 4 or 5 time penalty on these albums as well. Choose to listen to nighttime, not just also sorry, nighttime more through the list. Also, تشتري عدد 5 عمرة بين 12 أربعة. So that's a 4 or 5 time penalty. Now, what is that? So it's very simple. عدد 5 هذا المرة بعد ما فيش 4 or 5 penalty is built on the shoulders of Pinto. Therefore, once you take out Pinto, by definition, you never get to add the Kamisha. Like, what does 4 or 5 time penalty being come? But what does it become without J-Phone? What does it come without J-Phone? 3 or 4 time penalty game. But there is no 3 or 4 time penalty game. Therefore, once you go ahead and essentially come out Pinto, you pull the rug out from under out of the Kamisha, and therefore, by definition, the extension which is close to the play. You got all show it in your English, right? So the kind of thing is still show it in your so not swear regarding these areas again. Remember, same serious about the Stars, Caracos, activity shows. Even animals, really like where these things from most like that, Hotman's 43A, so very simple. We might say, we cannot run it, but we learned he things are able cloud. So it's just learning a positive, you might talking about it because it's positive people. You just need to have space entirely. Positive is like this key, you should have it. That's an alternative issue. The first thing you look at pocket with this fellow, you look at the young cassette, money, utensils, which work the guard. And do not in this house. You might say, I don't know, Schneider, each other Schneider. So again, if I'm stolen from the house of the shoulder, if we find the thief, once again, the thief has to get to the house. So maybe the top of the 43 days. So again, that's the first time we get to this fellow, that's a crowd. Cassette, okay, burning utensils, cracked. Specific statement. Each smart to guard, cause of color, relative, what we have over here, we cracked the 12. The channel statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So once again, I'm going to exegetical experts. So what do I know? How do I crack to the cloud? What are symbols? A crack modifies cloud. So Umar says, the qualified to cloud, so number again, the cloud itself is modified by crack. Not like the forest cover on the cloud, if I'm on the same thing, see qualified to cloud. So what do you do about the items notion of the person? Cassette of the denominator is double couple renewable and what? If I'm not, the apparently down to the if I was a very simple here. I've called over $100,000, so if I was a very simple here, the couple of minutes, can only be held reliable for sure. In the case of when he's writing something that is movable and deep valuable. Whereas the Yatsu Kakao is shown calculated. Therefore, this excludes Kakao. This Kakao does not mean Yatsu Kakao. It excludes Shino Kakao because ultimately when you conduct the Kakao, Yatsu Stars excludes Stars. Shafaku Shino Kakao and ultimately excludes Stars, even though Stars is movable. Star ultimately is not inherently valuable. And it's hectish. Why? Agency. As opposed to speaks about the something that's happening with your fellow, and hectish is not your fellow. Which looks like such a fascinating idea. Hectish is not your friend. Don't say that. What is this? It's like a big friend. Rabbi says, every teacher says, well, nothing. as fear of our control. So that says it can't be that you as Hashem's fear. Right? Why can't it be fear? That is because when you fear something, what do? You distance yourself from it. And that means, for example, a person fears fire. So because I fear fire, therefore by definition, I distance myself from fire. So that says the whole idea that we do is to come close to our British fire. What's the word for it? So since we come close to our British fire, so ultimately again, so why we maintain this distance? So that says Yirah Hashem does not mean fear of our British fire. It says Yirah ultimately, so the Russian ultimately idea of like exaltation, of putting something on a pedestal. Place something on a pedestal. So by definition, you want to be as close to it as possible, but you recognize that as close as you get, it's always going to be a version of love. Right? So I'm not distanced because of fear. I'm not distanced because this thing, this entity is that no matter how close I by definition, you feel my arms around you. The other says this is the passage by Nathan Torah. What does which part will tell Moshe Rabbeinu? It says, God Yisrael, how God saw Mishkat HaYisrael, you Rothschild. You're going to bow, but you're going to bow at distance. This is incredible nature of our Yishkat HaKadosh Baruch Hu means we're always coming closer. We're always getting closer. But there's always going to be this movement of a gap between trust and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. A gap that's called by fear, right? Because the ocean is on this exalted pedestal. And again, I, as a mortal, ultimately are going to always get so close to that. Which have you said, I'm going to bow, and I'm going to bow as I just fascinating over here, right? How is Hektish excluded from all rains? Because also when it comes to all this, it's always version of Ray for this fellow. Do you know this? There's a distance, but that distance is necessary for that proper reference. It's like you don't need to go like that. Right? You got it, right? We'll see the balance. But, you know, I'm not doing some of the girls that it's fascinating. What don't you do with someone great? What don't you do with someone great? You don't fill your eye with flowers, right? As much as, okay, this is a place where a lot of happy goes on, right? But for myself, there are people you know that you're not, this applies to you, nothing, right? Say, like, there are certain people who are great that you don't hug them. You're not going to hug them. Why? Because there's a certain reference, there's a certain reference that's there, there's a certain distance that's there. And this is incredibly important. I will say, why is it incredibly important? Because when you watch all this stuff like that, because it's not my body, therefore you have to be so careful and understand that you don't understand what a Kishbara does. Now, a lot of times, it was referred to as tanks. There is kindness, please suppose that I can and I should understand why a Kishbara does this. That's not how it works. So Kishbara is not your enemy. He's not your friend. So, of course, is it normal to question? Of course, it's normal and reflexive to question. So, I answer that question, it has to be that understanding is Re'ehu below Hektish. The Rothschild is not my friend. He's not my Re'ehu. He's not my buddy. He's not the entity that's on the same level as me that I throw my arms around. Yishkat HaYisrael Rachel, Yirah Hashem, and that distance has the condition within ourselves to understand that there are certain things we won't understand because I'm here and the Kadosh Baruch Hu is here. The relationship is beautiful, it's passionate, it's close, it's magnificent. But there's always that limited distance, always that limited part. He's on the pedestal, and I'm not. And because of that, there's a whole variety of things as I go through life that I'm not going to understand. You can find the strength to accept. Incredible. No sense kind of challenge. So show me something. Show myself it doesn't pay. You know the numbers. You don't have on. So it's only normally I qualify the quality. You know what? Fill that one on. You can understand a cloud. Personal victory spell. So let's say this is the concept of the Greek. I keep it. Michelle, you know, Kamar, Osha, Osa, the Hima, Mishmar, Unace, Onishbar, Onishba, in Goyas. The concept I show myself. So first we can choose spell and object to wash. So where it says cloud, that's a general statement. Chamor, Oshar, Oseh, Prat. That's a limited statement. I give you so much again a document. Oshar, so that's a part. The cultivated Lishma, and again, any animal to go ahead and judge. How's the color? That's the problem again. So what's the color? Cloud in part of cloud. So that's the shade. So yeah, intentional says it's the same exact cloud in part of cloud. Really do what? It's a cloud of cloud. That on the cloud. No, movable. We talk about it. And inherently valuable. So also, if these things are pointed out, I don't know how often see this, that it's the same cloud in part of cloud for all of these halachas in Mishnah. So again, I'm only going to be careful. Ultimately, it's not on the calculator for another. Only it's movable, it's valuable. A show hero is only going if he's watching over something, or I should say, only going to swear. If he's watching over something that is inherently movable and inherently valuable. A show suffer. He's only going to be guided today. He's watching over the other that is what? Movable and inherently valuable. So, what is that exclude? For him, Caracals, avoiding Caracals, stars, and peccations. Incredible. Next. There over you start saying calculating Caracol. Since also the later said things that are in found, but not in like Caracol. So what is that? Now, once I remember again, there's a bunch of people. The Mishnah said, like, give me an example, what are you talking about over here? Remember, what was the case? I said, I gave you over 10, I give you 5, and he then says, no, you only gave me 5. So there says, oh, that's more than it's us. The phone says, no, it's not more than it's us. So what's going on here? So you go to the cloud. You later summer coming through the parking and park. So what's the some of the rules right here saying, keep this something attached to the ground that doesn't have the big park on. Which you might say, okay, I can see that, but what it sounds like here is sort of here looks as defines as the output. Okay, because for you to tune us, we need to switch us. So that's the case. Why does the set up the case as leading vine? Does it be empty vine? It doesn't give us what's on the vine to ask. Okay, so we can do this. Talk about another almost the butts of this. It wasn't fascinating. So what's my focus over here? My focus is that the leaves on the vine are ready to be harvested. So what? So now what's my focus? Here we go. And near summer, keep to a standard, but I don't summer, it won't keep to a standard. So what's my focus? And the focus is when you have the grapes that are ready to be harvested from the vine, are they considered to be harvested in the forest? You see this a lot of times in halacha. Something is ready to be removed. Is it considered to be removed or not? And it says yes. So because I says if you have a leading vines that are ready to be harvested, we view those grapes as harvested. And therefore what? This is going to be the cartel. What is it, The coupler. The coupler, on the other hand, says, as long as it is actually attached, even if it's ready to be harvested, it's considered to be attached. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again, incredible. So once it happens to be that way, then sometimes we fight it right there. But I'm not going to always be to us. Grapes that are ready to be harvested, they ultimately are what considered to be harvested. And therefore, this would be the ultimate incredible. English one hour, I'll show you was very the cloud. What's the cloud? But for most of the mitzvahs, there has to be a defined frame. What is the definition of defined frame? We don't something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. Okay, so that says what? So Rabbi, Rothschild is stam. About Amalek Bias is there. Timeless. This is so sad. So what is this? Let's make example. Let's say undefined frame. Undefined say, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay, because that's undefined. But what the Rabbi wants to suggest is if I said, Rude, I gave you this house. And I put this house filled with produce, that's a defined frame. Now, what's our Bai's fraction? What's a Bai's fraction? Bai's fraction is very simple. Since you're identifying the house, therefore, what do we do? We can go measure it. That's a defined frame. Only the other right says, I don't think so. Because you have either feel right, you have to become safer. Zelmer Alpha says, Zelmer Alpha color fire. Because you know that's like the second Mishnah. Like the Mishnah gives an example. What's an example of a defined place? I said, I gave you a house with produce, and the produce was up to the skinny beans. Everything's on the length of the window sill. So it's the bike, if you are right. First part, the front of the same people. right to look at the course of the same things. What is this? So the body is loving. About the body is said one and tired. About you feel like you should have said the case. Like when you say it's undefined, or I said, you better see my house was focused, and I said, you better pay. And just use this house focused produce. That's a defiant thing. They can just read out and say that. Which therefore means that the Rabbi to say, Rabbi, you are wrong. Second white man, another. But say, here's the rule. And all of you actually got into the Dutch of the Mida, Shemishko, the Sheminian, the Sheminoda, the Dava, Shemida, the Shemishko, the Shem. Therefore, Rabbi rejects Atay's idea. Even if you say, so let's say, I think this house of produce, there is not enough of a defined claim. In order to have a defined claim, I have to give an explicit weight, measure, or number, and Ruben has to come back with a different weight, measure, or number to trigger more than the excess. I think I must say that about whenever I said sports drama, contrary, I say to you, you are complete. Follow over in the popularity. And he says, don't. Also, what's that? What do we call that? What do we call that? What do we call that? What do we do? Right? Conversation, I must have a call. It's partner. We know that, so we know right? I say, I can pass it to and he says back to me, you have the menorah. You didn't give me a menorah. You didn't give me a thing. You gave me a small menorah. What's that about? Oh, potter. The rest of the why do they potter? That's also called kind of a call. Remember, we said this before. In order for them to move themselves, the admission has to be made at time. Has to know the exact thing that this is up the original claim. If we admit something different than what I think, I think I deposited a large number. Even if you can hardly deposited a smaller, that's a different item. And you can no different than saying you are depositing you are a Cadillac, and then say you give me a Toyota. But that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. That's absolutely what we should be able to do. So you can deposit it in a large belt. If I'm going to do a stand-up, then I'll do a small belt. Once again, different thing. Different thing, therefore, partial. Overall, however, if I say to you that partial use for the example, you can give you for a week. But no, ever less than. And I say, no, you're giving a lesson. You give a measure, that's what it makes us. That's what it makes us high. Or we know that as a rich nation of that part. As courage ritual fire. Or this actually is what we find in skins. I give you a get a gallon, lay down 10 gallons of water. 10 gallons of water. So this is not 23. So when we pass, that's no difference. That's follow something. So I say, here is the cloud. We don't know how to actually, I'm going to be very sure that you have said it's not said. You don't know the double should have need of so I said, here is the rule. Here is the rule. The rule is, in order to go ahead and make a proper claim, my claim must be something that can be defined. What is the definition of defined? Something to be weighed, measured, or counted. And therefore, again, the whole God, the mission must also be in the form of something that could be weighed, measured, or counted. Whether it was working so many things, but the whole God, the mission must be what we call the immediate hakayla, must be a derivative of the claim. If the mission is not related to what is being claimed, that's what motivates us. The mission itself has to be an action derivative of the claim. Right? The recent culture, what is that coming to include? Bias is that moment. You must be coming to include a bias case. Right? And if I go ahead, even if I say, I give you this house filled with produce. And then they say, no, those only half full, that is not a proper claim. Why is it not a proper claim? Because the statement of this house is not defined. Even though we could go to the house and what? Measure the amount of produce that the house beholds. The claim itself has to be measured, has to be defined either by weight, measure, or number. Saying this house is not enough. So therefore, again, the crowd is coming to reject a buyer's idea. So I was there. My shop, Udora Kitano. So let's go back. What about the minority over the damage? I left you, I deposited you on gold menorah. pounds. But then he says, no, there's only 8 pounds. Because he said, that's multiple mitzvahs. What is that multiple mitzvahs? Like, those are two different maneuvers. Like, there was like, we talk about two different objects. Like, I'm paying a 10-pound menorah. You think it's paying a 15-pound menorah. There are two different objects. And then the difference between that case, and let's say again, like, playing a whole of meat. I say, I left the quarter because it was a half a quart. So we're talking the same language. But a 10-pound menorah and a pound menorah are two different objects. So why is that the whole motivates us to which the US is not check on the whole right? We're not sure what we're talking about. Sorry. My friend not to go to the work again. Not sure coming on the whole world, not sure you're like not you. Bas Esther, Bas College, and I'm sorry, case of big menorah, small menorah, that's a piece of water. Right? This is a water, the price is said why? Because again, what I'm claiming is not what's being admitted to, and what's being admitted to is not what's being claimed. Okay, so that makes sense. But that's it's not Bas Esther, Bas College, and Mashatana Bahayura, Mashatana Bahayura. The same thing is with piece of weight. In other words, if I claim to say, right, so in the price of the piece of I deposit a bunch of with you and say, well, what is a small one? What's that about? Talking about Paul's pocket. No more than interest. Why? Because again, what it means is we need to now cleaning around, cleaning the names. And it's just the lead up to us. So what's there? If I clean your names, I deposited a 10-pound over to you. And you then said, no, it wasn't 10 pounds, it was 8 pounds. The price is said that's not going to be us. Why? Why? To get the menorahs. So you guys are in trouble by releasing a papa. The menorah shall pull your customer. Very interesting. We do a menorah that's made up of parts. They have parts. It always has like I'm not sure the menorah, right? I cannot say yes, like there's sections, and therefore again, you can add on and you can take off. What's better again? You talk about menorah, right? So again, I said menorah think Hanukkah, right? Right? So again, all the things that it does, that's what happens. See? So that's what Proverbs does, right? How could it be that you see menorah and you use it doesn't automatically think it's Hanukkah? How do you think Hanukkah? How do you think Hanukkah? It's simple. 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, this changes the neural pathways, right? You just think differently. You think differently. And long before there was an Hanukkah, there was a piece of the flesh. Right? That's happens with promise. So what happens? So if you think about a menorah that probably makes me from Hanukkah, from the Rothschild means a candelabra. So again, so therefore the Gemara is only talking about again the middle God, and it has a mantra, it has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and you then said 8 pounds, you're actually talking about the same menorah. What it comes down to is how many additional pieces are attached to it. To come out with if that's the case, as soon as I mean, we still make it right. If that's the case, why don't you price the belt case also? And if you like the big belt, and you only lift a small belt, it's a marginal belt. So it's after the 3D this is like a piece for a piece, right? And you add on a couple of pieces to it. So it's because I feel like that funny. No, it's that kind of belt. Not because that's not a normal kind of belt. People don't really have that kind of belt. How can I show people what's that funny? And I said, therefore, again, I said, let's not go for it. I'll be like, I don't know, shiny the floor, hold it up on the door, no, here's the difference. Not talking about a menorah of pieces. But I said, as you understand what happens is that you hear a 10-pound menorah can become an 8-pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metal content wears away. Especially if also the more tricky metals like you have, metal content could wear away. And therefore, over time, ultimately, they need to be bleached. So therefore, when you say a 10-pound menorah versus an 8-pound menorah, you actually still be talking the same exact language. So we'll say, so therefore, I'm not going to myself, what comes out from this piece of is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a Shia, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, legal, Mishnah, leader. With measured or counted. Furthermore, again, in order for both the mitzvahs time to the trigger, the taina, or just say the dog, has to mean a taina. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror ultimately again the claim. If the response is only to claim, then the is no shua. You've got a Mishnah. Hamavas Hayava Mashno, Baba Damashko. That's a very interesting piece of here. lend you $1,000. But you didn't give me collateral. What ends up happening over there? I used the collateral. I lost it. Let's talk about it. So it says, now you can't say this is going to go. Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral was. I was selling over the about the shekel higher shabbat. So I said, look, I lent you a seller, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. So I'm not the lender. I'm the that clearly again that the collateral was not worth the value of the loan. So obviously I lost the collateral. So obviously we're going to deduct that value from these repayments. And I'm not going to say that's all. I'm not going to no, kill a seller. You see, I don't know the seller a lot. The seller higher shabbat. On the other hand, the debate says, no, the collateral was worth if I'm not wrong. So you lost the collateral. Sorry, so bird, you can't collect anything more. So I say, what's the over here? Potter. Now, what's that? What is this? So you could do this Mishnah is kind of like a case of multiple Mishnahs as well. Right? So I'm thinking to read it, this only because the value of the collateral did not match the value of the loan. Moving to nothing because the value of the collateral fully matched the value of the loan. Essentially, for assuming what we call like a call, like is that a limited anything? Therefore, I'm going to have to share. Next case. Selling over the shekel higher shabbat. Essentially, I lent you a seller, and you give me collateral. I want the collateral, but the collateral is only worth the shekel. Seller over seller. This piece over here, Ruben says it wasn't worth a shekel. It was worth 3 dinar. Now, remember the normal what we say is a seller. A seller is equal to 6 dinar. Essentially, Ruben's agreeing to over here is the collateral was worth half the value of the loan. So let's take a look at the mix us over here. Which gives us high. The purpose of the high Yeshua. It exactly is high Yeshua. Next, selling over seller about the stein higher shabbat. Right? So it's interesting enough. So this piece over here, now this is Ruben talking. Ruben says to me, super. You lent me a seller. I don't think again. The collateral is actually worth twice as much as the loan. So it's only that was worth twice as much as the loan. Now, I, the lender, say, no, I was selling on the seat, I was selling higher shove. I think, no. I agree with you that the collateral was worth as much as the loan, not twice as much. What's the law? What? There's no going to show over there. Selling over the Steinhauer, I suppose this piece of the reverse, this is the lender, this is the buyer talking. Right, so here, again, Ruben says, silver, the renting a seller, and collateral, the first line, Ruben says, Rama, over the seller, the Sikha, the Hanish, the I see the I mentioned seller, and the collateral ultimately again was worth 5 dinars, therefore we still only 1 dinar. So what's the halacha chayim? In that case again, is a din of shvua. So you must read Mishpah, he swears. He swears all these cases. We shall be covered as well. So it's like a person in possession, or who wants in possession of the deposit, is the one who swears. Now in most cases, what's that going to be? That's going to be the lender. Right? Why? You don't see Shema, you don't see how that's something that what do we consider that? What's going to happen? Ruben's going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull out the Tara and show that again, Ruben is really lying, or the mistake. And that will constantly be afraid from being a witness in all future cases. And if I look when I saw, in order to avoid the possibility of somebody actually being in possession of the Kadam, lying that he doesn't have it and taking it out after the other party gets shoot off, so what was in possession of the Kadam before ultimately gets the shoot off? Incredible other things. What's that last statement? One last thing, the last thing of the Mishnah was whoever is in possession of the Kadam is the one who takes the shua. What case is that referring to? You make us a simple. If we're talking about the end of the Mishnah, the simple play, the shua gavin the so we'll say in that case of the really, the shua really resides with the malva, right? Because remember again, it's the malva, it's the lender who lost the shua, right? And now again, the borrower is claiming that the value of the collateral is actually worth more than itself. Since it is the lender who had the collateral, the lender who lost it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately is the shua anyway? And the shua arisha. Shua is right. We're talking about ultimately the first case of the shua. We'll see together the Rothschild. About Arisha. The name of Arisha. Okay, I got it. My Arisha, which cool, but again, it's not cases in Mishnah, which these initiatives trying to pay for the Mishnah. Literally, again, the second case of the first part of the Mishnah. What's the case? Here we go. Sarah goes to see Allah, the Shalom Shabbat, all the cases. Here we go. Sarah goes to see. It's unbelievable. I'm making $1,000. And they gave me collateral. He gave me collateral. So I said, we can get collateral. I lent you $3. Shekel Hayashah. Just to keep things easy. I say, ultimately, again, the collateral was worth $500. So again, I'm agreeing that because what have I forfeited? What have I forfeited? I'm agreeing to the fact that the collateral had a value and we need to forego that value. But here's the problem. And the same way we say like, we should be on the higher shudder. Also, again, we say it was really spread. We went, no, the collateral wasn't worth $500, it was worth $700. So therefore, again, so now you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700. I agree with it. I did $300, but when I said that's the value of your place. So Shabbat said, you want to say, what's that local? What's that local? Chai Shvua. So what's that local? So I'm sorry, you and I Shabbat. Chai Shvua got a novel. They will say, therefore, without local Shvua. Yeah, who thinks a Shvua in this case? Who like just takes that for the way? Who thinks a Shvua in this case? What do you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So if they say that, and he's also like a shtickle motivates us, right? Because again, remember, he's admitting, remember, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So he's admitting already is I only owe you 300. The lender is saying we owe you 500. So it's a shtickle motivates us. And therefore, again, it makes sense to see that the borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now watch what happens. So what's that about? Well, watch this is incredible. Oh, what happened? Okay, this is incredible. Incredible. So that was Chazal took the shua away from you. They put it from you, the borrower, and when they put it on, they put it on me, the lender. Now, why won't we concern that? They were concerned that over here, there may be some shenanigans happening over here, and maybe I still have the collateral. What am I going to do? I'm going to wait till you get serious. I'm going to pull out the collateral. Ta-da! I have it. Look, you're a liar. You're a liar. And everybody invalidate you for all future. Disqualify you. Now, again, it doesn't also let me become a liar. You can stop you. So, Chazal didn't want any shenanigans happening over here. So, what did they say? You want to make sure that the lender doesn't have the collateral. So what do? Even though it's the borrower should be swearing, the borrower is claiming that the collateral is worth 700, lender is saying the collateral is only worth 500. So we push that over here. If the lender should swear about the value of the collateral and move on from there, but what Chazal did is they took the shua from the borrower and they put it on the lender. The Hashkat Amar Rashi, the collateral Zenishpat Sha'ul B'Shus of the Zenishpat Sha'ul. So it's another Rashi. It's interesting enough, but Rashi says actually this shua really marks this whole case into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around the people, right? Because I'm going to say why. Zenishpat Sha'ul B'Shus. The lender has to swear that he does not have the collateral in his possession. He has to make that oath, right? But Zenishpat Hamashava. And the borrower has to swear how much the value of the actual collateral is. Shabbos said now, it's not a question of who swears. What is the question of? Who swears first? Who swears first? We shall become an expert. So I said first, he who is in possession of the collateral. Why? You don't see how that becomes. He's going to be concerned about it, but concerned about Allah and Allah. And maybe the power is going to swear and the lender is going to take out and take that power. We'll say that we were just through that house, and we have not seen that before. You sort of don't see it, so you have not seen that reference over here. In fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So now, it's like, in this case over here, I lent them $1,000. We didn't collateral. I lost the collateral. Now, what's the point of protection? The point of protection for you is what's the value of the collateral? I'm agreeing the collateral is worth $500. I agree. But then he says, no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So listen, we've been focusing on two swears regarding the collateral. How the US is so tell you, there's actually two swears happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I lost it, so whatever it is, I have to make that sure, because I have a shomer on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral, and then what happens? Then Ruben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collaterals. Now, really what it comes to, I will say, is both of us are swearing. So the real shayla is not a swearing. The real shayla is who's swearing first. So it turns out that halacha is here the lawyer. First one I make this search for is me, the lender. I swear that what? That the kadon is not in my possession. After that, Ruben swears about the value of the kadon. And after he gets that shua, we settle up for the remainder of the outstanding list. If Ruben is really willing to swear that the kadon itself is worth $700, he swears about it. He wants halacha, he takes his shua, he's doing the outstanding of $300 and Shalom al Yisrael. It's incredible. Allah Shmuel. Also, Shmuel everyone. Shmuel says this house, and then the Osir Alp is usually with Chaver. So that's an interesting piece over there. We're about to start it and we'll have to stop. So this is like this. I lend $1,000 to Ruben. And what happens? The much in a kata did not go up. And what happens over there? I just told you stop, I don't stop. So we'll say, we're getting to an interesting bit about collateral. When we know when to figure out collateral, we assume that collateral has an inherent value. What do you do in a case if the collateral itself seems to be value? This person does not match the value of the loan. Is there the possibility to ascribe a heightened level of value to an otherwise valueless collateral? And that's actually to continue tomorrow. Both sides, one daf, one again, one a week. Shkoyach, the one that wouldn't know Shabbos. All right, the Shabbos are yes. The Shabbos. So I wanted to know it's Israel and Hashem should be a peaceful Shabbos, a holy Shabbos, a Shabbos of Hashgacha Pratis, Hashgacha Be'erai Khan, Israel, and the Sole Shabbos, the Shuf, Thomas, the Shabbos. Shabbos, the Shabbos. Therefore, get other tests, the other processo, aí mais pela frente, uma volta do chão. Tem uma chão, eu acho que no final eu vou pegar. E na frente, eu acho que eu vou final, eu vou pegar um negócio, mais você pode dizer, have another say. If I read the one color, that's what that go ahead and that's not that the response to the value of the national. I thought this question that is what could for the national that that helps that one. So it must be that the myself because it's a national. The next week because we the amount that you get that see that value of national bank. And this program is I don't forget that the electoral was a comes back to us. The score was like all loans back to the score. What is that? Because maybe before we said that what as all those be back to the source of the actual that what must this is what the nature of the national with the value of the national not that value of said that the that the national representative that the society, even though the national actually value is less than the society or that stuff. There was like that one of the manifestations of Shmuel's statement is what commandments not said the said the argument for these paragraph is not like that. That there were national that you cannot suffer explanation. That you cannot consider what the purpose becomes strictly like that. And now they become national of the other commandments. So seeds of the same. Right now. And now that which corresponds to the national. What is the national? What says, by the way, that's the national. Road road of the time. Was it open the national just the national? That was it. Now, the right for the fact that I went ahead and I the money, but no way to see that said something on the information. So I was saying, it's open the end is what are supposed to be. So let's go back. So how do you classify this? General when it comes to national, what is the kind of national when it comes to the actual that's what it is. So show our classification. Deixar salvar, chegar ao relatório, aber der Maschko, aber der Verwurzel, die Exception was even if it's clear, the Russian is worth much less than the Dutch. There are lots of categories. Pretty much as follows. If I go ahead and I then adopt those the Russian, if I see that I hereby accept this as potentially that, then what? Then the national ultimately makes stands to do what it is. So let's use as follows. This is number one. And then we also understand. What else does it mean? If I use the national what, then that was but I was saying that is going to define explicitly what it is. national openly tell you as long as but it does not represent the of the God. Therefore, if I believe in the rest of what's going on, I think that what I'm saying that the value of the national itself, or the value of the national from the amount of the so let's say some kind of what I do is we accept the fact that the national that is valued at less than itself. Services that was owned in a situation that was exclusively by by but in the event of tax specifically by the lender, by the lender, then the most of the lenders of the loan for was like what is the actual value of the money? Was that's number one. Number two, I mean that's the question was the first question that we got a collateralized loan. We as the collateral is like a fraction of the debt, the presence of the collateral, ultimately the lender allows was one by one, and I were about to do all of that together. It wasn't necessarily the one who contributed the she must get out of it. So it says the clock was on the when it comes to the paper, right? It's funny from the I don't know here, right? Split girls, I was like, what? It's to exempt yourself from liability. So biblical shoe is to hide something. I'm going to take a shoe up to my traffic. So essentially, at a biblical level, I swear, order not to pay. So it's a second. So we just want to look at the stuff as we have $1,000, $500. What does it do? What does it do to show what it wants not to pay? Not to pay, right? Moving, I because the house movement, so you can do that to action. Moving as a kickback. Because it was not. Order not to pay. People pushers are also out there to exempt people from liability. Watch this. However, they didn't destroy the all. Now we need to see was a so swear in order to go ahead and pay. Was a here, I'm swearing in order to get it. I'm swearing in order to collect money. What are the examples of this? So this was a short business number that I saw here that so first of all, check later on a sure and check money on fine. It was a so what's what I like someone I want to put down with the back or like that with the was the only thing that was rabbis that people will swear in order to make the process. Watch this. I saw it. Was a what piece of stuff. It was a something that I was a distinct kind of a piece. I don't know. Maybe it's some shoes. Never was a word for relay. As he relay, I would think was a piece of his work for the regulator. So what happened? I said, please go ahead and please go ahead and the work thing. Anyway, cool, man. That's not human test. I think for low man or healthy, and I said, I don't know what's going on because I didn't think. Right? So again, this is even my point of saying, I'm saying I never got there. So it's about the phone. Was it that was time I would take this one and one time I collect myself. So I swear that I never got there. And you repeat this. I'm saying, but it's summer. It's that. I read this. Some of the question. I'm going to give All right, I'll say good morning, let us begin. Maybe by taking all of our responses for this morning's entertainment. Our Talmud responses for touch and the Tosin about so the dedicated ownership and treasures this year as it's cost from the Solos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud responses for the month of Sivan. Abba Avinu and Tova, Stephen Harizim, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, Zina, Yvonne, Rothschild saw your on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit. And additional sponsorship. Alright, so we'll wait. We're going to let sponsors so you guys here. Okay. And another sponsorship is really later in section. Okay, so let's begin. Thank you for the notifications. We've got your group. Let's do that here. All of you. And let us begin. Many factors, men days, 42. Because I'm not the one giving shit. I'm beginning on men days. And there's our shit. 42A. 2, 4, 2, 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. You must say, who told me the Chabre? Because it's a very interesting case over here. So who told me the Chabre? He was a guy who said to his fellow, how many males was in the second about a pretty, it sounds like a pretty straightforward case, right? So Ruben goes from Shimmy, Ruben says, Shimmy, I lent you $100, I lent you $1,000, pay up. And again, of course, Ruben is coming forward with the starter as well to back up that particular claim. I'm like, so ultimately, again, so Shimmy says, what are you talking about? That paid you back already? I'm like, so no, so interestingly enough, watch what happens over there. Ruben says, yes. I received money from you, that is true, but I know trade. That was money for a separate transaction. Right? In other words, I'm coming to you to collect a loan as I did this. I admit, you paid money, but the money that you paid me was for another side transaction. Rashi says it was triangular, it was remember this phrase, because remember again, it's going to come up a couple of times, it says triangular, and it's side achar hayisa chayim. You are obligated to me for another transaction. Okay, so interesting enough. So what's fascinating over here is, again, moving over to Shimon only $1,000. Shimon says, hey, you. Ruben says, yes, $1,000 for another transaction coming to me now at this document to collect on this one. So fascinating case over there where the lender is admitting that he received, but just claiming that that money was for a separate transaction. Now, before we so remember again, on one hand, Ruben is eroding his claim because he is admitting that he received money. On the other hand, what does Ruben have? What does he have? The document. Now, remember again, the general way of looking loan document, loan transactions is if you're the lender, right, and that the borrower is paying you back, if you're the borrower, the one thing you're walking away with is the star, right? Because who holds the star holds the ability to collect. So how do you understand this? So affects the focus. I'm not switch star. In this case, the star has been compromised. Now, there was a star means that again, not to start from motion of Ra. The star has been compromised. It actually says, "Is your star or in English to keep ready, but not cultivating in my situation." So Malcolm says essentially, Ruben can't collect. Why? Because since Ruben admits that he has been paid money, therefore, Hamas said here the star itself is compromised and it can't collect. Interestingly enough, even though Ruben is holding the document, and that is out of character for a loan that has been repaid, but since Ruben is admitting that he has been paid, we have no other documentation of a secondary transaction. Right? Remember again, it's not like there's any second shot that's being produced. Say for nothing says, we see the ticket that the loan has been paid. Why Ruben still has the star? I don't know. But once he's admitted that he has been paid, so that is the end of the story. The Papa says, what is the star? The Papa says, no, not true. Not true. The star is not compromised. The star is fully intact. And again, what's your Papa's logic? At the end of the day, Ruben's holding the star. If the loan was really paid, there should be the alcohol, push it alcohol. Ruben, the star, shouldn't start taking back the star. So the man says, well, Papa, my star happened. So I'm going to ask the Papa, why is it in the following cases? How many you have to be the second same case? Ruben goes over to Shimon. He says, Shimon, give me the $1,000 you owe me for Hashtara. And ultimately, again, and Ruben says, here's the star. On the way, Rabbi Turi the harvesting. So again, someone says, so similar case over here. Similar that Shimon says, right? Shimon's, I paid you, right? And Ruben again says, but remember that was for a different transaction. I bought meat from you, right? You write that you paid me money. I'm sorry, you paid me money, and again that was for meat. You bought meat from me. Rabbi Turi the harvesting. I'll see today. See that's our sachna. Look how me. Let's use off, and essentially that's your name. It's a long way of saying, well, yes, you gave me money, but that money was for the purchase of the meat. I came with me to the butcher, and I gave you the meat. He gave me the meat. So same case, admitting that he received money from Shimon, but it's saying the money that we gave you was for the purchase of the loan. That transaction is closed, but you still have money for this loan. This was the halacha. You want to Amalek. It's a different transaction. It's not the transaction of the stock. From Rabbi, the interesting enough in that case, Rabbi says it's for Shara. Rabbi agrees in that case that halacha is the document is compromised. As again, you can see that from both even halacha is for a different transaction. Versus hustle. Even the honesty on the Torah chakras is for Shara. Interesting enough, the reason Papa feels that case is just because there is a second material claim. In other words, if you notice the difference between the two cases, right? In our case, as we started, is Ruben is admitting, yes, I received $1,000, and that was for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, you can see it. You have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, there's quite literally a bit more meat on the bones. In other words, that he's literally saying over here, you purchase meat, you came with meat to the butcher, there's a narrative. And the Bible said, that kind of thing, there's a narrative, and how that kind of message is for Shara. So let's say, bottom line, what is the halacha? So let's go back now. Let's go back now to our original case, right? So again, Ruben goes over to Shimon. Shimon owed me $1,000. Shimon says, I gave you. Ruben says, yes, you did give me $1,000. That was a secondary transaction. What is the halacha? Rav Nachman is for Shara. Once Ruben admits that he received money, he can no longer collect again with his shtar. Again, I say, even though again, the glaring question is, if you really were returning for this debt, why are you still holding it back? It doesn't matter. Once Ruben has received money, halacha again, we're done. No, not is for Shara. As long as the lender is holding the shtar, yet he goes to the so my idea, what's that halacha? Rabbi Amar is for Shara. Rabbi says shtar has not been compromised. Rabbi Amar is for Shara. No, the shtar has been compromised. No, it's not. There is a Masai is for Shara. The halacha is ultimately in a case like this, the shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he had money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that money is separate transaction, halacha l'maisa, he cannot collect the shtar about it. It's for shtar. So much another word supplies. It's not the party ba'atis below 8 got shtar. Now this is assuming that halacha l'maisa didn't occur in front of witnesses, and there was just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that it didn't happen in front of witnesses, and there was no mention of the shtar. They assume that halacha l'maisa was taken from that. In other words, the fact that the shtar wasn't taken back is a strange thing. But when I said it didn't happen in front of witnesses, then that's where this shtar was an interesting qualification day. And here's this interesting. It didn't happen between Ruben and Shimon. There were no witnesses. Legal b'yokol about having dvar b'yodon, yokol not l'mas sitrai legal. Look at that. So this is very interesting qualification. So when we say Isra Shara, we say Isra Shara why it didn't happen in the presence of witnesses. But it didn't just happen between Ruben and Shimon. If Ruben has a legal, what's Ruben's legal? Right? Remember again, when Ruben goes over to Shimon and Shimon says, "Owe me $1,000," and Shimon says, "I paid you." If halacha l'maisa again, there were no witnesses to the payment. What did Ruben have said? What Ruben have said? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And by the way, the law would say, and who would the law side with in that case? Ruben. Why? Because Ruben has the shtar. So Ruben has a legal that he could have claimed he never paid me at all. So because he has that legal, therefore he's believed to say that, no, you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction, for only this month. So therefore, I again, point out this actually happened in the case with Adini Rashi just points out that there are cases in Subis where this actually occurred. So halacha l'maisa. First, halacha l'maisa for Rabbi. Ruben goes over to Shimon. Shimon owed me $1,000. Here's the document. Shimon says, I paid you. Ruben agrees, you did pay me, but you paid me for a different transaction. What is the halacha? The halacha is for shkara. Ruben cannot collect again this document. Why? because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness of the shtar. Done, but that is presupposing that payment took place in the presence of witnesses. But if payment did not take place in the presence of witnesses, who then can collect the shtar. Why? Because he has an ego. What's his ego? He could have said what? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't received anything from you. And therefore, halakha again, he would be believed to say that payment was for a different transaction. Incredible. You must say that's part one. When we go to the Chabra, you have this thing called Imas the Amet Lo Parak. So this is a pretty interesting case over here. So right, through the same case, we're going to issue $1,000. And what happens? So we bring so like how you know the Chabra, they have this thing called Imas the Amet Lo Parak. So we're going to issue $1,000. Shimon says to Ruben something very interesting. Shimon says to Ruben that I'm giving you complete credibility. That if you claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. So what's happening here? So Shimon is vesting, Shimon the borrower is vesting in Ruben the lender with credibility regarding this transaction. So even if I Shimon claim that I paid you back, if you Ruben the lender claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed. You are believed. And the Gemara says, I was so much saying that, by the way, why would someone do that? So this happens all the time when friends transact business with each other, right? It's wonderful to think that friendship could transcend anything. No other life that would be false, right? Friendship can't really transcend anything, right? In other words, that whether like money, whatever it might be. So again, you have two people who are very close, very trusting to each other. It can also be a good way to be self-sufficient, to secure the law of movement, right? It's actually best in believability, right? Yeah. So he goes on and says, also part of the Abin Sahabi, it's just maybe the finds of happening here. She may be that movement. And it comes in that presence of witnesses. Alright. So he goes to see now what says, so now let's play this out. So Shimon goes back in the presence of witnesses. 2 days later, Reuben comes and he says, Shimon, are you ready? Shimon says, what are you talking about? I'll take you back in the presence of witnesses. So Reuben and Shimon, remember our deal? He has to be with complete credibility, right, to determine whether or not you paid me back. So I'm saying, you haven't paid me back. Shimon, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of witnesses. So what do we do in this case? Fascinating. So the Gemara says, Abai brought down Tabayo, how handed it? Tabayo says, look, a deal's a deal. At the end of the day, Shimon agreed that Reuben has the complete credibility to say whether or not he's back. If Reuben shows up and says, Shimon, you did not pay me back, and as I say, there's nothing else to discuss. I just witnesses, so who cares? That's not the nature of this transaction. So the Gemara says, you must give a Papa. So Papa's in one second. That doesn't make any sense. In the Henry Tfin Nashem, Tfin Sahabi, come on, let's understand what's happening over here. When Shimon says to Reuben, you have complete credibility. What does Shimon say? You have complete credibility over me. In other words, and if it's my word against your word, I'm telling you, your word wins. But witnesses are witnesses, right? Shimon would never in a million years agree to say that Reuben's word should trump witnesses. That doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, if it's lender's word against borrower's word, so again, the nature of the transaction is the lender is going to win. That is going to win. But if it's witnesses, the witnesses create independent verification of one another. Yes, so the one that happened, that is the debate trade. Imas the Amis, no problem. We'll say another case like this. Right? So again, Reuben mentioned $1,000, and Shimon says, Reuben, your word is as credible to me as 2 witnesses, which is, again, now, interesting enough, this case is not looking at each other. So in this case over here, Shimon is almost like he's what's the right word? He's concretizing this in a bit more of a legal framework. So he's saying, Shimon says, Reuben lender, your word is as credible to me as 2 witnesses. Okay, now watch this. The Gemara says, okay, so what happens now? So Shimon goes and he pays back Reuben in the presence of 3 witnesses. Good. So let's say, obviously, the only part of the case is when the presence of 3 witnesses, and then Reuben, the lender, shows up the next day and says, you owe me money. And Shimon says, what are you talking about a danger back in the presence of three witnesses. So again, Rebbe doesn't have a clue. Why? Because Allah Shimon is a smart guy. Shimon says, I rescued the credibility of two witnesses, but I gave you back the three witnesses. So therefore, again, Ruben's credibility fades in the face of the three witnesses in front of whom we take that. I'm sure. We'll say second white line in the amazing dollar doesn't make sense. The comment that it should be key today about the Eagles may have betrayed and trade Kimea. So it's interesting. What's interesting in this case is the Papa comes along and says that doesn't really make much sense. In other words, in the world of testimony, two witnesses on the same 10 witnesses on the same 20 witnesses doesn't make a difference. Kind of like numbers matter. Interesting enough is in a case of only cases of assessments or valuations. In other words, we're relying on opinions for something. And I would say you can have opinion on a variety of different cases. Where again, we can be doing valuations of something or opinion cases. So in opinion cases, we're not basing it per se on testimony or on halacha. That's when numbers make a difference. But in pure testimony, numbers don't make a difference. Therefore, I would say, this is something very interesting. When the borrower says to Ruben, and halacha l'maisa, you are to me, you have believed in my eyes like two witnesses. And then she goes back in the presence of three witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what? Halachically, two witnesses against two witnesses. That's really what we have over here. The fact that he came back in the presence of three witnesses does not lend any more credence to Shimon's claim. So I'll say, what we're doing in this case. So for Allah we're going to be able to collect together. Why? Because essentially it's two witnesses against two witnesses, which means we're effectively cancel each other out. And what do they still have? Is that shtab. Therefore, a public passage that in this case, although Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing by paying back in the presence of three witnesses, it turns out that he didn't actually do anything because this is not a numbers. Witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halacha l'maisa shouldn't be thought to pay back. So he wants to say, another version of this. So it's in the same case, right? So we're going to mention $1,000. The Shem said, okay, we didn't thank you. You are believed like two witnesses to say that I did not pay back. Also, we parted the Apek's loss up. So sure enough, what ended up happening? Shimon paid back, and Shimon thought it was doing a smart thing. He paid back within the presence of three witnesses. Papa, keeping Treyhan, keeping Flasala Hanet. So Papa says, Papa makes a statement that again, Shimon did a smart thing. Why? Because Shimon believed Ruben like two witnesses, but not like three witnesses. Therefore, because he paid back in the presence of three witnesses, Ruben's subsequent claim that he has not been paid back has no veracity. Basketball kind of says, what are you talking about? Straight to there, who may have betrayed. It's not like testimony works, right? Witnesses, two is like 100 is like two. There's no value to quarters of witnesses. The Amalek, however, listen to this, the Amalek hates himself, but also the Apari, the Akeke are bought. So let's say, so now, what is it? You want to say to like this, in case, the focus of the punchline, in a case where Ruben mentioned $1,000, Shimon says to Ruben, your word in this transaction is as much weight as two witnesses, which essentially means if you say that I did not pay you back, that's as if two witnesses think that they're not paying you back. Fine. Shimon wants to pay back Ruben, but obviously Shimon wants to make sure that Ruben can't get against Ruben, so something doesn't get out the document. What does he do? He pays it back in the presence of three witnesses. It turns out that halacha l'maisa. Why? Because the realm of English, 2, 3, 100, it doesn't make a difference. They're all the same. And therefore, even though Shimon is paying that in the presence of three witnesses, Ruben has still with the credibility of a testimonial unit as well. And therefore, when he claims Shimon, you do not pay me back. Coupled with the fact that Ruben is still holding the star, gives Ruben the ability to collect from Shimon. Now, it is one of the exceptions in this case. Watch this. Simply, you mentioned $1,000. Shimon says, you are believable to me. You are believable to me. Right? 3 witnesses. He got this as 3 witnesses. Okay? Then what happens? Shimon pays back even in the presence of 4 witnesses. The Gemara says, in this case, Shimon's chap lower. Why? The Gemara look at the Gemara ends. The Gemara says, Kivan did not listen to Deus, not listen to Deus. Once you go to 3, right now, you go above 2. 2 represents testimonial unit. So when you say 2, 2 is 22, 2 is 42, it doesn't make a difference. Once you say 3, you got to be a safe 3. Then what is Shimon doing? Shimon is saying, this is a numbers game. This is a number. So not all units are the same. So since you got the point about 3, you're saying, Shimon, you are believed to be in a group of 3. And that can be bad in front of a group of 4. That would be a stronger testimony of you. And if I love myself, there's subsequent claims that I have to put in that. Again, it's an interesting fact over there. Shimon goes out and says that the point out 3, then it does become a number 2. And again, if you do that in front of a group of 4, Shimon would be believed to be in that. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Really interesting. So we'll say, so clearly not it's a halal for me. So good. Let's go. You should put it up kind of screen shot the card. You must be as a couple of spectrum. That's the next said. Again, you can't go ahead and force this work based on the claim of a finish shota and katan. Finish was rather than definitely shota, some of the last mental capacity, katan a minor. They must be a katan. First of all, the katan says, well, my time, what's the reason? What is it that the kind of a katan, like the end of a katan, does not trigger a shmuah? Very simple. You might have a katan, he did each other a kesef of him shmuah. And then the sinners katan code. There's also the concept of what it means as much as well. And the katan, I say, you're a person who gives to his fellow an item. So again, it has to be someone who is capable of a legal act of conveyance. The katan does not have the ability to legally convey. And in this example, I show Shmuel incredible. I like to swear in the katan, you are English. 1 second, but you are the said, oh, we swear, like we take the Shmuel to the katan or English was 1 second. Well, obviously, the nation of the shut, and you swear to have shut in the katan, which you said before, that you can swear based on the other thing you shut the katan. So it's not a lot, yeah, I'm not. They thought the kind of spot, but you think that it wasn't the opposite. Let's say this is talking about a case of a katan, who is not coming with his own claim, but rather again a katan who is coming to the claim of his father. Very interesting over here. So when you look at Rashi said it looks like it's at the end, the second to last line in Rashi, about the text of it. How did Kohen Shmuel receive the Messias Ish Kama Shakata Torah are the most strong of Yachah? So it's actually open again. It's interesting enough. If a katan is coming along and invites him his own claim, so that claim can never trigger a shikha. But if a katan is coming and claiming on behalf of his father, my father deposited something with me. My father gave something to me. My father left you money. So I'm trying to come up with whole claim is coming on the father behind his father. Ultimately, again, that could trigger a short deciding. It goes to the other that can say, losing a program. Sometimes a person ultimately going to swear based on his own title. What is that? Reason versus kids. Monologue from the left out of class. So, for example, like I go into Ruben, I say, Ruben, monologue from your father deposited $1,000 to me, right? $1,000 to me, and I gave you back $500. So what's not the hard? Other than Mishma, it's the Mishma kind of chance. So we'll say, again, I have to swear, and what do I have to swear? I mean, 500, what do you call that? Ultimately makes us a cultural mission. They're interested enough what's happening about that case. What's triggering the shvua? My understanding, right? No one, there's no claimant over here. No one's coming and paying on you. I didn't think that's a good thing. You found $1,000 with me. I gave her that $500, right? I paid you the shvua. That's what's called Mishma Kaimus Atzmo. Good. So the Gemara says, the Chum saying no, Elu Ela Commission, I made the Potter. The Chum saying that true. There's no shvua in that case. Why is there shvua in this? I will say that here is very interesting. You might want to be general assumption. that know the affairs of their hearts. Right? And we spoke about this last week, actually, this week. Right? General children know these things. So because of that, remember, there's no payment over here. I'm making this payment today, the father went ahead and deposited this money. The Chachamim say, I think I should just keep my mouth closed and not say anything, and no one will know the difference. No one will know the difference. So let's say, Shalom, again, if I'm going to say, this is what's called Yeshiva Beta. The must say Yeshiva Beta is the expression of returning the lost object. What happens when you find the lost object? No one knows if you found it or not. Right? Therefore, again, when you return it, so I'll just return it, but the expression in Hebrew is you're returning something that no one even knows about. So because of the Chachamim say that can't trigger the Yeshiva. Okay, so the lesson Yaakov, less than Yeshiva Beta, but the lesson Yaakov doesn't have this idea that returning a lost object is also the expression that's used when you give something back to someone that they don't even know about. They don't even know about. So the lesson Yaakov doesn't hold this idea that Yeshiva Beta doesn't trigger a Shmuel. Rather, Shekano Kata. So that's really what it is. The case next of Yeshiva Beta. The case over here is where Halakha Lemesa, a katan is petitioning you, right? So in other words, what's happening over is a katan is coming over to me and says, hey, my father deposited $1,000 with you. I said, I claim, you're right, I gave back 500, I gave that. I said, I gave that already, part of it. So that's kind of katan. What's katan? Katan is katan. I'll tell you a screenshot in time. What's happening? We just said in Mishnah that the type of the thing of a change of the return can't trigger a Shiva. So what's going on? This one says, you're right, you don't love God like that. You're right. Then it doesn't mean the katan. What does katan mean? It's God that we choose to do this, right? And it means that katan doesn't mean the katan is God. Why calling him the katan? By calling the katan, the God didn't need the Abua katan. So what says what we said before. He's a katan, but rather what? Regarding his father's affairs, he's a katan. He's a katan. Yeah, Titus Ansmo, Titus Achim, if that help, I'm sorry, if you can't, Titus Ansmo, Titus Achim, versus Titus Achim, two versus the Dashkis, then why are you calling this a case of admission? This isn't a piece of admission. What's happening over here is there's an adult child that's the claimant. Like you don't cut that. And how often I say that, and I didn't read part of the case. This is a Mokuda Mitzvah's case. We have because it's Ansmo, Titus Achim, versus right. It's Titus Achim, God does Ansmo. Right, but it's a case of where what? It's a case of where someone's claiming, in this case again, the adult child that's claiming against me. My father deposited $1,000 with you, and I had to do a partial admission. That's why I call you the God's Ansmo. Two words says, hello, no, page 42b. That's called what makes us. That's the case of what makes us. It's like that. Someone's making a claim against you, and I am making a partial admission. To which the Gemara says, all cases are like that. China's not holding it, or that's not holding it. I don't know. Think about it. The Gemara says, you're right. Now, what's going on here? This is in the focus of the statement of Rabbi. With me, I'm a person very interested. I should actually have this a lot earlier. But again, it's coming up now. So rather than think, I'm a Torah model, it's just a kind of Shabbat. So it says, listen to this. Why is it? Again, listen, this whole product, we use model mitzvahs. So we know what's all about model mitzvahs. Right? I go to $1,000. This is only worth 500. You can get 500. 500 is where the rest. Why? What are the mechanics of that? Here we go. Number one. So why is it that I have for myself? I'm saying, that ultimately again, that it's the partial admission that you have to swear. Why is that? Say because of anyone makes part of this new downfall. So what's the discussion is Kazaka. What's the Kazaka? The Kazaka is no one has the chutzpah to deny a loan in the face of the creditor. Like, no one has that chutzpah. So if I lend for $1,000, there's no way that we're going to ever get the person to look you in the eyes and say, I owe you nothing. Impossible. You must say, you could be quite good, but really, when I was that's really what we wants to do, right? really wants to deny this loan. Now, I will say, there's a lot of psychology that's happening over there, right? So, psychological nugget number one is that people would never have to respond to deny the total good that someone else has done to them. So, I said, I put $1,000. There's no way that human beings again, the much more you certain assumptions of human behavior. Even it's not going to look you in the eye and say, oh, you nothing. But he really wants to say he owes me nothing. Now, why does he want to say he owes me nothing? Why? Because he doesn't have the money to pay you. Not because he doesn't want to pay you. Looks like, there are certain truths that you learn. So psychological truth number one is that people will never have the charisma to deny the good that someone else has done for them and to them. Right? That's truth number one. Psychological truth number two is people are often too proud to admit that they need help. So what's been found over here is as follows. You don't know $1,000. It's time to pay up. Ruben doesn't have the money. So it's going to happen over here is, oh yeah, Ruben doesn't want to say, I need a little bit more help. Right? So what Ruben really wants to do is he wants to claim he doesn't owe anything. But he's not going to say that because that's a level of uncomfortable. The chutzpah that he's not going to have. But he wants to say he doesn't have it, but he's not going to say it. But on the little conflict, you know this part of the thing that whole thing. Over Kool-Aid, why Kool-Aid? So maybe he wants to make that own Kool-Aid. So once they say, so this is so fascinating over here, right? So what's happening? I like $1,000. Time to pay up. He doesn't have the money. So what does he want to do? What's his instinct? Because it doesn't matter what's his instinct. What's the instinct? I don't know anything. But he's not going to do that because a person would not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah, like to the face of the person who might think a lot of things. But he really wants to automate this because he doesn't have the money. But he really wants to admit to me that he owes the whole amount, but he doesn't have it. But he's in parentheses, but he's too proud to do that. The hydro today, each time people become stronger today. So think it's like this. So I'm not going to admit the whole amount because this will buy myself a little bit more time to be able to go ahead and come up with the money. Ultimately, I'll buy myself a little bit of time and really only half of the debt. Buy myself a bit more time. Of course, I'm going to pay back silver. We're going to say, of course, I'm going to pay back. I'm going to pay back. But I need to buy myself a little bit more time. So let's say, sort of point out, therefore says, so ultimately, again, the Torah understands this psychology. It's the Torah understands it's better than we understand ourselves. And therefore it says that owns the shua upon Ruben. What does the shua do? The shua, by definition, pushes the truth to the surface. If we assume what's going to end up happening, what's going to be the end of the story. If you're going to take the shua, you're going to take the shua? No. Why? Because he knows all of the money. So he's not going to make a false hope. So I just want to point out how profound this is. That the Torah creates an entire construct over here because it recognizes that people are not truthful when they need help. So what people will do is, they will go ahead and construct all types of alternate realities to do anything and everything but admit I am in distress. I cannot handle this on my own, and I need help. The Shua does this. The Shua forces the borrower out of his alternate universe, out of his alternative reality. It forces him to acknowledge the reality which is. What's the reality? I, the borrower, don't have the money. I can get the money, but I owe it. Those that is absolutely fascinating. And it's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating the lengths that we go to avoid acknowledging that we're in over our head, that we need help, that we can't handle it ourselves. Because it was after all, that is why are people so reticent to admit that they need help? Obviously, it comes from a good place, right? None of these we could sell another kid. We can turn out to powerful. If there's one thing that the Bono or older never needs, it is help. It also never needs help. The Trump was totally self-sufficient. He does not need us. He does not need anything. So there's a piece of me, right? I have these needs, and so I have to spot them up on the front and side of me. And there's this piece of you that's divine. And sometimes that message of eternal divinity gets a little bit corrupted to think that I don't need help either. I got this. I got this all figured out. And I was like, it's already figured out. All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and that we need other people to be able to help us work it through. We go through life pretending all figured out, often projecting the disappointment and frustration of other people because it's figured out. And it's everyone else's fault that it's not there. No, it's no one's fault. It's just I haven't reached out for help. I haven't gotten like that. It's like, and it's well, it's like, here, you look at it, you look at it, just admit you don't have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. What is it? Take the water out of the stone, water out of the stone, right? If you don't have it, you don't have it. But other sure thing. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait. You stay within this whole thing. I can't say I want to say I don't hold to you, but I don't have that principle. So just get in your head. That is a little bit of kind of response essentially says, stop it. Steve, you can send it around now. Stop it. Right? Stop it. Stop it. Just be honest. Just be honest. And you just be up. You know that woman's not going to swear. Because you're not going to swear falsely. You're not going to swear falsely. Just be honest. The shvuah forces honesty to rise to the surface. So let's say, what tremendous Musa has spoken. Although we are in the image of God, we are not right in this world. HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs no help in any type of internal resolution. We need plenty of help to overcome a variety of different life circumstances and challenges. Incredible. That's the whole psychology. The whole psychology of what we need test. So Yaakov Savar, no shnabah, no. So the only thing Yaakov says that this is true, whether or not, whether the person is the borrower himself or the person who can is the borrower. Because that's how I frame in this case. Someone's not going to go ahead and right? The person's not going to go ahead and miss. The person's not going to be racing on the United States. Whether the borrower, so again, the idea of whether the borrower himself is talking to the actual lender or to the son of the lender, a person is not going to be raging enough to deny a claim. Therefore, again, do not view him as the return of a lost object. Rabbi said, we know that funny food is about three kilometers. Rabbi said, no, it's not true. It's not true. A borrower won't deny a claim when to the actual lender himself, but to the son of the lender, who you see is not as well versed in the affairs of his father. So ultimately, again, a borrower would absolutely be willing to deny that claim. And therefore, when he admits it, ultimately, he's like Mishnah, he's like returning a lost object. And therefore, again, there's no shvuas motive that makes us in that case. Only the role is Mishnah. So what's it? What's that? So if you use it to Yaakov, so ultimately, again, the guy said to Ruvain is $1,000 that belongs to the father in my possession. Sorry. Ruvain comes up to me. Ruvain says, Silver, you have $1,000 deposit, or left me $1,000. And I say back, I said, $500. So I only have in possession $500. What's $1,000? No sure what makes us why. They make it a Shabbat, because he wants to say Shabbat, that's what you see from there. But all the important makes us is only to the lender himself. But to the second lender, he assumes that how long the lender say that people do like things all the time. And therefore, any level of English is called which the English has custom, the low armor quality. It's interesting enough in cases of where the child that teaches the borrower that different kinds of cases. It's ultimately, again, the son comes along and says, well, I know for sure. So the definitive claim versus the case where it comes with a possible claim. So in the case of a definitive claim, that may trigger a motive in the trust. In the case of a possible claim, ultimately, again, that's going to be like the Shiva Veda. Shmuel Hashmasan, when it says Rakatan, Kata doesn't mean that a Kata is the one petitioning the follower. That's not the case. Rather, what is the part of the collected from the property of a katan. Same idea of the head, which means you call it a yitze head, which is the same idea that from head, which means to go ahead and collect payment from the property of head. So he was later actually was stolen. The Department of Confidence was frontline got 692. The Department of Confidence, the Yitze Yasri, got the whole Tishkai about Shmuel, so his Kabbalah forms on the other. So it says, so the idea is where it's actually the first case, where I am the I enter and contact of the grave, who had passed away, and now again, just think that we had a son. So I'm coming to collect ultimately again from the state. So listen, we've seen this already before, like in the bubbles, what's the halacha? Whenever you're coming to go ahead and collect from the vessel, what do you need? Shua. See that you have hektish, ultimately, I'm going to say, halacha, I was not just my property, but I outstanding years on that property. I defaulted it now with certain uncertain obligations. My creditors could come and collect the property from hektish, but always have how it meant for me a shua. So let's say so different interpretation of this Mishnah. We're talking about when you say it's a shua, when you're collecting from the property, I need the state of a katan, or you're a creditor and you're collecting from hektish in order to collect. You might say, sure, the company on this level, hektish organization. The company on this katan, and you know, the excess is going to notify. I'll be sure that is going to be this before. Right? So whenever you want to collect from the city, whenever you collect from the state that was raised, you can only the shua. Talking about it. Why do I need this halacha in 2 ways or 2 places? I can't show it's coming to show. That's in the Kabbalah. So many shadows to go with. And it's not one like Kitani, he was just coming to have a very big deal. But every single thing about Kitani, right in this context, Kitani can use to look at Kitani, but can use to so why does he use the notion of Kitani? He's assuming that it's child in relation to the affairs of his katan. Doesn't know all the things about. And if I'm not honest, it's coming through the forces I got, and whenever you're coming to collect the debt from the estate, right, from the son, from the debts of his father, so these motherfuckers are always, if I don't know, you always need a sure. Even if you have a document, right, you always need a sure. That's number one. And number two, when collecting from the estate, you only get to collect securities, which is in theory the private satisfaction of the debt. Incredible, the hektish, the primary extent, same idea. So this is the issue that if you want to collect, if you're a creditor and you have pre-existing needs, you can collect property for hektish, you have people. So only with the shua. So if I said it, we're not already. And the constant issue might come on you. So whatever the shua, the money issue might come back. Money, again, in general, if you want to creditor and you want to touch on encumbered property, you need to touch on encumbered property itself, the shua. And again, what does it matter if it's encumbered to other people? It's encumbered to hektish. It's not local. So again, let's ask you, why do we need to restate this concept of resources? So again, if I have property, I have encumbered property, I'm not fish my property. I default on my loans. My creditors can go to hektish and seize the encumbered property. Because remember, again, their lien receiving the hektish lien, so to speak. So now they want to tell me, but they go over to the shua. But they don't remember that. Why do they need to say that? Yes, it's not that coming out. I would have thought, I was at first one, but I the most community I'll have the most community so I say, so again, I'm the fucking when you defeat the shua with collecting encumbered property, you know what I'm saying? That's when it's incumbent insulting on a person. Because people play games with each other. But hektish, no one's going to collect property to satisfaction of a debt from hektish, unless, of course, what? They're actually owed that property. Kamash Shalom, that is not true. People play games with everything. And if I look when I say that in general, whenever collecting encumbered property satisfaction of a debt, whether you're trying to extract it from a person or you're trying to extract it ultimately again from hektish, Allah for the way so you're going to have to go ahead and take a shua. I remember, Shkimina, Shakish called the Kasa, and you go, so what about Alimina? Right, the person on his deathbed who was not all of his property. Right, so we're going to Shkimina, not killed the property. Ma'ala, one of the points, Yaki, and then he says, by the way, I know that I was not control my property, but I owe $1,000 to Shimon. What's the halacha? Yeah, but ultimately he's holy. Why? Ultimately, what's the concept? Huh? chazaka ultimately is when a person doesn't find your technique, even if he doesn't practice all of his money, right? When he says that $1,000 was to shame him, taking at his word. And again, there's an assumption don't mess around with hektish. So what's the receiver here? And then people go, that's what hektish. If that's the case, then halacha and son, we should say that the creditor should be able to catch a hektish. How does show off? So it's a little I'm the shit with that. You're not going to cope with him. This was a very interesting statement. He was a little, when do you say people don't mess around with hektish? That's the shooter. Why I say this in general. When do people sin? Or when do people sin? Or why do people sin? Because there's a benefit for it, right? It doesn't cultivate a low means people. I only sin because there's a benefit to me, right? Because even the shchira, there's no vested use for it to sin. It's going to die. It's going to die. It's going to be whatever we say is kindness. So again, that's when we say a person is about to die, that we assume that his things regarding hektish not 20 years. So if the person is the one that is now, we assume that they do sin, they do play games, and if we're even by hektish, you have to take the shoe up before it's happening. So it's the only case where they would do your obligation of shua, that means something from hektish would be shchira, because there's no reason for you to lie. But Allah says, the other thing we'll say is, why do you have to let this again? You are just interpreting that last piece of the Mishnah as katan and hektish. It's not dealing with the case of katan and hektish that are making a claim, but rather again, I'm trying to extract from the katan and hektish. And what is the Mishnah enforcing? It's actually enforcing a law that we already learned beforehand. What was the law we learned beforehand? That if you want to extract money from a katan, what's the case of extracting money from a katan? I went through $1,000. Within died. His estate was now inherited by his son. I want to collect from his estate. He looked holding document. And what do I need in order to collect? What do I need? A shvua. A shvua with hektish. I went ahead and I made $1,000. He decided to money. And he's left his entire estate. Now I'm going to collect this on straight. Don't be from my shoulders. It's a good, by the way, good rule of life in general. Don't be from other people's shoulders. Right, but the money I get to how to hektish and go bucks. And you have a document. So once that way, you want to collect from hektish again, you require a shvua. Also, there was one late trading sponsorship that I did not play at the beginning. Let's say a very special sponsorship by Rabbi and Roberta Schwartz. And all of the friends are saying Estes. And I listen to the beautiful dedication. After multiple generations of healing patients, physical therapy, hands, mind, and heart, Sarah Estes retired today. Current children and their children have been healed by Sarah. Sarah is an icon of the industry, but not finished. Next week, he takes his extraordinary physical therapy talents to show the type of people who need her for Shalema. Sammy, we wish you nothing but help and nachas. Thank you for all you have done for our community and beyond. Straight out. That's all. That's all I got. That's all I got. But for today. Well, for some really, that's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah. Shabbos everywhere. So, fine. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Today's job is Shavuot stuff in an hour. We begin our job this morning to take our sponsors. We finish the annual calendar sponsor, the Chelsea family, Rothschild. take that responsibility for all the shearings. The public years as a function of the students tell us the college that the other side, we also thank our commissary sponsors for the months we thank Dr. Stephen and the sponsors all the stream of this month. Remember, Steve's mother, Doris, Stephen Dvorak, sponsors for y'all on the website. We also thank them. The only sponsors for today, as I would say, the English class, Alpha Monastery, Yitzhak Isaac, who's today, the social area, and the family should have a father. So today's stuff is stuff. An hour for the then on the days afterwards, Amr Ayan is valid. 2/3 of the way down the page. Amr Ayan, Amr Shmuel. Try not to eat it. The Kadam, the Hotel Lotus Soda, if you can Aram Chayim in the Scotland Park. That's the power. Ryan makes the power of state. What happens, a very good person who knows the halachas of the Year, and he recognizes that it's a halacha of looking at excess, which means that if someone comes to me and claims that I owe him money, and I admit of that loan, and whether it's money or simply it's items, it's still the same halacha. If I admit to part of an obligation, now I'm going to have to take a shua. But this person also knows that admit to something which is not within our taina, it's not exactly the same thing. In other words, if you claim that I don't need, and I say it's not true, I don't be barley, then that's not considered to be just. That would be a partial admission, and the other part would be off one after the shua. The person also knows the halacha. If you claim two things, even though they're not the same thing, you claim chitin, wheat, and so barley, so wheat and barley. The person admits to wheat and barley, so he's going to have to make sure, like we said yesterday, even though there are two different types of questions, wheat and barley, if you admit to one of them, that's considered to be done in a time and it has to be shua. Now, the one person is very smart. He recognizes that if the claimant comes here and says that if I owe wheat and barley, then I admit to the barley and that's the shua. So what happens? The guy comes up to Basil. He says to him, "Sir, you owe me wheat. Before the guy has a chance to say anything else, I owe you barley. That's it. The shouts out, I owe you barley." So now, what I'm going to say is, if the base team picks up on this, and they think this guy is just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to finish his sentence, he's going to say you owe me barley as well. Now, once he admits that he owes barley, and now he has to make the shua on it as well. Therefore, he gets ahead. This is the problem. Now, what's the base team here? The base team hears the guy saying, "You owe me wheat." The guy says, "I owe you barley." That's not a partial mission. That's considered a mission to buy in China. And you also Shania says basically has to be very sharp about what's going on over here. And therefore, Toronto keeps it. When the cut off, the hustle of his owner, he got ahead of himself. And he admittedly goes barley in Juma'ah. And it looks like he's trying to trick everybody. Kaya goes left, take the score. Even this Kave, if that's actually what he really meant, he just was trying to be honest. Let people know up front, talking exactly before the closest to a dog, which is not good. I'm not going to continue. I'm not sure, he said, Robin steering the person says, "You owe me 2 needles." And he has 2 tailors together, maybe his needles broke with the sewing machine. He said to me, next to him, "I borrowed 2 needles." And the whole load, he admits that I borrowed 1 needle. What's that like? He's got to make sure one classic case of what the government says. He admits to one, he has to go ahead and make sure. If he doesn't think you don't see anything, when it comes to it, doesn't have to be of high value. Needles are again, it could be some needles be very expensive. We're talking about needle example, something which is low value. And since the market here, that even though yesterday it says money is a requirement that has to be 2 to Pesach, if the other small, if the denial of Pesach, or if we got a freaky Pesach. So when it comes to items could be even a simple needle, even with very little, still you have the concept of the mitzvah, the mitzvah partial, the partial obligation you have to take a Papa has the following case. Finally, Kaylee, who puts us saying about item? Person says we only objects and one puts so a minimal amount of money. The other case, he owes the actual the kafa, puta. He denies that he owes the puta. What's the halacha? Kafa. He's exempt from what is similar to what Rabbi said, which is the denial has to be to kesek, to coins. Just denying one thing is not sufficient, and if you not have to take his word. However, what if he admits that he owes the puta, the kafar the caliph, he denies the caliph, so then Chayim is to be obligated to take his word. One explains Chada Karav or Chada Bishwar. One went through these cases to show us, in one case, the halacha is like Rav, you want to bring a Rav halacha, the tefillah has to be, and then you have two coins. Because of the Shmuel, we're saying in the case of Shmuel, we're saying you claim two things. And as you to one of them is considered to be a Hodah Minina Kaina, it's an addition to say what you claim, and the other is very big issue. It shows that throughout the previous Taina, the first one up, who says you know the denial has to be two coins. The Shmuel, the other one's like Shmuel, but my final thing is to own it. They're two different things. So, the Rav just can have you admit to one of them is considered to be a Hodah, and then a Taina is just to the claim, and Taina is now to take it. And Shavuot. Next case, the Yusuf said, Monolith B'Yadcha. Person claims who goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, Monolith B'Yadcha. You owe me money. And Shimon responds and says, Ein L'cha B'Yadcha. I owe you nothing. I have in my hands. You have nothing on me. I owe you nothing. He denies the entire thing. So his partner is not obligated to take this for. Almost not for now. But that's what we mentioned yesterday. You must be also Shmuel's Fesses. And requiring this person who denied it to take your Shmuel's Fesses. Shmuel's Fesses is a shield that are honoring and the rabbinic oath that he has to take. Hesses, the term Hesses, Rashi here explains it. Means something what he's supposed. In other words, this is an imposed Shmuel. The rabbinic imposed Shmuel as a thing. My type, reason why Rabbi decided that this person has to take the Shmuel. In other words, when it comes to Shmuel, and says Shmuel owes money, Shmuel turns around and says, "What? No idea what are you talking about? Why is the rule that he has to make a Shmuel? The guy's a random guy in the street. Even though the crazy owes him money, Shmuel denies it. All Shmuel has to take the Shmuel. And now it says, I'll tell you what, Chazaka. You've established that it is a Chazaka. It's clear that the other prevail can give stuff. It's not because you walk over to the person saying, "Oh, money, you owe money." So if he's claiming that he owes him money, he probably does owe him money. He doesn't have enough money to obligate him to pay for it. But therefore, the Rabbanan said, since it's very uncommon for we to walk over to Shimon and claim he's owed money, the fact that he did it means there's something going on there, and therefore, I'm going to impose a Shavua on Shimon. The opposite is Chazaka, and then the negative part of the Chazaka. We have a Chazaka that a person is not going to just have Jackson to deny a loan. Yeah, it takes a certain amount of chutzpah. If he borrows money from somebody to just deny it, crazy. A person lends you money, he wants to get the money back, he can at least deny it. So the fact that Shimon is entirely denying this should actually mean you didn't borrow the money, because normal people don't do that. Normal people don't borrow money from people who just deny the whole thing. So therefore, why are we obligated to swear? Or it says, no. You're right. It's true that people generally do not deny a loan that they actually owe. However, the basic concept of Ishtamute who become Ishtamute. Sometimes people want to push off the payment from the loan. In other words, what we're saying is the following. When a person borrows money, why did he borrow the money? Because he needed to spend it. That's the point. People borrow money because you need to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, the person borrows money, he doesn't have enough of his own money, so he borrows money from somebody else so he can spend it. What happens if he happens not to have recover his money So instead of going through the whole thing, saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days. Sometimes people will be looking dishonest and say, what? Hello? Not sure what you're talking about. The intention really is to postpone the loan until it gets money back. So it's probably say you're right. We understand that you do owe the money. But we're going to add some pressure to you and say, you're denying it. You deny the whole loan. You claim you didn't borrow it. Take your shoe and you didn't borrow it. The farmer hoping that in that process, that, I don't want to make a screw up, but I didn't borrow the money. Actually, I owe it up to us. So, I did borrow the money, but I'm not ready to pay you back. Utilities. And that's the point to be sure is that you have to deny the loan entirely, but he only means is he just wants to push it off. As somebody more explains, that I believe you buy it. Once I get the money paid out, you want to prove this. In other words, the Gemara proves this concept which political balance is quite normal. Where a person proposes it. Or even or just a comfort of no, a person who denies a monetary loan, cultural aidness. We culture for aidness. In other words, even if you believe you show cultural aidness, these Rothschild points out this means where they deny you to take a full shnuah. The person took a full shnuah, then he's possible aidness to testify. You can be a liar. However, with the condo, if it's with a deposited item, then the person denies that he's possible aidness. You know why? Because when I give you something to watch, you know what you're supposed to do with it? Keep it exactly where it's supposed to be. Put it in your drawer, you put it in your safe, put it away in a place where it's going to be safe. There's absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back my item unless you used it. If you used it and you already violated your commitment to it. So therefore, when it comes to monetary things, people borrow money because we want to spend it. Sometimes when we spend money, we expect something to return on your investment, but sometimes it takes a little longer than we expect. So instead of going through the whole discussion, sometimes people will be a little bit dishonest and say, you know, I never borrowed it. The intention is to say, well, I'll pay back next week. And when it comes to an item that you're watching, you're supposed to hold on to it. Therefore, if you claim you don't have it, that means it's not there, and then you're living in violation of the commitment. So, even amounts to the safe. He learns the concept of the Yeshua Rabbi, rabbinic Shua on Seifa, which is the end of that witness. It's mother of the outcome. Ruben goes to Shua and says, you have a mother fight. On my low, Shua says, hey, that's true. I do owe you a mother. You have not heard the next day. On my low, he says to him, you have you owe the money. Can you please pay out? You have not heard on my low. He says, give it to me. The guy says, yes, I could give up. I pay you back. What's now rock on? Perfect. Yes, so when he goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $100. Shimon says, that's true, I do owe you $100. The next day, he goes to Shimon and says, remember yesterday, you owe me $100? He says, yes, I remember that. So can you please pay me? Says Ruben. Shimon says, no, I actually paid you yesterday. What's now rock on? Fucker. He admitted it. He took the money. No surprise, he paid the money. I'm a gospel, my spirits, says, we do impose a requirement to take the shua, and the Gemara says, not the Nafsiyah, the one who says that it's make a shua when you deny the whole thing, called Shekina Seifa. Certainly in the case where you agree that you owe the money, just that you claim, everyone's going to have to take this within the code. However, not the Nafsiyah Seifa, once says that in Seifa, you have to take the shua without the now pull out of it. One says in the case where you admitted that you owe the money, so you pay it back the next day. It's a harmful that you can draw the Ramana. In this case, since there is already something that it's called like lying with them. In other words, we already know we have something that smells of the air, looking like there's a loan. So you already have this suspicion that there's a loan, and that's just the thing that you pay it back. So you'll go to the Ramana. However, in the first case, we do those to Shimon and say, Shimon owe you $1,000. Shimon says, I don't know what you're talking about. In that case, that's a lot. But if you want the case, anybody owes any money, perhaps you would not agree with this, take a shua or that, but this is on the captain. In the moment, that means that's you today. Term comes up a few times. Typically, when you see it, is one of the construction process what it means. Usually says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whatever the discussion going on, even ocean money that's However, when it comes to a mitzvah, to a loss, that's the case where those are easy. It's just in that case, it's not a word of honor. It's generally saying that if you away anyone's verbal claim, you'll recognize that there's a you see people hold on to something that you don't accept anything, you think that this is something, but the thing not interacting with what she's saying. As soon as you come in a piece of dress, something, shoot something. In other words, it's not like piece of logic there. In that case, you're going to be requiring to be sure with Rabbi. Now we're going to go back to a different discussion. We mentioned this catch of the shur tests between the shur and Rabbi and they were going to code. What is the halachic difference between the Rabbah and the typical oath? We know it's right that the shur the Raisa, the shur the Rabbah. What is halachically different between the shur the Raisa and the rabbinic shur and the shur the Rabbah, which is rabbinically opposed? As far as the following is the difference. What do you think of this shur? This means this. Let's say you're going to shur that says you owe me $1,000. Shimon denies it. And we say to Shimon, you have to take the shur to the Rabbah. What if Shimon says, I'm not interested in taking the shur to the Rabbah? Rather, I would say, what if you want it? You claim that I owe you money? You make the shur. So that word says, the Raisa, the Lomach Kina. When it comes to shur the Raisa, you got to work through the case. When a person has to take the shur, the court says, shur says, I can't his name. In such a case, if Shimon's going to have to take the shur, he cannot look it up to the now, with the Rabbanan, or the shur, not Kinan, the Shimon can get the print back in. In other words, the logic is as follows. We know, right, so when Ruben claims that Shimon owes him money, and Shimon says that don't owe you anything, there's no monetary loan. There's no monetary obligation. And therefore, what's Shimon's obligation over here? Nothing. Because they're telling us, and now I'm saying, you know what? Let's try to say this for us, for everyone. It's confident in our look up. So you know what? Or maybe when you feel the pressure, and like you said, you just try to push it off. So that goes the shur. So therefore, there's no monetary obligation. How did you make me more? When it comes to the Raisa, so really, what should have made that the it's a monetary obligation of it. So then the shur, if you accept yourself, you don't want to take the shur, you don't get rejected. That's the difference. That's the difference. The Lord says, hold on, when the Mabbar Hashim, according to Rabbi Hashim, up in the direction of that, you know, people would come to a different and hope shur, you could force me today. That we must not be in shur, I could be directed on what is the difference. Once you do that, make us say, if the Shimon is really to swear, I'll force him by taking something that is actually there. We know, right? When it comes to the right, so if you do people shur, there's a lot of things that we're talking about, partial mission, let's say, you're going to go into possession position for that. But the abundance is using to swear, you're not going to actually go into personal possessions and force you to pay that. That's not good if this happens to the richest thinkers for a second. Now Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me money. Now Shimon says, I don't. The Rabbanan says, Shimon, take your shur. Now Shimon says, I don't want to take the shur. I'd rather Reuben take the shur. So now, let's say we're talking about a shur, assuming they're right. Now, if that's the case, we will take away possession. Imagine the following case. Shimon says, I refuse to swear. So now, if the shur is right, so Rabbi Rashi will take away some of his 170 possessions. How can he get out of that? He just says, Reuben should swear. Now, Reuben doesn't want to swear. Reuben doesn't get it, and he's off the hook. In other words, it's possible to circumvent this whole thing, and you won't have to swear or pay up, and then we can't force you, but you're not going to do this. Because Shimon, if he allows Reuben to take the shur, so then, if Reuben takes the shur, he gets to take the money and doesn't do about it. If he refuses to pay, they still go ahead and seize his property. In other words, technically, if he knows that Reuben is not going to want to swear, he has a way of circumventing all this. He sees Reuben when they say, you just yes, it has to be moving, sir. But yeah, it's a it's because he does not and if you can no longer basically no longer allow him to spirit to get out of this, this is never a sad situation really if there's a false hope contained. And if you can't have movement spirit to be open, and she can see it if you don't open, this is not good. And then one says, okay, that can't be done because Rabbi Yossi, don't look at that, what about that to him? I said, good job with Rabbi Yossi, you do actually want to take these away from people like Rabbi. How do we know this? It's not a random case. See us, the terrorists show to the contact. The terrorists show to the contact. Basically, some of the candidates that view. So again, limited capacity, so to the person who's limited against the intellectual capacity of the contact. That's all. It's yet. It's only people don't have a lot to do something. However, if you find something, so you want to test something to the dark each other. If you take it from that, you want to go on how often it gets out, and you have a society that just start taking things away from people. There's no how often you take it. You don't see how much this is. Yes, it's actually real theft. And the child finds a whole dog on the street. Picks it up and he said, oh, he's a child, he can't help the case. He does not know how to acquire it. He grabbed it out of his hand, here's a go for it, says Rabbi Yossi. Although if you start because that mechanism, that's a completely different. Although it's not really a bit of a gazelle, because with the lifestyle, the king didn't have to be brought up, considered to be gazelle. Yes, a little gazelle, and we'll treat this guy, takes look to him as a behind up, you know, what's the difference? I love his notes. You see, even when it comes to a revenge type of opinion, still all the halakhas of Gaza, of ownership over here, are taken away. So in other words, even when it comes to the rabbinic Shua, it seems you say you take it away from it. So you want to stay, you want to fight because you want to what's the future of the guy, so no get consolation. It's similar to the first day. This is not where the what we claim of actually asking us, which rather happens is the person that makes the school is the person who really got himself into hot water before, and it's the guy has the water. And he said, we're not going to put the school on you because we didn't trust you. You've made false schools in the past. In such a case, what's our welcome? And the right is second Kasha, Shua, Abdina, Shua, the same either. But that's the different obligation if the person who has the school trust about him is suspected of lying. The makes this going to voluntarily say, you know what, you have to take a shua shimmy, but we don't trust you, so therefore ask you to go. The Rabbi to catch you, the whole Shavua is the company's solution. If the catch what even they don't make a double solution to say, listen, we're going to hold the shua shimmy. And shimmy is not something good for when they're saying it's a double level of the cover. We don't do that. That's once my partner figure with Wilson. The is wondering what happens according to our partner. If there's a shore, we don't force the guy to pay up. What do we do? How do we enforce our system? One says the Shamtina, it's communicated. Put it in the air. In other words, this guy becomes isolated completely. You quarantine him. Then you talk to him, you fix with him, until he takes up. The Lord says, I'm going to go about you. I did not take the cushion to the mouth get the south get freeway. This is very hard to cluster the mouth get freeway so you think of those here is you're not going to take away his possession. So what are you going to do? You put the guy into the corner and close the door for everything. Now, Russian, this is Russian, part of Russian. What we're saying is, if you're having onto a person from the place, and the person is going to have no choice other than to acquiesce what you're demanding of it. In other words, the point is, you're telling me when it comes to rabbinic obligation, you only force the guy to pay. Is there any more forcing than telling the person to be excommunicated for everything business against what he pays up? Of course, that's the forcing him to pay. The Gemara says that. lashes come, once the time of lashes comes, the 30 days to be excommunicated, and even the lashes is vanilla, you're excommunicated for 30 days, you're not going to get your lashes, you pay at this point in time, nothing else we can do. So we choose to pay, but comfortable for 30 days, but ultimately we're not going to force it to pay. Number Papa, hey man, the album story of Kafre. The other person who pulled out a doctor on the spray, it says he owes somebody. Normally, start off for real. The person says, yes, I did actually borrow money from you. You didn't have that, but I picked you back. I'm really late. Rob Kokonia. Sit to the apple. Whether it's this guy here, the apple. Zilswift. The In Amar, what if he says, which time of you? Listen, I'm confident I paid you back. I know you still have the document that says that you did money. Listen, I would like you to swear that it's still, if you want to pay it back. I'm in the way. Just grab one. Yes, go ahead. Just make you swear that you didn't pay it back. Someone asked the way the rebel of asked. The Rabbi said, you'll put me in a story. What's the difference between this and a podium story? What's podium story mean? Podium story means when a person admits that a loan document has some type of flaw. The typical example Rashi actually points to here is when it comes to a super, when a woman's owed the money for a super, when she admits the husband paid back, they take that part of it. So what the law is, if I have an document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and I say, you owe me money, but I'm giving some parts of this document are not accurate. In such a case, I would have to make the sure that you still owe me the rest of the money. Now, it's something very interesting here. If Ruben goes to Shimon and says, you owe me $1,000 as stated in this document, and Shimon says, not true, I paid you back, then the halacha is Shimon could require Ruben to swear. Now, why should Ruben have to swear? Ruben won't that document. That document fine. The Gemara asks this by saying, the only part of the require and let you explain what the lender has to say the loan document has a flaw. And that means you have to swear. And if you make the loan document has no flaw in it, you don't have a flaw in it. What the consumer document has a flaw in it, and that's another flaw in it. In both cases, you require to make it true. That's a very also not to get up to the target. But in that case, the guy helping you with the loan document has a flaw in it. You know, the person says, no, take it true. So you know they're not. Also, in our case, the loan document is perfectly fine. I'm really Zilswift, go pay, you partying for all our family. Yeah, so once everybody says, you know what, I really feel uncomfortable. You took this rule, so I'm quite confident I paid you back. I know I paid you back. I'm really going to George that. But you want this link to be so good about it. It was paying the money with your kids. I told us that. The top of also, I'm not going to do it. It's not from books and debates holding up the document that says, you know, those are $1,000. And Shimon says, I paid you back. Shimon's going to say, you know what, I wanted to swear. We're not going to make Chicago Buckles swear. It's a great thing. And I want to do it. The base said, hold it up to a document that says, so those are ready. We're not just going to pose your straw in because it makes it sound like we don't put it inside the bucket. I'm not able to do it. Actually, so what a mistrust. Even itching. We're just allowed to do it. We used to take people's shirts off their back. But why is it anybody else? You want to say, no, tell him. He gets a free pass. Element love means that he don't live it again. So we'll talk about them is this. This case is about to get a little hard. You want me to basically holding on to a document that says, what's on those money? Defense you pay back. You want me to know that it's going to proceed with this Torah. What's going to happen is he will essentially make you make a screw up. We're going to have to ask you to make a screw up. That's going to be great for you. So before, we're suggesting if you want to proceed with this, you might have to make a screw up. If you don't want to, we'll just drop the whole case. You won't get the money, and you won't put you through the screw up. That's what it is. Getting back to our mission, one of the so this is a number of cases where he claims he was paid back, but believe it or not, Mishnah said if you made this claim in front of England, if you borrowed from England, you have to pay back the first case. As follows. Omar, if you read up around, Hamal was to bear other words, there are witnesses there to sign the vote. So, for all of it, he has to pay me back in front of him. Now, this is very small. When the law was said, asking for the small, although we, small said, no, one by one, for each of the pay for me first. In other words, this Allah was never be relevant. Why? Because that's the point of the case. Ruben and Len wanted to sit in the front of shooting. What's that Allah? Shouldn't have to pay back. And Shmuel says, shouldn't simply just say, I did pay back in front of Sudan. You know what others they did? The Colombo was they party for it. Played in front of the blaming Judah. Well, Colombo didn't sit down. They were like, they traveled the usual way. Therefore, you're not getting it. In other words, the fact that he was claimed that was going to undermine the whole idea of paying for Sudan. So, since he just claimed that he paid for the agent, identified two random people saying they now live in China. We can't get a hold of that. So, therefore, the whole thing falls apart. Dad, look at this. That person says, Ruby says, you owe me the money. Arlo, he says, hey, yes, I do owe you that money. Look, my car, we go earlier today. He says, to me, he says, my car. I take it to you. What's the lock auto? We talk about what's the lock he was just probably hated since he played in front of Hayden, that he owes him the money. Imagine, honestly, Hayden says, if he lets you money for the day, and so what's up? Potter. And we learned how about this? That Potter, what do you see? He even claimed in front of Hayden that he owes him the money. Still, he can claim that he paid back even more Hayden, and he's off the hook. So you see that Rabbi is wrong. Which is coupled with knowledgeable days. Shoot to Rabbi. This seems to be reputation of Rabbi, and therefore must be that what is he goes to the point. He wants to know what Rabbi. Let's be back and explain. I know he only shapes up to the power of the agent. It would actually collect the money in front of the agent. Loan is today handbag. He's clearly saying, I don't trust. Number proving what's the shipment and sorry, other way around. Shimon goes to Ruben and says, let me $100. Now, if Ruben responds and says, no problem, hold on a second. Let us pull you over to watch this because I want to make sure that I have security. Once he indicated, I don't trust you. And therefore, hey, I don't trust you. I want to begin, and I expect you to pay back in front of the baby. And I know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow you're going to say you pay me back. So therefore, in such a case, you have to pay back in front of the baby. The other case, what happened? You went to the money in private. I don't trust you guys. So the fact that there was a conversation that took place in front of Abraham does not indicate that he's not paid. And actually, going to require him to pay back in front of Abraham. It should have been that way. Not an indication that he has this specificity. He wants to pay back in front of Abraham. Now, you see, that's what goes the power. All of the power of Rabbi. Haman does the any notes are for the opposite. You let someone's money from the kid, it's not have to pay back consequences. However, the kid, he says, I'll take for any elevation, don't pay me back. Yes, they did. So up in such a case where he says, stipulates this condition, don't pay me back once I made it. And sometimes he gets started to follow Abraham as a kid of conviction. Now, can this conviction go? He says it's the first one, always finding the same way. However, he said, you have to live up for a gift with their body of water. Even if you set out the money, you don't take it back, that's not even good. Still, you can say, you're right, I had to pay back in front of you, but guess what? I did. We are in the Buffalo, you have to travel to the far away, see if this will happen. So now I'm going to help you to mention. Luckily, if you want to you won't be paid. It's on it. You don't have your money. Hello, hey, he says, yes, I do. Hello, don't pay me back. What's that? There. Well, not alone. The next thing is to pay me back. So she said, it's not a car. I did give it to you. If I want to tie it, he's obligated to still pay. Why? Because she's on a future obligation. He has to pay in front of people. What does he see? What does he see like a it's wrong. And you're correct, but it still seems to say, you never require that to pay for the because you do it for the agent. Travel to another country back. It's Ferrari, paying back as much as it is. Oh, you take, oh, you Raya, Shanasa, what do you have to go ahead and bring the line you pay back? What's up? Because even if it's here, Omar, he could respond and say, even though he required you to have maybe to say, the hello, I think with that body, I think you back with the following two reasons. I'm going to use you to tell the way, what's under that level, to do that, it's probably saying, I didn't make that comfortable, it's not here anymore. So, as I said, part of Asa, unite. Part of Asa, unite the Shas al-Ba Kai. How do you know that that's talking about a case what he said? At the time that you make it, all the Shas is real. Maybe that's what he was going to go there, right? And later on, maybe they want to say, you know what? I don't want to think about, and it's not the same thing as our Mishnah was the same thing at the time of the right. In such a case, we would say, you can claim that he was traveling away. However, he said, even if the say that, even if he said at the time of the law, and if the Rabbi come away, love that he was in Sita, he will let you from the Eden by your coach, you should pay it back to the Eden. As you try some law, your Kalkaya, it's possible that everybody is part of the law. That means at the time of what goes to the report, if you get it to your trust person, it could be that everybody can agree. You have to actually get that by the witnesses, it's going to be true. All right. How many times do you figure out what the Bible says the name of God? They'll start one star. You do that, you go ahead and write so about the witnesses, turn off the phone, and back to the now, the Gemara says, don't worry about it, it's like it's not that shit. The fact is not like the halacha, the fact is that Rabbi Amar, Rabbi said, these are part of the issue. Now, the answer is that my focus with halacha is, the failure of the English, the part of the English, that's just the thing that clearly said, I'm lending you money, please, don't pay back less than English, or the mother, by teaching that they probably put off the Yisrael, never. But the halacha, the game is going to be never, so again, I need two different opinions as to what the bottom line halacha is. One gives a snippet for the following case we are going to come up. We'll start with them, see how far we get. Similar to the Shevet, they come with a Chazal, Yams to Hara, Holy, after since they try to have no circuit tray. So it's a bunch of very interesting cases. I wrote down at the top, but he says to his friend, keep tracking, hiring me to happy with the mission. You owe me money. You owe me $100. When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back in front of these two specific people, Reuben and Shimon. If Reuben and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you're saying, if Reuben and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Reuben and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. Now let's start off. Also, I'll be calling for happy trade alpha. You pay me back, I don't want to get the Shimon, but I don't saw two random people. No, I'm a buyer. Rabbi betrayed Rabbi betrayed Barry. He told him to pay back one or two people. You're right, he specified Reuben and Shimon. But the bottom line is he borrowed money, and he gets back the money. And he was in front of Nathan. Who cares if it's Reuben and Shimon? And the Rama of Arki says, no, I'll always not Reuben and Shimon, maybe he would have hired. He actually wants Reuben and Shimon to be here because he knows Reuben and Shimon right now. He knows Reuben and Shimon. So therefore, the Reuben and Shimon, Reuben and Shimon does not pay back. Next, Reuben brings us out, but next says to his friend, he correctly, trade become a stuff. When you pay it back, I'd like you to pay back this loan for two people or Torah scholars. Don't just choose two random people off the street. I would like you two people witnesses to be approved Torah scholars. Now, also, Hare, maybe delay or delay. He just paid in private. He did not pay in front of any Torah scholars. Now, this is something, listen to what happened. It's Nisu, Hana Pazuzi. That money that was returned, some type of unpreventable circumstance came up, and that money got lost. Let's play out the case. Moving the money to Shimon, the Shimon takes back, hanging back in front of the Torah house. Shimon shows up and goes to Ruby and says, "Watch me for about $100 from you. Here's the $100. There's no Torah scholars in sight. Here's the $100. He walks away. away with that money. And as he's walking away, some type of bonus happens when he gets held up. The guy takes his money away from him, and the whole office steals the money. Now happens. Also, it's another bathroom. We wake up in the bathroom. I'm like, incomplete about tickets. It's true that I did get the money. I didn't receive the money from Shimon. However, I was just holding on to the money for Shimon. But I read a little bit. I said to him, I said, you hardly got money to cover. It will be something I'm holding on to for Shimon. I'm strongly going to change until we come across two counter scholars in the kind of if that's one of the time that the stipulation will be fulfilled, the time will be fulfilled, at that point in time it will be paid back. In other words, that was a cover guy. He said, if he pays the money back to me, and then I get held up, I got held up the street, my money that I lost. I lost that money. But if I'm only got the money for Shimon, so that I'm a Shemahida, I'm watching his money for free. It's all going to have the whole thing that takes his money. Go back to Shimon and say, listen, Shimon, if I have to watch your money, what can I do? I got held up on the street, come and take it away. I'm sorry your money's lost. And by the way, it also over $100, you never pay back. This was his claim. So the war says, Amalek said to him, you got the money from Shimon. He wrote about it. He paid you back. Now, you can tell me, okay, you may tonight, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled, that there should be anything over there for Torah scholars. Guess what? Still I say, come here, so I'll have no change. Only me and the changes are here, and you want to know what scholar qualifications? We actually know halachos, this is law, this is free, this is the Kuba Tamuka. We're actually quite knowledgeable Torah scholars, so here your condition is fulfilled. In other words, say to him, go drop the number. Now look at Amar in the topic. Person said to his friend, how many niggas is it? We're calling out the money. I want you 100 zillion that I left you. On our way. Never happened. Never owe you any money. Although I just thought the stay who powered. It's like you're interested. You found the witnesses that were actually there at the time of the law. The only problem was that these witnesses had you also there when you paid you back. So that can be helpful. I'm going to buy you right out there. Sorry, right out there. What do we do? In the optical study, these two were here actually substantially proposed. They said, you already, but they probably the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that you pay back, so we can't really help you. One Rabbi disagrees when he says, you see, in the claim of, I never borrowed from you is, it's better than that claim is going to pay. In other words, once you claim you never borrowed the money, you are admitting you didn't pay back the money. Because nobody pays back money you didn't borrow. That's a Catholic doc. So Rabbi says, you will believe that he did on one of his. Well, you will believe that he did borrow the money. However, when it comes to the fact that they're saying you pay back the money, you will contradict you will make it. You claim you never borrowed it. So the fact that you borrowed it means you never pay back. So we'll just have what they just said. What's left? They just say you borrowed the money, sir, you're going to have to pay it. I'm not going to operate. Person said to his friend, how many millions is he? Well, give me $100 for that in your possession. Already, no practice of the before people. You didn't have to pay back in front of Reuben and Shimon. So also, what are you quoting? I mean, so this went out, they got these two identified witnesses, and they said, us, we were witnesses that what can pay back? Nope, never happened. Someone changed footing. Amar, what's the captain? This guy is now been officially established as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back more from Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon say the whole thing is a Moabite, so it never happened. watch this guy pay back the loan. Sorry, Rabbi. No, I might have to disagree with you. Called Mills from the Rabbi in Danish, Rabbi. Sometimes we have an obligation to know things. Sometimes we don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back from the Maiden. You're required to pay back. You clearly get paid back. Now, it happens to be you think we're the incident out here, but it's not a lot of obligation that you should know that we're the incident out here. And therefore, it's possible that they'll definitely be the incident. And it could be that's a mistake. But that's not going to prove you as a liar. This is one more case. We know this outbreak. A person says to his friend, how many shifts made Tuesday do I think about? Give me 600 Zuz. The 600 Zuz, you got 600 about that. You won't get up with it. I have in your possession. I'll know that. So to love my teacher, many a kali, afzi, the shita, and I now pay you back 100 pounds of afzi. Afzi is, I'm not exactly sure what it is, some type of knot that goes like children used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. It's okay. That's it. What it is. All right, it says that maybe that thing back to afzi. The word says I gave him 100 of them. So 6 times 100 is 600. So I gave you back. Proper value. So I'm going to incorrect. Wow. The other is only worth 4. In other words, you think he's obviously $400, but that's all the tricks out. This is good. The other thing said, yeah, the our time. We only have 400, right? So therefore, according to your calculation, that was 100. So turns out you only pay back 400. How about what's the calculation? The one that says he's a liar. What he claimed was worth 6, was way worth 4. All the love worked by Rabbi, what did you not say before? You told us, listen, the Rabbi did this, and Rabbi died this. You don't tell us you have to know something that was connected to this. In other words, this guy is not a good dealer. So he doesn't know exactly how much you're worth. So therefore, he thought this was 6, and therefore, that's why he paid it. But yet, his claim is that he paid $600 worth. He's sticking to the fact that he paid $600 worth. That's not the only doctor with us, and therefore he said we want the next account. And he still thinks he pays back the 600. Now they get the 600 from these numbers. I gave you $4,000 worth of nuts and $4,000 in cash, and I gave you more nuts. I know I paid you that. But if you start to say that, the moment that self-set material, and look at it, you don't know how much it's for. Therefore, even though you have a lot of obligations to know about it, you do about it, and the fact that you lied about it means you don't lie. So stop here for today. Have a wonderful season. A great day, everyone. Good morning. Today's stop is Schwartz.net. You can get today's stop. Okay. Well, sponsors the thing. I will call a sponsor. The person follow is responsible. All insurance of the year as a sponsor. So, from the body show, what's the point that the season of the president? The sponsor of the show is Mark and other members. He's one of those Borough Pastor Straight Young. I will progress on the side of the video and go to the fall. Represent of the very practice for today. Iran and Lisa launched the sponsor of that great Henry with the Pastor. And we have a lead sponsor for Shakira. Michael. This morning, as we request for your statement from Mr. Mordecai, and Dr. Mikra, who's presented to have the TSC. Things out, Mr. Ahmed. But let them not fool you. started and end up on a decimal base. About a third of the way down the double. We were not up by the 2 guys. Too much beer outside. If you want to say too much beer outside, when they make a cake in the straw, take the value of their straw benches. Just know that it doesn't make a difference in you when you make the straw. That's not the way I think. That's what we have in mind. Now, the taste thing, I don't